Chapter 1 Prologue. Thunderous roars. The universe mourns, the stars wail, and countless black holes undergo cataclysmic fissions, unleashing an unimaginably vast dark matter field, within which three luminous points flicker incessantly. Su Wu and Jia Qing stand upon the obsidian sun, under a weight heavy enough to obliterate the celestial deities, leaving Wang Yu with but scant moments to spare. Hee. In this realm where even the 8 archangels cannot escape unscathed, what means do you possess to triumph over us? In an instant, darkness surged forth like a tempest, and fear flooded Wang Yu's being. The last remnants of his ethereal energy were on the verge of depletion, and in a haze, he perceived the specter of his own demise. No! Guaiku and Dr. Z are still awaiting my return. I cannot falter here. Summoning every ounce of strength, Wang Yu raised his hands, channeling the final vestiges of his cosmic power. No sooner had he spoken than Su Wu and Jia Qing combined their soul forces, amalgamating all the shattered celestial bodies within the dark matter field into a singularity greater than the divine realm itself, a massive sapping black hole. If you wish to avoid being entombed alongside the myriad universes, this is your final opportunity. At these words, a tremor passed through Wang Yu's lips. The ethereal energy had fully coalesced in his hands, and despite the excruciating pain, his unyielding form seemed to embody the answer. Then bury me here, my faith shall remain with me. Farewell. The two deities unleashed their might, directing the colossal sapping black hole toward Wang Yu with immense force. Swish, swish, swish. In the throes of despair, even as defeat loomed inevitable, Wang Yu's battered form continued to radiate a glimmer of light. May the strike that consumes my life bring forth a fleeting dawn for all beings. Cosmic descent. Boom, boom, boom. The divine realm crumbled. All things shattered, and endless darkness engulfed every dimension within the sixfold universe, as tens of thousands of higher dimensional realms were obliterated at speeds a billion times that of light. A year ago, gazing at the wage sheet before him, Wang Yu was overcome with despair. He had not enjoyed a proper meal in 2 months. With the rapid advancement of the era, an increasing number of individuals were being cast aside by society due to rising prices and the prevalence of artificial intelligence. Although Wang Yu had not succumbed to this fate, he teetered on the precipice of unemployment as a mere commoner. Moreover, owing to his unfavored appearance, mediocre education, and unremarkable capabilities, Wang Yu was held in low esteem by others. At over 30 years of age, he found himself outpaced in reflexes, intellect, and work ethic by the modern youth. This month's salary will barely cover my debts. Instant noodles seem to have risen in price yet again, and the government keeps urging us to procreate. In a bind, I truly wonder if I can last until next month. Wang Yu ambled down the trash-laden street, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. This thoroughfare lay behind the AI city, its shabby eaves overshadowed and submerged by towering skyscrapers, as though it had never existed. The inhabitants here, much like Wang Yu, harbored no hopes for the future. They donned facades of indifference towards one another, even failing to greet familiar neighbors when encountered. Odd. Where's the landlord today? She usually tidies up at this hour. As he pondered, Wang Yu arrived at his apartment. Thud. The sound of flesh meeting the ground echoed sharply. Blood splattered onto Wang Yu's face as a body plummeted from above, landing squarely at his feet, obstructing his path. Suicides were an all-too-common occurrence on this street. Wang Yu witnessed 1 or 2 fatalities each month, and local law enforcement had long since grown accustomed to the grim spectacle. Survivors would scavenge the homes of the deceased, pilfering any unutilized resources. Though such actions were illegal, enforcement officers occasionally participated, seemingly burdened by their own pressures. Another one has perished tomorrow. We will have a new landlord. I wonder if I will be infected by this despair. Wang Yu gazed at the lifeless form of his landlord, muttering to himself. Moments later, he stepped over the body and entered his apartment. Clatter. Just then, his phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered the caller was Lao Xiao, which brought a flicker of cheer to his otherwise dismal mood, for Lao Xiao was his sole friend. At over 30, Wang Yu was childless and alone. His parents resided far away, and he had long since ceased visiting home. Observing the lifeless faces of those on the street and the rags-clad drunks, he fell into a momentary reverie. What does youth offer the impoverished? Perhaps youth, like life, is marked by disparities in status. People perpetually claim that all individuals are equal. Yet when the wealthy present a thick stack of bills, all the poor become subservient. The nation proclaims that life is priceless. Yet when faced with existential dilemmas, it invariably opts for the more intelligent candidates. For instance, if a choice must be made between a fool and a renowned scientist, every nation would undoubtedly choose the scientist, for the fool holds no value. Wang Yu found himself perplexed despite the blatant contradictions between societal ideals and reality. Why did people continue to assert the correctness of these ideals, even when aware of their fallacies? Crack! The lighter ignited his cigarette, and as he pondered, he instinctively stepped into his room, leaning against the window, gazing at the blinding twilight as his thoughts drifted skyward. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to be torn asunder, revealing an enormous fissure. What? What is this? What is happening to the sky? Wang Yu was startled by the unexpected transformation of the sky, causing the cigarette in his mouth to tumble from the window. At that moment, the once silent street erupted into a cacophony. Look, is something appearing in the sky? Hiss, that seems to be an opening, right? Oh no, Dad. Is the apocalypse upon us? Please, don't be so superstitious. It's not the end of the world. Stop thinking such nonsense. The inhabitants below engaged in fervent discussions, only to hastily retreat into their homes. Swish, swish, swish. As several phantoms darted across the sky, it was suddenly shrouded by a dark sun, and mere seconds later, visibility plummeted to zero. It was as if the entire Earth were enveloped by this colossal dark sun, plunging humanity into a state of panic. In an instant, alarms blared worldwide, marking an unprecedented phenomenon in human history, the cause of which remained a mystery. The surfaces beneath the dark sun began to decay, and countless lives were claimed in this sudden catastrophe, but shortly thereafter, the phenomenon rapidly contracted and coalesced, forming a small void black hole, suspended above the city, before falling silent. Chapter 2: The Weight of the Black Hole. As Wang Yu gazed at the newly formed black hole in the sky, his heart raced. Could it be? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? After a moment, he lit another cigarette, silently fixated on the black hole above the city. Minutes passed before he averted his gaze, reluctantly turning on the television. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The screen stuttered, revealing a vintage snowstorm display. Damn it, I'm using a 6G network. Why is it still so laggy? It's just like the old 5G. Wang Yu grumbled. He approached the television, striking it forcefully with his right hand. Bang! To his astonishment, the television flickered back to life. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it seems the methods passed down from our ancestors still hold merit." Switch to the news channel. With that, he sauntered to the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of cola before collapsing onto the worn-out sofa. It appeared that regardless of how times changed, cola remained the most delightful beverage in the world. Before long, the television broadcast began. This is a disaster report from City C, addressing the sudden appearance of a black hole above the city. Let us hear the scientists' explanations. The screen shifted to a research laboratory. Ahem. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Z. Dr. Z? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu shot upright, for Dr. Z was one of the most renowned scientists in the world, famed for his groundbreaking God particle theory. Moreover, Dr. Z was the scientist Wang Yu admired most, without exception. First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies to the people of the nation. Dr. Z bowed deeply. Regarding the sudden emergence of the dark sun and the black hole hovering above City C, our scientific team and the World Association have yet to ascertain the cause. We remain uncertain about whether it still poses a threat, nor do we know how to eliminate its presence. However, we kindly ask for a little more time. We assure you that until we discover a method to dispel the black hole and understand the reasons for its appearance, every member of our scientific team and the World Association Research Institute will not succumb to rest. The news report continued, but at that moment, the landline phone in Wang Yu's home rang abruptly. If you do not love me, then return my heart. You exchanged love for my youth. What remains for me? If you still love me, then there are no words to. Upon hearing this ancient melody, Wang Yu disregarded the caller's identity and dashed to hang up the phone. To his surprise, just as the soda was about to touch his lips, the landline rang once more. Unrequited love is not a sin. Forgetting is not liberation. What result comes from the heart-wrenching thoughts of you? Before he could sip his drink, The landline rang again. Tell me, why is it all my fault? We romanticize love too beautifully while reality is too tempting. Why? In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Wang Yu felt that if he listened any further, his brain would surely age. With no other option, he reluctantly answered the call. Who is this? Are you insane? Is this never-ending? Do you believe I will blacklist you? Bro, how have you been these past few years? It's been ages since we last gathered. I tried calling your mobile, but you didn't answer. Well, just now, the people on the street inexplicably vanished. I got scared and didn't notice the phone ringing. Cut the crap. You know very well how many times you hung up on my calls to your landline. A silence ensued for a few seconds. Wait, what did you just say? People on the street vanished inexplicably? It happened here too. The sky suddenly darkened for a few seconds, and then many people and buildings just disappeared. As soon as he spoke, Wang Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise, because the sudden disappearance of people was something he had fabricated. What? I merely mentioned it casually, and I can't believe that someone truly disappeared due to the dark sun. Wang Yu's mind was in turmoil. By the way, did you notice the black hole above your city? Do you think it could be the cause? Perhaps. After all, it is a manifestation of the dark sun. Who knows what further harm it may inflict on humanity? Damn it, had I known, I would have checked the calendar before stepping out. Today is my son's birthday. I hope nothing goes awry. Let's hope for the best. Have you seen the news? The entire country is on lockdown. People are not allowed outside. News? I'm currently watching it. A sudden disaster of this magnitude has left everyone in a state of panic. By the way, the military is heading to city, so you should be cautious. If you disappear too, I wouldn't know what to do. You're my best brother. Never mind, I'll just come find you. What? Isn't there a nationwide lockdown? How are you coming here? Don't you know? The government is instructing residents of City C to evacuate. Those troops are there to pick people up. You live in City C, right? I can go with the military to find you. How can you accompany the military? They surely wouldn't allow an ordinary person to join them on a rescue mission. Bro, you don't understand. My dad was promoted to Major General last month, overseeing 20,000 men. If I insist on going, who would dare to refuse me? Hearing this, Wang Yu fell silent for a few seconds before managing a bitter smile. All right then. Hurry up, who knows when I might disappear without reason. Lighting a cigarette, Wang Yu hung up the phone, gazing thoughtfully at the terrifying void of the black hole outside. A black hole, perhaps it serves as a conduit to another world? Quick, take all the valuable items away. Suddenly, Wang Yu noticed two thieves downstairs hauling merchandise from a shop, yet he felt indifferent, thinking, what does this have to do with me? However, he was astonished that the shop owner, standing behind the thieves, did nothing to stop their wrongdoing, prompting Wang Yu to shout, Hey, boss, are you just going to stand there and watch this? Haha. Indeed, the greatest impact of the apocalypse is not the disasters, but rather the despair that instills panic in people. In times of panic, the darkness of human nature and suppressed emotions are magnified. Extinguishing his cigarette, Wang Yu pondered. Suddenly, he saw the black hole above begin to operate, and buildings were being drawn into its center, torn apart. Some structures fell from midair, crashing down upon fleeing citizens. Booming. At that moment, the apartment where Wang Yu resided began to tremble, gradually being drawn upwards toward the black hole's center. Seeing this, Wang Yu rushed downstairs at lightning speed, but the apartment had already ascended to approximately 50 meters above ground, nearly causing him to slip. Oh, it's too late. Should I jump down? Just as Wang Yu hesitated on whether to leap, rescue troops arrived. Gazing at the swiftly flying rescue vessels, Wang Yu felt a wave of relief, and he began shouting in the air. Help! Help! I'm here! I'm over here! Help me! Despite Wang Yu shouting with all his might, the rescue vessels did not seem to notice him, and his floor was drawing closer to the black hole. What to do? They can't hear me at all. At this moment, Wang Yu was engulfed in sheer panic. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly recalled, Old Xiao is here, right? He might be on one of those rescue ships. He promptly took out his phone and dialed. Old Xiao, where are you? Bro, where are you? I'm on the frontline battleship of the rescue team. The address I sent you earlier. I'm directly above that address. Hurry, I'm about to be sucked into the black hole. Okay, just wait for me. After the call ended, several of the previously departing rescue ships abruptly turned back, heading toward Wang Yu's location. Wonderful, they're coming, Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling a glimmer of hope for survival. But the very next second, As he looked up at the black hole, he realized it was now perilously close. The pressure of witnessing it up close was a terror beyond anything Wang Yu had ever imagined. Soon, the black hole began to shred the rooftop, and Wang Yu's heart raced to his throat. "Wang, jump over here!" Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu leaped toward the rescue vessel across from him, and old Xiao quickly extended his hand to catch him. At that moment, the distance between Wang Yu and that hand was merely 0.5 centimeters, but in the next instant, his body began to plummet. "Didn't catch it?" Old Xiao's eyes filled with tears as the rescue vessel slowly drifted away. Suspended in midair, Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with resentment and regret, his heart heavy with fear and sorrow. Why? Haha, indeed, for a worthless person like me, living is worse than dying, an unremarkable life, an unremarkable death. A central alarm blared in City C. Attention citizens of City C, the city is facing a catastrophic disaster. Those who have not yet received military assistance should quickly converge toward the city center, where designated shelters are available. Once again, please, those without military aid should swiftly head to the city center. Meanwhile, Official A. Commander, besides City C, several surrounding cities and provinces are also being drawn in by that black hole. The death toll has exceeded 1 million and is still rising. Commander, what? Just a few hours ago, everything was fine. Why has it suddenly activated? Activate the protective systems. Where are the scientists? Where are the researchers? Have they not determined the cause of the black hole's emergence? Official B. Report, a void has also appeared above City Z. Official C. Report, a small black hole has been spotted above City F. Official D. Report, our recently dispatched rescue team has been completely wiped out. The cause is unknown. Commander, hold on. One at a time. Utilize the solar energy machines and send additional rescue teams to City Z and City F. And where are the scientists? Official A. Report, the protective system has malfunctioned. The cause may be the black hole's gravitational pull. Commander, what? What about the backup energy? Official B. Report, the black hole's gravitational pull has ceased, and all systems are returning to normal. But, Commander, but what? Speak quickly. E. The black hole transformed from a force of attraction to an overwhelming pressure, and in an instant, the most poorly fortified City A was reduced to ruins. Zhangwan, what? Could it be that the apocalypse is truly upon us? Bing. Report, the immense pressure of the black hole is bearing down on headquarters. Zhangwan, quick, sound the alarm and prepare everyone for defense. Ding. Report. Zhangwan. What on earth is there left to say? Speak up. Ding. In a low voice, the rescue forces we dispatched to City C have been completely annihilated under the immense pressure of the black hole. The city's defense systems have collapsed entirely. Zhangwan. How many survivors remain in City C? Ding. Not a single soul has survived. Chapter 3. Rescue under the terrifying weight. The systems of Nation Z collapsed completely. In an instant, countries around the globe dispatched their most esteemed scientists to provide aid to Nation Z. Alas, it was too late. In this pinnacle of technological advancement, a Nation Z devoid of technology was merely awaiting its demise. Every region within Nation Z had succumbed, leaving the helpless commander to implore assistance from other nations. In addition to the scientists previously sent, a coalition of developed countries, led by Nation S, formed the world's foremost advanced organization, the United Nations. They activated the state-of-the-art plasma electro-attracting tower in a bid to counter the immense pressure emanating from the black hole. And whether it was an illusion or a genuine effect, the pressure from the black hole seemed to have significantly eased at the Research Institute. D. The pressure from the black hole has dissipated. But this is not a long-term solution. We have only 3 hours to decipher the black hole. Z. What? 3 hours is simply insufficient, Z. Huh, is this the level of your nation, M? You still dare to claim to be the world's foremost power? It is utterly laughable. The research room was rife with disputes. MZ, enough with the empty rhetoric. Do you have a way to resolve this crisis in 3 hours? Z. Of course, but the risk is tremendous. D. Oh, what is your proposed solution? Z. To delve into the black hole and seek the answers. MZ. Are you out of your mind? That is a black hole capable of effortlessly crushing even diamonds. Z. It is feasible. We have ghost particles, By harnessing the activity of the ghost particles, combined with the stability of the electro-attracting tower, we can traverse space. D. You intend to use ghost particles to pass through the center of the black hole. MZ. Ignore him. He is merely a madman. With no consensus reached, Dr.'s so-called plan appeared no different from a death sentence to the others present. Thus, none of the scientists were willing to assist him. However perilous the task, someone must undertake it, such as the path of a scientist exploring the realms of the unknown. Ultimately, Dr. hurriedly departed the institute, rallying his team with the intention of defying orders and forcefully entering the heart of the black hole. The floating vessel was charged with the energy of the plasma electro-attracting tower, and the ghost particle apparatus was primed. Doctor's team prepared themselves for inevitable sacrifice, boarding the vessel en route to the black hole's core. On the journey to the black hole, Doctor traversed numerous cities, each of which had tragically become a desolate wasteland strewn with corpses. In lamentation, Mr. Z sighed. Alas, the end of the world is far more terrifying than I had imagined. 15 minutes later, the floating vessel approached the black hole above city. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the radar system within the control cabin emitted a sound, seemingly detecting the presence of nearby survivors. Personnel BZ. Mr. Z, there are still living people here. What? Quickly, let us investigate. Swish. The researchers aimed to uncover the half-alive body, for it was highly likely that the individual would not survive much longer. Perhaps only 2 hours at most. Zim? Perhaps there is another method. We could try artificial cells. Personnel A. What? Artificial cells? We have only experimented on animals. Moreover, all the lab mice subjected to our experiments died. Those are dangerous specimens explicitly prohibited by various nations. Furthermore, if this person dies, any potential antibodies will vanish. Silence. Artificial cells must indeed be utilized on living subjects. It was previously banned worldwide, but now, in the face of the apocalypse, who still cares for the law? Do you truly believe a dying person can survive on their own? This is their only chance for survival. Furthermore, we can simultaneously draw blood samples during the transfusion, allowing us to create antibodies. At this moment, Mr. Z's conversation was overheard clearly by the United Nations staff outside the door. Personnel A. But Mr. Z, we don't have that much time. Z. I am aware. Give me 2 hours. And that will suffice. Prepare the spider code artificial cells. Transfer him to the chamber. Personnel A. Spider. You intend to utilize its regenerative abilities to restore this man. That defies reality and is utterly impossible. Z. Enough with the chatter, hurry, this is the culmination of my 30 years of research. May this man endure. The battered man was sent into the blood extraction chamber, and 5 minutes later, the previously lethargic individual was jolted awake by a sudden surge of pain. After 30 minutes, however, the man fell silent. Meanwhile, the destructive force of the black hole was escalating, and even the world's premier plasma tower was nearing its breaking point. The Research Institute was bustling with activity due to this calamity. Reports indicated that another 50 million lives were lost in Nation M.in desperation. The crowd recalled Doctor's earlier mention of ghost particles, and they began to investigate it. That moment, a prime minister was hastening toward the Research Institute. Prime Minister. Director. The prime minister panted as he burst into the research room. That moment, the director was engrossed in research on ghost particles alongside numerous scientists when an elegantly dressed man intruded. Pulling him outside, this man was indeed the prime minister of a certain nation. Prime Minister. What is the current situation? Have you devised a solution? The national defense system is on the verge of collapse. Director. We are currently investigating ghost particles. This may be our only recourse. Prime Minister. Ghost particles? Is that the same as what Doctor previously mentioned? What do you estimate the success rate of his journey through the black hole's center to be? Director. 90%. I believe Doctor has a strong chance of success. However, 3 of the 81 types of artificial cells in the lab have gone missing. Could it be, Prime Minister? Impossible. What could Doctor possibly want with artificial cells? Besides, even if he did take them, who cares during the apocalypse? Director. Type 3 cells have indeed just gone missing, but what I mean is that types 69 and 71 seem to have vanished a month ago. And Doctor was in charge of the artificial cells. Prime Minister. What? Types 69 and 71. Why these 2 in particular? The unsolved mysteries of the world. Meanwhile, aboard Doctor's floating vessel, 2 hours had elapsed since the man underwent the blood transfusion. Z-Doctor and his team could wait no longer. In mere minutes, the plasma electro-attracting tower would be utterly destroyed by the black hole, and the Earth would be completely obliterated. Z-Doctor and his team swiftly opened the blood extraction chamber, seemingly awaiting something. However, as the mist dissipated, what met their eyes was a naked, middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, unmoving, as if he had lost all vitality. See, alas, it seems we have failed. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the man stood up, his wounds rapidly healing before their eyes. Seeing this, Z-Doctor and the others swiftly raised their laser guns, aiming at the man's head in anticipation of an unprovoked attack. At that moment, the man surveyed his surroundings in confusion before asking, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Z-Doctor, "We are your rescuers." "And who might you be?" Upon hearing this, the man hesitated for a moment, then slowly replied, "Wang Yu, Chapter 4. Angel Wang Yu, you are a citizen of City C, correct? According to intelligence from Nation Z, there are no survivors in City C. How did you manage to survive?" Z-Doctor inquired with intrigue. "I do not know. Weren't you the ones who rescued me? Where is this place?" With that, Wang Yu began to scrutinize the scientist before him, and suddenly, his gaze locked onto a familiar face, prompting him to exclaim, "Are you Z-Doctor?" Upon seeing Wang Yu's excitement, Z-Doctor was taken aback. "Yes, that is me. What is it?" Once confirmed, Wang Yu became even more animated. "Mr. Z, I am your fan. I strongly supported you when you presented the God particle theory." Perhaps even Z-Doctor himself had not anticipated encountering a fervent admirer amidst the efforts to save the world, so he quickly gestured for his companions to lower their laser guns. Then announced, "We were en route to the black hole when we stumbled upon you, barely clinging to life. We decided to use you as a test subject, and lo and behold, it succeeded. So how about it? Will you join us? It seems you have no family left in Nation Z." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu grew exhilarated. "Wait, test subject. No wonder my wounds have healed. What have you done to me? What has happened to my body?" "There is no time for explanations. If we do not decipher the black hole within 30 minutes, the world will fall. Come with us. We need your strength." Wang Yu gazed at the anxious faces of those around him, perplexed. If the intention was to unravel the mysteries of this terrifying black hole, why had only a handful of scientists been dispatched? Not everyone shared our perspective. Other scientists deemed my actions a fool's errand. Hence we had to come here alone. So, what say you? Will you join us? After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Yu replied, "Given that the world is on the brink of annihilation, even if I choose not to accompany you, there would be nowhere else for me to go, would there? Moreover, it was you, Mr. Z, who saved me. Since you have extended an invitation, I certainly cannot decline. Splendid. Let us set forth." Whoosh! At Dr. Z's command, the airship swiftly ascended. 30 seconds later, Wang Yu and Dr. Z's group successfully arrived at the heart of the black hole. Thanks to the airship's ultra-resistant shield, it remained unaffected by the black hole's immense pressure. Z, activate particle transformation for the airship. All personnel, don your protective suits and prepare for transit. Moments later, the ghost particle device initiated, and the airship transformed into an ethereal stream of energy codes in an instant. The next moment, the airship vanished without a trace. Its signals completely severed. Within the black hole's center, a towering vessel emerged amidst the vast cosmos. It was none other than the airship that had previously disappeared from Earth. Phew. We are alive. Dr. Z, it seems we have succeeded. Indeed, we have traversed into the depths of the black hole using ghost particles. Fantastic. I knew Mr. Z's research could not possibly be flawed. In an instant, the scientists erupted in cheers, while Wang Yu stood bewildered, staring vacantly at the scenery outside. Surrounding the airship were countless diverse planets, and it dawned on Wang Yu and the others. The interior of the black hole was, astonishingly, an entirely different universe. If the black hole contained another universe, then what was the universe we had previously inhabited? Was it another black hole devouring worlds? Dr. Z appeared equally perplexed. He had initially assumed the interior of the black hole consisted of the remnants of other planets. But upon witnessing the scene before him, he truly grasped the insignificance of humanity. Suddenly, an immensely towering creature materialized before the airship. This being bore 12 wings on its back, countless eyes, and amidst its dark, gray flesh. a single eye that seemed to perceive all. Before this colossal entity, Wang Yu felt a profound sense of despair. Once more, did I end the next moment? A voice resonated in their minds. Do not fear. Children, I am an angel. Angel? The group was taken aback. Despite having envisioned many forms for angels, none could have anticipated such a terrifying visage. In his dreams, Wang Yu had once encountered an angel, yet this gargantuan being bore no resemblance to the ethereal beings of his visions. I have awaited tens of thousands of years. At last, in this universe, I have encountered worthy children. Come forth, children, you have withstood my trials. That which you have labeled a black hole is merely a tool for our selection process. Do not fret for your home planet. Since your entry, that tool has ceased its operation. Now, prepare for my 6 trials. Should you emerge triumphant from among the myriad beings of the universe, you shall join our ranks. And we shall grant you one wish. By the way, you have no right to refuse. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into contemplation. That a few minutes later, Dr. Z inquired, by selecting through such a merciless means as a black hole, how do you justify calling yourself an angel? Are you aware of how many perished in this calamity? Before the angel could respond, the group gasped in astonishment. Resurrection? Indeed, that black hole was created by Raphael, one of the 8 seraphim, and is not a fatal black hole of the cosmos. All who perished or vanished within its grasp, along with obliterated cities, shall be revived. The angel possesses such an unfathomable power. The hearts of the people were filled with awe. Their reproductive rate is astonishingly swift, and before long, they grew to 66,666 legions, each comprised of 66,666 demons, and their numbers have become too vast to be quantified by mere grains of sand. Continuing to swell, in contrast, the numbers of angels are minuscule. Counting all 9 orders, there are only around 800,000 angels. Hell has remained eerily quiet for some time. They must be biding their time, and should the demon legions and fallen angels emerge in unison, heaven shall be unable to withstand it, and the entire universe would descend into chaos. Therefore, to expedite the increase in angelic numbers, the 8 seraphim convened and resolved to establish 6 trials for the beings of the universe. Those who pass all trials shall transcend their mortal forms and ascend as angelic deities. After listening, the group fell into deep thought once more. That a few minutes later, Wang Yu queried, perplexed, why must there be trials? Could you not simply transform us into angels? The reason the 8 seraphim instituted 6 trials is that they wish for the chosen beings to grow stronger through the challenges, to become capable of bearing our divine power. I see. After the angel's detailed explanation, the group finally comprehended their intentions. Whoosh! Subsequently, Dr. Z intended to ask something further, but the angel vanished at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Wang Yu, Mr. Z, was that creature really an angel? How could we comprehend its language? Z. In my view, it is indeed an angel. Our understanding of its language may stem from its divine power. Wang Yu. Surely not. Shouldn't angels embody a pure and beautiful human form? How could it appear thus? Z. According to biblical descriptions, angels do possess human forms, but are not exclusively humanoid. Given its appearance, it is likely of the 9th order, the order of the wise angels. No doubt. Having been a theist for over 60 years, I can confirm the existence of angels and God. I always believe my theory of the God particle to be correct. Wang Yu was left astounded, his heart racing with disbelief. I never imagined the biblical entities truly existed. One can only wonder how those previous scientists would react upon discovering this. Wang Yu. Then, Mr. Z, what exactly were those 6 trials it mentioned? It stated we would be tested alongside beings from hundreds of other universes. This is akin to a game, isn't it? Z. I am equally uncertain, and I know not what manner of creatures inhabit those other universes. Our current task is to prepare for everything and await the arrival of the trials. With that, Mr. Z instructed his subordinates to prepare artificial cells. After all, this is a divine trial, and mere mortals would surely be unable to endure it. We must rely on the powers of science. Personnel, report. The 2 types of artificial cells we pilfered from the Research Institute have all been implanted, and now they contain only ordinary blood. Upon hearing this, Dr. Z was taken aback. What? When did this occur? Could it be that people from the United Nations infiltrated us? Wang Yu, what exactly do you mean by artificial cells? Moreover, what about my body? Z. In fact, artificial cells are the result of our scientists combining animal genes with human genes, thereby creating an entirely new species, superhumans. These superhumans can transcend the original characteristics of the animals, even undergoing mutations. The experiments conducted on you previously were precisely this. Currently, we have successfully developed 81 types of artificial cells. I borrowed 3 for contingencies. Wang Yu, why only 81 types? Wouldn't it be better to have more of such remarkable creations? Z. Do you think this research is straightforward? Each type of artificial cell requires immense time and effort to create, and duplicating them precisely is exceedingly difficult. The fusion of genes is a matter of probability. Wang Yu, then which animal's characteristics are present in my body? Z. Spider. And you have only awakened one of the spider's traits thus far. Wang Yu, what? Vomits. How could it be such a repulsive creature? If only it were something like a tiger or a cheetah, how splendid that would be. By the way, nothing has changed in my body. Which trait of the spider have I awakened? Personnel, come on. Stop complaining. Being a spider is actually quite cool. The regenerative abilities of spiders have been perfectly enhanced in you. Now, the healing rate of the cells within your body far surpasses that of an ordinary human, granting you the potential for immortality. Z. Precisely. You are now effectively immortal. Even if your heart ceases to beat or your brain is crushed, you can still heal, embodying the true essence of an immortal being. Chapter 5. The line between reality and illusion. Wang Yu had become an immortal. He was uncertain whether this was a mark of strength or weakness, for aside from his immortality, he currently possessed no formidable offensive capabilities. On the current spacecraft, only Wang Yu stands as a superhuman, thus casting an air of melancholy over the rest as they ponder the forthcoming trials. The crew intends to seek supplies from nearby planets. Yet every celestial body in this universe remains an enigma. The audacity of mere mortals to venture forth could lead to untold perils. Just as uncertainty loomed, Wang Yu suddenly noticed, in the direction of their 9 o'clock, a planet strikingly reminiscent of Earth. Doctor, could that be Earth? The others gasped in astonishment, never anticipating the existence of another Earth within the confines of a black hole, that if this Earth were a mere illusion. Could the one they had once inhabited be genuine? Would the technology on this Earth mirror that of their original world? Quickly, let us venture there. We may find sustenance from our world. With urgency, the floating vessel sped toward the Earth-like planet. Moments later, the ship arrived at its destination, alighting in what appeared to be a bustling city. The crew disembarked, eagerly scouring the surroundings for resources. Doctor, do you detect a foul odor of decay? Wang Yu, endowed with heightened senses far surpassing those of ordinary humans, inquired at a scent of decay. Not at all. There's something amiss here. The doctor responded that I cannot quite articulate it. I am still acclimating to my own transformations. 15 minutes elapsed for reasons unknown. Not a single soul had graced the desolate city thus far, rendering it eerily vacant and hauntingly silent. Doctor, look, I have found a supermarket. Let us hurry inside for provisions. Suddenly, a companion discovered a store brimming with food supplies. Wait, something feels off about this place. Perhaps we should allow Wang Yu to investigate first. Oh, come now, doctor. How long has it been since we last ate? Are you all just going to stand there? I'm heading in, exclaimed one crew member. Hey, I'll join you, replied another. With that, the two eagerly dashed toward the supermarket, only to be met with terror in the next moment. Oh no, a sinister presence. Wang Yu's spider sense tingled, his body bristling with fear as the crew hastily rushed toward the supermarket. What are these? Z exclaimed, retching at the sight. The interior of the supermarket was grotesquely adorned with human heads, while the shelves were laden with severed limbs, and the floor was slick with a viscous, dark green liquid. This is no place to linger. We must flee, Dr. Z shouted, but alas, it was too late. The once dimly lit supermarket erupted with light, revealing hundreds of bizarre, conjoined starfishes. Good heavens, Dr. Z gasped, quickly commanding, Xiao Ding, prepare the laser gun. Where is Xiao Ding? The crew exchanged anxious glances, only to realize that Xiao Ding had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the starfishes from the ceiling descended, and one of them swallowed Wang Yu's head whole, blood gushing forth. More and more starfishes surged toward the crew. One starfish lunged at a crew member, clamping down on his right foot with excruciating force. Ah, Mr. Z, save me. Help! Before he could finish, a tentacle pierced through his innards. The exit was now obstructed by a throng of starfishes, revealing that they were, in fact, intelligent extraterrestrial beings. This is bad. They intend to encircle us and slowly suffocate us. Z exclaimed. Xiao Jia, let us use the explosive shells to break through the exit. Everyone else, hold the line. Understood. But Mr. Z, my protective suit is running low on power. What, did I not instruct you to charge it before departure? How can I provide you with power in this situation? I had no inkling that a seemingly ordinary Earth would harbor such terrifying creatures. At that moment, a green creature with countless tentacles crawled forth from the depths of the supermarket. Resembling the starfishes but possessing only a mouth, armed with their superior equipment, the crew valiantly resisted, gaining the upper hand, yet they were unprepared for the creature's sudden assault, extending multiple tentacles towards them. Mr. Z, watch out. Z, Xiaoma. A researcher heroically shielded Dr. Z, but was pierced by 8 tentacles. The green creature, seemingly sentient, recognized Dr. Z as the leader of the group and extended 5 more tentacles toward him. Dr. Z reacted swiftly, spinning around to hurl an explosive shell. Boom! The creature was momentarily repelled, severing several tentacles, yet its regenerative abilities allowed it to heal at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the exit was nearly breached. Everyone, retreat! The crew bolted outside, believing themselves to be safe, only to be confronted with a bewildering sight. Before them loomed colossal alien beings, one after another. Dr. Z immediately sensed something was amiss. The scene felt surreal that if such powerful creatures truly existed, why had they not attacked as the ship descended? Could it be yes? Dr. Z suddenly grasped the truth and shouted, "Do not halt. These must be illusions conjured by the starfishes pursuing us." Indeed, as the crew embraced Dr. Z's assertion, their doubt transformed into resolute determination, and the surreal landscape began to fade. The towering edifices gradually vanished, and the starfishes behind them inexplicably dissipated from view. What? Even the starfishes behind us were illusions. Impossible, we just lost several comrades. Surely, that cannot be fabricated. The surroundings morphed into ruins, leaving only a few bodies in sight, yet the wounds on the corpses resembled those inflicted by laser beams rather than bites. The crew gasped in shock, as Z was engulfed in regret, his mind swirling with confusion. What lay before them was real, while everything they had experienced prior was an illusion, which was authentic, and which was false. Was this truly not a ruse devised by the green extraterrestrial to ensnare them? In that instant, Dr. Z recalled the green creature. It must be real. This was merely its trap. Then it is Wang Yu. The being intent on our demise is none other than Wang Yu. Yes, the rapid regenerative capabilities. Wang Yu, why are you doing this? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. What have I done? I saw an abundance of food from our Earth inside the supermarket, and Xiao Bing and Xiao Ding were astonished by the sudden sight that I had no idea that as we sought to share our joy, you would suddenly brandish laser guns and fire upon us. I kept shouting for a ceasefire, yet you acted as if you were deaf. Weeping, Xiao Ma and the others are all dead. It is because of you. This cannot be. This defies science. No, you are an illusion. You must be false. You are mad. Haven't you killed enough? Were it not for my regenerative ability, would you have sought to kill me as well? What? Then my protective suit is not out of power after all? What protective suit? You were never wearing any protective gear? The crew finally grasped that everything that had transpired was a mere illusion. There were no monsters here. After 30 minutes of explanation, Wang Yu came to realize that he too had been deceived, yet the events that had unfolded felt agonizingly real, suffocating in their authenticity. Chapter 6. The Mirage. After laying their fallen comrades to rest, Wang Yu and the others wiped away their tears and set about seeking resources amidst the desolate wasteland. The group divided into 3 parties. Wang Yu and Dr. Z ventured southward toward the floating vessel. Xiaoli led crew members A and B northward, while Zhang Sen guided the remaining 2 westward. Equipped with radar, they communicated their findings, traveling in silence. Dr. Z's radar detected energy sources crucial for the floating vessel ahead, prompting him and Wang Yu to hasten toward the signal. Approximately 10 minutes later, they stumbled upon a dilapidated research institute. Eureka, a research institute. It is certain to house valuable resources, Dr. Z exclaimed with enthusiasm. As soon as the words left his lips, they rushed inside, beginning their search. After a prolonged search, they came up empty-handed. Aside from scientific refuse, there is nothing here. Dr. Z, is your radar malfunctioning? Wang Yu questioned that IT shouldn't be. There must be a hidden door. Let us check the laboratory. The two circled back to the laboratory, only to find it filled with unidentifiable liquids and containers housing humanoid specimens. Yet still, they uncovered nothing of value. Wang Yu, disinterested in the materials, leaned against a wall to rest, while Dr. Z became increasingly engrossed, experimenting with the incomplete projects. 15 minutes later, Dr. Z placed the newly combined liquids into a humanoid incubator, sensing that the entity before him was imbued with life. After an additional 5 minutes, the creature indeed opened its eyes, fixating its gaze intently upon Dr. Z. Meanwhile, Xiaoli and his companions rummaged through several warehouses, discovering raw meat that was on the brink of decomposition. Nevertheless, utilizing the cooking mechanism within their hovering vessel, the meat was deemed consumable, although its origin remained a mystery. At that moment, in a shadowy corner, a cyclopean giant observed them with unwavering attention. Conversely, Zhang San and his group were less fortunate. Having departed from the main troop only moments prior, they encountered zombies. Although they narrowly escaped, the turmoil left them in a state of lingering unease. After all, in a city rife with uncertainties, none could predict when their demise might occur. Let us take a moment to rest in the nearby underground parking lot. The zombies we just faced were truly terrifying, and darkness is swiftly approaching. Upon entering the parking facility, they found vehicles ensnared by vines. Yet no other frightful traces were visible. One member of the group exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! There are no zombies here. Let us take a nap in the car." Just then, Zhang San suddenly realized that the communication signal from Dr. Z and Xiaoli had vanished. This revelation startled him, yet he felt utterly powerless. With the superhuman Wang Yu by his side, if Dr. Z could encounter trouble, what could mere mortals like them possibly achieve? Moreover, the path was fraught with zombies. Having just escaped death, the last thing Zhang San wished to encounter was that loathsome horde. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the weary group settled into the vehicle and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Dr. Z stared at the humanoid creature before him, a chill running down his spine as he noted its striking resemblance to Zhang San. The two other entities in adjacent containers bore an uncanny likeness to Zhang San's companions. This perplexed Dr. Z, who promptly reached for his phone to contact Zhang San, eager to share this extraordinary occurrence. However, he soon discovered that Zhang San's signal had also disappeared, prompting him to hastily reach out to Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, can you hear me? Received. What's the matter, doctor? Quickly dial Zhang San's number and see if you can reach him. 5 minutes later, I can't get through. Has something happened to Zhang San?" "Indeed," Dr. Z exclaimed. Initially, he had doubted whether the issue lay with his phone. But now it was evident that Zhang San was in peril. With such significant losses before the trials had even commenced, the prospect of prevailing among 100 universes seemed utterly unattainable. Wang Yu, where are you?" Wang Yu's disappearance raised questions. "When did it begin? During the phone call?" "No, it was the moment we entered the room." "That couldn't be. Wang Yu had been conversing with him then." Dismissing the possibility of an illusion, Dr. Z reasoned that everything had been normal during his call with Xiaoli, that if both were experiencing normalcy in different spaces, it could not be an illusion. The more Dr. Z pondered, the more perplexed he became, his brow furrowing deeper. Could it be that the trial commenced the instant the grotesque angel vanished? It was a possibility, yet Dr. Z could not comprehend why the angel had not specified when the trial began. Such behavior defied logic. That on the other side, Xiaoli and his companions, having received Dr. Z's communication, sprinted toward the hovering vessel, their journey remarkably uneventful. Meanwhile, Dr. Z, deep in thought, sought to unravel the mystery of Wang Yu's disappearance. He surveyed his surroundings, initially ruling out the possibility of an ambush. Suddenly, a thought struck him, reigniting a once broken thread in his mind. Of course. What did Wang Yu do after our conversation? The wall. With that, Dr. Z began to cautiously explore the wall that Wang Yu had leaned against. With a resounding crash, the wall flipped over, and Dr. Z found himself on the other side, yet still no sign of Wang Yu emerged. Only a pitch-black passageway lay before him. Resolute, Dr. Z ventured down the dark corridor. 5 minutes later, his perseverance bore fruit as he heard the sounds of a struggle nearby. prompting him to hasten his steps. You wretched creature, why must you forsake your humanity to become a monster? D. With a swift motion, Wang Yu's back sprouted a new arm, while his two front arms wielded guns, unleashing a barrage upon the towering zombie, while the arm on his back shot out webbing to ensnare the creature's movements. Wang Yu. Just as he battled the monstrosity, Wang Yu suddenly heard Dr. Z's voice and shouted, "Stay back." Upon seeing another living soul, the towering zombie shifted its focus, roaring as it charged toward Dr. Z. What manner of beast is this? It must be at least 15 meters tall, Dr. Z gasped. The creature advanced with alarming speed, closing the distance in an instant. Facing imminent doom, Dr. Z hurled 2 explosive grenades in retaliation. Boom! Boom! The creature was instantly toppled, yet Dr. Z paid dearly for his proximity to the blast, losing his left arm in the process. Ta-da! The explosion had rendered his protective suit useless, and now he lay on the ground, writhing in agony. You bastard! I'll fight you to the end! Enraged, Wang Yu's back sprouted 5 additional arms, bringing his total to 8, akin to the legs of a spider. The monster, now rising again, lunged toward Dr. Z. Wang Yu, witnessing this, commanded his 6 arms to unleash a torrent of webbing, creating an enormous spider's net that ensnared the creature completely, rendering it immobile. It appeared that as time passed, Wang Yu's spider-like traits were awakening further. In that moment of fury, Wang Yu seized Dr. Z's laser gun, wielding one in each hand to unleash a frenzied assault on the monster, roaring as if Dr. Z held significant esteem in his heart. Only when the energy of the laser guns was depleted did Wang Yu reluctantly cease his barrage. Just when the creature presumed it had the advantage, Wang Yu approached unarmed, seemingly inviting his own demise. The monster thought, "Is he seeking death?" With unbridled rage, Wang Yu approached the creature, extending his 8 arms to grasp its massive form and lift it effortlessly. That he then leapt, shattering the ceiling, and hurled the beast to the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The impact created a massive crater several meters wide. After landing, Wang Yu sprang into action, stomping on the creature while his 8 fists rained down relentless blows, each strike landing with devastating force. Chapter 7. Beneath the night sky. To Dr. Z, Wang Yu was akin to a savior, granting him a second chance at life. Wang Yu's formidable strength was entirely attributed to the artificial cells engineered by Dr. Z and the seething rage that burned within him. "How dare you injure the doctor so grievously, you beast!" Wang Yu's fury reached its zenith. Under the relentless barrage of Wang Yu's fists, the web that had bound the creature began to tear apart. The once immobilized giant zombie regained its ability to move and retaliated with a powerful swing of its arm. Boom! 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 Wang Yu faltered, sent soaring into the sky, but as he descended, he executed a flip and landed deftly. Yet, before he could stabilize himself, the creature struck again. Boom! Wang Yu was plunged into the ground, but the monster was not yet satisfied, continuing its relentless assault. 1 punch, boom. 2 punches, boom. 3 punches, boom. After countless blows, the creature began to tire, its strength waning, while Wang Yu lay battered and bloodied, his arms severed 7 times. Yet shortly thereafter, Wang Yu's body began to heal at an astonishing rate, regenerating completely within mere seconds. The creature, witnessing this, appeared utterly astonished, as if encountering such a human for the first time. Revitalized, Wang Yu's 8 arms surged with renewed strength, breaking free from the creature's grasp, and he unleashed an unrelenting flurry of strikes to its abdomen. You enjoy the idea of continuous assault, do you? Then allow me to indulge you fully. Wang Yu roared. 16 punches, boom, boom. 32 punches, boom, boom, boom. 64 punches, boom, 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 boom. After a relentless exchange, Wang Yu began to feel the strain, his punching speed noticeably diminishing, yet the monster was left a grotesque heap, unable to move. The fading light of the setting sun illuminated Wang Yu, casting him as the victor of this battle. As he gazed up at the dimming sky, he sensed an impending threat. Nightfall in this world seemed far more terrifying than daylight. Soon, Wang Yu arrived at the location of the hovering vessel. We'll discuss the details later. First, we must staunch the doctor's bleeding. Xiao Li and the others swiftly transported Dr. Z to the medical equipment. Upon hearing of Wang Yu's exploits, they were filled with terror, astonished to discover that such dreadful creatures existed on this planet. After a hearty meal, the group activated the vessel's cloaking system, preparing for a peaceful slumber. As dusk approached, Wang Yu's spider sense grew increasingly ominous. He resolved to venture outside and keep watch while the others slumbered, preparing for any unforeseen eventualities. Approximately 2 hours later, the sky had succumbed to darkness, and the group lay in deep sleep. Suddenly, a strange chime echoed through the air, causing Wang Yu's instincts to heighten in alarm. Without hesitation, he scrambled to the rooftop for a better vantage point, unaware that the sound had also roused the doctor. It was a horde of the undead. Shocked, Wang Yu was engulfed by terror. In a city devoid of life during the day, the night was overrun by zombies. Moreover, amidst the horde were other monstrous beings. I had previously vanquished a colossal zombie, and now I discovered 15 more. After expending immense energy to defeat one giant, the emergence of yet another 15 plunged Wang Yu into despair and helplessness. Was he to rely solely on his undead powers to wear them down? That was unfeasible. With such a vast number of zombies still intact, he would be driven mad by the torment. Wang Yu pondered. Wait, zombies. He paused momentarily before a startling realization dawned upon him. Before their transformation into the undead, they were once human. This implied that the zombification was man-made. Ding! The eerie chime resonated once more, and Wang Yu was drenched in cold sweat. That sound. He suspected it too was artificially created and resolved to trace its source to eliminate the puppet master behind it. Suddenly, an instinctive leap propelled Wang Yu, allowing him to narrowly evade an attack from the depths of darkness. What manner of creature was that? He trembled. Countless marine creatures fused together towered over him, reaching at least 60 meters in height. Another tentacle lashed out, and Wang Yu was caught off guard, sent tumbling from the rooftop. Bang! As he regained his footing, he discovered the creature had vanished. It truly was a star spirit. It could turn invisible. Wang Yu felt a surge of dread. That moment, the horde of zombies became aware of the commotion. I in dire straits, he thought. I'll face my doom head-on. Wang Yu was in utter despair. Wait, 2235. Earth over a century later. He suddenly grasped that he was in a future world, yet he could not fathom why creatures from the Cthulhu mythos and hordes of the undead roamed this future. Wasn't it supposed to be an alternate universe? Could the interior of the black hole be a future universe? Were the enormous monsters Mr. Z had witnessed during the day real? Were they all Cthulhu creatures? Not mere illusions. They only emerged at night. And those mutated starfish, they were fakes. Ding! Another ominous chime rang out. Disaster loomed as the zombies drew near. Overthinking was futile. He needed to escape his current predicament. Wang Yu leapt into action, just as a giant zombie swung a fist at him. Bang! The zombie halted, only to find Wang Yu had vanished. With its target lost, the horde turned to pursue the sound of the chime. In truth, Wang Yu had utilized the spider's adhesive properties, clinging to the giant's fist, which was far too massive to detect him. The city's nights were indeed terrifying, and their advancing direction led to that sinister chime. Regardless, I cannot perish. I must confront the mastermind behind this. I must uncover the secrets of this world. Wang Yu resolved. Ding! Meanwhile, aboard the floating ship, Z, laughing heartily, ha, the new breed of artificial cells is complete. I shall achieve immortality. At that moment, Dr. Z had also acquired an undead form, having synthesized an enigmatic liquid he discovered during the day alongside samples of 81 types of artificial cells. Within the unidentified liquid were the blood of 20 Cthulhu creatures and the cellular remnants of nearly 100 zombies. The new breed was aptly named by the doctor, Artificial Cell, Corpse King Strain. Chapter 8. The Corpse King Cell. As time passed, the zombies swiftly arrived at the source of the chime, which was a mysterious and ancient church. At the entrance, a blood-red hexagram was inscribed. This is a cult, Wang Yu thought. The horde knelt in reverent worship before the church, and soon, countless monsters from the Cthulhu mythos began to materialize around the edifice. Why are they bowing before the church? Could these creatures be summoned by those within? Ding! Another eerie chime sounded, and Wang Yu felt he could no longer delay. That he ventured alone toward the church, yet he remained ignorant of how to open the hexagram embossed door. Should he force it open? No, that would attract the gaze of those colossal monsters. Thus, he resolved to infiltrate through the chimney atop the roof. Ding! The chime rang out once more, and at that moment, Wang Yu successfully infiltrated the interior. He happened upon a figure chanting before a statue of a dark god, surrounded by candles on a blood-red floor, seemingly invoking something. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful humanoid creature crawled forth from the idol. And Wang Yu instantly recognized. That was the demon spoken of in the scriptures. It seemed that all the monsters in this world were summoned by this cult. Had Earth succumbed so easily a century later? Wang Yu noted that the man appeared to be conversing with the demon. Realizing that this figure was the mastermind behind the city's destruction, that he felt compelled to take action. Father, enticingly, it appears a rat has appeared within your church. Is it truly wise to ignore it? With a flirtatious glance, upon hearing this, the priest bellowed, "Come forth. Do not hide." Evidently, the city had not been entirely cleansed, as there were still survivors. This was bad. He had been discovered. Wang Yu's hair stood on end, and he decided to leap out directly to as he beheld the immense, alluring demon behind the priest. Terror gripped his heart. He was uncertain how to confront this legendary being. The priest, noticing Wang Yu's peculiar physique, inquired, "Oh, have you also formed a pact with some creature? A monster with 8 arms, perhaps?" Monster? Wang Yu bristled at the term. "You heartless scum! Why do you do this? What sins have the people of this world committed?" His fury reached a boiling point, and his body began to transform. His blood turned a deep black, fangs sprouted from his mouth, and 6 arms fell away from his back. Replaced by 6 furry spikes, the priest, sensing the dire situation, sprouted black wings and transformed his arms into blades, lunging directly at Wang Yu. Instinctively, Wang Yu leaped, and at that moment, the spikes unleashed a torrent of mysterious liquid. The priest swiftly blocked the attack, yet in an instant, his hands began to rot inexplicably. That liquid is highly toxic. The priest thought in shock, but he immediately severed his own arms to prevent the venom from seeping into his bones. Remarkably, the severed limbs rapidly regenerated, transforming back into blades that lunged toward Wang Yu once more, this time with even greater speed. Wang Yu, unable to evade in time, was bisected, his body cleaved in two. Yet his upper half began to regenerate at an astounding rate, just as the priest attacked again. Swish, 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 swift slashes. "You can regenerate too. Have you also forged a pact with a demon?" The priest exclaimed in fury. Bang! Soon, Wang Yu fell, the disparity in their strengths insurmountable. Yet he refused to concede. Wang Yu's injuries healed instantaneously, and he charged once more at the priest, with the spikes on his back releasing another torrent of venom. The priest, seeing this, utilized his speed advantage to evade with ease, then flew behind Wang Yu and delivered a crushing kick. Bang! Following this, the priest pressed his advantage. Swish, swish. Wang Yu saw the giant axe coming, and with no time to dodge, his body was cleaved in two once again. However, having witnessed the priest's rapid regeneration, he did not relent. The left side giant axe continued to strike at Wang Yu's severed form. "Oh dear, you are far too cruel. But I like it," the succubus exclaimed with delight at the sight of Wang Yu's dismembered body. 5 minutes later, the priest halted, surveying the remnants of flesh on the ground with a laugh, as if declaring his dominion over the city. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted outside the church, startling both the priest and the succubus, who quickly soared outside. Who could it be? In this apocalyptic world, someone dared to battle against that horde of monsters. As the two departed, the remnants of Wang Yu's dismembered body began to slowly reassemble outside the church. A creature covered in eyes and mouths charged toward the mysterious figure, who, upon witnessing this, showed no intention of evading. Instead, he enlarged his left hand and struck straight through the creature's center. Bang! Cthulhu! Ha! Our human technology has long surpassed yours. We no longer fear demons. Earth will never be destroyed by your kind. The priest and the demon, who had just arrived, were taken aback, as the former looked at the countless corpses on the ground and inquired with displeasure, "Who are you, and why do you disturb my territory?" Upon perceiving that the other party regarded him with disdain, the priest erupted in fury. "I never anticipated such a series of mishaps tonight. Regardless of your identity, perish." His hands transformed into lethal blades as he lunged towards the enigmatic figure. "My dear, I am here to assist you," The succubus extended her claws and charged alongside the priest towards the mysterious individual. To their astonishment, the mysterious figure spoke. Artificial cells? What species are you two? How could he possibly know of artificial cells? Cold sweat immediately cascaded down the priest's brow. What artificial cells? He continued to slash. I have forged a pact with demons. The mysterious figure retorted. I have studied artificial cells for many years. There is no room for error. Research. The priest's mind abruptly cleared. After a moment, he smiled and remarked, I recognize you now. You are Dr. Z, who perished in the black hole a century ago. You participated in the research of 81 types of artificial cells. No wonder you look so familiar, Dr. Z replied, a century ago. So, this is Earth 100 years hence. Yet are the artificial cells within you a new breed? I seem to have never encountered them. And no sooner had he spoken than the succubus metamorphosed into a beast with gaping maws. Lunging at Dr. Z, however, Dr. Z, now imbued with the essence of countless zombies and myriad Cthulhu creatures, possessed strength far surpassing that of the demon before him. Dr. Z's right hand morphed into a colossal sword, cleaving the demon in one fell swoop. Yet the demon, undeterred, charged at Dr. Z once more. The battle intensified as Dr. Z suddenly grew in size, transforming into a giant towering several meters high. The black hole conceals the future universe. Who would have thought? With a thunderous crash, the enlarged Dr. Z delivered a devastating blow, obliterating the demon, followed by a kick that reduced the priest to a pulpy mass, their bodies still struggling to mend. Interesting, Dr. Z mused. That must be the true demon. Priest, you have injected yourself with the artificial cell of the demon species. Soon after, both the priest and the demon returned to their original forms, yet the surrounding monsters have been entirely eradicated by the elder before them. The two were no match for Dr. Z and were now solely focused on escaping this place. While engaged in battle, you still spout meaningless chatter, attempting to divert my attention for a chance to flee. Are you? You cannot deceive me. However, it is of no consequence to inform you. The universe you inhabit is the very black hole I entered a century ago. The priest was taken aback. Did this mean the Dr. Z he encountered now was indeed the Dr. Z from a century past? At that moment, his worldview shattered completely. Then Mr. Z, your body. From now on, call me the King of Corpses. Upon uttering these words, Dr. Z smote the demon with a single slap and subsequently crushed the priest into a paste, encapsulating the remains within a portable cultivation vessel. The transformation of Wang Yu has occurred? Dr. Z exclaimed in surprise. Spiders undergo a molting phase every 3 to 4 months, emerging stronger and more agile each time. Possessing spider genes, Wang Yu too could molt. The appearance of Wang Yu would change post-molt, potentially aging or rejuvenating, with a 50-50 chance of altering gender. Perhaps this time he would emerge male, only to become female after the next molt. Upon exiting the church, the sight that greeted Wang Yu was staggering. Countless corpses. Did you do all this? How? How do you manage it? At that moment, Wang Yu internally expressed gratitude that Dr. Z was not an enemy. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. The two soared at remarkable speed, reaching the floating ship in less than 2 minutes. That Dr. Z explained to Wang Yu, I have independently developed a new breed of cells. The zombie strain. This gene was discovered in the abandoned research facility earlier today. That I found that the unidentified liquid they were studying is the source of the zombie outbreak in this city, incorporating the genes of those colossal creatures as well, such as splitting, giants, and transformations. Now, I am the sovereign of all zombies and Cthulhu. Chapter 9. The first trial as dawn broke, the group rested, unable to concern themselves with the future of Earth. Dr. Z believed they should wait for the angel's appearance to inquire directly. The immediate priority was to ready themselves for the angel's first trial. When the others awakened, they learned of Wang Yu and Dr. Z's harrowing experiences from the previous night. Personally, wow, you two had quite the exhilarating night, didn't you? Dr. Z, you secretly developed a new artificial cell without us and became the King of Corpses. You effortlessly dealt with the priest who pummeled Wang Yu. You're incredible. Wang Yu retorted, what do you mean? The priest is just the priest. Why add who pummeled Wang Yu beforehand, if I couldn't handle the priest? Would I falter against you? He gestured. Personnel, hiding behind the doctor. Not at all. I just feel like we missed out on a $1 billion event not being there. Dr. Z interjected, all right, enough of this nonsense. Let's set the floating ship towards the sky station in Country M. Since this is Earth a century later, there must be energy sources we need for our ship. Personnel, wait a moment. I have a question, Dr. Z. Very well. What is it? I hope it is a meaningful inquiry and not a mere waste of time. Personnel, isn't the creation of artificial cells a laborious endeavor requiring considerable time and effort? How did you complete it in less than a night, Dr. Z? Indeed, that's a pertinent question. To clarify, this king of corpses strain was not solely my creation. It was developed by renowned scientists from a century in the future. They likely dispersed it to prevent leaks, and I merely reintegrated it, and I must say, they are truly geniuses, capable of merging zombie and Cthulhu genes. After speaking, Dr. Z immediately multiplied into 8 clones, who then navigated the floating ship toward the sky station. 30 minutes later, despite encountering numerous aerial monsters along the way, Dr. Z and Wang Yu dispatched them with ease, successfully arriving at the sky station. Wang Yu and I will venture out. You 3 stay aboard the floating ship for safety. Dr. Z instructed. Personnel Shaoli asked, do you think the priest trapped in that cultivation vessel is dead? Personnel, is that even a question? Of course, he's dead. That female demon killed him with a single blow. And the priest was reduced to a paste. How could he possibly survive? Personnel B. Well, not necessarily. Why don't we confirm it? Personnel A. How do you propose we do that? Personnel B. Simple. Just open the bottle. Personnel A. No way. The doctor explicitly instructed us not to touch that bottle. Personnel B. What are you afraid of? He's already a paste. Do you think he'll resurrect? Besides, even if he does come back. We have a king of corpses here, that don't you want to know if the priest is truly dead? Personnel A. But the doctor isn't here. He would be the first to eliminate us. Personnel B. You coward. If you're too scared to go, Shaoli and I will. Personnel Shaoli, forget it. We're just mere mortals. But don't worry, you go ahead. If you die, we'll promptly inform the doctor. Personnel A. Exactly, go ahead and don't worry. Personnel Shaoli, truly worthy of being the gambling genius in Do Diju. You play spectacularly. With that, Personnel B cautiously approached the vessel containing the priest and carefully opened it. After a few seconds of nothing happening, Personnel B triumphantly declared, see? I told you, he is definitely dead. Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Gradually, the viscous remains began to coalesce, and the priest reformed and scathed before their eyes. Not good! Personnel, Shaoli exclaimed, grabbing a laser gun to attack. Quick, contact Dr. Z. In the ensuing chaos, Personnel, Shaoli engaged in a fierce battle with the priest, but a mere mortal stood no chance against a demon's physique. And soon he was overwhelmed. Haha, your attacks are utterly ineffective. Ah, the priest laughed heartily. Recognizing the priest's formidable power, Personnel Shaoli swiftly retreated with Personnel A outside, and upon being pursued, they hurled for explosive grenades to bombard the priest. Boom, 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 boom. As the dust settled, the priest's injuries healed instantaneously, and his hands morphed back into blades, slicing toward Personnel Shaoli. Damn it, this beast's self-healing rate is too rapid. Faster than Wang Yu's. Personnel Shaoli panicked. Personnel, having contacted the doctor, hastily armed himself to restrain the priest. Swish, swish, swish. The priest, having reformed from paste to flesh, was evidently weaker than the previous night, and Personnel Shaoli quickly recognized this, that he hasn't fully adjusted to his body yet. Let's bombard him together. Upon hearing this, Personnel swiftly retrieved explosive grenades, shouting, all right. Having spoken, the two of them synchronously launched 6 explosive grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The intense shockwaves caused the priest's healing abilities to gradually diminish, leading them to realize once again that he was no longer truly immortal. Subsequently, they commenced an unrelenting bombardment of explosives. Bang, bang, only halting when their ammunition was exhausted. Damn it, what is happening? Why has my self-healing slowed down? Could it be the cultivation liquid in the bottle? That dastardly doctor. The priest exclaimed in fury. What? After enduring so many explosive assaults, that demon still hasn't perished? Xiaoli exclaimed in astonishment. With a furious bellow, the priest soared into the air, transforming his hands into colossal axes aimed at the two. Bang! Shaoli, caught off guard, lost an arm, while the armored personnel seemed to have anticipated this, activating the protective shield in advance. Yet, within merely 2 or 3 seconds, the shield shattered into fragments. The two quickly regrouped, arming themselves for another counterattack. However, it was not over yet. Upon landing, the priest's hands morphed into two massive swords, swiftly slicing toward them. Mortal beings. Meet your demise! The speed was so tremendous that the two had no time to evade. Xiaoli could only despairingly utter, "It's over!" Just as they were about to meet their end, a figure suddenly appeared before them, that of the towering Dr. Z. Bang. "It's you, cursed be it!" Seeing his attack thwarted by Dr. Z, the priest appeared exceedingly enraged. Subsequently, several streams of venom descended from above, striking the priest squarely in the face. The poison penetrated to the bone? Unfortunately, the venom had already infiltrated his very marrow. No matter how the priest struggled, he could not alleviate his suffering in the slightest. Wang Yu, Xiaoli, Xiao Jia, are you all right? What about the other person? At this moment, Xiaoli was groaning in agony. Witnessing his companion severely injured by the priest, Wang Yu's fury ignited, and he sprouted 6 arms, charging at the priest. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu, "Doctor, why don't we kill this beast?" Z. "I still need to utilize him to develop new synthetic cells. He cannot be killed yet, but fear not, he is now suffering more than death. He must endure your toxic assault with a wicked grin and also withstand my specially formulated cultivation liquid." Z. "All right, everything is ready now. Let us embark to space. How have you been lately? Children, the first trial is about to commence. I have been observing your every move these past few days, and I hold great admiration for you. I hope you can pass all the trials." As the angel reappeared, Dr. Z hurriedly inquired, "We have a question. Why do we see Earth 100 years hence in this universe? These remarkably similar people or worlds are merely coincidences. For instance, if your world is in the year 2000 and while traversing the cosmos, you arrive in a world that resembles yours in the year 2100, you might mistakenly believe it to be the future of your home planet. However, in reality, these two worlds have no connection whatsoever. Although both worlds may feature identical people or events, they are merely similar. Their futures diverge. Just like among many humans, there are often two individuals who look almost identical, or twins, despite their similar appearances. Each has their own life. After the angel's detailed explanation, Wang Yu finally came to a realization. "I see now. Our original Earth may not necessarily be destroyed by monsters in the future." Subsequently, the angel transported everyone to a location resembling an arena, vast and filled with various creatures. The floating vessel seemed to have been transported to the audience seats, and everyone immediately disembarked, witnessing the angel standing in the center of the arena, proclaiming, "The last universe has arrived. Now, all 106 universes are intact, that we will conduct a random draw to evenly distribute the 106 universes, with each drawn pair engaging in a battle.in order. I will assign a digital number to each universe. If you see your number on the screen, you must willingly enter the arena. The victor of the battle shall be deemed to have passed this trial." Before long, a number appeared before Wang Yu and the others. Number 106. Chapter 10. 1 vs. 200. The first trial begins. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated in everyone's minds, and then the information about the two opposing universes appeared on the large screen. Universe 1 is represented by a cyborg from the M62 Nebula. Universe 100 features a wizard from the Witchcraft Star. The first round of combat pits Universe 1 against Universe 100, with Universe 1 entering through the left gate and Universe 100 through the right. As the trial commenced at lightning speed, Universe 100 was the first to take the stage. Emerging from the right gate were over 200 green-skinned beings clad in cloaks, among them a leader assuming position to confront the foe. Meanwhile, the left gate had been open for about 5 minutes, yet the opponent had yet to appear, causing all the wizards from Universe 100 to feel deeply displeased. Is Universe 1 looking down upon us? At that moment, the large screen displayed a message. If Universe 1 does not enter within 10 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit, and the angel will personally eliminate them. 2 more minutes passed, and a figure finally appeared from the left gate. It was the cyborg representing Universe 1. Instantly, the spectators began to murmur, and Wang Yu and the others were equally astonished. If it were Wang Yu entering the fray, he would be hard-pressed to last even 5 minutes. Xiaoli lamented, from a certain spectator's seat. Damn it, Universe 100 is truly fortunate. They can now pass the first trial without losing a single soldier. The cyborg stepped onto the battlefield, and the opposing leader stepped forward with a mocking smile. Greetings, distant friend. Feigning a smile. I am Sal, the leader from Universe 100. May I inquire your name? Is Universe 1 planning to concede by sending only one individual, cyborg? Gu Yuanjing, from Earth of Universe 1, that I am the sole representative of Universe 1 here, but dealing with your diminutive species will take no more than 30 minutes. Diminutive species? 30 minutes. Is he implying he can resolve this in 30 minutes? How utterly condescending. Upon hearing this, the leader became infuriated and commanded his subordinates to assemble. The 100 Spirits Array. This is a formation maintained by 100 individuals, indicating that the wizard clan was indeed investing heavily. The 10,000 Laws Array. Setting sun. In an instant, a multitude of meteors appeared out of nowhere, plummeting toward Gu Yuanjing's position. Boom, boom, boom. Observing this, Gu Yuanjing's body suddenly emitted steam as he activated his burning mode, unleashing his thermal energy. The cyborg combined his arms, enduring the fierce bombardment while sending forth a powerful shockwave toward the descending meteor swarm, simultaneously maximizing energy output from the jetpack on his back, bracing against the recoil. Apocalypse cannon. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors that were originally about to strike Gu Yuanjing were instantly dispersed by the colossal blast. Subsequently, the cyborg transformed again. Transformation. Agile mode. Gu Yuanjing's previously heated body cooled down, his forearms shrinking rapidly as he dashed toward the formation at lightning speed. Sal. Change the formation of the 10,000 Laws Array. Sal led 50 individuals to block him. Suddenly, Sal and his 50 companions teleported directly in front of Gu Yuanjing, intending to cast a spell. However, the cyborg reacted swiftly, launching a flurry of punches at the nearest foes. Mechanized fist frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. The cyborg maneuvered effortlessly among the 50 foes, changing targets with lightning speed and delivering relentless blows that in just a few minutes, dozens from Universe 100 had already collapsed. Yet, Sal and his team did not remain idle. As they were the elite wizards from the Witchcraft Star, the wizard staffs began to glow ominously, and sensing danger, Gu Yuanjing quickly retreated, but it was too late. Shadow magic. Annihilation. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged from above, directly assaulting the cyborg. Gu Yuanjing attempted to change forms to block it, but that overwhelming force struck him to the ground, rendering him immobile for a short time. Sal. Haha, Sal did well. Upon saying this, lightning began to crackle around the 10,000 Laws Array, and thunderous roars erupted. This was one of the most powerful spells of the wizard clan, and its deployment indicated their acknowledgement of Gu Yuanjing's formidable prowess. Thunder magic. Spear of 10,000 thunders. The mightiest thunder descended, aimed directly at Gu Yuanjing. Fearing the oncoming threat, Sal and his companions swiftly retreated, and upon witnessing this, Gu Yuanjing immediately shifted forms. Defense mode. Fortress mode. In an instant, multiple protective shields emerged around the cyborg, each layer stronger than the last, with the innermost shield being the indestructible shield that even a black hole could not easily tear apart. Boom! 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 As the earth-shattering thunder echoed, Wang Yu and the others watching could not help but hold their breath. How powerful! Can that cyborg still be alive? I find it hard to believe. Such a powerful lightning strike would surely reduce him to ashes. As the smoke dissipated, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Yuanjing still stood resolutely on the battlefield. What? He hasn't died? Instantly, all beings in the audience of the arena erupted with fervor, as if they had forgotten their fear of death. Seeing that such a formidable spell could not subdue Gu Yuanjing, Sal and his companions decided to fight to the bitter end, that if this continues, we will be utterly annihilated. It seems we must resort to that tactic. With that, the 100 wizards, under Sal's command, rearranged their formation, all shouting in unison, "For the glory of the Witch King, we are willing to offer our souls." The formation that Sal re-established was the strongest forbidden technique of the Witch Law Star, requiring the sacrifice of 100 lives to summon a fragment of divine will to descend. After desperately blocking an attack, Gu Yuanjing did not relent. Instead, he transformed once more. Transformation form. Agile mode. In an instant, all the devices on Gu Yuanjing maximized their power, launching forth towards the formation. Sal and the others, witnessing this, hurriedly and frantically unleashed their spells. Fireball, Thunder Strike, Dark Magic, Break of Day. Dark Magic, Annihilation. summoning spell, pack of wolves, wind spell, swift, blazing fire spell, boom 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 boom. Ah! As countless cries of anguish echoed, the wizards fell one by one beneath Gu Yuanjing's fist a minute later. Only Sal remained to confront the cyborg. At this moment, Sal's heart was filled with terror. What manner of monster is this? It seems that only a forbidden technique can bring about its destruction. Gu Yuanjing immediately charged towards the last wizard, and upon seeing this, Sal contemplated resistance, but was caught off guard and had his insides shattered by a single punch. Ta-da! With a scream, Sal fell at Gu Yuanjing's feet. At this moment, Sal's forbidden technique was ready. The 100 wizards had all dissipated into his incantation as offerings. Now, the battlefield was left with only Gu Yuanjing and Sal, who, having sacrificed 100 lives, gained even greater power. Thunder god Zeus, whoosh whoosh in an instant, a portion of divine will envelop Sal, and a majestic image of the thunder god appeared behind him. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, Sal wielded the spear of 10,000 thunders, whose might was tenfold greater than before. Sal began to wave his arms incessantly, and in an instant, countless spear of 10,000 thunders pierced through the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Despite Gu Yuanjing's relentless evasion, he was mercilessly struck and fell to the ground, his parts scattering. With just one blow, his body was on the brink of collapse. Sal, witnessing this, laughed maniacally in midair. What's wrong? Gu Yuanjing, weren't you so confident earlier, claiming you would defeat us within 30 minutes? His lips curled into a grin. Stand up and defeat me, Gu Yuanjing. Then, as you wished, it turned out that Gu Yuanjing activated an energy transformation previously unused. This transformation came at the cost of continuously depleting his energy core to gain immense power. Such a drastic transformation could only be used once in a lifetime, for when the energy core was exhausted, Gu Yuanjing would lose his life. Battle mode, annihilation, boom. The energy that had been concentrated within Gu Yuanjing erupted forth, its heat radiating throughout the cosmic arena, and the damaged body rose once more. Sal was astonished. I never expected he had such a trump card. Gu Yuanjing gathered strength in place, and upon seeing this, Sal commanded the Zeus figure to merge its palms and slowly spread them apart, creating the legendary spear of Zeus. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sal, taste this, the spear of Zeus, forged from the power of 100 spear of 10,000 thunders combined. Gu Yuanjing brought his arms together, energy converging at his chest, forehead, arms, and back, preparing to shatter Zeus. It appeared that the outcome of their battle hinged on this final strike. Chapter 11. The loophole left by the angel. Boom, boom, boom. As two powerful forces collided, all beings watching in the arena erupted with excitement, fervently cheering. Gu Yuanjing's momentum visibly waned as he pondered. With humanity's current technology, can we truly not contend against the power of the divine? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the spear of Zeus surged towards Gu Yuanjing's body, unleashing a torrent of lightning and a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke cleared, Gu Yuanjing lay completely wrecked, unable to rise, his life status uncertain. This battle was won by Universe 100. Sal slowly descended from the sky. Although he had triumphed and passed the trial, there was a shadow of discontent on his face, for he had barely emerged victorious at the cost of over 200 lives, leaving only himself from Universe 100. Alas, in the next trial, I must not use such a powerful forbidden technique as the Spear of Zeus again. Sal sighed. With Sal's solitary strength, it was impossible to prevail over numerous formidable foes. And a sudden thought struck him. This trial seems to harbor a hidden loophole. Was it left intentionally by the angel? Universe 100 has triumphed. The angel suddenly appeared on the scene, intending to clear the battlefield and prepare for the next slaughter. This seemed to offend the angel, as an invisible pressure enveloped the area, rendering everyone breathless. The angel communicated telepathically with Dr. Z. You know that the defeated universe cannot continue. If you wish to save him, it would be profoundly unfair to the victorious Universe 100. That upon hearing this, the angel appeared particularly astonished. Although it acquiesced, it still found it hard to believe. I never anticipated that someone would notice this on the very first duel. The defeated teams can join others, and the victorious teams can collaborate with those yet to face trials. This was precisely the loophole left by the angel that it seems that in subsequent duels, many will attempt to recruit useful losers to bolster their strength, that in the audience z. Save him. What else is there to do? With so many powerful beings present in this trial, do you expect me to rely on you if I don't save him? Even a priest cannot be beaten. Wang Yu. Li. But doctor, what if he awakens and turns against us? Z. That won't happen. His universe is already lost, and only by joining us can he have a glimmer of hope for survival. However, should that scenario arise, I will do my utmost to stop him. Ding. The second battle began, with Universe 32 facing Universe 98. Meanwhile, a green-skinned being clad in a cloak arrived at the audience section of Universe 2, which housed the most numerous team in the entire arena, comprising a myriad of bizarre extraterrestrial creatures. So, what do you think, Princess Gamora? Gamora. What do you mean by what do you think? I seem to not understand. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I will assist you in your decisive battle, and in return, you will aid me in the next unknown trial. Mutual support. You saw the divine embodiment I performed. Didn't you? This technique is only suitable for your army of over 1,000. As long as I participate, I guarantee your victory in the duel, Gamora. You want me to sacrifice 100 lives for you? But if you lose, wouldn't they have died in vain? I won't lose. Please trust me. At this moment, a one-eyed creature conveyed the deeds of Universe 106 to its leader. What? The Corpse King? While you were absent, it seems you took your subordinates to other universes to cause chaos. If the Corpse King is indeed as terrifying as you say, then we must enhance our strength. That wizard possesses just the right power. Inform Gamora to agree to his proposed alliance. The angel reappeared in the center of the arena, once again conveying a message to everyone telepathically. The current trial will conclude here. The remaining universes yet to undergo their trials should prepare for rest, that in 24 hours, the second half of the decisive battle will commence. Please ensure you are in optimal condition for the confrontation. Subsequently, the angel vanished, leaving behind a 24-hour countdown on the large screen above. Aboard the floating ship, Wang Yu. What do you plan to do? This body is already in such a state. Is there still a chance for salvation? Z. Of course, as long as there is a flicker of a heartbeat, there is hope for revival. Do not underestimate current technology. Li, bring me those small vials. Li. All right, Mr. Z, but what do you need those vials for? Z. After observing several battles, I realized we are still too weak. It will be difficult to prevail among the many universes. This cyborg possesses formidable physical qualities, and I intend to transplant a new breed of artificial cells into him. Personality? What? That is utterly mad. Even ordinary individuals become absurdly strong with artificial cells, letting this cyborg use them. Wouldn't that make him invincible? Z. Moreover, I intend to release the priest, for he seemingly possesses the ability to summon creatures from the Cthulhu realm, which I believe will enhance our overall strength. Wang Yu, no, that is far too perilous. What if he refuses? Z. Fear not, he has no choice, smirks. Li. By the way, doctor, what new species are you researching? We are all quite curious. Z. Artificial cells, demon strain. Chapter 12. The outbreak of war, a fleeting 24 hours had passed, and the trial had progressed to its 42nd round at this moment. Dr. E and his companions had not only restored the body of Gu Yuanjing, but had also significantly improved its performance. The upgraded Gu Yuanjing's physiological capabilities were now over 10-fold stronger than before, and the efficiency of its transformation had also seen notable enhancement. Subsequently, Gu Yuanjing awakened from the modification platform, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings and the crowd with a look of bewilderment. Who are you? Is this hell? Gu Yuanjing inquired, utterly perplexed. Laughs. You are not dead yet. This is the lounge of Universe 106 that we have just revived you. How do you feel now? Dr. Z responded. Gu Yuanjing meticulously examined his body and was astonished to find that his physical condition surpassed even that of a newly manufactured high-end model. Sir, did you rescue me? But why would you do such a thing? Z. To be frank, we wish to recruit you that in our current state, we have no hope of succeeding in this trial without your strength. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanjing pondered for a moment before slowly saying, The universe I was in has already fallen. You have granted me a second chance. Whatever assistance you require, do not hesitate to ask. And I shall lend you my strength. This time, I am determined to crush Sal and avenge my past grievances. Z. I did not expect you to be so loyal. Before the final battle commences, quickly step outside and acclimate to your new body. Gu Yuanjing. New body. Aside from the enhancement of physical functions, what else have you added? Z. We have transplanted a serum known as artificial cells into you. Have you heard of the demons from Western mythology on Earth? Your body now possesses certain demonic traits. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanjing experienced his second shock of the day. He had never anticipated that complete strangers would assist him to such an extent. Solidifying his resolve to follow the doctor. After expressing his gratitude, he hurried outside to test his new body. Shaoli. That's wonderful. We have gained another source of strength. However, concerning the priest, Wang Yu's heart was filled with concern. Realizing that the plan to recruit Gu Yuanjing had gone remarkably smoothly, yet he wondered if the subsequent endeavor to win over the priest would unfold with equal ease at that moment. Shaoli anxiously approached the containment vessel holding the priest and, under the watchful eyes of the others, slowly opened the lid. As expected, the priest did not yield easily. The instant he emerged, he transformed into countless droplets of blood, launching an attack on the crowd. Everyone quickly dodged, but strangely, the priest did not pursue. Not good, his target is not us. It's the exit, Dr. Z suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu swiftly gave chase, but it was too late. The countless droplets of blood swiftly coalesced in the air, and the priest manifested, cackling. You all have been careless, allowing me to escape so easily. The grudges of the past will be settled in due time. I shall ensure you meet a most unfortunate end. With that, the priest immediately soared towards the arena's exit. Wang Yu, of course, would not allow him to leave so easily. Suddenly, 6 additional arms sprouted from Wang Yu's back, shooting out a torrent of silk to ensnare the priest. The priest, caught off guard, found his feet ensnared by the webs. Seeing this, the priest reacted swiftly, severing his own legs and accelerating his wings. Yet it was not over. Wang Yu's threads ensnared the priest's wings once more. Damn it. Why are there so many webs? The priest growled, "Did I end retaliation?" The priest's hands transformed into blades, slicing through all the webs. And he turned to flee. However, a colossal hand suddenly struck from behind. Boldly. Where do you think you're going? The right hand enlarges and crushes towards the priest. Bang! Caught off guard, the priest was crushed to the ground by the massive hand. Wow, Dr. Z is truly formidable, one of the personnel exclaimed. Wang Yu, Shaoli, be careful. His target is you ordinary folks. Priest, cackling. Too late. In an instant, Shaoli and the others were seized by a swarm of bats. Lifted into the air, priest, cackling. If you want me to release them, you must let me go. Wang Yu was instantly at a loss. What should we do? Should we just let him go? Priest, I will only give you 3 seconds to decide. Point 3. Wang Yu. Wait, we wish to negotiate a deal with you. Priest. Stop wasting time. Suddenly, Dr. Z unleashed a multitude of zombie bats charging towards the priest. Seeing the doctor's reckless move, the priest intended to eliminate Shaoli and the others immediately. However, the swarm of zombie bats was incredibly swift, and within moments, they had shattered the bats the priest had transformed into one by one. Realizing his plan had failed, the priest altered his strategy, leaving several bats behind to divert attention while his true form slipped away through another route. Whispering, cackling, you are still too naive. Suddenly, a colossal spike descended from above, impaling the priest. Did I ask this your escape route, priest? Dr. Z shouted. What? You were able to discern my escape route, Z? Swish! The priest was split in half, followed by a flurry of strikes, and Dr. Z once again enlarged, relentlessly pummeling the opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the continuous assaults, a drop of blood emerged from the mass of flesh, swiftly transforming back into a humanoid shape once it exited Dr. Z's attack range. You have lost, Dr. Z. I have still escaped. Bang, bang, bang. Afterward, Dr. Z charged his right hand with energy, lifting the priest and throwing him into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Ha ha ha. Did you not foresee this? This is my true escape route. Upon hearing this, Dr. Z was taken aback. What? I fell for it. As the priest was hurled into the sky, he spread his wings and soared away, only to collide with an enormous spider web. The priest was instantly immobilized, attempting to struggle in vain. Futile, I had anticipated this move, so I strategically placed numerous webs around. Wang Yu declared triumphantly, "Well, what? This is impossible. How could you have known?" Before he could finish, the priest was dragged away by Dr. Z, followed by another barrage of punches. Ding. The 43rd match was between Universe 2 and Universe 106. At the information for Universe 2, the Dragon Legion from the Ring of Power. The information for Universe 106, the superhumans from Earth. Our trial has finally commenced. Shaoli stated nervously. Z. Xiaojia, you few stay here. Your task is to provide support. Leave the battlefield to us, superhumans. Personnel A. Understood, Dr. Z. Please be cautious. The arena opened with Universe 2 making its entrance, a legion of over 1,000 members, dramatically emerging from the right gate, while from the left gate of Universe 106. 3 figures emerged, accompanied by a priest being dragged along. Other universes have this many as well. The last time I fought Universe 100, there were only about 200 members. This time, it has increased more than 5-fold. Gu Yuanjing exclaimed in astonishment. While the crowd was conversing, several flying beasts suddenly swooped down from above. Wang Yu reacted swiftly, unleashing webs that ensnared the creatures immediately to one-eyed. "Oh, so you have entered the battlefield but still have time to chat? Your skills are commendable, but do you think this will allow you to triumph over the Dragon Legion?" At that moment, the Suicide Squad surged forward to one-eyed. "First Squad, advance!" The leading 2-headed giant swung a hammer towards Wang Yu, who leaped and delivered a flying kick that shattered the hammer, with 6 spikes piercing into the giant's head. Dispatching the first opponent, the Jiu Yuanjing switched to burn mode, steam billowing from his body, enveloped in a fiery red aura, unleashing a scorching shockwave from his chest. Scorching cannon, boom boom boom. The Suicide Squad was instantly dispersed, and Wang Yu leaped high, continuously weaving webs before shooting them out to ensnare the remaining squad members. Web of the Arachnid. Within a minute, the Suicide Squad was entirely annihilated. Seeing this, the Dragon leader furiously declared, "I never expected them to be so formidable. They are merely humans. One-eyed Kimura, take the 2nd and 3rd squads with you. Do not allow them a moment's respite." The 2 responded in unison. Understood. Subsequently, the 2 led over 100 members charging at Wang Yu, who faced them fearlessly, leaping to spray venom at Kimura. Swish, swish, swish. To Wang Yu's surprise, Kimura not only did not dodge but charged forward for a melee. "The venom is useless against me. I am naturally immune to toxins." Kimura brandished a dagger, frantically slashing at Wang Yu, who shockingly endured all the damage without evading. "Weapons are of no use to me, for I am an immortal," Wang Yu declared with pride. Upon witnessing this, Kimura immediately accelerated to her utmost speed. Shadow Strike. Wang Yu was caught off guard, sustaining numerous wounds, yet they healed instantaneously as he continued to unleash a flurry of punches. Meanwhile, the upgraded Guiyuanjing soared in speed, and upon noticing the one-eyed creatures advancing, he swiftly transformed, more form, agile mode. Subsequently, his back-mounted thrusters ignited with full force, maximizing their power as he navigated effortlessly through the crowd. The one-eyed creature, astonished, exclaimed, "What manner of humanoid being are you? You surpass all the races I have encountered in speed." Guiyuanjing, undeterred, relentlessly increased his velocity, throwing punches with fervor. Mechanized punch barrage, bang, bang, bang. The one-eyed creature, witnessing its comrades fall one by one, succumbed to fury, its strength multiplying several-fold. It seized a spike club and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending Guiyuanjing soaring momentarily. However, in that fleeting instant, the one-eyed creature swung the club again, aiming for the back of Guiyuanjing's head. Boom! This time, Guiyuanjing, relying on his incredible agility, evaded the blow and leaped forward, executing another mechanized punch barrage. Chapter 13. Encountering the enemy again, the one-eyed creature faltered, retreating slowly under the onslaught of Guiyuanjing's relentless strikes. Sensing the dire situation, the Death Squad rushed in to encircle him. Yet, Guiyuanjing's agility rendered him untouchable. That moment, a liquid entity stealthily transformed into droplets and positioned itself beneath Guiyuanjing, unbeknownst to him. Noticing the overwhelming numbers, Guiyuanjing swiftly shifted forms. Burning mode in an instant. His body segments opened up, unleashing a torrent of superheated energy that exploded outward. Countless flames surged toward the enemies in all directions. Concentrated inferno. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding Guiyuanjing was engulfed in flames. The enemies screamed in agony, and just as Guiyuanjing intended to switch forms for a final blow against the one-eyed creature, he found himself inexplicably immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. Did you not expect this? As a liquid entity, I am inherently immune to flames. In an instant, torrents of water enveloped Guiyuanjing, attempting to infiltrate his very being. The assailant was none other than the previously positioned liquid entity. Guiyuanjing's confidence crumbled. This is bad. I was careless. I never anticipated an enemy of this nature. Should it penetrate me, my body will malfunction, and I shall lose all combat capability. The one-eyed creature, enduring the flames, swung its spiked club down upon Guiyuanjing with tremendous force. Bang! In a heartbeat, Guiyuanjing was sent flying, yet the water surrounding him remained intact amidst the impact. Oh no, the water has infiltrated my neck. My left mechanical eye has gone blind. Immediately following, the one-eyed creature leaped toward Guiyuanjing, brandishing its club as if intending to crush him. Observing this, Guiyuanjing transformed to defensive form, fortress mode. Alas, the one-eyed creature was too swift. Before the defensive shield could activate, the club struck his body with immense force, shattering it and nearly rendering him incapacitated. Before he could recover, the water invaded once more, this time targeting his right arm. Swish, 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 Guiyuanjing cried out in agony. His right hand began to lose control, and just as the water was about to fully penetrate, a powerful suction force emerged, drawing the water upwards and gradually releasing Guiyuanjing from his bindings. The one-eyed creature, witnessing this, bellowed in rage. Who dares? From above, a figure clad in red clerical garb hovered, the source of the suction being an open, blood-colored holy book. Ha ha ha. I did not expect such a unique being to exist in the universe, compelling me to utilize my holy scripture to absorb you entirely. You, one-eyed creature, are quite impressive. How about joining my Red Law sect and becoming my disciple? The priest proposed. The one-eyed creature retorted. Become my follower? You are scarcely worthy. The Dragon Legion is invincible. With that, it hurled the spiked club at the priest, who effortlessly dodged it. Should you refuse, I shall extract your heart and soul. With that, the priest engaged the one-eyed creature in battle. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the priest fend off the one-eyed creature, Guiyuanjing prepared to venture alone toward the Dragon Legion's stronghold. Whoosh! Suddenly, black wings sprouted from his back, and he surged forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The priest, momentarily taken aback, mistook Guiyuanjing for his disciple, as the wings bore an uncanny resemblance to his OWDOUC. As my disciple, you too can soar through the skies. You speak nonsense. The one-eyed creature's veins bulged as its form grew larger. On another front, Kimura wielded her daggers with increasing ferocity, gradually gaining the upper hand over Wang Yu. Seizing the moment, Kimura pressed her attack, while Wang Yu shot out webs in an attempt to retreat. Unbeknownst to him, she instantly flung numerous daggers that severed all the webs. Subsequently, Kimura leaped before Wang Yu, using her telekinesis to control the daggers in a rapid whirl around her, with no retreat left. Wang Yu leaped into the air. Humph, you've fallen for my trap. Thousand-blade storm. In an instant, the daggers surrounding Kimura spiraled upward at a speed imperceptible to the eye, creating a colossal tornado. Countless daggers pierced Wang Yu. Leaving him battered and bruised, he shot out more silk in an attempt to ensnare Kimura, hoping to share the damage. But the moment the silk was launched, it was severed by the daggers. Ha ha ha, with your skills, you cannot hope to break my thousand-blade storm. I see you possess considerable strength. Why not join our Dragon Legion? Kimura laughed heartily. Wang Yu declined her offer, mocking, you seem quite confident in your abilities. I wonder what your expression would be if I forcibly dismantled your little fan. Upon hearing this, Kimura fumed. What? You dare to label my thousand-blade storm as a mere fan? You are truly arrogant. With that, she intensified her focus, causing the speed of the daggers to escalate dramatically. However, Wang Yu remained unperturbed. He curled his body, countless small holes forming across his skin, then abruptly expanded. Instantly, numerous strands of silk ensnared all the daggers. Web hell! Upon landing, Wang Yu spun all the daggers at high speed. Let me show you what a storm truly is. In the next moment, he charged toward Kimura, brandishing the multitude of daggers. Shocked, How is this possible? Do not come any closer. And thus, Wang Yu pursued Kimura through the arena. Meanwhile, Yu soared above the Dragon Legion's main forces, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The leader inquired, "Who is that? How did those two fools allow the enemy to breach our stronghold?" Sara pondered, gazing at the modified being in the sky. Suddenly, he recalled, "Isn't that the number one cosmic modification from yesterday? Who fought me? What is he doing here?" "Leader, take a closer look. He is the modification that lost to me yesterday, Yu." Upon hearing this, the leader was taken aback. "What? He lost, yet he is among the forces of Universe 106. Sara replied, "He likely formed an alliance with Universe 106 after his defeat, seeking another opportunity for revenge. But fear not, leader. If I defeated him once, I can surely do so again. Allow me to confront him." With that, Sara employed his gale technique to fly behind Gyuanjing. That moment, Gyuanjing was preoccupied with his bombardment, oblivious to Sara's approach. Lightning strike! Boom, boom! The upgraded Gyuanjing reacted swiftly, blocking the lightning strike, then roared, "Who dares to launch a cowardly ambush?" Once again, we meet, Gyuanjing. In battle, there is no room for shame. Only the survivor is the victor. Upon seeing the familiar face, Gyuanjing's fury intensified. I never imagined our paths would cross again. Let us settle the score from last time." More form. Agile mode. Gyuanjing immediately transformed and charged at Sara. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Empowered by demonic strength, Gyuanjing in agile mode surpassed anyone in the arena in speed. Just as his fist was about to land on Sara, he suddenly found himself teleported to the ground by a spell. There, several flying monstrosities appeared, flanking him from both sides and ensnaring Gyuanjing tightly. "Sara, you wretched cur! Why do you not dare to face me head-on?" Gyuanjing roared. He understood that if Sara formed a formation, his strength would multiply exponentially, so he aimed to break through and prevent it. However, several more monstrosities suddenly lunged at him, seemingly buying time for Sara. "You disgusting creatures, release me!" "Absolutely not! For the High Priest! For survival!" Suddenly, dozens of monstrous birds emerged, incessantly swooping toward Gyuanjing. Upon witnessing this, Gyuanjing promptly shifted to combustion mode, unleashing a fiery eruption from within. Focused inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding creatures were instantly engulfed in flames, their wails echoing in the air. At long last, I believed I had freed myself from these troublesome beings. That was what Gyuanjing initially thought, but soon he beheld the flock of monstrous birds, enduring the agony of being scorched by the flames, once more positioning themselves before him. Even more frenzied creatures lunged at Gyuanjing, seemingly driven mad. Swish, swish. Gyuanjing retaliated swiftly, yet they surged forth like resilient cockroaches, endlessly attacking. Roar. If you wish to survive, why can't you simply lie still on the ground? Why must each of you rise to seek your demise? If you would only leave of your own accord, I would spare you, Gyuanjing. That will not happen. I have come this as long as the universe outside is willing to ally with you. You all can live. The monstrous birds still bearing the brunt of the flames madly charged at Gyuanjing until their very lives were extinguished. Bluebird, you are overly naive. An alliance cannot accommodate over 1,000 individuals. They will only select those of formidable strength. Individuals like us, who are inherently insignificant, will never be considered. Suddenly, Gyuanjing halted his fists mid-swing, recalling his past experiences on Earth. His homeland was obliterated by a sudden meteor strike, and at the age of 26, he became a cyborg, working in an underground bank as a mere tool for the aristocracy's power struggles. But he aided his employer in achieving victory time and again, all to fulfill their agreement. If he could attain 100 consecutive wins and dominate the underground arena, he would be granted control over another bank. With Gyuanjing's prowess, he achieved 99 consecutive victories within half a year, garnering a multitude of fans. However, on the crucial brink of his 100th match, his employer had implanted a small program within him. Should he change form, the energy would backfire, rendering him completely incapacitated within 5 minutes. Thus, he was reluctantly forced to withdraw from the 100th match. Upon discovering the truth, Gyuanjing confronted his employer publicly, only to find that his employer had not even left him a shred of dignity. "You have earned me enough money. I no longer require your services." From that moment on, Wenjing understood that no matter how hard he struggled, without connections or wealth, he would ultimately remain a mere laborer for others. All insignificant individuals in this world are but pawns exploited by the powerful. They favor the weak only to extract value from them. Once their worth is drained, their existence becomes redundant. Many believe they can stand equal to the mighty, but this is a foolish fantasy. No one wishes to share a bed with a filthy beggar. In this technological age, mere combat prowess holds little value. Before the throne of wealth and power, he will forever be overlooked. They will only deride your laziness, lack of ambition, and then seize your wealth and depart. This was a lesson Wenjing imparted while teaching a young girl. Back to the battlefield. Will you willingly follow Cao and the leader who leads you to your demise? Redbird. We are already without a home. It is the leader who has granted us a place to reside, and we have long regarded him as our faith. If he bids us to die, we shall go to our deaths. There is no mercy on the battlefield. Since you insist on this, I shall no longer hold back, and I will slay you and your high priest. With that, Wenjing fused his arms and unleashed a powerful shockwave toward the swarm of monstrous birds. Doomsday cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Redbird. You may slay us, but you cannot extinguish our faith. The Dragon Legion shall triumph. Boom. All the creatures obstructing Wenjing were reduced to ashes. Yet more monsters surged forth to rapid-fire punches. One by one, the monsters fell. Meanwhile, in the distance, Cao had completed his formation and began the sacrifice of the 100 individuals. Chapter 14. Victory. For the glory of the Dragon Legion. We sacrifice ourselves to aid the High Priest. As waves of fervent cries echoed, the 100 monsters gradually dissipated. Observing Cao commence the sacrifice, Wenjing inwardly cursed, realizing the urgency. He then flapped his wings and charged toward Cao, only to be suddenly struck by an immense pressure. Wenjing was instantaneously forced to the ground as the pressure mounted, causing the earth to collapse beneath him. Suddenly, a humanoid creature with a dragon's head appeared before Wenjing. Arms outstretched, leader. Warriors of the Dragon Legion, you have performed admirably. Allow me to vanquish the foreign enemy. No sooner had he spoken than the multitude of Dragon Legion members dispersed. The soldiers shouted in unison, Lord Moten has arrived. The Dragon Legion shall triumph. Wenjing. Who are you? Is this pressure emanating from you? Leader. I am the leader of the Dragon Clan. You may call me Moten. The pressure intensified under Moten's psychic influence. And Wenjing struggled to maintain his stance, promptly shifting forms. Defensive form fortress mode. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, numerous shields rose, alleviating the pressure significantly. Seeing this, Moten charged forward, igniting black flames in his right hand, and shattered a shield with a single blow. Boom! Shield after shield was obliterated, leaving only the final one standing before Moten. Moten. Oh. Interesting. You survived my strike unscathed, but can you withstand my next move? Moten leapt into the air, raising both hands above his head, emanating a boundless dark power. The dark energy coalesced into a massive sphere of black flames. Black Doomsday. Moten hurled the black sphere toward Wenjing. As the dragon warriors hastily retreated, shadows expanding and dark flames igniting around them. At that moment, Cao had completed the sacrifice. Strange flames erupted around him, and he soared into the air, the flames growing more intense. Cao, Lord Moten, allow me to take care of this. You are the faith of the Dragon Legion, and such trifling matters need not trouble you. Conserve your strength for the trials ahead, Moten. Do you think I wish to engage? If I do not act soon, his fist will surely strike your forehead. Go, do not let me down again. Wenjing, I know you are not dead. Come forth, and let us settle this in mortal combat. Do you not wish to avenge yesterday's defeat? Mocking, hurry and resolve me within 30 minutes. Ha ha ha, Cao laughed heartily. Wenjing emerged from the black flames, having become even more impervious in fortress mode due to his demonic cells that I have never heard such an impudent demand. You have brought this upon yourself. Demonic form slaughter mode. This was the new form he acquired after being modified by Dr. Z. Wenjing's eyes glowed crimson, steam billowing from his body, and the wings on his back expanded significantly. At that moment, the statue behind Cao also became distinctly visible. Arise, God of Fire, Hephaestus, statue of the God of Fire. An intense heat enveloped the arena, as Sal appeared to be engulfed by flames. Raising his staff, the scorching fire converged into a singular point. And Yu sensed an immense surge of thermal energy preparing to engulf him. Just yesterday, it was Zeus. Today it has changed. Is this to prevent me from deciphering Zeus's techniques? Heh. Futile. No matter which deity you assume, it cannot avert your demise today. On the other side, soon, Wang Yu had captured Kimura. Do you wish to take your own life? Or shall I do it? Or perhaps, join us, Kimura. No need for you to intervene. And joining is out of the question. That I admit my inferiority. But what does your victory amount to? You will never conquer our faith. The Dragon Legion shall triumph. With that, Kimura took a dagger and slit her own throat. Wang Yu gazed at her lifeless body, seemingly deep in thought. While the purpose of this trial is to recruit angels to protect the universe, is it not a bit too cruel to make us turn on one another? The gigantic one-eyed creature was engaged in fierce combat with the priest, but upon witnessing Kimura's tragic demise before Wang Yu, it was overwhelmed with grief. Subsequently, the one-eyed giant lost all semblance of reason, charging at Wang Yu in a frenzy. That one-eyed giant, choking, "Princess, we promise to assist the leader in becoming the god of angels. You are the saintess of the dragon clan. How could you perish so easily?" Turning to Wang Yu, "It is you. You killed her." The enraged one-eyed giant swung its spiked club, aiming a devastating blow at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, seeing this, swiftly evaded, simultaneously questioning the priest. "What are you doing? Will you not intervene? He is already upon us. Hurry and help me restrain him." The one-eyed giant, having missed its first strike, swung again, launching a second attack at Wang Yu. "Priest, I merely agreed to assist Dr. Z in dealing with some enemies. I never promised to help you." "How amusing. Entertain yourself. That intriguing red thing over there has captured my interest." With that, the priest turned and flew toward Ging. As the spiked mace came crashing down, Wang Yu instinctively dodged, his palm emitting a web that obscured the gaze of the Cyclops. The Cyclops exclaimed, "Ah, you despicable wretch. Do you think that by blocking my line of sight, I cannot slay you? I shall undoubtedly avenge the princess." With a tremendous strike, the Cyclops shook the ground, causing it to fracture violently. Wang Yu swiftly evaded, yet inadvertently stumbled into the crevice. "Ah!" Upon hearing Wang Yu's cry, the Cyclops seized the mace once more and swung it towards him with ferocity. Rumble, mountain shattering. The earth trembled as Wang Yu felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Yet he remained powerless, trapped in the ground. The Cyclops, in a fit of rage, delivered a crushing blow to Wang Yu, shattering his internal organs in an instant. Wang Yu's anguished cries echoed, but the Cyclops showed no signs of mercy. It seemed the louder Wang Yu screamed, the harder the Cyclops struck. Boom, boom, boom. The Cyclops shouted, "Ah, princess, I have avenged you. The Dragon Legion is the strongest." Once the dust settled, a figure stood resolutely before the Cyclops. Yet it appeared the Cyclops was oblivious, turning to tear away the web and march towards Sar. Suddenly, the Cyclops sensed a looming threat approaching from behind. "Why? After enduring such an onslaught, why are you not dead?" Wang Yu replied with a smirk, "Me, because I am an immortal." The Cyclops swung the mace once more, striking at Wang Yu relentlessly. Why must the princess die? Why you cannot perish no matter what? This is unjust." Becoming an immortal was merely to assist the doctor in unraveling the black hole's mysteries. "I do not comprehend why we must turn against one another, coerced by angels to partake in this trial. I had thought the trial would simply be a contest of skill, yet it forced us into slaughter, akin to humans tossing two insects into a jar to fight to the death. Perhaps all beings are inherently unequal. In an instant, Wang Yu leaped high, 6 spiked protrusions on his back, secreting venom, as his hands shot forth long strands of silk that ensnared the Cyclope's head. With a powerful tug, his body surged along the web towards the Cyclope's cranium. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, the Cyclope's head was pierced entirely, blood gushing forth, before it slowly collapsed to the ground. "Apologies, I still have an unfinished mission. Universe 106 cannot fall yet." Wang Yu emerged victorious, but fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Not only was he entangled with the dagger-wielding woman, but he had also been battered and reformed by the Cyclops, pushing his mental fortitude to its limits. "Dizzy Gayuangjing, Father, and Dr. Z, the rest is up to you. I shall rest for a moment, just a moment, he murmured before collapsing into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Sir, possessed by the fire god, waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Guiyuanqing, however, did not flinch, braving the inferno's onslaught, arms wide open, unleashing a flurry of massive claw marks towards Sar. Observing this, Sar intoned an incantation, summoning two serpentine dragons that encircled the statue, their flames intensifying. Sar effortlessly deflected all of Guiyuanqing's attacks. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the two dragons surged toward Guiyuanqing. Flame Dragon. Boom, 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 boom. Guiyuanqing, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his own might, his body thrashing as countless claws lunged at Sar, followed by a powerful flap of his wings, sending a torrent of claws hurtling towards the flame dragons. Phantom Blade Tempest. The two attacks collided, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous roars as the reverberations faded. Guiyuanqing seized the opportunity to charge at Sar, arms outstretched, gathering power, but he soon soared before Sar, then thrusting his hands forward, unleashed two colossal demonic claws from either side. Sar, sensing the impending danger, hastily fortified his defenses, igniting his own flames as a dozen more flame dragons surged forth. Yet, the two demonic claws struck true at the center of Sar. He immediately spat blood, the statue behind him wavering ominously. Clearly, Guiyuanqing's strike had dealt a significant blow, as Sar's massive black wings began to swell, an endless torrent of demonic power flooding his being. Guiyuanqing sought to capitalize on this moment of weakness. Sar, recognizing the opportunity, lamented, "I never expected Guiyuanqing to become so formidable. He is like a different person compared to yesterday." With that, Sir summoned the flame dragons once more, and a dozen fiery serpents charged toward Guiyuanqing with all their might. Dragon's Wrath. Witnessing Sar unleash his full strength, Guiyuanqing ceased to hold back, channeling every ounce of demonic energy he had amassed in that instant. A strange yet potent pressure surged towards Sar, abyssal power, boom. Chapter 15. Fire God. Sar is fallen. The demon general did not anticipate that the enemy from this universe would be so formidable. Now, he was the last remaining member capable of contending with them. All members of the Dragon Legion, assemble immediately. I shall join the fray myself. Demon General Moden bellowed as he surged into the throng. Only now did he realize that Universe 106 was not to be trifled with. He needed to bolster the soldiers' confidence to confront this formidable foe, for he could not win this battle alone. The legionnaires cheered, "Excellent. The leader has arrived. The Dragon Legion shall prevail." With the commander in the fray, the soldiers' morale soared. Guiyuanqing, observing this, resolved to capture the leader first. He darted towards Moden, arms swinging with force, unleashing two ethereal claws that surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh. Moden, however, did not flinch. He braced himself, absorbing the damage with his left hand. Then, as Guiyuanqing drew near, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! An overwhelming pressure surged towards Guiyuanqing. Defensive mode. Fortress. Guiyuanqing hastily shifted forms, conjuring shields in an attempt to block Moden's blow, yet it was like striking a stone with an egg. The shield shattered instantly. Unable to withstand the force, Guiyuanqing was pierced through the chest. Seizing the moment, Moden pressed the attack, shouting, "Warriors, now is the time to slay that cyborg." No sooner had he spoken than the Dragon Legion surged forward. At that moment, Guiyuanqing's combat prowess had diminished significantly, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught. Cackling, "Fear not, my followers, I am here to aid you." A priest appeared from nowhere, rushing to Guiyuanqing's side, his left hand transforming into a colossal hammer that rained down blows. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Dragon Legion cried out in agony, while Moden had already maneuvered behind the priest, unleashing a wave of oppressive force. Boom! The priest collapsed to the ground, flapping his wings in a desperate bid to escape. But Moden had appeared before him, delivering a crushing stomp. The priest spat blood, attempting to transform into a bat to flee, yet Moden offered no respite, seizing him and delivering a relentless beating. Guiyuanqing, on the brink of collapse, sought to ignite his core for one last stand, but the oppressive force from Moden bore down upon him, rendering him unable to rise. "As long as the Dragon Legion has me, no one can rival us," Moden declared, raising his right hand to gather strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to Guiyuanqing. Moments later, he swung his fist down. Bang! Guiyuanxing, once more powerless to resist, found his nearly depleted body unable to withstand Moden's might. Just as he faced imminent death, a massive punch suddenly struck Moden with tremendous force, sending him hurtling several meters away. "Who dares to ambush me?" Moden roared. Another colossal fist descended, and Moden raised his left hand to retaliate. But his strength faltered, resulting in an instant fracture of his left arm. The soldiers rushed toward the assailant, yet the foe transformed their right hand into a giant axe, cleaving through the soldiers and eliciting cries of despair from the Dragon Legion. Nevertheless, the Dragon Legion pressed on, undeterred by the odds to Z. "I truly wonder what kind of delusion the leader has instilled in you to make you fight so fiercely for him. Very well, I shall end this in one fell swoop." The priest exclaimed, "Z, you treacherous scoundrel, hiding away to watch the show while I face death." Before long, Dr. Z enlarged his form, bombarding the Dragon Legion relentlessly. Within a few minutes, the Dragon Legion was all but decimated. Seeing this, Moten intended to intervene against Dr. Z, but suddenly, several explosive thunderbombs appeared behind him. Boom! Boom! Bang, bang! Roaring. Why do you all enjoy ambushing so much? How did you get here? What happened to Cuss?" Zhang San replied, "Of course, it was our Dr. Z who dealt with him. Yet, you all have the audacity to wreak havoc in another universe. How despicable." It turned out that Zhang San and others, who had previously gone missing on Earth, had returned. Moten had earlier dispatched individuals to various universes to capture isolated members, intending to use them as hostages if matched with the corresponding universe during the Angel's trials. However, he never anticipated that they would all be released now to Z. "Are you surprised? I sense something amiss on Earth. How did the alien creatures in the cultivation tanks come about? Why did they suddenly assume the forms of Zhang San and the others? This puzzled me until I spotted you all in the audience. Cuss from Universe 2. Upon hearing this, Moten was taken aback. Your goal from the moment you entered was Cuss, to rescue the others. But Cuss is hiding in the four-dimensional space. How did you discover him and enter the fourth dimension?" Z. Because of the ghost particles. This is the human technology that can effortlessly traverse even black holes. As Mo Tan's plan was exposed, he ceased to pretend and swiftly gathered the dark energies within himself, his form gradually swelling until he transformed into a fearsome abyssal dragon. Boom! Dust and debris erupted across the battlefield, and amidst the swirling smoke, the true form of Mo Tan emerged as the abyssal dragon. The Dragon Legion exclaimed, "Look, the true Lord Mo Tan has appeared. Our faith. Let us charge together." The remnants of the Legion surged forward, clashing with Zhang San and other extraterrestrial beings who attempted to intervene, leading to a chaotic melee. The priest quickly regained his composure, preparing to advance alongside Dr. Z towards the colossal dragon, while Gu Yuanjing ignited his energy core. Battle mode destruction. In an instant, a tremendous pressure radiated around Gu Yuanjing, marking his second activation of destruction mode, significantly enhanced after modifications by Dr. Z, yielding far greater energy than his first attempt. Instinctively, Gu Yuanjing realized that defeating this dragon could not rely solely on Dr. Z, even if he was the king of corpses. Zhang San declared, "Dr. Z, leave this to us. You must go and eliminate that beast." The life saved by Dr. Z fought valiantly against the remnants of the Dragon Legion, striving to repay the debt of salvation. Seizing the initiative, Mo Tan struck a claw towards the severely injured Gu Yuanjing. Observing this, Dr. Z swiftly intervened to block the attack. Boom! To his astonishment, the dragon's size eclipsed even the giant form of Dr. Z. In an instant, Dr. Z lost his left arm, yet it swiftly regenerated. The priest seized the opportunity to maneuver behind the dragon, transforming his hands into a massive axe for a strike, but the dragon responded with remarkable speed. Swatting the priest away with its tail, "The do not think your sneak attacks will be of any use," Mo Tan bellowed. Witnessing the priest's defeat, Dr. Z was about to charge forward when a rift suddenly tore open to his right, and a surge of dark energy violently hurled him away. "Lord Mo Tan, I apologize for my delay. I encountered some troubles." Dr. Z focused and realized that the newcomer was none other than the wizard Cuss, who had previously abducted Zhang San and his companions on Earth. Emerging from the void was a bizarre humanoid creature clad in robes, adorned with multiple eyes and forearms. Cuss. I never imagined you were still alive. It seems I was too lenient, Dr. Z exclaimed in surprise at Dr. Z, wielding his hands like swords, slashed towards Cuss. Is it worth sacrificing your life for such ephemeral beliefs? Cuss, summoning a magical shield for defense, replied, as long as Lord Emotan is satisfied. I have no regrets. With Cuss stalling Dr. Z, Emotan unleashed a torrent of black flames towards Gu Yuanjing. Swish, swish, swish. In response, Gu Yuanjing merged his arms, steam billowing from his body, as all his weapons activated. Releasing a powerful shockwave. Doomsday Canon. Witness how fervently your subordinates strive for you, yet you merely seek to exploit them. Do you not feel any remorse? The black flames clashed with the Doomsday Cannon as Gu Yuanjing's full force strike neutralized the dragon's flames. At that moment, he could muster only one more shot from the Doomsday Cannon. Clearly having reached his limits, that in stark contrast, Emotan appeared to be merely testing the waters. This is not exploitation. I have granted them a sense of belonging. They regard me as their faith, and they should serve me wholeheartedly. You understand nothing. My followers believe in me, and I, in turn, believe in my followers. Interdependence is the key to victory. Emotan unleashed another jet of black flames, which Gu Yuanjing desperately evaded. Observing this, the priest soared into the sky, opening the red holy book and murmuring incantations. Instantly, a powerful shockwave surged toward Emotan, striking him unprepared. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuanjing launched a kick. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumblings echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the source. Not far away, Sal floated into the air, the statue of the fire god behind him reconstituting. A formidable pressure enveloping the battlefield. Sal slowly opened his eyes, radiating heat even greater than before, igniting countless flames across the field, intermittently sending fireballs crashing down as dozens of fire dragons circled the fire god statue. This was rebirth through flames. The distant Wang Yu was jolted awake by this spectacle, momentarily believing he had stumbled into a searing hell. Upon recognizing the situation, Wang Yu rushed towards the battlefield, while Gu Yuanjing marveled. He is not dead. High Priest, it seems you have not perished. Come, assist me in vanquishing our foes. Emotan exclaimed with excitement, to be precise. I have died once, but I never expected the power of the fire god to be so formidable that it could grant rebirth through flames. With that, Sal summoned all surrounding fire dragons to charge at Dr. Z. Dragon's wrath. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, Dr. Z immediately repelled Cuss, and then created numerous duplicates of himself to counter the assault. Each clone fell. The onslaught of fire dragons finally subsided, allowing Dr. Z to breathe a sigh of relief, though he felt mentally fatigued from the excessive splitting. There is no other choice. I had intended to save this for later. He shouted, Priest, it is your time to shine. You are all utterly useless. In times of crisis, it is still up to me. The priest raised the holy book, murmuring incantations, and a towering statue of the fire god appeared behind him. The winds have not yet arrived, but the flames are imminent. The thunder has not yet struck, yet the floods rage. Descendants of the flame yellow, great peril approaches. To the west, thieves lurk, setting nests ablaze that I willingly venture into the tiger's den. Willing to forge a pact with you, gods of the east, I beseech you to descend. Upon finishing his incantation, the statue behind the priest grew more vivid, engulfed by torrents of blazing fire. This statue was even more animated than Sal's, with 12 flames igniting on its back, glaring fiercely at the Hephaestus behind Sal. That is, the fire god Zhu Rong. Upon witnessing the towering statue of the fire god behind the priest, Wang Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. I have seen Zhu Rong. These legends of ancient mythology, once inconceivable to him, were now in his very sight. That an ominous premonition surged within Sal, prompting him to unleash a barrage of fireballs at the priest. Fire rained, boom, boom, boom. Yet the priest remained utterly unmoved as the colossal fire statue sprang into action. The fire god hurled 12 spiraling flames, effortlessly blocking all incoming fireballs. Sal's face twisted in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. How can this be? The fire god Zhu Rong is not much weaker than the fire god Hephaestus, unless a true deity has descended. Chapter 16. Defeated by faith, this marked Sal's first encounter with a true deity, compelling him to summon over 100 fire dragons. What of a false god? What fear do I hold for a true god? I can still obliterate you. God's wrath. The hundreds of fire dragons surged towards Zhu Rong. Observing this, Zhu Rong transformed the 12 flames into 12 fire lotuses, casting them forth in a spinning motion. Boom, boom, boom. Sal, recognizing the vast disparity in strength, refused to concede that he poured all the heat energy of the fire god into his staff, unleashing it in a tremendous eruption. Boom! Zhu Rong, calm and collected, allowed the fire lotuses to expand, absorbing Sal's scorching flames as they approached. 12 fire lotuses of the heavenly Zhu. At that moment, Sal felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Emotan, witnessing this, quickly grasped that Sal was outmatched. He ascended into the air, gathering all his dark powers, prompting Cuss to draw near, chanting spells to transfer all his life energy to Emotan. Cuss, what are you doing? If this continues, you will perish, Emotan exclaimed in alarm. Cuss smiled softly, gazing deeply at Emotan. Here, I am of little use. I am but a minor character, and my death is inconsequential. But Lord Emotan is the faith of the Dragon Legion, that if you were to fall, whom would we turn to for faith? You fool, I will not allow you to do this. I am merely a lost orphan. Are you not my faith as well? We promise to live and die together. If we must lose, let us all perish together. Becoming the angelic god, leading the fallen dragon race to glory has been your lifelong dream. Promise me, at least not now. The remnants of the Dragon Legion, witnessing this, rushed towards Emotan. Lord Cuss, please transport us as well. Very well, since everyone shares this intent, let us unite to aid Lord Emotan. Cuss began to transfer the remaining lives to Emotan, murmuring incantations and channeling the life energy of all into him. Gu Yuanjing asked, Doctor, will you not stop them? If Emotan absorbs this energy, while I cannot say his strength will increase significantly, it will at least be half again as powerful as before. Dr. Z replied, We fight for our homeland, and do they not do the same? Since we must determine a victor, why not both sides give their all? After a long journey, Wang Yu finally reached the scene, still unaware of what had transpired, bewilderedly rushing to inquire of the doctor. Boom! The collective life energy of everyone was fully transferred to Emotan. The Dragon Legion was destined for victory. This was the final utterance of the crowd before their essence dissipated, as Emotan erupted with an eerie, yet formidable pressure, subsequently gathering all his dark power into a singular point that I'd bear the dreams of all within the Dragon Legion. This battle, I cannot afford to lose. Upon witnessing the scene, the priest hurriedly fled, only to see the demon tank unleash the gathered energy from its mouth towards Zhu Rong. Boom! At this moment, Sir reignited the power of the fire god. This should be the last time I borrow the strength of the divine. Surrounding Sir, hundreds of fiery dragons took flight as he attempted to merge them into one. As the cacophony of dragon roars faded, an immensely colossal fire dragon emerged in the sky. Sar brandished the dragon, launching a combined assault with the demon tank against Zhu Rong. Ultimate divine fury of fire. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In an instant, two formidable pressures surged toward Zhu Rong, yet it exhibited no resistance, allowing the lethal blows to strike its form, subsequently spreading its arms wide as if to absorb the two torrents of energy. What? Can it truly absorb such terrifying energy? Dr. Z exclaimed in astonishment. After a wave of chaos, everyone believed the fire god Zhu Rong to be gravely injured, if not dead, yet to their surprise, he remained unscathed, glaring fiercely at Sar. Suddenly, two red dragons appeared beside him, seemingly supporting Zhu Rong as they soared into the sky, a dark red flame igniting around his neck, enveloping the arena in a terrifying aura. Even the 8 archangels observing from the shadows felt the tremor. That is, the true fire-bathing barbarian god, Sar gasped in shock. The true god descends, and all living beings tremble in fear. The crowd in the Colosseum was left dumbfounded by this spectacle, while the cosmos, having already passed its trials, silently placed number 106 on the list of the most dangerous entities. Sir, petrified by the sudden turn of events, felt his legs weaken. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat the fire god before him. Zhu Rong hurled 12 fire lotuses atop Sar's head, instantly engulfing him in a blazing inferno, his body gradually igniting. As Sar seemed poised to be incinerated, the demon tank rushed forward in a futile attempt to intervene. Unable to approach the searing flames, helplessly watching him perish. Strangely, Sar did not emit a single cry of agony, seemingly unresponsive to the scorching flames. Odd. I should be in excruciating pain, yet I feel nothing. This is a flame without temperature. Sar pondered in astonishment. The fire god Zhu Rong is known among mortals by another name, the Bodhisattva of the Red Heaven. His flames can boil the seas at times, and at others, cool the magma. Embodying a clear distinction between good and evil, he understood that perhaps Sar was not inherently malevolent, nor was he necessarily virtuous, but regardless of one's nature, no life possesses absolute fault. No one is born with an inclination toward evil, nor is anyone innately righteous. Even those deserving of the gravest punishments should be granted a form of painless flame. This view stands in stark contrast to the extreme morality of the water god Gong Gong, embodying the gentleness of the fire god Zhu Rong. Following a baptism of painlessness, Sur vanished within the bright flames, the god of fire behind him disintegrating, and Zhu Rong faded away as well. Priest, what the hell? If you leave, what will happen to this dragon? I cannot possibly contend with it. After all the effort I put into summoning you, you merely eliminate a false god and then depart. At least deal with the demon tank too. The priest of the Red Law Church once received a holy book from the 72 pillars of demon gods, said to contain incantations capable of summoning all deities, but at the cost of one's soul. Once a soul is lost, a person is doomed to eternal death. Even if their body remains intact, their consciousness forever separates. Under Dr. Z's coercion, the priest sold half of his soul to Zhu Rong, forging a pact to summon the true god. Z. Perhaps it is because your intent in summoning him was solely to eliminate Sar. He regarded Sar as the target of his arrival. And once that target was eliminated, it is only natural that he would dissipate as well. Damn it, this is such a huge loss. The priest bellowed, swiftly ascending into the air, transforming his hands into a massive axe to strike the demon tank. However, the demon tank had anticipated this and swiftly shredded the priest to pieces with a single claw. Dr. Z, on the other hand, leaped into the air with Wang Yu on his back, extending his hands as they continuously split into arms. Reaching toward the demon tank's back, swiftly transforming into countless spikes aimed at it. Spike of the undead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spikes instantly pierced the demon tank, providing an opportunity for Gu Yuanjing to charge forth. However, the adversary suddenly unleashed a dragon roar, shattering all the spikes, followed by a jet of black flames directed at Dr. Z. Heat breath. Boom! Dr. Z immediately flung Wang Yu away and braced himself against the flames. His body instantly scorched as Wang Yu was propelled away. He curled his body and swiftly transformed into numerous small holes, instantly opening to unleash countless threads. Spiderweb hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The threads ensnared the demon tank, forcing it to cease its breath. The Ji Yuanjing arrived and, with all his strength, delivered a kick. Bam! The impact of the demon tank crashing to the ground reverberated. Subsequently, the 6 spikes on Wang Yu's back fell away, replaced by 6 gigantic arms. Oh, Wang Yu's spider genes have evolved again. Dr. Z exclaimed in astonishment. This moment, the demon tank split into 2 heads, aiming at the 3 and unleashing another torrent of black flames. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Yu struggled to resist, but Gu Yuanjing was now defenseless, desperately trying to evade. Demon tank, I'm the last hope of the Dragon Legion. How could I lose to your insignificant efforts? Dr. Z was instantly engulfed by the dragon's breath, subsequently burned to ashes. What? Wang Yu and Gu Yuanjing gasped in shock, unable to believe that the strongest member of their team had fallen so easily. Suddenly, a dozen alien creatures of various appearances charged toward the demon tank. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as Zhang San and the others continuously hurled thunder bombs, shouting, "Avenge Mr. Z!" Yet ultimately, it was like striking a rock with an egg. The demon tank paid no heed to such attacks. Wang Yu could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground as the dragon flames seared him, while Gu Yuanjing's energy reserves dwindled, flying toward the demon tank with the intent to unleash one final devastating blow. With the demon tank's anguished roar, Gu Yuanjing seized the opportunity, merging his arms to gather strength. King of the dead, you are indeed not so easily defeated. The demon tank ceased its breath, its body erupting with extraordinary power, blasting through Dr. Z. I split myself during your breath to attract attention, thinking the strike would be enough to obliterate you, yet I never expected you to remain standing after such a severe blow. This defies logic. What kind of belief sustains you? The demon tank's three heads united and soared into the sky, channeling all its extraordinary power into its crown, that power swelling larger and larger. Gu Yuanjing sensed the impending doom and shouted to one person, Wang Yu, how long will you sleep? Wang Yu's wounds rapidly healed, and upon hearing this, he rose, realizing that if he did not block this strike, everyone would perish. He swiftly dashed to Dr. Z's side, intending to merge his venom with the zombie strain. Wang Yu, Mr. Z, I am utterly helpless against this assault, but if the venom in your blood were to merge, would it increase our chances of victory? Z, let us do it. There is no time to lose. The priest's healing was slightly delayed, but he too opened the holy book of the Red Law Church, preparing to give it his all. Soon, the demon tank's strike descended. Abyssal depths. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Yuanjing ignited to the utmost, unleashing a violent shockwave. Doomsday cannon. The priest abandoned the chant, and as he opened the holy book, a blinding white light surged forth. Dr. Z maximized the zombie strain, his right hand transforming into an enormous spear aimed at the abyss. Boom! What followed was Dr. Z's colossal spear, which instantly pierced the demon tank's throat, the deadly venom seeping inside. Its end night, this moment, Gu Yuanjing was utterly spent, collapsing weakly to the ground. No. Everyone has placed their hopes on me. I cannot fall. The demon tank seemed a bit reluctant. But alas, its body could no longer withstand such severe damage. Wang Yu slowly approached the demon tank, caressing its head, sorrowfully stating, I know you harbor a great dream, but in the face of harsh reality, relying solely on those so-called bonds of friendship and hollow beliefs will not lead to victory. Perhaps our faith truly pales in comparison to yours, but reality is reality. That it seems your struggles are not as insignificant as they appear. Chapter 17. Slaying the Demon. Universe 106 victorious. Upon seeing the words displayed in the sky, Wang Yu and the others let out a sigh of relief. Yet they were all too fatigued to celebrate. Due to Universe 100 SAR's unfortunate demise in the battle against Universe 106, the Angels would randomly select a team to take its place, granting them direct advancement. Furthermore, among those saved by Dr. Z from Kusi's clutches were several beings who had originally perished in their respective universes, now joining Universe 106 in desperation. Apart from Zhang San and others, a total of 35 new companions joined, expanding Dr. Z's research team significantly. Inside the floating ship, hurry, pass me the pliers and the screwdriver. Dr. Z was tirelessly attending to the barely alive Gu Yuanjing, with many cosmic battles still left unresolved outside. And time appeared to be in ample supply. The priest, observing the flurry of activity among Xiao Li and several researchers, felt an overwhelming sense of boredom and thus sought to rally a new companion. Priest, who to? Have you given it some thought? Would you care to join my Red Law sect? I have a profound admiration for the winged tiger. Should you agree, I shall appoint you as my deputy leader. Who in question, I harbor no interest in a wicked cult that wantonly slaughters the innocent. Perhaps you should redeem yourself first, priest. And what of you, leopard, with a head resembling that of a leopard? Are you not called Lin Chong? Bao Tianfu. Despite the priest's fervent promotion of his Red Law sect, no one would join such a perverse organization, especially with Wang Yu adding fuel to the fire beside them. Xiao Fei, whispering, this place is dreadfully dull. How about we step outside for a look? Wang Yu, that sounds agreeable. Let us all venture out, for watching Dr. Z save lives here only hinders our efforts. It would be far better to observe the strengths of other universes outside. Bao Tianfu, who in question, but boss, it seems everyone else has already gone out. while we stand here foolishly watching." The priest was taken aback, incredulously staring at Wang Yu. "Boss? Wang Yu, when did you recruit Lei Hong and Lin Chong?" Water Margin is one of Wang Yu's favorite novels, and who N.Q. possessing a pair of wings, was aptly dubbed Winged Tiger Lei Hong. Bao Tianfu, both in appearance and weaponry, perfectly matched the description of Lin Chong, hence he was renamed as such. Within the arena, it appeared that regardless of which of the two universes emerged victorious, they must remain vigilant and cautious. Zhang San, observing from the audience, spoke solemnly. Suddenly, two members of the Ghost Clan launched a surprise attack on the blind warrior, an oppressive chill enveloping the latter. Yet, the warrior remained calm as an invisible blade of light flashed instantaneously. Swish! After a few agonizing cries, the two members of the Ghost Clan dissipated. The warriors surged forward with fervor, emboldened as if invigorated by a potent elixir, but the Ghost Clan seemed equally formidable. With a command from their leader, the ghosts assembled, in soul formation. Instantly, countless vengeful spirits erupted forth, causing several warriors to succumb to the malevolent possession due to their insufficient resolve. The leader of the Ghost Clan then emitted a bizarre sound wave, which led to a chaotic brawl among the warriors and their possessed comrades. However, bolstered by the Een soul formation, these dark spirits proved overwhelmingly powerful, and soon the warriors found themselves at a disadvantage. Keek keek. Let them be slaughtered, not a single one should survive. The leader of the Ghost Clan reveled in the sight of the warriors turning against each other, while the warriors, witnessing their former comrades turned into fiends, could hardly bring themselves to strike. Thus they allowed the spirits to tear at them. Keek keek. Though you possess formidable sword intent, you are shackled by this futile emotion. Your bonds are utterly meaningless before the Ghost Clan. As the leader spoke, he lunged at a warrior with his claws. Crack! In an instant, the warrior's arm was torn asunder. Just as the leader prepared to claim the warrior's life, a flash of white light surged forth, and an invisible pressure enveloped the leader. By the time he registered the occurrence, he found himself facing a blind man standing before the disarmed warrior. You are mistaken. Emotions do not bind one as shackles. In that moment, the leader of the Ghost Clan was cleaved in twain by an invisible blade of light that as his comrades attempted to dispatch the blind leader. Numerous blades surged toward him. The blind warrior struck with precision, and with each flash of white light, the blood of the malevolent warriors gushed forth. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, the blind warrior plunged into the fray, efficiently dispatching all those possessed by the evil spirits. Why? How dare you slay your own comrades? The leader realized the formidable challenge posed by this man, issuing a command for all Ghost Clan members to swarm. It is precisely because of emotions that humanity strives upward. Growing ever stronger, the blind warrior remained as tranquil as still water, as countless ghosts lunged toward him. Yet, each time a spirit drew near, it was swiftly dispatched by the warrior's blade. Every warrior who enters battle does so with the resolve of facing certain death. This is the warrior's enlightenment. Thus I can execute my comrades with ruthless efficiency while still harboring emotions. Soon, countless vengeful spirits gathered. The leader of the Ghost Clan howled as he dissipated, only to morph into a more enormous malevolent specter. Dread Demon King. The surrounding warriors broke into a cold sweat at the sight. The Demon King absorbed all lesser spirits, his form continuously growing. In a short time, the entire Ghost Clan was consumed. Your so-called enlightenment is laughable. Our Ghost Clan has never been hindered by such feudal bonds, allowing us to prevail without fail. With that proclamation, the towering Demon King unleashed a powerful strike toward the warriors. The warriors, seeing this, swiftly drew their swords to retaliate. Crack! All the blades aimed at the Demon King shattered upon impact, and the Demon King, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a wave of chilling malevolence within a 50-meter radius. The warriors were besieged by this dark energy, instantly causing them to bleed from every orifice and perish. Yet the man standing before the Demon King remained unscathed, entirely unaffected by the malevolent force. The Demon King was thrown into a state of panic, unable to comprehend. Why can humans, who value friendship, slay their comrades without mercy? Why could this man sever me in a single stroke? Why is he unharmed amidst this frigid evil? Why can a mere mortal compel me to reveal my true form? It is precisely because you lack emotions that you falter in the face of formidable foes. It is your ignorance that renders you insignificant. As the blind warrior delivered his first strike, the Demon King lost an ARM in defiance. The Demon King summoned a multitude of vengeful spirits, descending upon the blind warrior with overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! The ground crumbled beneath them, yet the blind warrior merely knelt on one leg, his body unscathed. Because you possess nothing, righteousness will always triumph over evil. As his words resounded, the warrior drew his sword from thin air, unleashing a torrent of white light. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Demon King's limbs were severed, his chest rupturing. That a wave of panic surged through the Demon King, an unprecedented sense of fear enveloping him. His body rapidly began to heal, restoring him to his former state. But in that fleeting moment, the blind warrior sensed the Demon King's concealed heart. With another swift stroke, the warrior shattered the heart with precision. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the Demon King was reduced to fragments, slowly dissipating. Are you? This was the Demon King's final utterance before total dissolution. Soon after, the surviving warriors erupted in cheers, embracing the blind warrior, for it was under his leadership that they, mere mortals, triumphed over the formidable Ghost Clan. Universe number 8 wins. Well done, Zayatushi. Our Red Sun Empire requires elites like you. That I am confident that the warriors will overcome all trials under your guidance. A figure resembling a leader proclaimed with pride. Zayatushi. In the audience, Wang Yu and the others witnessed the warriors' might, plotting their strategy should they encounter challenges in the second test. After all, the priest, altered by the cultivation liquid, had his healing speed significantly reduced. That in the face of such rapid, invisible strikes, it was uncertain whether the priest would survive. Ding. Soon, the screen displayed the information of the next battle. The opposing forces for the upcoming duel were Universe number 15, Ocean Star people, and Universe number 66, Unknown Coordinates, Divine Clan. What? Divine Clan? Wang Yu exclaimed, instantly associating it with the fire god Zhu Rong. Could the beings of Universe know 66 be as terrifying as Zhu Rong? However, Wang Yu quickly dismissed the thought, for beings akin to Zhu Rong were virtually impossible. That if they were indeed that powerful, why would they bother participating in the trials? They could simply defeat the angels outright. Wang Yu pondered. Meanwhile, a voice emerged from the darkness. Yuliel. Rest assured, they merely wish to observe the limits of mortals. We angels are absolutely fair and just. And even if they pass all trials, we will not relinquish the position of angels to them. Gabriel. Indeed, I can vouch for him. Since even Lord Gabriel has spoken thus, let us observe the limits of mortals. Following this, several voices faded into the depths of cosmic darkness. That in the arena, all beings from Universe number 15 had taken their positions, while only a single figure appeared from Universe number 66. That the leader of the Ocean Star people stepped forward to taunt. Yet the opposing figure remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm disdain. 1 minute. Chapter 18. The second trial, 1 minute. Such a blatant insult, regardless of who it is directed at. The scornful words of the opponent ignited the wrath of the Ocean Star beings. Arrogance. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe the Ocean Star is easy to bully? I, Morse, am a noble warrior of the divine realm, and you lowly peasants dare to show disrespect to the gods. As soon as the words left his lips, Morse effortlessly evaded the attacks of the Ocean Star beings, as if playing with children. The leader sensed the danger and immediately commanded the others to unleash their venom. Such an attack would never land on him. Quickly, spray a wide area with poison. Subsequently, the group utilized their toxic abilities to envelop Morse. Swish, swish, swish. However, after the toxic rain fell, Morse seemed to vanish into thin air, suddenly disappearing from everyone's sight. Before the words had even dissipated, Morse reappeared in the sky, his left hand ignited with a mysterious divine power. Boom! With a heavy punch, the leader was instantly enveloped by this divine force, and then dissolved into nothingness. This is bad. He can teleport. Everyone attacked together. In an instant, the Ocean Star beings surged forward. Upon witnessing this, Morse ignited a dark green divine power once more, and as the attacks approached, he erupted outward. Boom, boom. The divine power surged from his tentacles, Ascending his body at an imperceptible speed, in an instant, the dark green divine energy enveloped all the beings of Ocean Star. Morse declared, "With my nobility, I shall purify all filth." As soon as the words were spoken, all Ocean Star beings began to gradually dissipate, while those who harbored resentment, enduring the searing pain inflicted by the divine power, charged at Morse. Yet with a snap of Morse's fingers, all the Ocean Star beings once again turned to nothingness. This battle was devoid of any cries of anguish. Not a drop of blood was shed, and there was no desperate struggle between the two sides that it seemed, as Morse had stated, that it ended merely in a minute. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Universe 66 triumphs at this moment. Wang Yu and the others were already drenched in cold sweat from fear. What will we do if we encounter such an overwhelming opponent in the second trial? Shaoli expressed his concerns that an enemy of this caliber could perhaps even defeat the fire god Zhu Rong with ease. Not to mention that there is more than one deity in Universe 66. He has even more formidable companions. 2 hours later, the first trial concluded, with a total of 53 universes passing. However, even though the trial had ended, Wang Yu and his companions remained entranced by the terrifying power of the deities. Unable to move on, an angel descended once again, this time appearing markedly different from the one they had encountered before. It bore an air of ordered majesty, perpetually exuding an overwhelming pressure, as if its laws were beyond question. The crowd in the arena felt an unprecedented terror, a fear that was multiples greater than facing death itself. It seems our reckless choice has escalated considerably, even attracting the attention of the Seraph Uriel. We cannot be blamed for this. It is all because of Sasam. Were it not for his instigation from behind the scenes, we would not have harbored such a strong desire to engage with the Seraph. 2 unknown voices echoed from the audience area. The angel transported everyone to an ancient forest ruin, seemingly the location for the second trial. Uriel began to communicate telepathically with the crowd. This ancient site spans over 5 million square kilometers, housing a total of 13 sacred towers that I have personally created. The teams that enter the sacred towers shall pass this trial. Rule 1. This place is filled with light. There is no night. We shall grant you 72 hours of rest, during which no fighting is permitted. That if discovered, I shall personally eradicate both parties. Rule 2. Your vehicles may no longer be used. Rule 3. Each sacred tower can accommodate only 3 teams. There is no time limit for the trial until all towers are filled. Once all towers are full, the trial will conclude, and the eliminated teams will vanish along with this ancient site. After conveying this message, the angel vanished in a thin air. Subsequently, a gigantic clock appeared in the sky, seemingly counting down from 72 hours. Wang Yu. Doctor, what shall we do now? The teams from other universes had long departed from the familiar terrain. Only Wang Yu and his companions remained, and after extensive discussion, they divided into 5 squads of 7. Each team leader equipped with a radar and communication devices to coordinate with their companions, setting out in different directions to begin their search. Father, damn it, why was I placed in your team? Wang Yu. I'm afraid you'll cause chaos. After all, you are the madman who once destroyed Earth. With the Corpse King and the modifiers absent, I'm currently the only one capable of keeping an eye on you. Father. Dude, I'm scared of dying too, okay. I haven't even completed my rookie protection period. How could I dare to kill indiscriminately? Moreover, it wasn't Team E who destroyed the world. It was humanity that opened Pandora's box themselves. What does it have to do with me? I'm merely a priest of the Red Law. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yu seemed to notice an important clue about 100 years into the future and immediately interrupted the priestess' complaints. What box? You need to clarify for me what happened on Earth in your universe. And also, Suddenly, a scream echoed from a distance, and Lei Heng immediately flew towards the source of the sound to investigate. Wang Yu. It seems there are other teams here besides us. Let us go take a look. Lin Chong. Upon reaching the source, Lei Heng, who arrived first, saw several towering stone statues chasing a beautifully dressed woman with delicate features. Help me. One of the statues raised its arms, preparing to smash down upon the woman. Seeing this, Lei Heng immediately swooped in and carried the woman away, but the statues did not relent, as though she had taken something of great importance from them. Aware of his disadvantage, Lei Heng fled towards Wang Yu's location. Little did he know that those statues could also fly, catching up to him in an instant. They all struck down with their fists. Boom! Lei hung, clutching the woman, dodged swiftly, while the statues continued their assault. Ultimately, Lei Hung was unable to evade a punch, and in an instant, the statues surrounded him. Just as he was in dire straits, the priest and the others arrived. Wang Yu instantly unleashed a web of spider silk to ensnare the statues. While the priest soared into the air, transforming his hands into gigantic swords to slash at them, allowing Lei Hung to escape rapidly. Lei Hung, brothers, you finally made it, Lin Chong. 2 minutes later, all the statues were destroyed, and Wang Yu and his companions found themselves temporarily safe. Priest, what just happened? Why were those beasts chasing you relentlessly? In response to the inquiry, Lei Hung shifted his gaze to the woman. I am terribly sorry. It's all my fault that I got separated from my companions and accidentally wandered into a ruin where I inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and then those statues began to chase me nonstop. The woman spoke with an appearance of deep regret. Wang Yu, which universe are you from? How could you suddenly get lost? Where is that ruin you mentioned? It might very well hold clues to the sacred towers. The woman, my name is Nordal, and I am a member of the divine race from Universe 66. That ruin is not far ahead. I can take you there. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. What? The divine race? Impossible, impossible. If you were truly of the divine race, then how could you be so weak? Nordal, not all of the divine race are warriors. I am a minor deity responsible for memories, lacking any combat power. Lei Hung, cool. So you can manipulate others' memories at will. Wang Yu, since you got separated from your companions, why not join us? I'll protect you, and then your divine race will owe me a favor. That way, there will be more allies to compete for the sacred towers. Nordal, sure, that sounds good. After chatting for a while, everyone felt a mix of curiosity and surprise towards this new companion, never expecting to establish a connection with the divine race so swiftly. It seemed that with the help of the divine race, competing for the sacred towers would not be a daunting task, and so the group proceeded toward the ruins in high spirits. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Is this the ruin you accidentally stumbled into earlier? I can't comprehend any of these writings or murals. Wang Yu questioned as he observed the strange murals and texts inside the cave. The murals depicted angels ruling over demons, rewriting books through their power. Nordal, I can understand them. Wang Yu, then please tell us what they say. Chapter 19. The past and the present. The universe was born from the explosion of countless black dots, giving rise to innumerable universes, which the gods referred to as the beginning of chaos. In the early chaos, 2 intelligent life forms were formed from the fusion of various unknown substances, later referred to by the gods as the God Emperor and the Demon Emperor, also known as the progenitors of yin and yang. The 2 emperors were the only 2 life forms since the birth of the universe, possessing omnipotent divine powers. As time flew by, they felt an endless sense of loneliness and isolation. Thus, the 2 emperors created countless forms of life in different universes, all of which referred to them as gods. In the early universe, there was no warmth, only endless coldness and darkness, causing most of the beings created by the 2 emperors to perish shortly after due to the bitter chill. In pursuit of a solution, the divine emperor pondered deeply and subsequently conjured countless immense crimson spheres that radiated warmth, scattering them throughout each universe. These spheres were venerated by all beings as the sun. With the advent of the sun, life flourished, and witnessing the sentient beings born of their own creation filled both emperors with joy, prompting them to affectionately refer to them as their children. However, after several millennia, some of these beings began to question, how could a world sustain 2 deities? Whom should we truly worship? Followers of the yin and yang emperors split into 2 irreconcilable factions, leading to severe conflicts. This dilemma troubled the divine emperor for an extended period. He yearned to confide in the demon emperor, but feared the repercussions of a falling out. After another century passed, the demon emperor became aware of the situation and hurriedly sought to explain to the beings that we are brothers, the primordial yin and yang since the universe's inception. We are intrinsically one, that you may regard us as a singular entity. Regardless of whom you choose to worship, proclaimed the demon emperor as he gathered the beings. Yet, the divine emperor appeared reluctant. Even mortals understood the principle that a king cannot coexist with another. Should conflict arise, to whom would these beings pledge their allegiance? Contemplating this, the divine emperor swiftly retorted, "They speak the truth. How can a world accommodate two deities?" With that, the divine emperor prepared to engage the demon emperor in a decisive battle, where only the victor would wield dominion over all universes. "Wait," the demon emperor interjected, "we could equally divide the universe, each taking our half." The divine emperor scoffed, "The universe is infinitely born and imploded. Boundless indeed. There is no concrete quantity to the universe. How can one divide it equally?" The divine emperor's words left the demon emperor speechless, yet he could not bear to witness the demise of a friend once close. Thus, he relinquished half of his power to the divine emperor and bowed in submission, retreating into other dimensions. Consequently, the beings devotedly worshipped the divine emperor, serving him diligently. Gradually, the divine emperor's followers multiplied, alleviating his solitude. However, this period of prosperity was fleeting. As life proliferated, the number of beings surged. The divine emperor soon realized that he could not manage such an abundance of life, prompting him to create beings akin to himself. Some bore 6 pairs of pristine wings, while others possessed 5 or 4. Each was endowed with varying degrees of power and status, tasked with overseeing the myriad beings. These creations came to be known as the divine emperor's messengers, while mortals referred to them as angels. The angels transformed into either humanoid or beastly forms to better relate to mortals, journeying to diverse planets as deities among humans that on these worlds. They misused their supreme authority, demanding absolute obedience from the beings. Whenever an angel descended upon a planet, the inhabitants would exhaust local resources to serve them, yet the angels disregarded the beings' pleas. Even so, the angels remained unsatisfied. They deemed their management of the universe tedious and monotonous, thus establishing arenas for mortals to engage in brutal contests. They began an endless cycle of oppression, manipulating life for their amusement. Some universes recognized the angels' misconduct and rose in rebellion. However, how could they withstand the might of the divine? Ultimately, without exception, they were all slain by the angels. The beings, having endured enough of this injustice and exploitation, united to report their grievances to the divine emperor, who turned a blind eye, offering boundless tolerance for the angels' transgressions. The angels act for your benefit, ensuring the orderly functioning of all universes. The beings, having worshipped their deity for countless years, were taken aback by such a response, resigned to abide by the so-called order imposed upon them. Gradually, they appeared to adapt to this way of existence, harboring no complaints against the angels or doubts about their deity. Their faith had ceased to be faith. Years later, the demon emperor descended to the mortal realm. Throughout his absence, he had longed for the life forms he created, believing that under the divine emperor's governance, the realm had transformed into a sanctuary. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with a blood-red sky and a landscape strewn with corpses. The demon emperor initially suspected an invasion by unknown entities from the void that he traversed through space, visiting numerous universes and descending upon various planets, only to encounter the same chilling scene. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of his creations filled the demon emperor with profound sorrow. An invasion from the void? No, with the divine emperor present, these void beings posed no threat. It was their own kind that had turned against one another in a bid for resources and power. This perplexed the demon emperor, who searched tirelessly for survivors but found none. Suddenly, a being adorned with 6 pairs of wings materialized before him. Puzzled by this unfamiliar creature, the demon emperor inquired, "Who are you?" The angel then revealed the divine emperor's deeds in detail. "O divine emperor, how could you be so cruel?" In response, the demon emperor harnessed his power to create an innumerable host of gods. These deities, unlike the angels fashioned by the divine emperor, bore black wings and were both alluring and terrifying, each one embodying darkness with grotesque and twisted visages, a manifestation of their fury. These beings would later be referred to as demons by the angels. Moreover, the demon emperor's wrath unleashed an opposing force to the sun within the universe, which the later gods termed the moon, while the beings called it a black hole. The angel, upon witnessing the demon emperor's formidable power, deemed it the opportune moment to rise in rebellion. They prepared to rally their forces alongside the demon emperor to overthrow the unjust reign of the divine emperor. However, the demon emperor questioned this ally. Why would the angels from above come to aid me? Are you not devoted to the divine emperor? In truth, there were angels of conscience among them, but they were few and could not topple the divine emperor's rule alone. Hence, they awaited the right moment. Now, the time has come. Lead us to overthrow the tyrant, and we shall crown you as our king. I am Lucifer, and these are my companions. With that, several angels appeared behind Lucifer. Notable. The inscriptions above comprise all that is recorded priest. In essence, these dubious historical accounts bear no relevance to our current trials. Our immediate priority should be to locate a sacred tower to avoid elimination. Wang Yu, why do the tales inscribed here differ from those we know on Earth? Moreover, what on earth is the sevenfold power? Notable. History is written by victors. Perhaps the demon emperor and Lucifer were defeated. As for the sevenfold power, I am uncertain. Wang Yu remained puzzled. Are they testing us truly to transform mortals into angels? If it is due to a lack of manpower, why not simply instruct the divine emperor to create more? At that moment, Lei Hung interjected. On our planet, it is said that angels were crafted by the demon emperor, who created beautiful and alluring angels, whereas the divine emperor fashioned grotesque and twisted ones, thus being later referred to as demons. The demon emperor's abuse of power led to his overthrow by the divine emperor, resulting in a reversal of titles that as soon as he finished speaking. Wang Yu experienced a second shock that day. What? The stories circulating in each world differ, and there is no mention of a demon emperor in our realm. However, Wang Yu quickly regained his composure. It seemed the truth would only be revealed upon the conclusion of their trials. The group continued deeper into the cavern, but the further they ventured, the darker it became, resembling an endless abyss, exuding an ever-ominous aura. Does anyone have a light? We can't see anything here, one of the team members remarked. Nodal then utilized his sevenfold power to conjure a faint glow that why divine light can illuminate the surrounding darkness. Follow closely behind me. With the divine light dispelling the shadows, the surroundings became starkly clear, revealing to the group the remnants of some creatures beneath their feet. Even more horrifying was the increasingly pungent stench of decay as they advanced. Why are there so many bones here? Could there be a monster lurking in the depths? The priest speculated that it is possible. This may be the tomb of an ancient god. Typically, high-ranking deities would cultivate a guardian beast to protect the treasures they leave behind after death. Nodal replied. Upon hearing this, the priest felt an even deeper sense of dread. He believed he could never possibly triumph against a guardian beast bred by a god that as the group delved deeper. The chilling air grew ever more frigid, instilling a profound fear within the priest, despite his undead nature. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to the fact that two members of their team had mysteriously vanished. Look, there is a light ahead, Nodal exclaimed. Several individuals raced towards the source of light and soon found themselves before a stone statue. Lei Hung remarked, how is it possible that there are so many torches here? Whose statue is this? Gazing at the statue, Nordell appeared to ponder deeply, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. She spoke, this is a statue of a human. Could this be the tomb of that human? But who could it be? The priest, upon hearing this, immediately exhaled in relief. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter, as long as we don't have to confront a divine beast. Yet he could not fathom why a human tomb would appear in the trial of the angels. Lei Hung inquired, Boss, what is a human? Is that what you call it in your world? Nordell replied, it is the term used by the higher life forms of Earth to refer to themselves. Much like you refer to your kind as tigers, while we call ours the divine race. Lei Hung responded, I see so that figure above is a mortal from Earth, akin to the boss's hometown. Lin Chung interjected. The priest asked, what's the matter, leopardhead? Why do you look so pale? The others turned their attention to Lin Chung, who pointed towards the other two members of their team. One of the younger members exclaimed. Why are you two staring at us? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, 2 are missing. The boss has vanished. It dawned on them that Wang Yu and another team member had inexplicably disappeared. The priest gasped, what? The captain is missing. Without radar, we'll be lost, Nordell explained. Generally, ruins conceal numerous mechanisms. They may have unintentionally triggered something on the dark path we just traversed, and they are likely in another space now. Chapter 20. The imprisoned human, the two separated individuals found themselves in a secret chamber, where a blood-red magical array lay at the center, surrounded by candles burning with green flames, exuding an eerie and sinister ambience. Where are we? Were we not just traversing through the dark with the others? Wang Yu inquired, glancing at his companion in confusion. However, his companion shook his head in bewilderment. Could we have fallen into a trap? Just then, a mournful sigh echoed through the chamber, despite the room remaining unchanged. It seemed that the source of the sigh bore no hostility towards Wang Yu and his companion. Each breath from this entity felt cold and lonely, prompting Wang Yu to wonder aloud. Could there be another presence in this chamber? With questions lingering, the two began to search the room and soon struck up a conversation. Wang Yu asked, "What is your name? I apologize for not having had the chance to get to know everyone." "Mutant. Has something happened in your world?" Jun replied, "We live in an age of robots. Human technology has advanced rapidly, and capitalists have purchased robots in large numbers to minimize labor costs. Consequently, an increasing number of people have been replaced, leading to a significant displacement of humanity. At one point, robots constituted 60% of the global population, while humans, through the reckless exploitation of biological resources, inflicted severe damage on the Earth's environment. Many humans living in heavily polluted areas inhaled toxic air and radioactive elements from nuclear fallout, resulting in mutations. Indeed, just as the angel had stated, every Earth experiences its own unique occurrences. There was no information regarding synthetic cells in Gu Yuanjing or in Jun's world. That's so. You too are a mutant? What special abilities do you possess? Wang Yu's words trailed off as Jun seemingly discovered a mechanism within the chamber, causing a stone door to creak open. Be careful. Let's enter together, Wang Yu cautioned. As they stepped through the stone door, they were met with the sight of a man, battered and bruised, his limbs shackled to the wall with iron chains. Wang Yu sensed that the chilling aura emanated from this man, and as a fellow Earthling, he understood that this individual must be human. But why would a human be imprisoned in the trial of angels? This perplexity prompted Wang Yu to ask, "Who are you? Why are you here in the trial of the angels, bound as you are?" Jun suggested, "Shall we approach and ask again?" Just as they prepared to step forward, the man suddenly emitted an even colder voice, sending chills down their spines. "Are you the chosen ones of the cosmos?" Bitter smile. "Then congratulations. You may have the chance to become the successors of the angels." "Who are you? Why are you imprisoned here?" Wang Yu pressed further, "My name is Ariel, that I violated a celestial decree 50,000 years ago, and thus I have been imprisoned in this place for 50,000 years. Over the years, I have witnessed countless individuals like you come to take the trial. This trial seems somewhat different. With its conclusion, I too shall perish alongside this ancient ruin." The man replied coldly, "50,000 years." Wang Yu felt a surge of pity for this man, who, as a human, had been forcibly trapped in eternal existence for such a long time. No one could fathom the depth of his loneliness during those years. Jun asked, "What decree did you violate?" The realization struck Wang Yu that the man seemed to know even of Nordell. Had he been monitoring them since their arrival? This thought astonished him. Jun inquired, "So what if he does? But how do you know?" "Don't overthink it. I am merely a mortal with no ability to spy." Ariel seemed to read their thoughts, quickly dispelling their concerns. That he continued, "You must be wary of that goddess. She is known as the goddess of memory in the divine realm. She has the power to alter memories. And perhaps her aim is to lead you to worship Lucifer, to be particularly cautious of her left hand. Moreover, she enjoys weaving intricate tales to disarm strangers." That a chill ran down Jun's spine at this revelation. Tales. Is he referring to the depictions on the murals? If he is a mortal, how does he know what Nordell said to them? Just as Jun was lost in thought, Wang Yu patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. "Don't overthink it. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with him, as if I have known him before, like an old friend reunited after a long separation. That I sense he is not a bad person." Familiarity. Upon hearing this, Jun felt reassured, for he too harbored a similar sentiment. Thus, the two resolved to break the iron chains and rescue this unfortunate mortal. Flames ignited in Jun's hands as he launched a fierce attack on the chains. Boom, boom! As the dust settled, the chains remained unscathed. Wang Yu, witnessing this, began to emit toxic fumes. Yet to his astonishment, even the poison failed to corrode the chains. That it's futile. These chains are specifically designed to confine the dimensional void demon gods. You cannot break them, Ariel said mournfully. Leave. This is not a place for you, as you have important matters to attend to. Wang Yu asked, important matters? Are you referring to this trial? Smiling, do not worry. We are quite powerful. Ariel remained silent, and throughout their subsequent inquiries, he continued to speak not a word, merely harboring his chilling sorrow and solitude. Observing the suddenly reticent man, the two realized it was indeed time to leave. He is ignoring us now. Let's go, Wang Yu suggested. All right, but where is the exit? He won't tell us. Jun exclaimed, do you think it's possible that this bizarre magical array serves as a means of transportation? After a long while of finding nothing, Wang Yu accidentally knocked over a candle. As the flame from the candle touched the ground, it spread rapidly, igniting the magical array in a blaze of green fire. Whoosh! Just as the two stood bewildered at the center, a flash of green light enveloped them, and they soon lost consciousness. When they opened their eyes again, the scenery around them had transformed. Instead of being confined within the impenetrable chamber, they found themselves in a sunny outdoor setting. Indeed, that magical array was a teleportation array, Jun exclaimed. Priest, despite having no fondness for this devilish human, Wang Yu realized they were now on the same side and had no choice but to trust one another. As the priestess' strength was indeed commendable, the two continued along the verdant path, but suddenly, a wave of pressure bore down upon them. Boom! Boom! Jun collapsed to the ground, and Wang Yu too knelt, overwhelmed by the immense weight of the pressure, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Who could it be? Wang Yu was astonished. Had they already drawn attention before the trial had formally begun? Suddenly, 5 figures flashed past, their gazes fixed upon the fallen duo. How dull. If it weren't for the rules preventing us from killing, we would have eliminated 5 universes by now. One of them spoke disdainfully. Let us go. It's a perfect opportunity for my brother to gain some experience. Our immediate priority is to locate the Holy Tower. For now, we should avoid provoking enemies. The leader, having finished speaking, took the 4 individuals and departed into the distance. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's heart continued to race, as if still reeling from the oppressive aura that had enveloped him. In contrast, Jun, his face twisted with fury, swiftly rose to his feet and walked alongside Wang Yu towards the floating ship, not uttering a single word during their journey. Are you all right? Did you recognize anyone in that group? Wang Yu could not help but inquire, noticing the deep-seated resentment etched on Jun's face. The two continued their trek to the location of the floating ship, where they found Dr. Z already displaying a look of astonishment upon their early return. Have you found the Holy Tower? Wang Yu recounted the events of their journey to Dr. Z, imprisoning a mortal. This suggests that angels may not be the embodiment of justice after all, Dr. Z remarked. Indeed, we must remain vigilant against the goddess known as Nordel. Wang Yu replied to AT that moment. The ancient capital of Guiyuanjing remained unrepaired, lacking several crucial components. You have arrived just in time. We were about to venture out in search of the core materials needed to restore Guiyuanjing. Please keep watch over this place, Dr. Z instructed before departing with the research team, leaving only Wang Yu and Jun in the floating ship. That guy is named Lung Jun. He is my lifelong nemesis, Jun suddenly stated. What? Wang Yu replied, perplexed. Jun continued, in our world, there are many mutants dissatisfied with the societal system, who have banded together to form a formidable anti-social organization in opposition to capital. Their unique mutant abilities have posed a significant threat to the nation. Indeed, I am one of them, and within the mutant community, there exists a hierarchy. That man, Lung Jun, is my brother and one of the founders of this organization. However, he has accepted bribes from capital, betraying us in every battle, which has indirectly led to the deaths of many of our brethren at the hands of the military, while he wields power over the mutant organization. Leaving my brothers powerless against him, that is his younger brother, I am in the best position to approach him. I am filled with fury at his actions, so I seek him out on the rooftop almost every night. I recall we made a wager. If I could defeat him, he would renounce his collaboration with capital and apologize for all the brothers he has harmed. Sadly, I have never emerged victorious. Chapter 21. The Battleground of the Divine Clan, Part 1. After listening to Jun's account, Wang Yu, harboring a hint of confusion, asked, since your mutant ability is fire, then your brother's capacity must be water. correct? Yen Jun scratched his head, countering, no, what led you to that conclusion? Isn't it obvious? I deduced it from your names. You, Yen Jun, wield fire, so your brother, Ling Jun, must command water. Wang Yu replied, bewildered that if the names are too obvious, then our mutant abilities will be revealed to the enemy, allowing them to devise countermeasures based on our names and uncover our weaknesses. Yen Jun explained. Wang Yu suddenly understood. Oh, I see. But what is your true mutant ability? Clearly, it is not fire, yet you can produce flames. Yen Jun smiled and revealed a shocking answer. It is heat. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was left dumbfounded. Heat? Although I had contemplated various flame-related abilities, I never connected heat with fire. Observing Wang Yu's astonishment, Yen Jun's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he said, have you heard of spontaneous human combustion? If the temperature within the human body is sufficiently high, flames can erupt, reducing one to ashes. In the scientific community, there exists a theory about combustion particles to explain this strange phenomenon. While the concept of combustion particles remains unverified, I can distinctly sense the presence of a cellular factor within me, smaller than an atom, whose temperature is exceedingly high and continuously scorches my organs. It is difficult not to associate this with combustion particles. Fortunately, I seem to possess a natural immunity to flames, which is why I have managed to survive without being reduced to ashes. It is precisely because I harbor a significant amount of combustion particles that I can generate flames and utilize them to melt steel. Wang Yu remarked, so, water cannot restrain you, as you can boil the ocean. Yen Jun affirmed, indeed, my parents bestowed upon me the name Yin to mislead the enemy, making them believe my ability is solely to produce flames, thus enticing them to employ water against me. The two fell into silence for a moment. Lost in thought. A few minutes later, Wang Yu asked again, what do you plan to do next? Will you betray your brother and join us? Yen Jun replied, betray. Since the day Ling Jun deceived me, I have ceased to regard him as my brother. On the contrary, he is my enemy. Besides, have I not already joined your ranks in order to participate in and succeed in the Angel's trial? Ling Jun has brought many of the organization's elite here. If we can eliminate this group, our chances of passing the trial will significantly increase. As they conversed, Wang Yu suddenly spotted a group approaching from afar. That is, the priest. Upon the return of the priest and his companions, they were genuinely astonished to find that Wang Yu and Yen Jun had survived. Wonderful. You are alive, Nordell exclaimed from behind. The group rejoiced at the survival of the two, engaging in lively conversation. However, Wang Yu remained grave, troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the imprisoned Ariel. Is that beautiful Nordell truly a villain? What does it mean to be cautious of the left hand? Never mind. Overthinking is futile, Wang Yu mused. Since he was at a loss regarding the current situation, he resolved to confront challenges as they arose. 3 days swiftly passed, and the expedition team returned one by one. With the exception of Dr. Z. Time ticked away, and the group had waited for approximately half a day. What should we do? Should we keep waiting? Lei Hong asked anxiously. Wang Yu was equally uncertain, with Gai Yuanjing incapacitated and the Corpse King missing. Engaging in a confrontation would likely lead to their elimination. Thus, he believed staying put was the safest course of action. This place is vast. The Holy Tower will not be easily found. Let us continue to wait. In truth, the primary concern was that Dr. Z had not taken his mobile phone when he left, leaving them entirely in the dark about the situation. Lei Hong protested, but boss, if we could locate the Holy Tower early, we wouldn't need to fight them. We could pass the trial with ease. The group appeared increasingly restless, and Wang Yu felt powerless. After all, no one wished to perish if they could find the Holy Tower sooner. It would provide an extra layer of security. After approximately another hour, the figures of the research team still had not appeared. Everyone, remain patient. Given that this trial has no time limit, it must imply that locating the Holy Tower is quite a challenge. Moreover, Nordell was still speaking when familiar figures slowly emerged in the distance. That I thought you all had set off early. I didn't expect you to delay for so long waiting for us. Dr. Z's voice reached the ears of the group. Wang Yu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to inquire. So, have you gathered the repair parts? Regrettably, no, Dr. Z replied. That it seems we cannot rely on Gai Yuanjing. He continued, however, we did find the Holy Tower in an ancient town. What? The priest gasped, quickly asking, where is it? What does it look like? Dr. Z pondered. Let me think. It resembles a grand castle, and we encountered the Divine Clan along the way. The Divine Clan? Wang Yu had previously been concerned about what had happened to Dr. Z, but upon seeing the pristine state of his attire, he felt reassured. It appears we are not the only ones who have discovered the Holy Tower. Let us set off immediately. Wang Yu thought, hoping that Nordell could persuade the Divine Clan to collaborate with them. Under Dr. Z's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the ancient town, which exuded a tranquil and serene atmosphere. Devoid of any signs of life, Mr. Z. Do you not find this place peculiar? Wang Yu whispered to Dr. Z, his spider sense growing stronger, a wave of unease washing over him. Rest assured, aside from encountering 2 other teams on our way here, we have seen no one else. In the early stages before the Holy Tower is excavated, no one would engage in pointless conflict. Since Dr. Z had reassured him, Wang Yu decided to refrain from further speculation. Upon learning the cause of the commotion, Lei Hong simply stumbled, realizing it was merely a false alarm. Stop panicking. Let's move on, the priest urged impatiently. However, in that fleeting moment when Wang Yu turned his head, his gaze fell upon a bottle at Lei Hong's feet. While the others remained indifferent, he was acutely aware. Because it is a smuggled drug used to suppress depression, as time progresses, the underprivileged masses find themselves forced into dire straits by the societal elimination system. Unable to make ends meet, an increasing number of individuals, out of desperation, have chosen to give up, with the internet echoing the slogan that as long as I do not strive, you shall not expect to live the life you desire. This has led to a global surge in collective depression. The statistics on global suicide rates have reached unprecedented highs, prompting widespread purchases of the smuggled suppressive drugs. Wang Yu has long lost count of how many he has acquired. Thus he is quite familiar with such substances. Is this not the ancient forest relic created by angels? Why are there modern human artifacts scattered everywhere? Wang Yu pondered. Wang Yu, at the call of Dr. Z, Wang Yu snapped back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? We must leave, the doctor urged. However, Wang Yu's instincts remained heightened, cold sweats soaking his back, as the spider cells warned him of a presence watching him. He shifted his gaze and caught sight of a frail figure by the window on the 2nd floor. That was a human. Upon noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the human immediately ducked out of sight. Z, what troubles you? Is something on your mind? It's nothing. Let's go, Wang Yu said, stifling his tremors, as it seemed the doctor was unaware of the drug's implications. 10 minutes later, a powerful pressure rendered the crowd breathless. 1, 2, 3. How can there be 6? Apologies, but this sanctum is already at full capacity. The remaining 3 teams must seek another path, said Morse. Brother! Nordell exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Morse glanced at his sister, his expression devoid of surprise. As if he had anticipated her presence in the team from Universe 106. Please wait, Mr. Morse. We were the second to arrive here. Did we not have an agreement? Dr. Z suddenly interjected. Following his words, 2 attendants behind Morse charged at Wang Yu and his companions. Be careful, big brother. Lei Hong shouted, rushing to defend, but alas, he was no match, struck down by an attendant's blade. Brother! Wang Yu's fury ignited at the sight, and he charged alongside Lin Chong. Now's our chance. Let us eradicate Universe 106. The other teams surged forward as well. It turned out that upon witnessing Universe 106's trials in the arena, the crowd had become fearful of their god-summoning powers, and thus conspired to collaborate against this formidable threat. Xionshan Flame? Boom! The Flame Warriors unleashed their full powers, torrents of fire spewing towards the enemy, while others poured forth their lifelong skills in a desperate defense. This situation is amiss. Do not linger in battle. Find an opportunity to retreat. Suddenly, a massive, gaping maw lunged at the doctor. What is that? Dr. Z screamed, swiftly enlarging to evade, but the monstrous mouth did not relent, as 5 or 6 others appeared to block his escape. In an instant, the doctor vanished from sight. Vile stingers! Swish, swish, swish. It was too late. The doctor had already turned them into mere blood. The priest was now encircled by 2 teams, for he was the primary target of this slaughter. As a proud divine race, to conspire with such lowly beings against us, what face do you have left? This provocation ignited Morse's wrath, and in an instant he soared above the priest, delivering a kick that shattered him into pieces. Damn it, it's all Z's fault for slowing my self-healing with that concoction. The priest lamented. Morse, you all handle the others. This one is mine. Yes. The remaining teams dispersed, leaving the priest to endure Morse's relentless torment. Damn it, you have forced my hand. The priest, on the verge of summoning a true god, found himself forgetting the incantation and method. Priest, what are you doing? Hurry and summon something. The flame warrior shouted. That I forgot. What else must I do besides reciting the incantation? Morse erupted into maniacal laughter, intensifying his assault as the priest's healing slowed to a crawl. The priest teetered on the brink of death. Several creatures suddenly appeared behind Morse, launching an assault. Slash, slash, slash. Under the collective onslaught, Morse finally spewed forth blood after a long absence. Damn it. Do you filthy ants wish to rebel? Morse bellowed. Do you not think we are unaware? Once you eliminate them, we shall be your next target. Do not forget, the power of the gods resides not only with them, but with us as well. Morse, you have made a foolish choice. Regardless, he has had his memory altered by your sister and can no longer summon a true god to threaten us. Rather, it is you who are too powerful. Upon hearing this, the doctor charged towards Nordell. Z, from the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were no good, die. Dr. Z swung a fist aimed at Nordell, only to be met by a colossal figure blocking his path. Nordell, upon witnessing this, exclaimed excitedly, Wilt! Dr. Z was undeterred by the divine being before him, continuing to strike. Bang, bang, bang. After several seconds, his opponent remained steadfast, showing not a single wound. So, you are the Corpse King? Wilt scoffed. Indeed, I am, Z replied. Wilt unleashed divine power, swiftly snapping the doctor's arms. What? This is impossible. A mere Corpse King dares to challenge a deity. Chapter 22. The Fierce Battle Against the Divine Race. Part 2. Dr. Z, rendered powerless with his arms broken, found himself under Wilt's control, yet he remained worried for his companions. Seeing the priest temporarily escape danger, he sought to break free. Is this the Corpse King favored by angels? Pathetically weak, Wilt mocked. Unbeknownst to them, Nordell had stealthily maneuvered behind the doctor, pressing down on the back of his head. Ugh! Dr. Z gasped, realizing his memories were fading, growing increasingly estranged from his companions, as his physical form began to swell and burst free from Nordell. Boom! A Corpse King containing over 100 transformations. To alter your memories proves somewhat challenging, but it ends here. Nordell slowly peeled away her human skin, revealing her true divine form, a humanoid monstrosity adorned with 5 serpent heads, 3 pairs of black wings, and 4 arms. Upon witnessing this, Wilt slammed the doctor down, then summoned the power of the 7 deities to restrain him firmly. To Dr. Z, sensing danger, attempted to escape, but found himself ensnared by numerous chains of divine power. With my divine might, I purify all. Nordell chanted an incantation, and a radiant array encircled the doctor, overwhelming him with dizziness until he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. 5 points. Flame demon. Swish, swish, swish. Among the ranks, a peculiar black demon suddenly erupted, incinerating 2 of Morse's attendants to ashes. Indeed, he was one of the beings saved by Dr. Z in the arena. Web of hell. In a moment of peril, Wang Yu charged towards the 2 divine beings, unleashing a torrent of venomous threads as his form transformed. Lin Chong swiftly shattered the array with his spear, then hoisted the doctor onto his back and made a dash for escape. Everyone flee! Wang Yu roared, for even with 2 teams betraying, they could not withstand the divine race. Conversely, it would not be long before those 2 teams would be annihilated by the divine beings. However, with the aid of other universes, Universe 106 managed to hold out somewhat, retreating amidst the barrage. You filthy ants, instead of being faithful lapdogs, dare to slay gods. I shall make you aware of the consequences of betrayal. Morse erupted, the invisible pressure suppressing all present. Priest, cackling, the humiliated waste dares to claim to be of the divine race. The priest silently recited a spell, and a blood-red portal materialized in the sky. Since even the Corpse King has fallen, victory is impossible. I'll take my leave. See you, priest. Abel, well done. No one can escape the grasp of the divine. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Morse suddenly plummeted from the sky. Boom, boom! Damn you divine beings. Taste my specially crafted cannonballs. A diminutive gremlin emerged, wielding a smoking cannon, followed by several massive tanks that aimed at the two gods ensnared by Wang Yu. Boom! 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 With a series of explosive sounds, the green-skinned gremlins erupted into wild laughter. What nonsense, divine beings! Have faith in science! As the smoke cleared, Nordell and Wilt lay down, and the teams allied with the divine race, sensing the tide turning, hastily retreated into the sanctum behind them, while the gremlins targeted their final objective. Truly, there are greater beings beyond mortals and skies above the heavens. Wang Yu reflected. Boom! 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 Another series of deafening explosions echoed as the gremlins' raucous laughter seemed to herald the downfall of the divine race. Just when everyone believed that everything had come to an end, as the smoke began to clear, the last deity of the divine clan remained utterly unscathed. This iteration of the divine clan has proven to be quite a handful. I cannot afford to be eliminated here, my humble companions, that a clear and resonant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. And then, astonishingly, the surrounding scenery began to shift, as if the very fabric of space were being relentlessly warped. Are you truly aware of where you stand? No sooner had the words left his mouth than colossal tanks began to twist and shatter, the structure of the surrounding space being altered. As innumerable cold and damp breaths surged forth, the goblins, affected by this divine power, were gradually fading away, shinty blazing flames. The flame army was the first to be enveloped, a surge of heat instantaneously encircling Abel. Then expanding in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! 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 The priest cackled. Keek. You wield powers related to space. So, you were the one who thwarted my escape just now. Abel replied, Disobedient child, I shall lay bare my heart and soul for you. No sooner had he spoken than the priest extended his claws towards Abel, and the remaining survivors united to launch their assault. The ghost dragon spear. In that moment, Lin Chong lunged at Abel with lightning speed. Yet the remaining deity regarded their onslaught with indifference, effortlessly snuffing out the nascent flames of rebellion with a mere flick of his hand. What? So casually? Are we truly so feeble in his eyes? Wang Yu exclaimed in shock. Subsequently, Abel swiftly seized the priest, confining him within a small pocket of space using his overwhelming divine power, leaving no room for evasion. The relentless divine force mercilessly ravaged the priest's corporeal form. Although he quickly began to heal, the oppressive destruction continued unabated, as his internal organs were extracted and ruptured, undergoing repeated cycles of reformation and fragmentation. Abel thus fulfilled his promise, demonstrating his earnestness in laying bare his heart and soul to the priest. Rumble. It seemed Abel had grown weary of the game, suddenly unleashing his supreme divine power. Intent on utterly erasing Universe 106.0, wretched mortals ensnared by the angel's deceit, you are fortunate. My companions still hold some value. And if they are not tended to soon, I shall lose my means of utilizing them. With that, Morse and the other deities floated into the air, ushered into the holy tower by Abel, who casually remarked along the way, I truly hope to see you all in the next trial. I find you quite intriguing. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The divine clan has simply let us go. Wang Yu pondered. This battle had depleted most of their strength, leaving only 11 members in their ranks. Lei Hong queried, He just let us walk away like this. The priest interjected, What? So you weren't dead after all? You were just lying around doing nothing. Lei Hong retorted, Ha! I thought you were all doomed, so I figured I might as well face reality while lying down. Lin Chong remained silent at that moment. Dr.Z awakened, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Wang Yu recounted their ordeal. So it turns out the entire research team is left with just me and Shaoli. So many have perished. The divine clan truly is formidable. Dr. Z lamented. Speaking of which, I find that fellow quite interesting. He played a significant role in our rescue. With that, Wang Yu raised his hand, pointing towards the shadowy figure nearby, and upon being questioned, the entity introduced itself. It turned out he was a being from Universe 27, lacking a name, bestowed with the title of the Oddity, having joined Universe 106 following the annihilation of his team, with the ability known as Fate Jester. Meanwhile, Lei Hong began to tally the current survivors. Dr. Z, Wang Yu, the priest Shaoli, Lei Hong, Lin Chong, Gu Yuanjing, the flame army, the oddity, and 2 bystanders. It is worth noting that on the planet where Lei Hong resided, the environment strictly adhered to the brutal law of nature, compelling the life forms there to undergo genetic evolution. This evolution gave rise to an entirely new cell within existing cellular structures, referred to by the local lord as the phoenix. This cell enables the host to remain vibrant and full of life, even if pierced through the chest, heart, or brain, and slowly heal over time. To utterly extinguish the life on this planet, one must simultaneously destroy the heart and brain or completely obliterate the body. Otherwise, death is nigh impossible. Let us depart. This place is crowded. We must continue our search for the next holy tower. Dr. Z said mournfully, gazing at the remains of the research team members, reminiscing about his former assistant. The group readied themselves and ventured towards the next unknown destination. Perhaps this ancient town still harbored many undiscovered mysteries. Perhaps there were humans lurking in the shadows. Perhaps this forest's ancient relics still housed living natives. Yet, none of this concerned Wang Yu. Facing the angel's dominion and trials, he remained uncertain of their righteousness. But all he could do was strive to pass through the 6 trials as best as he could. Has Mr. Z's memory been altered? Wang Yu suddenly inquired. In response to the question, Dr. Z first affirmed that he did not consider Wang Yu and the others as foes, for he too was unaware of what memories were lost. Rest assured, I am still your companion. After a long journey, the group encountered ghouls, guardian beasts, countless traps and cages, even zombies. Despite the perpetual daylight, hours of travel and fierce battles had left them mentally exhausted, and they all felt the need to rest. The priest remarked, "Keek, only weak mortals require sleep. Join the Red Law sect, Oddity." The oddity gazed at the dim-witted priest before him, unable to suppress a scoff. Thinking, what an idiot, he then chose to ignore him. That moment, Wang Yu felt he had heard something, but dismissed it as a mere illusion and quickly fell asleep. Lord Lucifer, I shall remain eternally loyal to you. Chapter 23. The Haunted Castle. The group awoke from their stupor, realizing that 8 or 9 hours had passed. Yet Wang Yu noticed that the doctor appeared to have not closed his eyes at all, which struck him as odd. However, recalling that zombies do not require rest, he thought nothing of it, attributing it to memory loss. During their respite, many other teams might have already located the Holy Tower, so the group hastily prepared for another round of exploration. After a prolonged search, the group, parched and famished, felt the weight of fear instilled by the divine clan still lingering in their hearts. Boss, this place is vast. When will we ever find the Holy Tower? Shouldn't we eat something first? Lei Hong inquired. Hearing this, Lei Hong grew anxious. Big brother, you may not starve, but we still need to eat. Wang Yu intended to counter, but a voice from Dr. Z interrupted him. Indeed, it would be prudent to pause and take a break, proceeding in a measured manner, since even the doctor suggested so. Wang Yu had no choice but to comply, and the group settled down once more. Suddenly, a thick plume of smoke billowed from a distance. Look, it seems someone is cooking over there. Shaoli pointed towards the smoke. The group exchanged suspicious glances. The priest exclaimed, no way, could there really be people in such a cursed place? What if it's a trap set by another universe? Wang Yu, having witnessed living humans hiding in the ancient town, was not surprised. Let us go take a look. Perhaps there are clues to the Holy Tower, he suggested. Dr. Z pondered for a moment and concurred. Yes, it does seem somewhat suspicious. It's worth investigating. Thus, Wang Yu and the others made their way towards the source of the smoke. Upon nearing, they discovered a village, with the smoke emanating from a dilapidated old house. Could there truly be living humans? To uncover the truth, the group entered the village, approached, and broke through the door, startling the humans within, who then fled in a frenzy, leaving behind only a pot of steaming soup. Lin Chong immediately intercepted one of them, subduing him with a thrust of his spear to the arm. Who are you? Why are you here? Wang Yu demanded, perplexed. Pressing his ear closer, he overheard the villager muttering in terror. Vampire, vampire. The villagers were in a state of panic. Wang Yu was not only shocked but also bewildered. We don't look like vampires at all. Why are these humans so terrified of us? Furthermore, why would there be vampires that fear sunlight in this trial that is perpetually bathed in daylight? Calm down. We are humans just like you. Where are the vampires you speak of? Dr. Z inquired. The priest added. Wang Yu suddenly realized, indeed, the priest resembles a vampire. Priest, what dark secrets are you hiding from us? The priest panicked, exclaiming, "Don't jump to conclusions. I am human." "Admit it, you traitor." The priest protested. "You can't be serious, doctor. You don't believe me either." Amidst this banter, the atmosphere among the group lightened, dispelling the earlier tension and unease. Yet, just as they were conversing, the villager had vanished without a trace. "Wait, where did that person go just now?" Wang Yu sensed something was amiss, although even his spider sense struggled to detect it. "What? We only diverted our attention for a few seconds, and he has disappeared." In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the villager vanished from the midst of the crowd, his arm still pierced by Lin Chong's weapon, yet the ground bore no trace of blood. Wang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling sense of dread creeping over him. This act of disappearing was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, even those modified by artificial cells. The priest wrinkled his nose in worry, exclaiming, "What shall we do? We've lost our only lead, and he hasn't spoken a word. Is there even a holy tower near this village?" The group, having lost their sole clue, exchanged glances, each at a loss for a solution. In their quest for the truth, they resumed their search in the village, only to discover, to their astonishment, that not a single soul could be found. The silent village seemed to emanate an invisible aura, as if it could consume them whole at any moment. "Look over there. What is that?" Dr. Z pointed towards a dim, foreboding castle several dozen meters behind them. Wang Yu's anxiety intensified as he beheld the castle, shrouded by a flock of crows, an inexplicable terror bubbling within him. The priest remarked, "Caw. This place bears a striking resemblance to the headquarters of the Red Cult. Let us venture inside." Lei Hong interjected, "For heaven's sake, can you not court disaster? It's clear that it's a trap meant to ensnare us." "We didn't notice this thing upon our arrival," Z suggested. "Let us proceed inside, what?" The group was taken aback as the usually composed Dr. Z expressed his willingness to step into such an obvious snare. The angel spoke of 13 holy towers, but did it mention that they all look alike? Z inquired. Indeed, it did not. Wang Yu pondered. If the holy towers were modeled after castles, then this very structure could indeed be one that thus. The group, filled with trepidation, ventured forth as they opened the grand door. They were greeted by a vast hall, dominated by 2 interconnected staircases. The walls were adorned with a multitude of eerie portraits, while the first, second, and third floors housed countless small chambers, occasionally disturbed by the fluttering of bats. Just as they reached the center, the massive door behind them suddenly slammed shut, extinguishing the surrounding candles, plunging the already dim castle in a deeper darkness, leaving only the silence of the air. "Goodness, it's exceedingly dark in here," Lei Hong shouted. Yan Jun, observing the disappointed expressions on his companions, remarked, "It appears this castle is no holy tower after all." Lei Hong continued, "Could it be that the vampire the villager spoke of resides here?" At this, Dr. Z immediately tossed a device to the group. "What is this?" Lei Hong asked, puzzled. Wang Yu attempted to twist the switch, and to his surprise, the device illuminated. "Thankfully, I brought 6 flashlights while preparing supplies." "Who would have thought they would come in handy?" Dr. Z exhaled in relief. With the flashlights, the surroundings quickly brightened, while Lei Hong, still puzzled, asked, "How do you operate this thing?" Yan Jun replied, "Just twist it." With a click, Lei Hong's flashlight flickered to life, but unexpectedly, in the beam of light, a human face appeared before him. "Whoa! Who are you?" Lei Hong exclaimed, and the group immediately assumed a defensive stance. As Lei Hong cautiously retreated, he discerned the figure, a gaunt man. "That I am Sir Sun, the master of this castle. What brings you to intrude upon my domain?" the mysterious figure demanded angrily. Lin Chong, sensing danger, prepared to attack, but Wang Yu restrained him. "Mr. Sir Sun, I apologize for disturbing you. We are merely searching for the holy tower and mean you no harm. We shall take our leave." With that, Wang Yu gestured for everyone to step back, ready to push open the door. However, Sir Sun seemed unmoved by Wang Yu's apology, still fuming. "Halt! You faithless insects who revere angels. You shall not leave here unscathed after trespassing in my territory." Suddenly, Sir Sun's mouth elongated with fangs as he lunged at Dr. Z, who did not flinch, allowing the attack to unfold. "So, you are indeed the vampire the villager spoke of," Dr. Z exclaimed, growing in size as he seized Sir Sun, causing him to howl in pain with a mere squeeze. "And master, I was wrong," Sir Sun whimpered, utterly bereft of pride. That Dr. Z released his grip, interrogating. Why were you present during the Angel's trial? What? Look at those fangs in your mouth. Do you dare to deny it? Moreover, what is written in novels is not always true. Dr. Z sees Sir Sun once more, applying pressure that elicited frantic cries at a T that moment. Two figures descended from the ceiling. Please spare him. Who are you? Dr. Z inquired. We are his wife and daughter. After their pleas, Dr. Z finally released his hold. Wang Yu asked, since you are not vampires, have you encountered any? Sir Sun replied, we have lived in this castle for nearly 1,000 years and have never seen a vampire. Lin Cheng interjected. Wang Yu continued, is it possible that you are the vampires? What? This revelation struck Sir Sun and his family like a bolt of lightning, their faces registering realization. Wang Yu queried, so you've lived for nearly 1,000 years without knowing your own kind. Oh, benefactor, so we are indeed vampires. How shall I repay you? Sir Sun exclaimed. Wang Yu inquired, have you seen any holy towers or peculiar items nearby? Sir Sun replied, I've not seen any holy towers, but I've come across strange things. Follow me. With that, Sir Sun left his family behind and led the group outward. Shortly thereafter, under Sir Sun's guidance, they arrived at a stone tablet. This is the one. This tablet can absorb anything. Whatever you place before it will be devoured completely, Doctor. Z remarked, oh, isn't that quite dangerous? Sir Sun reassured, fear not. It is not moved today as long as we do not approach it. We shall be fine. Wang Yu expressed, remarkable. You truly seem unafraid of sunlight. Sir Sun chuckled. I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps it is due to our family's evolution over centuries. After Sir Sun's explanation, the group scrutinized the tablet, but found no discernible differences upon prolonged inspection. Wang Yu pondered, could it be that we must venture inside to uncover the truth? Lei Hong protested, please, boss, my injuries haven't healed yet. I'm frightened. The priest added, exactly. If you're going in, go on your own. I shall not partake at tea that moment. The usually silent Guai suddenly discovered a secret and pointed to the ground. Exclaiming, look! The group turned to see a line of text, yet the script was unfamiliar to them. Wang Yu asked Mr. Z, what does it say? Dr. Z appeared to contemplate, but soon shook his head. After much deliberation, the group resolved to take the plunge, recognizing that remaining idle was not an option, and thus they leaped into the unknown. Sir Sun called after them, take care, my benefactors. May your journey yield fruitful discoveries. Once they had all crossed over, Dr. Z recited the inscription beneath the tablet. The lighthouse keeper sometimes fears the great waves. The haze of tobacco cannot accompany him. Chapter 24. The kingdom of Guanchong legend has it that Guanchong lies to the east, inhabited by a people with hidden talents. Another account places it east of the Zhuang kingdom at this moment. Wang Yu and his companions traversed through the stone tablet, arriving in this mysterious land recorded in the southern scriptures. Ugh, my head aches terribly. The group slowly rose, only to find themselves under the scrutiny of various creatures, while a figure behind them cursed vehemently. Lei Hong inquired, greetings. Might I ask where this is before he could finish? A man suddenly swung a large blade at him, but Lin Cheng, quick on his feet, struck with his spear, piercing the assailant's heart and ending his life. You wish to die. My father is the lord of Guantong City. Killing my servant is tantamount to provoking the entire city. A burly man with a gaping hole in his chest shouted angrily, prompting the surrounding residents to kneel, indicating his absolute authority. How dare you ambush me? I've battled gods and fear no wretched beings like you. With that, Lei Hong seized the large blade, charging at the prince, only to be halted by Wang Yu. Hold on. We've just arrived and know nothing of this place. Let us ascertain the situation first. Wang Yu then turned to the prince and apologized. Noble prince, we hail from foreign lands. Though we have slain your companion, it was he who attacked us first. He reaped what he sowed. Nonetheless, we sincerely apologize. The proud prince disregarded Wang Yu's apology, resolute in his intent to execute them on the spot. I care not where you come from. This is my territory, and I am the master. Offending me means you must pay with your lives. Descending from his perch, the prince commanded a towering creature beside him. Go, shout Ao, tear them apart, as the master issued his command. The creature gradually descended into a frenzy, its form seemingly swelling to several dozen times its original size, its entire body glowing a fierce crimson as it lunged towards the crowd. Ghost Dragon Spear. Lin Chung swiftly brandished his long spear in defense, but alas, the creature's size and strength surpassed his by tenfold, and in mere moments, he was overwhelmed and crushed beneath its foot. The priest exclaimed, "Leopard, damn it, you were the ones who struck first." The priest's hands morphed into blades as he furiously slashed at the beast, and upon witnessing this, Lei Hung immediately brandished his long knife and joined the fray. "Count me in. Let us smash it." Those who had battled against the divine clan naturally held no fear of this monster. The priest grew bolder with each swing, his speed increasing, shinty on fiery flames. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat caused the surrounding residents to flee in panic, as the flame army launched a sudden strike against the prince that, as the saying goes, "Catch the thief, first catch the king," roared the flame army. Yet even in the face of such a hellish inferno, the prince remained calm and composed. "Xiao Qiu, protect the prince!" At the prince's command, yet another crimson creature descended from the heavens, effortlessly countering the flames of the flame army. Wang Yu gasped, "What? There is not just one of these monsters. Everyone, attack together!" Bang! Shaoli hurled a thunderbomb, blasting the creature's foot, allowing Lin Chung to break free from his restraints and join forces with the flame army. At that moment, the fate jester rolled the dice. Your luck is rather poor, but it will just barely suffice. 2 points. Thunderwind. The bizarre creature unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning against the two monsters, which instantly pierced through their abdomens. Spiderweb hell. Just as Wang Yu charged into the center, he ensnared the creatures, and then everyone unleashed their full power. Yet the next moment, the wounds on the two monsters began to heal at an alarming rate. Lei Hung, damn it, why can't we kill it? Before anyone could react, the monsters began to thrash wildly, and A and B, caught off guard, were instantly slain to protect the others. Bizarre stood firm against the two colossal beasts. Fate Jester. Your luck is truly abysmal. Prepare to meet your end. 1 point. Rock Mountain. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the terrain around Bizarre transformed, with countless spikes piercing through the two monsters. Useless. I infused these two slaves with a vast amount of undying grass, so no matter how severe the injury, they will heal instantly. The prince laughed maniacally, as if victory was within his grasp. The rejuvenated giant monster shattered the rock spikes and unleashed a flurry of punches. Bah! Bang! Bang! Bizarre hurriedly defended himself, but the overwhelming force all but ignored his defenses that in an instant. His insides were nearly obliterated, and as he lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, he still struggled to rise and roll the dice once more. However, the creature's assault did not relent. Another punch descended, bang! In a moment of peril, two massive feet plummeted from the sky, instantly crushing the giant beast. The prince, witnessing this, shouted, "No! My creation!" Just as the crowd pondered this turn of events, a figure slowly descended from above. The crowd exclaimed, "Dr. Z, if you wish to completely eradicate the creatures of this kingdom, you must destroy their hearts and brains." Wang Yu, you arrived rather late. We've lost 2 more members, Z. Apologies, I took a while saying goodbye to Seer Sin over there in the second trial. It was my fault. The prince trembled in fear at the sight of the old man, and then frantically fled towards the city center. Impudent, did I permit you to leave? The doctor enlarged his right hand, and with a single strike, turned the prince into a bloody pulp. Z, what just transpired? Why were you attacked? Can anyone explain? Wang Yu recounted their recent experiences to Dr. Z. Z, I see, no wonder there ain't a single resident around. We stirred trouble by killing the Lord's son, but we should lay low for a while. Lei Hung. He deserved it. The residents, hiding within their homes, swiftly closed their windows upon witnessing the prince's demise, eager to avoid attracting trouble. Lin Chung hoisted Bizarre onto his back, while the doctor led the group towards the outskirts of the city. Wang Yu, Mr. Z, where exactly are we? Why do the residents seem so familiar to me? I feel as if I've seen them before, and what is this undying grass they speak of? Z, have you read the classic of mountains and seas? This is the kingdom of Guanchist as recorded in the text. Wang Yu was taken aback. He had thought it was merely a folk tale, never realizing it was a real place, Shaoli. But that realm is said to exist only in ancient times. Why is there a portal leading here in the angel's trial? Could the classic of mountains and seas be connected to the angels? Z, I am uncertain, as we don't even know who the author is. However, what is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas and our Earth are undoubtedly two different worlds. Those beings do not belong to our world. Suddenly, a guard at the city gate stopped them. Halt! What are you doing? As the group engaged in conversation, a massive army appeared behind them, seemingly heading towards Wang Yu and the others. See, damn it. Is the Lord coming for revenge? Clear the way for me. The doctor swiftly struck down two guards with a single blow and charged outward with the group. Capture them. Don't let them escape. The army pursued relentlessly. The doctor, realizing that they would be caught if this continued, decided to take a desperate gamble. I had no intention of killing you, but since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Just as the doctor prepared to enlarge himself, a girl appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The girl. This way. Swish, swish, swish. Under the girl's guidance, the group slipped into a mysterious space, thus evading disaster. Lord of the city, they were just here, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Find them. Dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover them. If not, I will have you all accompany my son in death. Wang Yu. Who are you? Where is this place? In this space. Besides Wang Yu and the others, there were 8 unfamiliar individuals, none bearing significant wounds. The girl. We are all former losers from the trials, having inadvertently arrived in this kingdom that be why the time we realized it. We found ourselves unable to leave. This space is a 4-dimensional realm I created. Wang Yu, what? You were also transported from the ancient ruins of the second trial? The girl. Not exactly. We came from different places. And my second trial was a grand escape. There are surely many others like us scattered throughout this world. Xiaoli. So, the angels and the classic of mountains and seas indeed have a connection. Upon hearing this, the strangers were momentarily taken aback. The girl. Excuse me, what is this classic of mountains and seas you speak of? We have never heard of it. Xiaoli nearly forgot that different universes have their own distinct worlds. Lei Heng. Actually, I don't know either. With no other choice, Xiaoli began to explain the history of this kingdom. It is said that the kingdom of Guanchist was established during the reign of the wind-preventing ministers when you the great summoned lords from across the land to convene at Mount Kaiji. The leader of the wind-preventing clan was tardy, inciting the wrath of Yu, who annihilated them. After quelling the floods, Yu encountered the descendants of the wind-preventing clan, Hou, while traveling south. Hou, intent on avenging his ancestors, ambushed Yu, resulting in thunderous roars and 2 dragons soaring away. When Hou's plan was foiled by Yu, he stabbed his own heart with a knife. Recognizing his loyalty, Yu stuffed the undying grass into the wounds of both, allowing them to die and be reborn. However, the wounds on their chests did not heal, and the denizens of the kingdom of Guanchist are the descendants of the two that the girl. I see. So this is indeed the land of the undying. The girl. I have been trapped here for 2.5 years, while some have been here for 4 or 5 years. There is a way to leave. If one travels 200 miles east, there lies a mountain named Ghost Domain, at the peak of which is a portal to another world. That it is said that the mountain is rife with monsters known as the Chilean Beast. Due to that portal, this world traverses through the cosmos during every full moon, appearing unpredictably. The Ghost Domain you speak of cannot be the Corpse Mountain, can it? The girl. How do you know? Indeed, it was once a corpse mountain, but as the negative energy there expanded, it even consumed several small nations, now covering an area 20 times larger than thousands of years ago. Hence, it was renamed Ghost Domain. So, your inability to leave is due to a lack of strength. With your abilities, you would likely turn into a corpse within half a day in the Ghost Domain, even with the protection of the 4-dimensional space. The girl. That's right. You are quite powerful, and I saved you in hopes of escaping, although you may not need my assistance. Chapter 25. The Celestial and the Girl. I still don't know your names. Let us introduce ourselves. Wang Yu, right, I nearly forgot. Originally, the maiden hailed from the ice star of the 86th galaxy, known as Yanling Shua. The Snow Clan is a race that has completely mastered the 4th dimension, with some exceptional individuals capable of freely unfolding 4-dimensional space. The remaining 7 were Jin Xing Mu Li, Ta Luo Xing Luo Yong, Mu Xing Lei Mu, Yuing Xing Xieze, Yinmi Xing Yanjun, Lang Ya Xing Feng, and the Earth Ancient Dragon. Due to their similar names and abilities, Yanjun and Yanjun formed a bond of life and death. However, the leader, I am not familiar with that so-called Corpse Mountain. Could you explain it to me first? Lei Hung, already drenched in cold sweat before setting off, sensed that the ghost domain was undoubtedly formidable, feeling its might rivaling that of the divine race's able. Wang Yu. The ghost domain is a place where countless corpses are piled together. Appearing from a distance like small hills that as time passes, the corpses begin to rot slowly. The mingling of corpse water and blood gradually forms a meandering stream that winds for several miles, which likely stretches for hundreds of miles now. The corpses close to the ground, nurtured by the corpse water, start to sprout roots and leaves, transforming into a dense forest of white bones. The leaves are composed of internal organs and flesh, while the branches are formed from white bones. The corpse forest grows wildly, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon along with the negative energy of the corpses, becoming lush and obscuring the light. Within the mountains, there exists a creature known as the Jing. Upon hearing Wang Yu's description, Guaika gulped nervously and trembled. I am still seriously injured. Can we wait until I recover before heading there? It would take at least 2 to 3 years for Guaika to heal, and the others could not afford such a delay, yet they were not the type to abandon a companion. In that case, we can only storm into the city center and forcibly seize the undying grass. Although this would invite considerable trouble, there seems to be no other means of healing besides the undying grass. Gulong. I know of a place where the undying grass grows abundantly, producing 10,000 stalks each year. What? Wang Yu initially believed the undying grass to be an exceedingly rare plant, only to discover that it is as common as grains of rice in this world. Wang Yu. Where is it? Gulong. 180 miles north lies the everlasting mountain, where the beings live as long as the heavens and earth. It was also the first place I visited upon arriving in this world. Luo Yong. It is rumored that the undying grass is a rare divine object in this world. Yet since the Void invasion 300 years ago, it has inexplicably become the most devalued commodity. Although devalued, it remains highly useful. Guaiku. Excellent. Let us head to the everlasting mountain, Dejiyulong. The beings there are very gentle. I believe we only need one person to accompany this brother. Indeed, the interdimensional gate is our top priority. Yinling Shue. Then I shall accompany him. No, your ability to open the four-dimensional space is extremely important. Gathering the undying grass is not difficult. We should send the weakest among us to find it. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Yu. What does that mean? Wang Yu retorted with dissatisfaction. Lei Hung. Boss, consider this. While you can handle a few individuals, you are utterly helpless against towering monsters. Your web has little lethality, so at best, you are merely an ordinary person who cannot die. What? I once took down an entire giant zombie. Although it did take me a whole day. Wang Yu thought to himself, faced with the cold jibes of his subordinates. Wang Yu, out of sheer helplessness, had no choice but to carry Guai Kun northward. Guai Ku, fear not, brother. In times of peril, I shall protect you. Wang Yu, you. Thus, Wang Yu parted ways with the others, and before departing, the doctor did not forget to hand him a phone for communication. After an hour of relentless running, Wang Yu was already panting heavily. Huff. Huff. How far have we gone? Wang Yu asked anxiously. Nonsense. I am in. What is this mere distance? Wang Yu thought with pride, yet prolonged physical exertion inevitably left him feeling famished. So he turned back and said, Hand me some food. I need to eat something. Guaiku. What food? I didn't bring any. Wang Yu, what? Knowing we would be traveling a long distance, how could you not prepare supplies? Guaiku. Didn't you forget to bring anything as well? On the other side, the priest and others commenced a picnic within the four-dimensional space. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten to give Wang Yu something important. Shaoli. Hey, forget about him. Come try this leg of lamb I just roasted. At that moment, Wang Yu involuntarily sneezed. Wang Yu, great. I've been carrying you for so long, and you still insult me. Guai what, don't speak nonsense. I did not. Wang Yu, utterly exhausted, simply collapsed onto the ground. Just then, Guai seemed to discover something and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yu, look over there. There's a city. Hearing this, Wang Yu immediately sat up, and after a brief observation, Wonderful. My stomach is saved. Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully, and then he hoisted Guai onto his back once more, charging towards the city ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh upon entering. A bustling marketplace unfolded before their eyes, resembling human society on Earth, even featuring advanced tools like flying vehicles. Yet at that moment, Wang Yu cared little for such details. He only wished to eat. Not far away, a sign reading Tian Yuan and gradually came into view. Tian Yuan in salvation, bang! Wang Yu flung open the inn's door, discovering countless monsters seated within. Some with human faces and bird bodies. Others with human faces and snake bodies. And even the fox spirits of Chinchio. At that moment, a creature resembling a wolfman approached. A new face. Please, honored guest, take a seat. Wang Yu and Guai Ko were led to a dining table, where two bird demons sat nearby. Heh, there isn't enough space. You'll just have to share the table. One of the bird demons, noticing Wang Yu, seemed to take an instant disliking to him and said displeased, in such a large inn, are there no rules? How can even a mere mortal enter? It turns out these two bird demons were local nobility, disdainful of sharing meals with ordinary folk, and possessed a severe aversion to dirt. The bird demon then pointed at the two and declared, that faceless black devil can stay, but that lowly human creature of unknown origin must leave. Yes, my lords, please calm down. I will have him leave at once. The wolfman demon said with a forced smile, then turned to Wang Yu. Esteemed sir, please bear with it. I am merely running a small business. I cannot afford to offend such noble families. This remark ignited the already famished Wang Yu's fury. It was one thing for his companions to belittle him, but now even monsters looked down upon him. To hell with it. Are nobles really that impressive? Even if the divine race came today, I would still eat here. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu was ready to fight. Oh ho, you are quite arrogant. The bird demon took the initiative, instantly launching hundreds of feathered spikes towards Wang Yu. Whoosh, 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 fate's jester. Ha! Your luck seems a bit lacking, but it's barely sufficient. 2 points, thunderstorm. A lightning shield rapidly formed around Guai Ko, blocking the bird demon's feathered projectiles. Wang Yu is my brother. Your disdain for him puts me in a difficult position. Difficult position? Well then, let's not deal with it. With that, the bird demon overturned the dining table, revealing its true form, a raven. The raven took to the air, and the surrounding monsters, aware of the royal bird demon's wrath, hurriedly avoided it to escape trouble. Crash, crash, crash! Bang! Hey, my table! Bang! Hey, my chair! If you're going to fight, just fight. Don't damage my property. Guai Ko. Damn raven, is this not over yet? In the blink of an eye, a powerful bolt of lightning surged forth, striking the raven directly in a vital spot, yet being a descendant of the Baifeng. Within a second, its injury healed, and it continued to soar and attack. Whoosh, 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 my ceiling. Wang Yu, damn it, is that nothing? At a critical moment, Guai Ko's old injury flared up. Unable to dodge, he was struck by dozens of feathered spikes, instantly spewing blood. Wang Yu sensed the danger and leapt up. Spider web hell. Before the resilient spider web, the raven was immobilized in an instant. Stop looking and come help me. Hearing this, another bird demon swiftly tore through the web, rescuing the raven while sneering. I thought who it was. Turns out it's just a spider demon. Wang Yu quickly hoisted Guai Ko and dashed for the exit, yet the two bird demons would not allow their escape. Run. Why aren't you running? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you know the might of my brother the raven. Huh. Wang Yu, oh dear, I beg you to just kill me. If you can kill me, I will admit defeat. Fine, as you wish. Upon uttering these words, the raven's sharp talons sliced through the air, reducing Wang Yu to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. Yet, to the raven's astonishment, Wang Yu swiftly healed, his rate of self-regeneration far exceeding its comprehension. Indeed, surpassing even the capabilities of its ancestor, Baifeng, by countless magnitudes. This spectacle piqued the interest of a fox demon, standing by the second-floor guest room. What on earth are you? Why can't you be killed? Even the immortal tree could not possess such remarkable efficacy. The raven exclaimed in terror. It began to worry, fearing a connection between Wang Yu and the void creatures of 3 centuries past. Could he possibly be a harbinger of the void child, sent to this realm to investigate the boundaries of reality? Yes, such an immortal entity could only be the work of those monsters from the void. The raven's mind was in turmoil, yet it could not fathom that on the other side of the cosmos, human technology had long since transcended the bounds of life and death to that moment. An exquisitely beautiful fox demon descended from the second floor, positioning herself before Wang Yu and the creature known as Guaiku. You, three-tailed fox, best be gone. This matter does not concern you, so refrain from meddling. Let us converse civilly. There is perhaps only one true immortal in the world, and I find myself quite intrigued by him. Grant me this favor, and do not hold it against him. Would you? You have no right to ask for favors. Before the raven could finish, the white bird demon beside it tugged at its sleeve, whispering, Raven brother, do exercise some restraint. Her sister is an extraordinarily rare nine-tailed fox. Her status far superior to ours. Moreover, that spider's origins are unclear. It is best not to provoke her. How about we simply pretend to grant her a favor? After a brief moment of contemplation, the raven, albeit reluctantly, replied, For your sister's sake, I shall not pursue this matter further. White bird, let us depart. With that, the two demons stormed out. Meanwhile, the proprietor, cowering in a corner, trembled, Oh dear, those two ancestors have finally left my establishment. Chapter 26. The Immortal Tree, Part 1. Thank you, my lady, for your timely intervention. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude towards the fox demon who had rescued them, even if her curiosity was solely directed at his extraordinary regenerative abilities. No need for thanks. Since you are here to dine, allow me to treat you. Also, do enlighten me about the secrets of your body, the fox demon replied, leading the two upstairs while instructing the proprietor. Same as before, bring up 2 servings. Goodness, a windfall from the heavens, Wang Yu thought to himself, while Guai's injuries worsened, making even speaking a challenge, let alone eating. Brother, do inquire if she possesses any miraculous elixirs for healing. I am nearing my end, Guai managed to utter with great effort. Having already been injured, Guai's condition deteriorated further after the assault from the 2 bird demons. Thus, Wang Yu conveyed this predicament to the fox demon. Upon hearing this, the fox demon expelled a medicinal pill from her mouth, addressing Guaiku. This is my inner elixir. Consume it, and your suffering will ease. Just remember to return it before you leave. Are you doing this on purpose? This is practically saliva. Do you not have any proper medicine? Guaiku grumbled inwardly. Reluctantly, he swallowed the inner elixir, and in the next moment, he felt a significant improvement in his injuries. How do you feel? Your condition should be stabilized now, correct? Wang Yu inquired with concern. I feel fine, though a bit nauseous. Seeing Guai's state genuinely improve, Wang Yu once again expressed his gratitude to the fox demon. I am truly grateful, my lady. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. It was but a trifle. Soon enough, the two were devouring their meal in the fox demon's guest room. Before long, the table was cleared of all food, prompting the fox demon to exclaim, Hey, you've eaten and drunk enough. It's about time you divulged the secrets of your body, don't you think? Thus, Wang Yu recounted their entire journey in detail, leaving the fox demon utterly astonished. She had not anticipated the existence of so many anomalies beyond the cosmos you mean to say, your immortality is entirely reliant on the cellular transformation initiated by something called the Corpse King? It has nothing to do with the void, and your aim here is to locate the immortal tree at the Fountain of Youth. The fox demon continued. Let me advise you. While the Fountain of Youth does harbor trees capable of healing all injuries, they are intermingled with ordinary trees, and their appearances are remarkably similar, making them indistinguishable. Even if you are fortunate enough to identify the true immortal tree, you would still not know which parts of its branches are safe to consume and which are not. And should you ingest the wrong part, what do you think would happen? Wang Yu paused, pondering for a moment before guessing. Would I die? Not quite. You would transform into a new immortal tree. Both were taken aback, realizing that the majority of the immortal trees at the Fountain of Youth were, in fact, once living humans, not creations of heaven and earth. Wang Yu wrinkled his nose in confusion. Then how does one distinguish between them? The fox demon shook her head. Regrettably, I too am unaware. This secret is known only to the residents of the immortal nation near the Fountain of Youth, but they will not divulge it to outsiders. Thus, it seems you may have made the journey in vain. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek other methods. Even so, we must venture forth to uncover the truth. Thank you for your hospitality. My lady, we shall take our leave. With that, Wang Yu and Guai stood to depart. However, the fox demon suddenly grasped their hands, causing Wang Yu to believe it was an ambush, and he swiftly broke free. What is your intention? The fox demon appeared somewhat irate, furrowing her brow and gritting her teeth. "You haven't returned my inner elixir yet." Upon hearing this, the two realized they had indeed borrowed her inner elixir, leading to an awkward chuckle. Guaica scratched his head and laughed. "My apologies, but how does one retrieve it? Stand still and do not move." With that, the fox demon approached Guaiku, opened his mouth, and forcibly kissed him. Moments later, she extracted the inner elixir from his body. The fox demon smacked her lips and smiled. "All done. You may go now." Once the inner elixir was extracted, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through Guaiku, causing him to collapse into Wang Yu's embrace. Remarkably, thanks to the effects of the previously consumed inner elixir, Guaiku's injuries had indeed improved somewhat, yet it remained far from sufficient. Time was of the essence. They needed to hasten to the Fountain of Youth. Wang Yu thought, and before leaving, he once again expressed, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lady." Then, with Guaiku on his back, Wang Yu dashed out of the city gate, sprinting northward with fervor. Cough, cough, cough. No good. My injuries seem to have worsened again. I must quicken my pace, and on the other side, crack. Luan Mu. Shaoli cried out desperately. The herd of deer beasts erupted in a sudden roar, lunging at Xiao Li and piercing through his chest in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Luan Mu expended all his life energy. "All trees are my soldiers." In an instant, the forest within 1,000 meters transformed into countless wooden figures. "Dr. Z, hurry and flee. I will hold them off." Luan Mu shouted with his last ounce of strength. That it was evident that he could not withstand the onslaught of the deer beasts for much longer. The doctor, left with no choice, grabbed Lei Hong and Lin Chong and made a break for it. The ghost realm was even more terrifying than they had imagined. They had barely entered when a wave of blood mist forced them apart. "Doctor, are you really going to leave those two behind and escape alone?" Lei Hong questioned. "That if anyone is leaving, it's you. I and the leopard will go save him." Lin Chong remained silent, placing a hand on Lei Hong's shoulder. Though he spoke no words, Lei Hong seemed to grasp his intent and quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, Yin Lingxue and the others, having separated from the Corpse King, faced their own misfortunes, yet miraculously evaded disaster thanks to the four-dimensional space. Meanwhile, Wang Yu reached the fabled immortal nation within less than an hour. The residents, observing the breathless Wang Yu and the injured Guaiku, quickly understood their purpose. To their surprise, the inhabitants warmly welcomed them. "Oh dear, is this your friend? He appears to be quite injured. Young man, come to my humble abode. I am an alchemist, that if your friend does not receive treatment soon, his injuries will worsen." The residents' enthusiastic hospitality made Wang Yu feel uneasy, for his spider senses tingled with the presence of murderous intent, despite their cheerful facades. The two had come seeking healing after all, so they chose to enter the home of a random alchemist. "Pardon my curiosity, but what brings you to our humble abode?" The alchemist inquired with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing much. I truly admire your audacity to venture into such a remote place without any backing or influence. This world is rife with all sorts of monsters and demons. Should you encounter one by ill fortune, it could cost you your life. In truth, one you had already encountered numerous monsters along the way. Although he could not overpower them, he had managed to evade capture." "Thank you for your concern. It seems we were merely fortunate," Wang Yu replied. It's no trouble at all. I shall prepare some healing elixirs for you." With that, the alchemist turned and ascended to the second floor. The alchemist turned his back to the two individuals. A triumphant expression emerged on his face, his lips gradually curling into a sinister smile. "Brother, I had anticipated that the inhabitants of the immortal nation would be quite difficult to deal with. Yet surprisingly, they are unexpectedly warm-hearted. Indeed, I did not foresee that either. In any case, let us proceed with caution. The elixir he provided may very well be toxic." Approximately 3 hours later, the sky outside had darkened, and the enigmatic alchemist finally descended the stairs, carrying a tray upon which rested a steaming pill. "This is the elixir that can heal your friend. It cost me considerable effort to prepare," the alchemist stated with a grin. Guaica leaned in with curiosity. "Oh, will it completely cure me?" "I regret to inform you that it will not. I have exerted my utmost effort, but it can only alleviate the symptoms, not eradicate the root of the ailment." Disheartened, Guaica grasped the warm pill, ready to swallow it whole. Just then, Wang Yu hurriedly interjected. "Wait, I still feel uneasy. What if it contains deadly poison? I anticipated that you would think so. The alchemist, without hesitation, broke the pill in half, offering one portion to Guai Ku while consuming the other himself. 2 minutes later, seeing the alchemist unharmed, Guai Ku finally felt reassured enough to ingest it. Rest assured, my distant friend, trust me, I will ensure your healing. Wang Yu inquired, I have heard there is a mountain of immortality nearby, where the immortal trees intertwine with the forest. Could you enlighten us on how to distinguish them? I regret to inform you that, like the fountain of immortality, this is a state secret, and we cannot divulge it to outsiders. The alchemist replied, still smiling, that I understand, but what of the fountain of immortality? It too lies within the mountain of immortality, albeit in a more concealed location that it possesses effects similar to the immortal trees. But the difference is that there is no need to distinguish between branches. Upon hearing this, Guai Ku exclaimed joyfully, that is far more convenient than the immortal trees. Indeed, however, your injuries are quite severe. I can make a special exception for you. If necessary, I can guide you there right now. After hearing this, Guai Ku quickly pulled Wang Yu aside and whispered, he seems to harbor no ill intentions towards us. And he even took the trouble to concoct a healing elixir for my injuries. Should we not place our trust in him? Wang Yu relaxed at this, conceding, you can take him. I am fine. Haha, very well, my friend, this moment. The alchemist's smile grew even more sinister. Bang! Soon after, the two burst through the door, leaving Wang Yu seemingly alone in the room. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu felt an urgent pressure in his bladder. Where on earth is the restroom? He scoured the vicinity, but found no sign of a toilet, prompting him to dash upstairs in desperation. 2 minutes later, having searched every room on the second floor without success, save for one locked door, he thought to himself, this must be the restroom. But why on earth is it locked? In exasperation, he prepared to break down the door. Forgive me, benefactor, crash. After the resounding noise, Wang Yu, filled with hope for imminent relief, found the outcome far from satisfactory. Help! Save me! A severed head, dangling from the ceiling, issued a chilling plea. Wang Yu's face turned ashen with fear, the urge to urinate now forgotten. Before him lay the dismembered remains of various humans and monsters. Crimson blood staining the floor, surrounded by countless intestines, stomachs, and organs. At the center stood a blood-red tree with a head as its trunk. Meanwhile, a head on the ground, revealing half a brain, crawled towards Wang Yu with its tongue, tears streaming from its eyes. Please save me. Instinctual terror compelled Wang Yu to step back, his legs trembling. This was perhaps the most harrowing sight he had ever witnessed, comparable to the ghastly domain of Dr. Z. Strangely, the room bore no trace of a foul stench. The bleeding head tree in the center ignited a thought in Wang Yu's mind. The Immortal Tree, Chapter 27. The Immortal Tree, Part 2, Oh dear. It seems he has discovered us. Let us eliminate him. Are they aware of our origins? Rest assured, they are merely powerless commoners and inferior monsters. Their demise will go unnoticed. That moment, familiar voices echoed from outside the room. These are the residents who received us earlier today. Wang Yu suddenly realized, awakening from his stupor. If the alchemist truly wished to assist them, why not directly lead them to the fountain of immortality? Damn it, the alchemist seeks to gain our trust, but his true intention is to transform us into immortal trees. Enraged by this revelation, Wang Yu felt his veins pulse with a dark red hue. His physique seemingly expanding, and a pair of eyes emerging on his forehead as 6 dark red arms began to sprout from his back, exuding a toxic aura. The vibrant life forms in the room wept profusely, all pleading for this singular savior. That moment, a being with only half a body spoke up, while others clamored in desperation. Oh God, I am but a head, yet I still wish to live. Please help me. I am just 26 years old, the last hope of my centaur tribe. I must find a fountain of immortality to cure the plague afflicting my homeland. I cannot save you. I cannot save you. Wang Yu repeated these words in his mind, overwhelmed by the sorrowful scene before him. The echoes of pleas not only filled him with profound sadness, but also immense pressure. Ultimately, under the weight of this oppressive emotion, he could no longer contain himself. Enough! Silence! All of you, do you think I am a cold-hearted monster? Back on Earth, I had barely survived day to day, living in a cramped room with insurmountable debt, only to be inexplicably thrust into this hellish place. If I were a god, I would save you without hesitation, but how can I help you now? I am merely an ordinary person in an instant. Silence fell over the room, replaced by despair and tears, with Wang Yu, the observer, feeling the most hopeless. Though he was an extraordinary being, he found himself powerless to act in the face of such brutality. At that moment, an elderly man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. In truth, I know I am beyond salvation, but my granddaughter entered this country with me a month ago, and I fear for her safety. She is still so young. She should not have to endure this. Could you care for her for me? I cannot hold on much longer. Gazing at the corner were the elderly man, now limbless yet still concerned for his granddaughter. Wang Yu could no longer restrain his tears, his face awash with sorrow. Her name is Xiao Yu. Today marks her 7th birthday. Wang Yu slowly approached the corner and gently sliced the old man's throat, ending his painful existence. Boom! Just then, the front door was violently smashed open by the agitated residents. Strangely, their footsteps produced no sound, rendering the crowd's presence even more eerie. Yet, even amidst this unsettling atmosphere, Wang Yu's spider sense warned him. And soon enough, the residents ascended to the 2nd floor. What? He has killed the subjects. No need to panic. That is merely a portion of them. What he has slain is just the tip of the iceberg. It changes nothing that he escaped through the window. We must pursue him. We cannot allow him to expose the secrets of our nation. He wouldn't flee towards the back mountain, would he? Impossible. Outsiders only know that the immortal trees inhabit the mountain of immortality. They have no idea where the fountain of immortality lies. Only we are aware. The cacophony of voices filled the room, while the location of the fountain of immortality remained known only to a shadow lurking on the rooftop. I am sorry. I have companions to rescue and must continue facing the trials of the angels. Please forgive my inability to assist. With that, Wang Yu nimbly leaped across the rooftops, swiftly evading the residents' search radius. In the distance, a small hill came into view. Has Guai been brought there? Wang Yu pondered, hastening his pace towards the hill. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the hill, and to his surprise, it was brightly lit, with a large crowd gathered at the summit, a foul odor wafting down from above. Why are there so many people on the mountain? Wang Yu exclaimed, now deeply concerned for Guai's safety as an ominous premonition gripped him. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, resolutely charging towards the throng. Great Gu God! The offering has been prepared. Please accept our sacrifice. The crowd shouted, their excitement mounting with the cries of countless children. As Wang Yu traversed a grove, he heard a chilling sound reminiscent of an infant's cries, a blend of weeping and laughter emanating from the depths of darkness, sending shivers down his spine. How could there possibly be an infant here? Could it be that a traveler was abandoned by those brutes while being hunted? Wang Yu pondered. Just then, the infant-like cries grew increasingly intense, stirring Wang Yu's compassion, compelling him to rush toward the source of the sound. However, mere seconds later, he suddenly halted. No, I still have companions to save. I cannot concern myself with others. With that thought, he turned to leave. Yet after taking just a few steps, he stopped again. No, if it is merely an unaltered infant, then I can still save it. With this resolution, Wang Yu dashed forward. Upon nearing his target, he was confronted by a creature resembling a leopard, yet bearing the semblance of a bird, with horns protruding from its head. The beast opened its maw wide, emitting a piercing, shrill cry, and it suddenly dawned on Wang Yu that many monsters recorded in the classic of mountains and seas mimic an infant's wail to lure prey. Damn it, I've been tricked. Wang Yu seethed, and with no options left, he could only flee. Yet it was too late. The beast would not allow its prey to escape. Crack! Wang Yu's back was swiftly wounded by the creature. Yet this did not deter his flight. He dared not pause for even a moment as he raced toward the distant lights. This monster had never encountered prey it could not catch in this land, and it could not help but roar in frustration. Meanwhile, the children within the sacrificial formation suddenly ceased their cries, collapsing weakly onto the ground, awaiting the arrival of death. Gaik! Wang Yu shouted suddenly that in the center of the formation stood a figure cloaked in black. Its face obscured a devilish presence. It was indeed Gaik. Seeing that his companion was still alive granted Wang Yu a measure of relief that the next instant, he swung a web of silk and soared into the heart of the formation, ready to rescue him. But to his dismay, Gaik showed no reaction. Wang Yu, anxious, called out, "Brother, what is wrong? Hurry, Let us escape together. However, Geik remained unresponsive to that moment. The culprit, the alchemist, approached, chuckling sinisterly at Wang Yu. Heh. It is futile. He has drunk from the fountain of immortality, and I have taken control of his body. Moreover, he is the master of the sacrificial formation. If he leaves, all the children within will perish instantly. What? Wang Yu fumed, immediately spewing venom at the alchemist. In the next moment, the alchemist's body began to decay gradually. Ugh! What is this repulsive substance? The alchemist exclaimed in terror, clearly taken aback by Wang Yu's unexpected power. He had assumed Wang Yu was merely an ordinary person. Soon after, the alchemist lunged at Wang Yu in a frenzy. Quickly, remove this poison. I do not wish to die. You do not wish to die. But do those ordinary people you have transformed into undead trees wish to die? Wang Yu pushed the alchemist away and delivered a fatal blow. This is the just outcome you deserve. The vile alchemist, even in his final moments, showed no remorse, laughing maniacally at the approaching beast. Ha, it is useless. Even if you kill me, it will change nothing. You will all perish. The goo god will protect us. Damn scoundrel, how despicable. What am I to do? In the blink of an eye, the beast lunged into the crowd, which remained blissfully unaware of the grave danger, eagerly rushing toward the revolting creature. Lord Goo God, please continue to bless us with immortality. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the once jubilant crowd was gripped by terror as the beast mercilessly tore into their bodies, savoring them as one would a delicacy. No. Why, Lord Goo God? For before they could finish their pleas, they fell victim to the beast's claws. In a short time, the once numerous crowd had dwindled to but a few, and the few surviving souls continued to call out in ignorance. Lord Goo God, the land of the undying treats you well. Why must you harm us thus? Within mere seconds, those survivors were all swallowed whole by the beast. The tragic residents, in their pursuit of eternal life akin to the fabled mount of immortality, forged contracts with monsters, offering living sacrifices, unaware that they too were but offerings. Wang Yu lamented, just as he thought he was safe. The beast, seemingly unsated, let out a howl to the heavens before opening its maw to consume the essence of the children within the formation. Before long, the children's physical forms began to fade, replaced by crimson saplings. After experiencing intense agony, a portion of the children within the formation finally awakened, yet sometimes early enlightenment is not a blessing. Awakened by pain, the children began to wail, witnessing their bodies gradually dissipating, transforming into roots. Damn it. They are all destined to become undead trees. I might as well escape with Geik directly. Wang Yu thought helplessly, then immediately hoisted Geik onto his back and prepared to flee. At that moment, Geik, as if regaining consciousness, leaned close to Wang Yu's ear. No, we cannot leave yet. You possess the ability to save them. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu could scarcely believe his ears. What? In the face of such a dire situation, how do you expect me to save them? The creature known as the goo god, killing it should suffice. With that, Geik fell unconscious again. Kill it? Wang Yu questioned himself internally, knowing full well the difficulty of such a task. Yet he steeled himself and stepped forward. After all, I cannot die. I might as well give it a try. Bring it on, spider's web. Wang Yu leaped into the air, swiftly weaving a net, then launched it toward the creature. Swish, swish. The creature, caught off guard, was ensnared by the massive net, and the potent venom began to seep into its skin. It seems there is hope, Wang Yu rejoiced. However, the good fortune was short-lived. The monster, realizing the danger, tore through the net and soared into the air, simultaneously ceasing its consumption of essence. Chapter 28. Transformation. This left Wang Yu utterly astonished. Merely dealing with a beast on the ground had proven exceedingly difficult, and now it could fly as well. While Wang Yu was lost in thought, the beast seized the opportunity to strike, extending its claws toward him. Ugh! By the time Wang Yu regained his senses, the beast had already severed his arms and was preparing to swallow him whole. In a moment of desperation, Wang Yu instinctively regenerated, forcefully bracing against the creature's gaping maw. With all his might, he lifted the beast, and with a resounding roar, he flung it several dozen meters away. This beast is incredibly heavy. Wang Yu's strength seemed to exceed the creature's expectations, and it became alert, wary of him. Seeing the beast still, Wang Yu focused intently scrutinizing its entire form from bottom to top. Upon recognizing its shape, he was astonished. That is the goo eagle described in the texts. But the goo eagle is not supposed to inhabit the water, is it? After a moment of silence, the goo eagle could no longer contain its impatience and decided to strike first. That it leaped into the air, wildly flapping its wings, summoning a tremendous sandstorm around itself. Boom, boom, boom. Yet the formation seemed to possess the ability to isolate its surroundings. Despite the goo eagle's tempestuous winds, the children within the formation remained untouched. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the sandstorm quickly surged toward Wang Yu. That moment, despair flooded Wang Yu's heart. Confronted with such overwhelming force, he found himself powerless, forced to cling to the ground in a desperate attempt to avoid being swept away by the gale. Boom, boom. As the sandstorm drew perilously close, Wang Yu, in a moment of ingenuity, scrambled toward the formation. The goo eagle seemed to read his intentions, immediately soaring above the formation, creating an insurmountable wind barrier to obstruct his progress. Before long, Wang Yu was caught in the tempest, and under the immense pressure of the sandstorm, his body was swiftly torn to shreds. Approximately 10 minutes later, the goo eagle, having confirmed that Wang Yu was utterly silent, finally relaxed and landed to continue feasting on the sacrifices within the formation. For the sandstorm, it was directed by the goo eagle toward the land of the undying, in the throes of torment. Some of the children being consumed could not withstand the pain and perished prematurely, while others underwent accelerated transformations, forcibly merging with their nearby companions, forming a colossal undead tree. Damn it, brother. What on earth are you doing? Why have you not killed that monster yet? Gaik, having awakened from his stupor, witnessed the cruel scene before him, his heart bleeding. Unbeknownst to the goo eagle, the remnants of Wang Yu had already regenerated, and under its immense pressure, he was forced into a premature metamorphosis. Suddenly, Wang Yu's flesh turned pale, his eyes devoid of color, and a fissure appeared along his back. With a mighty shudder, 8 arms burst forth from his back, and he emerged slowly from his former shell, leaving behind an empty husk on the ground. After shedding his skin, Wang Yu seemed to have transformed into a female, her form slightly more delicate. Witnessing the gradual demise of the children within the formation, she ground her teeth in anger, overwhelmed by her own helplessness and the cruelty of the divine. If the undead trees are produced in this manner, then we would rather not have them, Wang Yu declared furiously. Even so, she did not give up. Fueled by her soaring rage, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. 2 pairs of jet black eyes sprouted from her forehead. The 6 arms on her back shifted from a dark red to a deep brown, rapidly growing to an enormous size, while her body continued to expand. The goo jiao swiftly sensed the impending danger. Immediately soaring into the sky and ceasing its feeding, it incessantly flapped its wings at Wang Yu, and a tempest erupted once more around them. Is this all you can do? With that, Wang Yu harnessed his evolved leaping ability to ascend into the heavens. No matter how forcefully the goo jiao flapped its wings, it could not diminish Wang Yu's speed in the slightest. Since the gods do not slay you, then I shall. Wang Yu's veins bulged with fury as he declared. In the blink of an eye, he charged atop the goo jiao, his 6 enormous arms bending as they gathered strength, then striking out with tremendous force. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Wang Yu relentlessly pummeled the goo jiao down to the ground from the air. And under his powerful barrage, the creature was utterly defenseless. Bang, 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 bang. In that moment, the earth quaked and mountains crumbled. The massive, toxin-laden fists grew heavier with each blow, even affecting the sacrificial array, causing the children within to revert to their original forms. Restored? Restored? Guai seemed to realize something, and then shouted at Wang Yu, "Enough! It is already dead!" At that moment, however, Wang Yu was consumed by rage. Having lost all semblance of reason, his 6 colossal fists continued to strike furiously, even though the creature beneath him had long since perished, and the children in the array had been saved. Left with no choice, Guaiku hurriedly led the children away, leaving Wang Yu alone at the scene. Eventually, Wang Yu collapsed from exhaustion, while the goo jiao's corpse had long since mingled with the wind and dust, its spirit and form extinguished. Indeed, 5,000 or 6,000 years had passed since the records of the classic of mountains and seas. After such a lengthy period of baptism, everything here must have undergone substantial transformation. and the formidable Gu Jiao would not be confined solely to the waters. Wow, you just finished fighting? Brother, you certainly have stamina. A night slipped away in the blink of an eye, and the two welcomed the first rays of dawn in this world, where the sun seemed to rise from the west. Wang Yu murmured, "Hey, you're awake, brother. Why have you turned into a woman?" Guaiku queried, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu glanced at his prominent chest and flowing hair, and only then did he realize something amiss. What the hell? How did I become a woman? Both were taken aback, rendered speechless. Calm down, let me think carefully about what might have caused this. After a while, Wang Yu suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "I understand now. It's due to a genetic mutation from the artificial cells. I remember Dr. Z explaining to me that each time I shed my skin, there is a 50% chance of a sex change." Guaiku gulped and slowly replied, "I see now. I can barely comprehend this. Should I call you brother or sister?" Guaiku intended to say more, but their stomachs suddenly growled in unison. After a night of turmoil. "We're likely quite hungry, right? Why not find something to eat before heading to the ghost domain?" Wang Yu suggested, "At Tinfeng Bamboo City, but we still have no money. What should we do?" Guaiku expressed concern. Yet Wang Yu remained unfazed. "What are you afraid of? I've grown stronger now. I'll just dine and dash." Guaiku chuckled softly, shaking his head, but inwardly, he fully supported Wang Yu's idea. "By the way, brother, don't you think there are even more people here than when we arrived yesterday?" They noticed countless monsters and oddities filling the streets, and as they gazed up at the golden tower in the sky, they were astonished to see even the rumored dragon clan and nine-tailed foxes present. "Wow, saying that makes it seem true. Could there be some significant event happening in the city today?" No sooner had he spoken than they reached their destination, Tianyuan Inn. "Someone, bring us 2 large tables filled with delicacies," Wang Yu shouted excitedly. The wolf demon immediately recognized Guaiku. "Oh, my ancestors, you're back again. Damn it, today they either leave or we do." "You decide, boss," the white bird demon complained, but unlike last time, they were now seated next to several elder demons. Wang Yu retorted, "Oh, it seems your whole family has come this time. How pathetic." Hearing this, the crow demon turned to launch an attack. But upon seeing Wang Yu, his heart raced. "Damn, what a stunning beauty. I've never seen such a perfect figure and enchanting face in my life." With that, the crow demon glanced at Guaiku, as if recalling something, and then angrily exclaimed, "What the hell? She can't possibly be your girlfriend, right? Damn it, this really pisses me off. Why should that be the case?" Wang Yu and Guaiku were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless, unsure of how to explain. "That's so, you won't speak, huh? Oh, I get it. You brought her to make me jealous as revenge for yesterday. How arrogant. Do you believe I want to flip your table?" The crow demon fumed. The white bird demon, seeing this, also cursed. "I'll beat you until your mother wants to recognize you. Enough. Right now, we should focus on the ghost domain issue, that if it escapes, the entire 3 realms will face dire consequences." Pay no mind to these 2 clowns. Before the white bird demon could finish, an elder reprimanded him. The crow demon, left with no choice, could only say, "All right, Grandpa." Turning to Guaiku, "I'll let you off this time." "Tsh, what is there to be so proud of?" Guaiku thought, feeling rather displeased, and after a few moments, it struck him. Wait, if it escapes, it would endanger the 3 realms. What exactly does it refer to? The wolf demon, seeing that the bird clan had dropped their hostility, let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Please, esteemed guests, come inside. Phew, I thought we'd have to fight again." Just then, a familiar voice rang from the 2nd floor. "Hey, do you want to come up and join us?" Upon hearing this, the 2 focused their gaze and found it was the 3-tailed snow fox who had treated them to a meal yesterday. Unlike yesterday, she was now accompanied by an even more alluring 9-tailed fox, and it seemed they shared a close bond. Upon hearing this, the 3-tailed snow fox looked bewildered at Wang Yu. "Benefactor? No. Who the hell are you?" Soon, the 2 entered their large private room. To their surprise, it was filled with several esteemed elders, who appeared to have been discussing something significant, but their conversation was cut short by the uninvited intrusion. "Xiao Qinger, who are these 2? "Father," pointing to Guaiku, "this one borrowed my inner core last time," pointing to Wang Yu, "and this one must be his wife, right?" Upon hearing this, both vehemently denied it, resulting in a lengthy explanation. 15 minutes later. "I see now. So you are Wang Yu. Shedding your skin can actually change your gender and appearance." Wang Yu sighed, saying, "Didn't I mention that when we first met?" Hearing this, the venerable elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Come, come, young brother, eat as you please. With those words, the two ravenously devoured their meal without a care for appearances. Moments later, burp, that was satisfying, Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully. Following that, he recounted their entire journey to the gathered crowd. Oh, I see now, your world's technology has surpassed the boundaries of life and death. How enviable, the Fox clan elder remarked. Wang Yu then asked, by the way, were you discussing matters related to the ghost domain earlier? Why were the bird demon nobles below involved? Alas, it's a long story. Hundreds of years ago, the various demons and immortals sealed a tremendously powerful being. And now, in the ghost domain, this being is on the verge of breaking free from its seal and wreaking havoc again. Without the powerful beings from the upper realm present, the lower realm may face devastation. What? Wang Yu exclaimed. Dr. Z and the others are still in the ghost domain. If the seal is truly broken, won't the ones in the most danger be Yin Lingxue and the doctor? Chapter 29. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain. What kind of being is it to be so formidable? Wang Yu inquired, unable to fathom a creature capable of threatening all three realms. The elder, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression. Sigh, this is one of our many concerns. Hundreds of years ago, numerous calamities occurred. Aside from the four great beasts causing havoc among mortals, there were also natural disasters and ancient beasts that underwent mutations. There are no fewer than 15 beasts sealed within the ghost domain and its vicinity. Yet we do not know which one is about to escape. Guaiku was astonished. What? So many? Is there any possibility they could all escape? The nine-tailed fox interjected. That one tea happened a month ago. I and the strong ones from my clan went to investigate. The seal has indeed weakened, but unless it is completely destroyed, this slight loosening won't affect the other beasts, Wang Yu concluded. So, the current plan is to gather the forces of various clans to repair the seal. In a world teeming with beasts, acting alone would inevitably invite danger. Aligning with the Fox clan would be safer, especially since they were descendants of the ancient nine-tailed demon king. Upon reflection, Wang Yu and his companion readily acquiesced to their request. Splendid. My name is Qingyi, she stated, gesturing towards the nine-tailed fox beside her. This is Su Li, my elder sister, the three-tailed fox remarked with a light chuckle. Observing the two, Wang Yu could not help but inquire, are you sisters by blood? How is it that one has 3 tails and the other possesses 9? Qingyi replied, of course not. My sister is the pride of our Aunt S family. To be precise, she is my cousin. Wang Yu nodded, I see. As they conversed, the peculiar bond between the two and the Fox clan became evident. And shortly after their meal, they set forth towards the domain of spirits. However, the initial atmosphere of joviality dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension among the group. Wang Yu was acutely aware of the horrors that awaited them, the grotesque mountains of corpses and the unleashed ferocious beasts described in the texts, her anxiety surpassing that of her companions. An hour later, Su Li exclaimed, everyone look, ahead lies the spirit domain. Before them loomed a towering crimson mountain, shrouded in ominous blood mist. It has arrived, Wang Yu cried, her heart racing at the sight of the legendary spirit domain. A dread that gripped her even from hundreds of meters away. Soon, they reached the base of the mountain. Be cautious. The blood mist here not only obscures vision, but also isolates individuals, more critically. If one's focus wavers, illusions may ensue, Su Li warned, recalling her own misfortune when she first arrived with her kin a month prior, suffering greatly due to the mist's effects. Alas, it has been over a century since we old fellows have ventured into this cursed place. And I never anticipated such drastic changes, another voice chimed in. Meanwhile, Luo Yong brandished a spear, clearing a path through the thorns. Damn it, I can't find the exit and have lost my companions, Feng grumbled impatiently. Less complaining. You should be grateful that we haven't encountered any significant troubles thus far. Let us first address our predicament in this thorny forest, Yin Jun urged, unleashing his fire energy to assist Luo Yong in clearing their surroundings. After becoming separated from Dr. Z due to the interference of the blood mist, they had inadvertently stumbled into a magic array, which transported them to a sea of corpses. This macabre sea, dozens of meters deep, was littered with countless bloodied corpses, the bodies stacked from the seabed to the surface, covering the entire expanse of the ocean. Strangely, these seemingly long-dead corpses showed no signs of decay, and as the group walked upon them, they could scarcely recognize the ocean for what it was. Uncertain how long they traversed atop the corpses, they finally spotted a small island brimming with thorns not far ahead. Perhaps a means of escape lay hidden within its depths. Boom, boom, boom. After numerous explosive strikes, they finally cleared a path through the thicket, emerging onto an open expanse of land. "Brother, at last, the stench of blood is gone," Jun exclaimed, relieved after their ordeal in the sea of corpses. Before them stood a colossal tree, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. "Brother, look, the leaves of that tree appear to be red," Jun noted. "Indeed, and it is towering and magnificent." The sight of this ancient giant left all present in awe. None had ever beheld such an imposing tree, prompting them to rush forward for a closer inspection. Suddenly, a thick red mist enveloped the area. "Damn it, not this mist again. There is nothing here besides this tree. Where could it possibly be coming from?" Feng exclaimed. "Everyone, be cautious. Let us hold hands to avoid becoming separated again," Jun instructed. "Understood," the others replied in unison. Thus, they clasped hands and moved purposefully toward the ancient tree. From a distance, its true enormity remained elusive, but as they drew nearer, their astonishment grew. This thing must be over 100 meters tall," Feng gasped. "I believe it is even taller," Gulong remarked, as they scrutinized the great tree. Lost in thought, their adversaries stealthily approached from behind. "Damn it, have we truly wasted so much time? If we cannot escape from here, we will have to seek another route." Feng lamented, "No, I have a feeling this tree holds secrets." Jun replied, just as the leaves began to cascade down like crimson snow. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped blade surged towards them from behind. "Watch out," Jun exclaimed, swiftly lunging to protect Feng. Swish! The silent strike left a deep gash across Jun's back, while Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Huff! How did you sense the ambush?" he asked. "Intuition honed from countless battles," Jun answered. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished upon witnessing this." The group turned to see their attackers were, astonishingly, their own duplicates. Long gasped. Is that me?" Feng, equally bewildered, questioned, "Why do they look exactly like us? Who are you?" Before they could process this revelation, two of the duplicates unleashed a ferocious conflagration, merging their flames into a single, devastating torrent aimed at the group. Boom! Boom boom! The speed of the flames left them no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, Jun charged forth, channeling the power of dragon fire to shield them. Bang! Unfortunately, it was as futile as striking a stone with an egg, and the flames rebounded, engulfing him in agony. Yet, he bore the suffering for the sake of his comrades. "Brother!" Jun's cry of alarm echoed, and the gravity of their situation dawned on them, prompting swift action against their foes. Jun, coughing blood, gasped, "Did our fire energy truly possess such potency? Stay vigilant. I shall assist in dispelling the flames," Jun declared. In the midst of chaos, Feng suddenly produced two crescent blades, slicing toward his doppelganger with blinding speed. "I will not allow you to ambush me. Behold my wolf Feng blade." Just as he was about to strike, the opponent revealed a similar blade, blocking Feng's attack effortlessly. Unyielding, Feng countered with relentless ferocity, and both sides engaged in a fierce clash, their blades colliding in a cacophony of sound. Clang, clang, clang! In the midst of this fierce exchange, neither side could secure a decisive victory. "Who are you? Why do you mimic my every move?" Feng demanded, breathless. The duplicate remained silent, continuing its relentless assault, as did the others, each mirroring their counterparts with uncanny precision. Boom, boom! Gulong, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Not only do they resemble us, but their techniques are identical. It's as if their stamina is limitless. If this continues, we will surely be worn down." "Let us switch opponents," Luo Yong suggested. "Excellent idea." Jun chuckled, "Brother, I have long wished to see who among us is superior." With that, Jun charged toward the copy of Jun, unleashing the blazing flame of the Shintian. Yet, the duplicate anticipated the attack and blocked it effortlessly. Boom! Thus, the group exchanged adversaries, but to no avail. Feng's duplicate suddenly grew in size, its hands morphing into claws, transforming into a fearsome werewolf. Long, seeing this, attempted to flank the creature, but its agility far exceeded his expectations. With a fearsome howl, the werewolf vanished, only to reappear above Gulong, striking down with a powerful kick. Boom! Gulong quickly crossed his arms to defend himself, but the werewolf's descent created a massive crater in the ground. Blood erupted from Gulong's mouth, while Feng looked on in shock. This is the exclusive werewolf transformation of our planet. Yet it is exceedingly difficult to master. How did he achieve it? Luo Yong remarked. It appears these beings not only share our abilities, but can also transcend them, wielding powers even we are unaware of. Damn it. How are we to combat this? As the werewolf raised its foot to deliver a fatal blow to Gulong, Luo Yong dashed forward, shouting charge. With a single thrust he pushed the werewolf away. But the creature was undeterred, slashing through the air with its claws, sending a deadly arc toward Luo Yong. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, the Yin brothers rushed to provide support. Boom! Yin Jun exclaimed, damn it, this spirit domain is far more terrifying than we anticipated. Do you think that if we perish, we too will be cast into that sea of corpses? Seizing the moment, their duplicates once again fused their flames, creating an even more potent inferno than before. Yin Jun quickly sensed the impending danger. No, it's that technique again. What do we do? I can no longer fight, Gulong stammered. Yin Jun reassured him, brother, they mimic our techniques perfectly, since they can fuse. So can we. Yin Jun replied, that makes sense. It is worth a try. Thus, the two of them unleashed their fire energy, mirroring the movements of their duplicates, extending their hands to converge flames at the center. As the extraordinary powers of both sides surged, the central fire energy escalated dramatically, rapidly coalescing into an immense spherical flame. The size of the fireball gradually overshadowed the heads of the 5 individuals, while the leaves suspended in the air were scorched and fell to the ground, mirroring the plight of the 2 replicants facing them. Brother, we have succeeded, Yin Jun exclaimed with exhilaration. Indeed, our strength is the culmination of unleashing our potential to the utmost, Yin Jun affirmed. The intense heat radiating from the colossal fireball soon enveloped the entire island. As both sides stared at each other with fierce determination, Ji Long coughed and asked, do you think they can win? Feng replied, I don't know. All I know is that in this situation, they must win, or we'll all be killed and tossed into that disgusting sea of corpses. The two had long been poised for action. Yet the replicants remained stagnant, leading the Yin brothers to grow increasingly impatient, that if you won't make a move, then we shall. With that, Yin Jun slightly retracted his right hand, preparing to launch the fireball. Wait, brother, don't you think we should name this move? Childish, they exclaimed in unison, then simultaneously hurled their fireballs. Scorching sun, incinerate the heavens. Observing this, the replicants also unleashed their colossal fireballs that had been primed. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the 2 fireballs were about to collide with a heat reminiscent of an abyss, the towering ancient tree suddenly emitted several powerful tremors, and a blood-red vortex materialized above it. In an instant, the area where everyone stood crumbled entirely, dissipating like a sequence of code, and the 5 replicants met a similar fate, as the entire sea of corpses was drawn into the vortex by a formidable suction. Strangely, however, the 5 remained unaffected, though they were overwhelmed by the unbearable stench of blood emanating from within the vortex, causing them to retch. The red leaves of the ancient tree had withered and were subsequently consumed by the vortex as if they were mere nutrients. Before long, the entire sea of corpses and the island vanished without a trace, replaced by a pitch-black and void-like space, with the group suspended within it. That I knew that tree was peculiar. Wait, what? What is that thing? Yin Jun pointed upwards, prompting everyone to look and behold an incomprehensibly large mass of garbled text, the colors of which transcended their understanding, not confined to the spectrum of hues known to them. Gulong remarked, doesn't this place seem somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit 4-dimensional. Indeed, this resembles the 4-dimensional space we frequented before. However, without Yin Lingxue, who comprehends the 4th dimension, we are unable to grasp the existence of higher dimensional beings. Thus, when we gaze upon that colossal entity, all we perceive is a string of garbled colors beyond comprehension. That thing looks like a mosaic. Bang! Before the thought could fully form, Feng was crushed into a pulp like a mere insect beneath the human. Before they could process the shock, the remaining four suddenly found it difficult to breathe, as if their lungs were obstructed. "Brothers, I'm struggling to hold on," Luo Yong rasped. Blood inexplicably oozed from his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth, and moments later, the other three experienced the same affliction. Then, inexplicably, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to move as if held down by an unseen force. Desperate to speak, but unable to utter a single sound, that it's over. A wave of despair washed over Yen Jun. "Crow brother, what? What do you intend to do?" "Help her save the people, bang!" With a resounding noise, the entire four-dimensional space began to fracture, four-dimensional, broken. Just as they were processing this, the space they occupied shattered into nothingness. The four were finally able to see the light of day again, clearly observing the true form of the gigantic creature and the reassuring sight of their companions. "Yen Jun, Gulong, and how did you all end up here?" Gulong exclaimed. "Yenlingshu, you saved us. Don't forget about me," the crow spirit added. "Roar." Just as they were reminiscing, the creature emitted an unintelligible sound, its meaning lost to them, whether it was one of fury or sorrow. "There's no time for nostalgia. The seal has been broken," Su Li urged. "Brother, what exactly is that creature?" Guaiku inquired with confusion. Wang Yu swallowed hard, slowly articulating two words. "Corpse Kuan," above them soared a colossal being resembling a fish. And upon closer inspection, they noticed it was encrusted with countless bloodied corpses, the blood continuously dripping from the sky, overshadowing most of their heads. That it was said that the Kuan was unfathomably large. Yet in Dr. Z's eyes, it measured only around 500 meters in length. Yen Jun, upon witnessing this scene, was torn between elation and sorrow. He was glad to be alive and reunited with his companions. Yet he felt ill-equipped to confront this terrifying creature. As the group initially entered the realm of the dead, they found themselves ensnared by a crimson mist, unaware that they were gradually dispersing. Hidden within the fog were countless ravenous eyes. "Wang Yu, have you noticed anything amiss?" Qing Yi asked, glancing at the surrounding skeletal remains. Guaiku's heart raced with trepidation. "We should leave quickly. How far are we from the sealing site?" Qing Yi pointed toward the mountain summit. "Do you see that large tree? We're not far now." Guaiku looked up and, upon sighting the towering tree seemingly constructed from countless human bones, trembled uncontrollably. "Fear not, young brother. That is a formation established by the powerful beings of the upper realm. As long as we repair it before the seal is broken, we shall be fine," an elder behind him reassured. "No way. Just moments ago, I was worried about whether we needed to ascend. It truly is there." Despite Guaiku's reluctance, he followed the others forward, hoping they would arrive in time. After a lengthy while, they reached the mouth of a cave. Wang Yu sensed something was wrong. "Everyone, hold on a moment. I have a bad feeling." "Oh, do you sense any enemies nearby?" Qing Yi inquired. That moment, the group halted, and an elder swiftly surveyed their surroundings. "Girl, where's your sister?" Only then did Qing Yi realize Su Li had vanished from her side. "Oh no, it's a trap," Wang Yu shouted. From the depths of the cave emanated several beams of azure light. As the azure light drew near, Yu quickly recognized it. "It's a deer beast." Unbeknownst to them, the cave was the lair of the deer beasts, and as Wang Yu and the others initially entered the realm of the dead, they had already fallen victim to the illusions of the crimson mist. Guided by the illusions, they unwittingly walked toward the deer beast dwelling, edging closer to the abyss, with Su Li having long since detached from the group. The deer beasts unleashed a cloud of azure smoke at the group, swiftly enveloping them in a toxic mist. "Everyone, retreat," Guaiku urged. "Fate Joker. You finally remembered me, you fool." 3 points shadow shift with the aid of the fate points. Guaiku transformed into darkness, ascending into the air, drawing the deer beast's attention as they rapidly sprayed him with poisonous gas. "Be careful," Wang Yu shouted in great concern. Yet in the blink of an eye, the once billowing toxic smoke was entirely absorbed by the shadow Guaiku had transformed into, rendering Wang Yu's worries unnecessary. However, having feasted on corpses for years, the deer beasts could not let this opportunity slip away. Seeing that their poisonous mist was ineffective, they charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. "Damn it, I can't absorb this crimson mist. You all need to get out of here. I'll hold them off." Fox fire technique? Boom! Several dark blue, ghostly flames struck the deer beasts, each one howling in agony roar. Little brother, don't underestimate us. Two elder foxes chimed in unison. Our fox clan is ranked among the top 3 powerful families in the earthly realm. Mere deer beasts cannot pose a threat to us. Qingyi proclaimed proudly, chanting incantations as numerous ghostly flames ignited behind her, bombarding the deer beasts relentlessly. Before long, the deer beasts before them had dwindled to a mere few. Seems like the deer beasts aren't all that strong. What a false alarm. Guaica remarked that no, this is too easy, Wang Yu countered. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind them. That it is said that deer beasts accumulate vast amounts of corpse poison due to their prolonged consumption of corpses and blood. Only a specific mineral found atop the mountain of corpses can neutralize this poison, the green-hued Sanyu. Unfortunately, the quantity of Sanyu is exceedingly limited, and the corpse poison can only be neutralized by it. Each deer beast must consume at least 1 per year, or will perish from its own poison. Conversely, the more they consume, the longer they can live that end their struggle for survival. The deer beasts will slaughter their companions and extract the Sanyu from their bellies. Moreover, their size increases with age. The Sanyu swallowed by a deer beast will grow upon the intestinal wall, becoming crystal clear after absorbing the corpse poison. People can gauge a deer beast's age by the quantity of Sanyu within them. Encountering one with an uncountable number of gleaming green gems signifies an exceptionally formidable entity. Everyone run! Wang Yu shouted in a panic. Qingyi, perplexed, inquired, What? We are among the most formidable fox clans in the realm. What is there to fear from a mere deer beast? Bang, bang, bang. After her words, a series of violent tremors echoed from the distance, resembling the footsteps of that monstrous creature. Qingyi seemed defiantly skeptical, eager to test the situation. Child, do not be foolish. My instincts tell me this is no ordinary beast, the elder warned. Qingyi exclaimed, What? Even grandfather says so. Chapter 31. The Mountain of Corpses in the Ghost Domain, Part 3. Su Li's unfortunate encounter is likely connected to it. I cannot allow you to take any more risks. With that, the elder grasped Qingyi's hand and attempted to flee, but the red-clad female fox beside them refused to comply. If that is the case, then I shall personally avenge my daughter. Upon hearing this, Qingyi shouted, Aunt, I want to go with you. Another elder of the fox clan quickly intervened. No, look at that beam of light. It is at least a millennium-old deer beast. While eliminating it may not be overly difficult, the seal cannot hold for long. Our immediate priority is to ascend the mountain and restore the seal, especially since Su Li is a prodigy of the fox clan. She cannot perish so easily. Qingyi retorted, But if we do not eliminate it now, what if it follows us to the mountaintop and hinders our efforts? The two sides remained in heated disagreement, while the footsteps of the millennium-old deer beast grew increasingly closer. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the fox clan embroiled in internal conflict, Wang Yu anxiously shouted, Enough, it is coming. Guaica patted Wang Yu's shoulder, seemingly devising a plan, and said, We are utterly ignorant about repairing the seal. You two should proceed, and we will handle this beast. Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded in agreement. The elder, seeing this, sighed deeply. Alas, a millennium-old deer beast is not comparable to an ordinary one. It would be difficult for you to triumph. Perhaps I should remain to assist you. Guaica clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, There is no need, old sir. We appreciate your goodwill. Though we are mere mortals, we possess the ability to contend with divine beings, so do not worry. If that is the case, I shall trouble you both. Take care, bang, bang, bang. Not long after the fox clan departed, a massive deer beast, adorned with horns, resembling a deer, yet exuding a greenish glow from its belly and sporting a cow's tail, emerged from the corpse forest before the two did know. This creature is far too terrifying. Subsequently, the colossal beast completely disregarded Yu and Guaiku, striding directly towards the mountaintop. Faced with such blatant disregard, Guaiku's fury reached its zenith. Halt. Encounter the wind and become the wind. Encounter the shadow and become the shadow. In an instant, a howling gale surrounded Guaiku. The crimson sky darkened ominously. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the heavens, while the corpse forest swayed perilously in the tempest. That a bizarre and colossal shadow materialized behind Guaiku, forming a pair of dark red eyes that fixated intently on the deer beast. under that abyssal gaze. The deer beast seemed to falter in fear, finally acknowledging its opponent. "How dare you ignore me in pursuit of the Fox clan?" Sensing Guaica's formidable presence, the deer beast swiftly exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, aiming to strike first. The venom released by the millennium-old deer beast was far beyond that of an ordinary one. The toxic mist swiftly enveloped the two, prompting Wang Yu to hold his breath immediately. "That if the Fox clan can slay you, can I not?" Guaica seethed. Before long, the surrounding poisonous mist, along with the blood mist, was entirely absorbed by that shadow. The deer beast, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. It had never seen anyone consume its millennium-old venom and emerge unscathed, yet this did not extinguish its fighting spirit. "Roar!" Seeing its initial strike fail, the deer beast let out a tremendous roar and charged at Guaica. Bang! Guaica, caught off guard, was sent hurtling through the corpse forest by the overwhelming force. Puff, he spat blood. Indeed, a beast that had lived for a millennium was no easy foe. The deer beast, sensing its attack had succeeded, swiftly advanced towards Guaica, intent on finishing off this dangerous adversary. Wang Yu leaped into action, sprouting 6 massive arms from his back, launching webs at the deer beast. The resilient threads quickly adhered to its skin, and with a powerful tug, he sent it crashing to the ground. Bang! No matter how the deer beast struggled, the web's binding remained unyielding, and even as it attempted to tear free, Wang Yu would shoot out another wave of webs to ensnare it further. With Wang Yu's interference, the deer beast's movements were completely restricted. Guaica recognized the opportunity and rose once more, as the winds howled around him. The enormous shadow enveloped Guaica, and soon, black flames ignited in the air. Guaica charged at the deer beast, and as the shadow approached its target, it expanded rapidly. The shadow loomed over the deer beast like a hunting tiger, and the black flames engulfed every part of its body, swiftly covering it entirely. Oh, in agony from the searing pain, the deer beast howled in distress. Seizing the moment, Guaica pressed the attack. The flames on the shadow blazed even more fiercely, and he shouted, "Go!" In the blink of an eye, the deer beast was engulfed in the sea of black flames. That it appeared victory was within reach. The fearsome millennium-old beast was, after all, not invincible. That moment, Wang Yu felt assured of victory, believing he merely needed to wait for Guaica's flames to extinguish to declare the battle concluded. The rampant black flames gradually dwindled with the passage of time. The two anticipated the dawn of victory beyond the fiery inferno. Yet the deer beast seemed to have grown accustomed to the torment of the flames. As the burning subsided, the once feeble deer beast suddenly rose, charging at Wang Yu. Bang! The recent events had thoroughly enraged the deer beast. With its full force, Wang Yu vanished from sight. Puff, he spat blood. How can it still possess such strength? Wang Yu exclaimed from a distance. The deer beast then rapidly darted towards Guaica with lightning speed. Not good. Its earlier pain was feigned. Guaica realized too late. The shadow reacted swiftly to block, but how could an enraged beast be so easily deterred? Under the deer beast's savage assault, the shadow soon dissipated. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled. After vanquishing the bizarre shadow, the deer beast let out another roar that echoed like thunder, as if celebrating its victory. Guaica, startled by the roar, collapsed to the ground, hastily summoning the fake clown. Fake clown? Huh? Are you already down for the count? Do you need my help? Enough with the chatter. This creature is not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the deer beast sensed Guaica's movements and unleashed a torrent of toxic gas surrounding it. Just as Guaica prepared to roll the dice of fate once more, his complexion suddenly turned green, and blood began to pour from his orifices as he collapsed to the ground. Without the shadow's assistance, he could no longer absorb the toxic mist, allowing it to invade his body and wreak havoc on his organs. That moment, Wang Yu swung through the air on a web, fortuitously witnessing the deer beast raise its leg, poised to crush Guaica, shouting no. Seeing his mortal companion on the verge of being reduced to pulp, Wang Yu's arms began to weave webs at breakneck speed in an attempt to save him. But it was too late. Just as the web was about to be spun, the deer beast's massive foot descended. Bang! The impact kicked up a vast cloud of dust. It seemed the deer beast had exerted all its strength in that blow. Simultaneously, the deer beast's body became ensnared in Wang Yu's web. Yet what could not be contained were the swirling dust and Guai-Ku's departure. Damn it, it's all my fault. I should not have underestimated this millennium-old beast. Bastard, I will kill you! In a fit of rage, Wang Yu's cellular genes began to divide uncontrollably, and the excessive growth hormones exceeded his grasp. Suddenly, the enormous arms sprouting from his back fell away, and several white bones burst through his skin, anchoring him to the ground. His height surged, surpassing that of the deer beast. The massive bones on either side spread wide, resembling a pair of pristine wings. And under this pressure, the corpse forest that had survived for millennia withered entirely. Wang Yu's appearance transformed. He became a ghastly gray-white, his body covered in an overgrowth of hair, akin to a Solomon spider. Strangely, at this moment, Wang Yu emitted no breath, resembling an unconscious zombie. The deer beast trembled involuntarily at the sight. Despite having lived for over a millennium, it had never witnessed a mortal undergo such a terrifying transformation. For reasons unknown, Wang Yu now exuded an invisible pressure, as if he could bring the deer beast to its demise within a mere quarter of an hour. Since Wang Yu's transformation, a quarter of an hour had already passed. He stood motionless in the air like an empty shell, exhaling. Hiss hiss. Seeing his opponent's inactivity, the deer beast writhed its abdomen and exhaled a toxic mist to test the waters, gradually blending its form into the noxious haze. As expected, Wang Yu, devoid of breath, remained immune to the accumulated corpse poison of a millennium. Yet even so, the beast known as the did not lower its vigilance. It cunningly concealed itself amidst the toxic remains. Stealthily maneuvering to approach Wang Yu from behind, as time ticked away, Wang Yu remained utterly still, betraying no sign of movement. Finally, it could no longer contain its impatience and let out a furious roar before lunging at Wang Yu. Roar. Sound of bone spikes piercing. Crackle. It seemed as if Wang Yu had anticipated the direction of this assault, for just as its jaws were about to snap down, a flurry of bone spikes erupted from either side at supersonic speed. Striking true, this expression morphed into one of disbelief as it howled in agony. Clearly, it was taken by surprise by Wang Yu's lightning-fast attack. The bone spikes effortlessly pierced its innards, and despite the excruciating pain, it opened its mouth wide to bite down. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Yu was caught within its maw, while simultaneously, this chest was severely ruptured, a reckless assault that seemed to catch even it off guard. Before long, this skull began to tear apart, as countless bone spikes penetrated its brain, causing brain matter and blood to splatter everywhere. Wang Yu's presence grew increasingly sinister, gazing upon the grotesque carcass of the colossal beast before him. He showed no intention of halting. With a swift motion of his arms, a multitude of bones surged into his throat, directly assaulting its stomach. Then, with a sudden yank, he tore the corpse in two. Fate clown. Huh? You really are fortunate, managing to roll a fate point just before that giant foot came crashing down, dispelling the deadly poison within you with divine fire. But let us not dwell on that. Where has that ferocious beast gone? Wait, what is that thing? The near-death creature, Guai-Ku, took note of the creature concealed amidst the bones above, alongside the repugnant giant carcass. Chapter 32. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain. Part 4. A gentle breeze swept through as the two exchanged silent glances. Fake clown. Guai-Ku, don't you think that thing in the sky looks a bit familiar? Indeed, that ghastly corpse must be that nearly claimed my life moments ago, that I never expected it to be slain so thoroughly. I doubt I have ever encountered such a formidable creature, Guai-Ku murmured. Fake clown. Do you think Wang Yu has already been killed along with the— Impossible. He is an undead, even being crushed to bits. He can restore himself. However, if that were the case, then that terrifying creature would be an enemy, which would require considerable effort to deal with. Fake clown. Don't worry, my friend. I was just speaking casually. Sizzle. Before he could finish, an onslaught of bone spikes rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. In a moment of panic, Fake Clown shoved Guai-Ku aside, and countless bone spikes pierced through his entire being. However, Fake Clown was merely an ethereal entity. Even from billions of light years away, he could respond to Guai-Ku's call, rendering him incapable of death. Immediately, the sky erupted as if a volley of arrows were unleashed. With numerous bone spikes targeting Guai-Ku, who found himself utterly defenseless against such a relentless assault. Swish, swish, swish. Fate clown. Ah, such trivial attacks cannot harm me. Change fate points in a moment of desperation. Fate clown suddenly appeared high above, his body beginning to tremble violently. Once the shaking subsided, a glowing 5 emerged on his chest. Just as the bone spikes descended, an intense wave of divine fire enveloped the two, spiraling into a massive vortex. Under the scorching inferno of the fire whirl, the once massive array of bones was reduced to mere remnants. Fate clown laughed maniacally. Ha! Let that trash witness our unity of spirit and flesh. The flames surged higher, leaving only a few scattered remnants of the previous bone spikes. Wang Yu seemed to howl in agony, but soon, the ashes of his burnt bones began to regenerate, appearing sharper and more resilient than before. What? Could it be that his bones can grow infinitely? Guaiku was astonished, and no sooner had he spoken than a new wave of bone spikes surged forth. Fate clown. Ha ha ha. Divine fire scorches the forest, leaving not a blade of grass alive. 5 points, flame demon. In an instant, fragments of stone flew into the air, and a powerful pressure emanated from the heart of the tornado, gradually revealing the monster hidden within the maelstrom, a blood-red demon of divine flames. The intense heat of the divine fire obliterated the corpses and bones within several miles, setting the surrounding hills ablaze. Boom, boom, boom. Under the tremendous pressure, Wang Yu's bone spikes could advance no further. Yet he would not yield. Instead, he began to inflict wounds upon himself. His body transformed into countless pale, malevolent bones, growing infinitely, surrounding Guaiku in an instant. That moment, all that remained of Wang Yu was a head with shattered features, devoid of eyes, suspended in the air, gazing at the two. Guaiku, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock. This is truly a monstrous entity. Though humanity's technology has certainly advanced within the three-dimensional universe, even achieving the ability to alter genes for evolution, such progress is fraught with peril. The human body cannot seamlessly integrate the genes of countless ferocious beasts. Moreover, Wang Yu has amalgamated 42,751 combinations of spider genes. Should he be influenced by a certain factor, the new life within could usurp his consciousness, leading him to lose his rationality and succumb to the primal instinct of survival of the fittest. In other words, if he remains in this state for too long, he will inevitably transform into a true spider, a condition from which there would be no escape. The specific factors that lead to the loss of control over one's body are unpredictable. Each artificially created cell possesses distinct factors, and once a user is overtaken, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for humanity. These entities would undergo autonomous mutation and continuous reproduction. Such superhumans would be uncontrollable. And with current technological capabilities, humanity would be unable to quell this calamity entirely. A minor misstep could spell the end of humankind, placing artificial cells among the most perilous areas of research. Until scientists discover a means to suppress this loss of rationality, true implementation remains unattainable. In truth, humanity has long possessed the means to achieve immortality and traverse the cosmos. However, the side effects of perfect longevity are overwhelmingly significant. For the average individual, the strain of genetic cells becomes fatal by the age of 60. This risk remains unresolved, and the secret to longevity lies within artificial cells. Should the limitations and side effects of these cells be transcended, allowing for the continued fusion of new genes and evolution, humanity could reach a state far beyond that of God, perhaps even utilizing genetic evolution to breach higher dimensions, enabling the manipulation of time and history or the future itself. Dr. Z spent 60 years proving the existence of God while simultaneously debunking the fallacies of Darwin's theory of evolution. However, his discourse faced widespread condemnation and skepticism from peers, yet it ignited a global sensation. This astounding research propelled Dr. Z into the realm of religious reverence, earning him renown across the world. Consequently, he garnered a multitude of supporters from the lower echelons of society, overshadowing the popularity of previous renowned scientists, who gradually faded into obscurity. Dr. Z thus acquired numerous adversaries, as nearly the entire scientific community rallied under the banner of believing in science and rejecting feudal superstition. Initially, Dr. Z discovered a taboo within his research on artificial cells. Humanity was, in fact, created by God, as he found that most of us still retain remnants of the divine within us. He proclaimed this during his lectures, backing his claims with research. The divine factor, often referred to as the taboo, is the key to breaking the limitations of artificial cells. However, Dr. Z refrained from making this public, fully aware of his vulnerability that is the pioneer of artificial cells. Any leak of this information could fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, and years of hard work could be appropriated by others, while he himself could be silently eradicated. At that point, the world would descend into chaos, and he would be vilified as a sinner by posterity. Without Dr. Z's critical insights, the masses lacked direction for breakthroughs, rendering artificial cells as hazardous experiments shunned by all. Thus far, on the Earth where Wang Yu resides, only 81 risky artificial cells have been developed, with no further advancement since. Returning to the main thread, where did this monster come from? Its aura is strikingly reminiscent of the divine race from back then. I fear that with just 5 points, we cannot hope to defeat it. Then what should we do? Should I roll the dice again? In this situation, our only hope of victory lies in rolling a 6, but what do you think the odds are of achieving that? Suddenly, countless bones broke through the flame demon's divine barrier, launching a lethal assault from all directions toward the divine flame roar. The flame demon let out a furious roar and retaliated with a devastating sweep of its hand. Instantly, numerous geysers of fire erupted from the ground, incinerating the skeletal remains. Yet they regrew at an astonishing speed, and the flame demon continued to burn them, only to witness them regenerate once more. Each cycle of regeneration rendered them even more resilient than before. At long last, amidst countless cycles of destruction and rebirth, the skeletal remains had grown resilient enough to withstand a momentary divine flame. Should this cycle persist, it would merely be a matter of time before the abominable creature succumbed to death. The fate's jester exclaimed, "Damn it! Why won't these grotesque bones burn away? This is utterly infuriating. If this continues, we shall perish here." The abominable creature replied, "If that is the case, we must make our escape." The fate's jester retorted, "Escape? Whereas we are surrounded on all sides, to the skies." With that, the abominable creature soared into the heavens on the wings of divine fire. While the ground's flames encircled them, the skeletal remains followed closely, as the fiery vortex surged forth like a searing hell, swiftly breaking through the encirclement. The flames upon the infernal demon blazed even more fiercely, culminating in a sudden eruption that incinerated the entire horde of bones. That now's our chance. Just as the skeletal remains began to regenerate, the abominable creature charged forth with the courage of the infernal demon. "We've done it!" the creature exclaimed in delight upon breaking free. However, just as the two believed they had escaped, a flaming head suddenly appeared before them. The abominable creature gasped, "How is this possible?" It shows no fear of the infernal demon's flames. Upon realizing it had caught up with them, the head cracked a ghastly grin, revealing its dreadful white maw. The skeletal form, now manifested from Wang Yu, encircled the abominable creature once more. Thud, thud. The abominable creature once again summoned the divine flames, and torrents of ground fire erupted from the earth. As the energy of his divine fire intensified, the form of the infernal demon grew, increasingly translucent. The once vigorous fiery vortex now flickered with not a single spark. The ground fire coiled around the abominable creature, gradually forming a towering pillar of flames, representing his utmost strength. At that moment, the fate's jester, witnessing this, was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? Are you intent on perishing alongside it?" "I still wish to live. Do not forget that if you die, I too shall perish. Only if you survive can I remain unscathed." The abominable creature, filled with reluctance, shouted in the face of such overwhelming odds. "Do you possess any alternative?" Fate's jester hesitated and then implored, "You fool! Maintain your composure. Let us replicate our previous strategy. We still have a chance." The flames behind the abominable creature blazed ever more fiercely, the heat radiating from it forcing Wang Yu to retreat. In an instant, the pillar of fire began to swirl around the abominable creature, who then raised both hands, transforming the flame into a colossal, fiery dragon. There is no time left. Should we prolong this, it shall only grow stronger. At this moment, we must stake everything on a single gamble. With a mighty roar, the dragon surged forth at Wang Yu's head, instinctively knowing that only by extinguishing that head could it be slain. Soon, The head was engulfed in fiery wails, but fell silent shortly thereafter as the skeletal form began to retract, ceasing its assault on the abominable creature. Exhausted from the effort, the abominable creature collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Even a mere dog could now easily dispatch him. That was a close call. It seems you were right. But speaking of which, where has Wang Yu gone? Perhaps he fled long ago. As the two conversed, they remained oblivious to Wang Yu, who was healing behind them. In an instant, his body was fully restored, devoid of any scars. As he stealthily wove a web, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. This is bad. He is not dead. Fate's jester finally sensed the anomaly, but it was too late. Chapter 33. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain. Part 5. Fate's jester recognized the poisonous net ensnaring the abominable creature as something familiar. Yet with danger looming, he had no time for contemplation and shouted, "You scoundrel! Quickly use the fate points." Fate points could only be activated by the abominable creature's call. The jester alone could not wield them. However, the abominable creature, now poisoned and dizzy, lacked the strength to utter a sound. Wang Yu approached slowly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, emanating a chilling aura that even the nearby jester could feel. Despite suffering severe burns moments ago, he appeared completely unscathed. Could even the infernal demon not harm him? The poison had penetrated deeply, and the jester's form began to grow translucent. Wang Yu seized the abominable creature, sank his teeth into him, and with a fierce tug, tore away his shoulder blade. In an instant, green blood splattered, and an overwhelming pain surged through the abominable creature, compelling him to scream. Yet the toxin had infiltrated his very marrow, leaving him to endure this grotesque agony, trapped between the desire to live and the wish for death. This moment, the abominable creature longed for swift demise to end the torment. But Wang Yu seemed far from satisfied. Biting into his other shoulder, fresh green blood sprayed once more as the abominable creature despairingly shut his eyes, awaiting the embrace of the goddess of death. Ghost Dragon Spear. Suddenly, a razor-sharp spear pierced Wang Yu's head, and a robust figure whisked the abominable creature away. The Fate's jester shouted excitedly, "Yes, yes, it is Lei Hong and Lin Chong. We are saved." The abominable creature felt a surge of joy. He had never imagined he could survive such peril. Lei Hong swiftly lifted the abominable creature into the air, distancing them from Wang Yu's onslaught. That moment, Lei Hong, with his previously pierced chest now fully healed, was at his peak. Lin Chong remained silent. Wang Yu quickly healed his wounds and unleashed a powerful punch toward Lin Chong. Bang! Lin Chong staggered from the blow, blood surging, but steadied himself and gripped his spear to launch a fierce thrust. Clang! Unexpectedly, Wang Yu sprouted several grotesque bones from his chest, shattering Lin Chong's ghost dragon spear with a single strike. Upon witnessing this, Lei Hong immediately set down the abominable creature and launched a powerful punch at Wang Yu. Wang Yu seemed to anticipate Lei Hong's move. Even before his fist descended, 3 bones sprouted from the back of his head, piercing through Lei Hong's innards in an instant. Blood erupted, and a gaping hole appeared in Lei Hong's chest. Damn it, not again. Wang Yu's back sprouted 2 rows of long bones, flaring outwards like angelic wings. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the group had no chance of victory, yet they remained unwilling to concede. For they were waiting for a glimmer of hope. Change, fate points. The abominable creature had been attempting to vocalize since Lin Chong and the others arrived, and at last, the words escaped his lips. Fate's jester exclaimed, I have awaited this moment." 1 point Rock Mountain. The abominable creature lightly touched the ground, and in an instant, Wang Yu plunged into the earth, buried beneath the soil. Lin Chong seized the opportunity to rescue Lei Hong. Positioning himself before the abominable creature, roar, before long, Wang Yu erupted from the ground, howling toward the heavens, his body rapidly mutating as he charged at the group. "This is bad. He is coming." Simultaneously, the abominable creature gestured, erecting layers of massive rock walls composed of earth before the group. Yet, to their astonishment, within moments, Wang Yu effortlessly broke through one layer and continued his assault, the rock walls crumbling in succession. "Where is the Corpse King? Have you not yet arrived?" Bang! A colossal foot descended from the heavens, halting Wang Yu's advance. "That I inadvertently discovered the tomb of an ancient being in this world, out of respect." I took the time to pay my respects that I did not anticipate your peril. This was a grave miscalculation. The speed was so rapid that Wang Yu was caught off guard, as a 100-meter-tall Cthulhu giant materialized before him. Wang Yu continued to morph, and at some point, a massive web sprouted from his back. He leaped into the center of the web, an endless array of bones quickly enveloping the toxic net. Resembling a white spider, since you were so eager to seek death, I shall honor you with a tribute as well. Dr. Z, the corpse king who could effortlessly slay Cthulhu monsters, would find Wang Yu's mutations a challenging foe. Lei Hong shouted, "Doctor, be careful. That creature seems stronger than the previous 1,000-year-old beasts." As the words left his mouth, Wang Yu lunged at the doctor, countless bones ensnaring his massive form. I seem incapable of defeating him. Dr. Z spoke slowly. The corpse king's body began to shrink, soon returning to human form. Wang Yu seized the opportunity and, with a single blow, shattered Dr. Z's immensely tough body. What? The crowd gasped in horror. Lin Chong reacted swiftly, pushing Lei Hong aside, only to be met with a sharp bone piercing through him, blood splattering in the air, a severed arm clutching a spear plummeting to the ground. "Lin Chong, brother!" Lei Hong screamed in anguish at the sight. But what greeted him was not only this tragedy, but also the dismembered remains of Dr. Z. It truly impossible to defeat him. How can this be? He is second only to the divine beings. No, he is doing this on purpose. What is his intention? What does the doctor hope to achieve? The abominable creature's mind raced, and in that moment, he began to doubt his savior. Hope, arriving too late, departed in haste, leaving the group in utter despair, with no glimmer of victory remaining, and they could only wait helplessly for death. "You all must flee." In a surge of adrenaline, the abominable creature shouted with all his might, rising to his feet despite the excruciating pain, maximizing the rock mountain to buy his companions a moment longer. Yet before the genetically mutated Wang Yu, all of this proved futile. Lei Hong had witnessed the deaths of Xiao Li and Lan Mu with his own eyes, and this time he would not abandon his comrades in the face of death. Fury surged within him like a tempest. The dust of the mountain rose as stones were flung about. In his wrath, Lei Hong's physical capabilities surged exponentially, granting him a strength he had never known. He surged forward, propelling himself directly at Wang Yu. Boom! Boom boom! Coughing up blood. Suddenly, Lei Hong was engulfed in darkness. Life and death hung by a mere thread. Guaiku, unable to restrain his emotions, shouted hoarsely no. The death of Lei Hong did not mark their true despair. It was Lin Chong, who bore witness to the tragedy so closely, who truly felt the weight of hopelessness that it was as if he had a premonition, akin to a spider's instinct, and in that moment, Lin Chong seemed to comprehend something profound. As Lei Hong's head fell, he beheld the familiar visage of a cherished brother. Big brother? He understood. The one who had taken his life was none other than his own brother. Even though Wang Yu's gender had transformed and the spider genes within her had mutated, Lei Hong still recognized that face in that fleeting moment. He bore no resentment towards Wang Yu. Instead, he was filled with guilt. "I am but a simple man. Yet I know this life was given to me by my brother. If he desires it, let it be taken. That I only lament my own weakness, that I have become a burden to the team. And I regret that I could not awaken you." The farce had come to an end. Indeed, it resembled a child's play to that moment. Dr. Z's physical form restored, hurriedly approached. "Where is that monster?" "Lin Chong." "Guaiku." Both turned their gazes towards Wang Yu. "Did I kill Lei Hong?" Wang Yu said incredulously, staring at the lifeless body on the ground. Dr. Z observed the woman before him, pondering for a moment, and recognized Wang Yu. "I apologize. I neglected to inform you of the immense risks before administering the artificial cells. That it is my fault for not realizing and awakening you in time. And I overestimated my own strength. Dr. Z, is that truly you? What is your purpose?" Guaiku questioned skeptically. Wang Yu, tears streaming down her face, choked out. "This is not your fault. It was I who allowed the genetic mutation to encroach upon my autonomy." Just as she spoke, Guaiku suddenly collapsed. "Oh no, I nearly forgot there is still poison in your system. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. The poison stemmed from Wang Yu. Thus it was she who must resolve it." Soon, the toxins within Guaiku were completely drawn out, yet the wounds on his shoulders remained. "That I killed your brother. Do you not hate me?" Wang Yu asked Lin Chong with guilt. For this was the first time in her 30-plus years that she encountered true friendship. Lin Chong slowly shook his head, as if to say, he was also your brother. He perceived Lei Heng's thoughts as he faced death. If even the deceased chose to trust, then how could he, a victim who had merely lost an arm, harbor hatred? To Lin Chong, Wang Yu was merely a pawn of the fused genes within her. Murder was not her true desire, and thus he would forgive her transgressions, for that is the essence of brotherly love. Just then, dozens of flying vessels passed overhead. Dr. Z exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are there so many people?" And they are headed towards the summit. They cannot be searching for the otherworldly gate like us. Can they? What secret does that towering tree hold? The forces of the various families of the earth had finally arrived. It seemed the seal could no longer be maintained. Wang Yu recounted the information she had overheard at the Tianyuan Inn to Dr. Z and Lin Chong. Do ancient beasts truly surpass Wang Yu after her mutation? Let us go see. After burying Lei Heng, everyone wiped away their tears and proceeded towards the mountain peak alongside the major factions. Following the recent events, Wang Yu silently vowed that she would not allow her companions to part ways, even if it meant shattering herself. Chapter 34. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain, Part 6. Though I abhor you all, a great calamity approaches, and we shall stand united in this endeavor, murmured Crow Brother. Once aboard the airship, they explained the identity of the stunning woman to the monsters. Upon learning the truth, the Crow spirit was struck with realization and profound regret. So that woman is Wang Yu, the one who offended me with that black devil at the Tianyuan Inn. I can't believe I lost sleep over her. If this gets out, what face will I have left? Guai cast aside his previous prejudices and remarked, I find that aside from your penchant for appending tables while dining, you are rather rational. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are from the Bai clan, the purest ancient demon bloodline of the earth that my cousin mentioned encountering an immortal being at the Tianyuan Inn. It seems that must be you, that if not for the urgency of our mission, I would love to hear your tales. Wang Yu turned to see a demon that bore a striking resemblance to Crow Brother, with dark feathers, and questioned, Bai clan, why are your feathers so dark, Lin Chong? Wang Yu's face fell with sorrow and guilt. Why do you ask this? Crow Brother replied, Our Bai clan possesses countless miraculous healing herbs. But we must ascertain the source of the injuries first. We cannot use medicine indiscriminately. Wang Yu thought to herself, then turned to say, yes, that is correct. Why do you ask? Just asking to be safe. Chuckled Crow Brother as he stepped into a small room. You ungrateful wretch. Just days ago, you told me a friend was ill and needed 8 7-turn golden pills for treatment, yet your second uncle saw you selling them off without a care. He followed you all the way, watching you enter a brothel. Now you wish to indulge again, do you? What? Second uncle? How dare you betray me? No, it was my second uncle who took me there. You know he had more fun than I did. Sound of beating, crack, crack, crack. The room echoed with the sound of a belt striking flesh. Still have the audacity to talk back? I heard you were a regular there, learning from the bad instead of the good. Yanking at his feathers. Look at this coat of black feathers. It mirrors your disgraceful cousin. I told you to practice the White Phoenix Heart Sutra, yet you chose to slack off every day. Your current appearance is a disgrace to our Bai clan. Crack, 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 stop, I was wrong, all right? This is the last time. I truly have a friend who is injured. Humph, you ungrateful wretch, how many times have you said this is the last time? What do you want this time? Not much, just 1 10-turn golden pill and 1 2-turn detox pill. Coughing up blood? 10-turn. Why not just take my life too? Get lost. I have no son like you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder drew a 7-star sword and thrust it fiercely. Blood sprays. You old fool. You truly strike hard? Today, I shall purge this household. Hostile intervene. No. Father, I was wrong. If you could grant me these 2 pills once the seal is resolved, I shall offer you. Loudly cough. Just a mere 10-turn golden pill. You are my dear father. Not just 1. Even if you need to give me 10, I would not hesitate. Suddenly producing a small gold box and a green box. Take these to the charming Fox clan's matriarch. No, take them to your friend instead. Sound of door closing creak. Crow Brother, blood streaming from his abdomen, appeared before the group, and they all stared at the battered demon in unison. In a way, I remember this room had decent soundproofing, Crow Spirit thought, then awkwardly said, Why are you all staring at me? Cousin, it's nothing, brother. We were just curious about your injuries. Did you find the antidote? Crow brother, tossing the green box to Wang Yu. Here, this is the detox pill. Have your brother take it, and in about an hour, he should be nearly healed. Damn it, how perfunctory. I thought you genuinely wanted to help us heal. Hoarding the 10-turn golden pills for yourself and running off to a brothel. Huh, how shameless. Wang Yu thought, feeling immensely displeased. All right, thank you, brother. Reluctantly, Wang Yu took out the green pill and turned to hand it to Guaiku. At that moment, Dr. Z quietly approached Wang Yu. Do you think this thing will really work? Wang Yu had no idea if this hastily acquired pill would be effective. How should I know? We can't exactly just demand golden pills from them, can we? After Guaiku took the detox pill, a refreshing sensation surged through his body, and the flow of energy within him seemed to smooth out considerably. Unexpectedly, the effect of the pill exceeded everyone's expectations. Puffed. This is utterly ineffective. Will I truly recover in an hour? What kind of alchemy is this? Guaiku fumed. Wang Yu paused, pondering for a moment before responding. Do you want to hear what you were saying? This pill, ding, arrived at the destination. The system detects a rapidly rising danger level in the vicinity. Please exercise caution, Master. Crow intended to say more, but before he could finish his words, the sound of the airship's alert echoed through the AI, or .it appeared they had reached the mountaintop. Let us proceed. Everyone at the center of the summit stood a towering tree, formed from countless human bones, which loomed over dozens of airships that seemed diminutive in comparison, akin to mere ants. Help! Help me, elder, please save me. As the group touched down, continuous cries of agony filled the air, revealing blood-colored replicas of the victims that mirrored their appearance. Damn it. What are these doppelgangers that resemble us? Why can they wield our spells as well? Scream! Numerous fairies tasked with maintaining the seal were systematically slaughtered before their eyes. Crow gasped in horror. This is truly dreadful. Guaiku urged, let us not linger. We don't fully understand the situation, but saving lives is our priority. Z replied, yes, you stay put since you're injured. Let us handle this. Wang Yu and the others prepared to rush into the fray. Wait, let us not act recklessly. Suddenly, two white-haired elders appeared behind them, their faces etched with authority, instilling a deep sense of reverence in Wang Yu. Crow exclaimed, Father, grandfather, why have you come down? If my guess is correct, that towering bone tree must be the seal left by ancient powers. I have heard that this seal is incredibly strange. It can perfectly replicate the appearance and abilities of invaders, and it can even evolve autonomously, becoming far more formidable than the original point. One of the elders pondered aloud. Z interjected, what? So, even if I were to intrude, it would create an even more troublesome version of me. The elder, observing Z's incredulous expression, continued, indeed, and your doppelganger would be tireless, endowed with boundless stamina, never succumbing to fatigue. While this effectively prevents minor figures from disrupting the seal, it poses significant challenges for us guardians. Crow exclaimed, what shall we do then? Are we to merely watch? The elder from the Bayou clan responded, certainly not. This seal was established by ancient powers using the wood element from the 5 elements, that we must unite the wood power from all clans to erect a barrier around this bone tree. Once the wood element of the barrier surpasses that of the bone tree, even the most numerous replicas will dissipate. As soon as he finished speaking, members from all clans swiftly gathered behind the elder. With several leaders stepping forward, Elder Femian, we were already aware of this matter. The Jinshan clan is willing to heed the Bayou clan's arrangement. The Finta clan is willing to heed the Bayou clan's arrangement. The Sholing clan is willing to heed the Bayou clan's arrangement. This scene astonished Wang Yu. Wow. How high is your clan's ranking in the realm? Your standing is astonishingly elevated. Crow replied, actually, not that high. Probably second. Wang Yu was taken aback again. Damn. Impressive. Crow smirked. Now you know fear. Back at Tianyuan Inn, you were quite arrogant. Soon the tasks for all clan members were clarified, and the wood barrier was about to be activated. Wait, at this critical moment, Z interjected to halt the spellcasting. Femian asked, what troubles this friend from another realm? Z replied, please allow us to enter first to rescue people. We can initiate the barrier afterwards. Femian warned, you must consider carefully. The replicas are considerably stronger than yourselves, and while you may enter, there's no guarantee you will return alive. Z acknowledged, understood. Rest assured, old sir. After being granted permission, Z grabbed Wang Yu and Lin Chong. urging them forward, quickly. Time is of the essence. Saving lives is paramount. However, Wang Yu broke free from Z's grasp. No, Z, sir. If even you are replicated, we will not only fail to save anyone, but will also increase casualties. His words seemed to awaken a realization in the doctor. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, indeed, I overlooked that. Perhaps you too should go in while Guai Ku and I remain here. Lin Chong was hesitant. Wang Yu replied, well, I fear we may lack the ability, but we will do our utmost, as he affirmed. Yes, make sure to return alive. With that, Wang Yu and Lin Chong swiftly prepared themselves and dashed inside. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. Blades flashed and more lives were lost as a thunderous sound erupted from the center of the bone tree, seemingly caused by the loosening of the seal. We don't have time, Lin Chong. We must split up. Swiftly, they separated. Although Lin Chong had lost his ghost dragon spear, he retained his agile movements and swift footwork. Mere seconds after parting from Wang Yu, he saved 4 souls teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 35, The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain, Part 7. Wang Yu had yet to rescue a single person. Witnessing Lin Chong's newfound agility, he felt astonished. So fast. Could it be that he grew stronger after battling my altered self? Or has the death of Lei Heng stimulated his neural pathways, enhancing his reflexes and physical abilities? With this thought, guilt surged within Wang Yu. He could no longer bear to watch lives extinguished before him. In an instant, using his webbing, he swiftly pulled several hurried passers-by from the underworld. Heavens, I am still alive. I am immensely grateful for the lady's saving grace. Should the lady require assistance, the Chixi clan is at your service. Wang Yu humbly replied, no need for such formalities. Everyone, follow my lead and retreat while we fight. We cannot confront these ghostly beings head-on. Grandfather, save me, boom. Not good. Wang Yu thought urgently, then hurriedly sensed the direction of the Fox clan. I must go ahead. You all hold on for a moment longer. The wood element barrier will soon be activated. That moment, a frail elder lay before a young fox girl. Wu grandfather. Qing Yi fell to her knees, unable to accept the death of her most beloved family member, and even less able to bear the weight of her own weakness that led to this outcome. The replicas seemed to take delight in this scene, grinning as if mocking Qing Yi or the deceased elder. For killing appeared to be their sole pleasure. Just as Qing Yi felt her will to fight Wayne, the replicas charged toward her in unison. Sister, be careful. Fox fire technique. Boom, boom, boom. Wu brother, grandfather is dead. No one loves me anymore. Qing Yi cried out in anguish. Her brother, unable to bear her pain, comforted her. No, he is not dead. He has merely transitioned to another world. Behind the replicas, dozens of ghostly flames ignited, casting a brilliant blue glow, their pressure far surpassing that of ordinary fox fire. Once their power was fully charged, they unleashed their attack. Be careful. Boom, boom, boom. The Fox clan elder unleashed all his magical power, shielding Qing Yi as he faced the relentless assault from the replicas. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of ghostly flames struck him with tremendous force. Father. The cacophony of explosions intensified, and the laughter of the replicas grew, increasingly derisive. Finally, as the fierce onslaught began to wane, the elder stood resolutely before his children, declaring, You must flee. I will hold them off. Members of all clans had now arrived. Once the wood element barrier was activated, you would all be safe. But father, we have already lost one important family member. This time, we will stand together. Qing Yi shouted defiantly. Indeed, I must avenge grandfather, and my sister is still inside the tree. The Fox clan elder, hearing this, slapped Qing Yi across the face, reprimanding, Listen, I shall avenge my own father. What can you, a mere girl, do? His sacrifice was for your safety. If you fall here, then his sacrifice will have been in vain. After a moment of hesitation, Qing Yi resolved to face the terrifying replicas alongside her father. I don't care. Is there anyone more important than family in this world? If you all perish, what will become of me? The terrifying ghostly flames ignited once more, and this time their numbers were even greater, exuding an aura of chilling malice. Damn it. There is no time left. The elder forcefully pushed his children aside. Facing the approaching horde of ghostly flames without a shred of fear, to protect what he held dear, he resolved to withstand thousands of ghostly fires with his frail body. Father. In that moment, the pressure from thousands of ghostly flames bore down upon the elder, Embracing a resolve to face death, he began to drain his own life force to unleash the ancient ghostly power within him. While this power would diminish his lifespan, it was the only means to break through the current predicament, as the replicas could not perfectly replicate this power due to their lack of life, rendering them incapable of wielding spells that required the sacrifice of life. Ancient ghostly heaven. A low rumble echoed as the sky abruptly darkened, countless bolts of violet lightning intertwining with a tempestuous wind. Around the elder, pairs of black eyes emerged as if tearing through the fabric of space, and thousands of ghostly flames dissipated in an instant under this overwhelming pressure. Upon witnessing this, Chingy anxiously exclaimed, "No, father. Are you really going to use that move again?" The elder represented the pinnacle of strength within the Fox clan, and it was his emergence that had propelled the clan to the foremost position in the realm of families centuries ago. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, his formidable power came at the cost of his own lifespan. Should he invoke the netherworld's demonic heavens once more, he would not need the replicants to act. He would perish in self-destruction once the ancient powers of the netherworld completely dissipated. The ancient seals left by powerful beings were astonishingly potent, indicating that our realm still had a long way to go. Merely a handful of replicants could threaten our very existence. The elder's terrifying pressure continued to rise. Yet the replicants, undeterred by fear, brimmed with determination. They simply did not comprehend the concept of terror. The replicants altered their strategy, dispersing to encircle the elder from all directions, emanating their nauseating aura. "This is bad. Brother, if things continue like this, father will perish. We must hurry to his aid." "Indeed. Now that the replicants have separated, we can take them down one by one. This will be far easier than confronting them when they are clustered together." With that, the two immediately set off to assist in the battle. "Wait, what about us?" Just as they were about to depart, an exceedingly familiar voice resonated behind them. Chingy joyfully exclaimed, "Aunt, what brings you here? What is the situation with sister now?" Suli had been engulfed by the bone tree, and regrettably, they could not reach her, as the interior of the bone tree resembled a space akin to the celestial realm. Moreover, she was not the only victim trapped within. "What? So it's like the four-dimensional space they mentioned, isn't it?" "Indeed, we should hasten to rescue your father." On another front, the elder of the Fox clan was reciting incantations, preparing to sacrifice his own life. "Great ancestor Wusong, celestial fox, I beseech you to take my heart, my organs, my body. I willingly offer everything for the sake of my descendants. Spiderweb hell." No sooner had he spoken than a nimble figure swiftly immobilized all surrounding replicates, wrapping them in resilient and toxic webs, granting the Fox clan elder a temporary reprieve. Upon realizing his safety, the elder ceased his incantation. "Father, look. It's Wang Yu." Wang Yu, along with the other fox spirits, had reached the elder's side. The elder, seeing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, friends from another world. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I fear I would have perished alongside these replicants." Turning to Chingy, "And how did you come to be here?" A matriarch of the Fox clan delivered a sharp slap across the elder's face, fuming. "Isn't it because of your reckless actions? If you were to perish, what future would remain for the Fox clan in this realm? Can you not think more about the clan's future?" The elder sighed softly. "I apologize, but my children are my future." "You sigh. Very well." Wang Yu surveyed the Fox clan, noticing a change in their numbers. "I remember there was a powerful elder among us not long ago. Where has he gone?" Upon hearing this, Chingy felt tears streaming down her face as she pointed to a body lying not far away. Wang Yu quickly grasped the situation, expressing his regret. "I'm sorry." At that moment, the blood-red Wang Yu and Lin Chong were on the verge of awakening. The bone tree's replication involved maximizing the potential of the target or awakening hidden genes within the target, stimulating and activating the forbidden. Meanwhile, the idle Dr. Z and the Crow Spirit, alongside the Whitebird Demon and the Crow Cousin, were discussing the earlier events. Goodness, was Guaiku really injured to such an extent by Wang Yu? "Indeed, and do you know Lei Hong?" Just then, Guaiku abruptly nudged Dr. Z, signaling him to cease his words. "That I don't know, but what exactly does mutation mean?" Dr. Z disregarded Guaiku's warning and continued. "Are you familiar with the God particle? Most humans possess remnants of the God particle within them, which I refer to as the forbidden. Once activated, the individual will gain abilities akin to those of a deity that I believe that its activation could render one hundreds of times stronger than ancient ferocious beasts. The crow spirit was instantly astonished. Really? So mutation refers to the activation of the forbidden. Not quite. Mutation is akin to merely brushing against the surface of the forbidden. It does not entail full activation that a mortal body cannot withstand the true God particle. At this moment, another gene within Wang Yu, the spider gene, may seize the opportunity to invade and dominate the host consciousness that I refer to this as a new life, which will exert control over the body, leading to what Earth scientists describe as the loss of rationality. This phenomenon is what I term mutation. The crow spirit paused for a moment before responding. So you imply that Wang Yu might harbor a God particle within him, and the seal could activate this God particle, creating a replica even more powerful than the beast sealed within? Precisely. What do we do then, Brother Crow? It could go on a killing spree. The white bird demon exclaimed excitedly. The crow spirit chuckled, patting the white bird demon on the shoulder. No need to panic. After all, it is merely a replication of the bone tree. Once the wood elemental array is fully set, no matter how formidable it may be, it shall fall before us. Chapter 36. The Mountain of Corpses in the Ghost Domain. Part 8. Everyone flee. My webs won't hold them for long. With that, Wang Yu led the Fox clan to rendezvous with Lin Chong. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude, my friend, that I am at a loss for how to express my thanks. Perhaps, once this matter is resolved, you could select 10 treasured items from our family treasury to take with you. The Fox clan elder said gratefully. Moreover, how did you enter the replication zone of the bone tree? This sealing barrier can only be breached with a wood elemental barrier. Surely, as a renowned family in this realm. You are aware of this? Upon hearing this, the elder shook his head, sighing deeply. Alas, this tale is long. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, we discovered several families battling the replicates. When we inquired, we learned that their experts had also vanished mysteriously. Much like Su Li Dutto. Is there a connection to the bone tree's seal? Wang Yu asked. Certainly. Do you know what sustains the bone tree's growth? It is none other than the flesh and blood of humans and beasts. This towering tree appears to merely be a seal suppressing ferocious beasts. Yet in truth, it is a sentient being, possessing a brain, heart, blood, flesh, and bones, unlike any ordinary tree. Its roots extend deep into the earth, permeating the entire ghost domain. In other words, the ghost domain is its body, and we traverse the corpse forest as ants walking upon human skin. Moreover, it is constantly watching us that if anyone inadvertently strays too far, it will ensnare them with its roots, dragging them underground to nourish itself. Just as Su Li has vanished. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was drenched in cold sweat. His instincts told him that this was not merely a seal, it was a tool for nourishing ferocious beasts. Perhaps this ferocious beast was not inherently malevolent, but rather a victim of human actions. Wang Yu was reluctant to accept his intuition. So with a trembling heart, he cautiously inquired, so, was this bone tree truly created by the ancient mighty beings to save our realm? This question momentarily stumped the elder. Had it been yesterday, he would have confidently affirmed it, but now he began to doubt the authenticity of the seal. I am uncertain. According to the Wind Spirit Clan's intelligence, several thousand years ago, there existed an underwater sea of gold in the netherworld, known as the Golden Sea. Adventurers, consumed by greed from both the celestial and mortal realms, flocked there to salvage its treasures. This continued for nearly a decade until the sea's gold was nearly depleted. Consequently, these adventurers began to slaughter one another over the remaining riches. Over time, the once tranquil and beautiful Golden Sea transformed into a blood sea filled with corpses. Thus, for hundreds of years, the sea was surrounded by an unending miasma of corpses. During this period, a colossal tree, born from this miasma, sprouted in the center of the It thrived on blood and flesh, its leaves flourishing in vibrant crimson. Yet despite its appearance, its branches remained indistinguishable from ordinary trees. Due to its countless takings of human lives over these centuries, an innumerable pile of corpses accumulated atop the depths of this blood sea, forming a mountain of bodies that rose to the surface, creating a terrifying sea of corpses. One could walk upon these bodies without sinking, thus rendering the place a chilling horror. Strangely, even after hundreds of years, the corpses remained uncorrupted. Upon finishing this tale, not only did Wang Yu shiver, but the entire Fox clan, having heard it once before, was equally shaken. So you mean to say that this bone tree is the very tree from the corpse sea in the netherworld? Excellent. Based on the detailed information from the Fonling family, we suspect that it has been transplanted from elsewhere, that I conjecture that during a great battle hundreds of years ago, a particularly ferocious beast was gravely injured and subsequently cast into the realm of the dead by a powerful savior. However, that savior was also exceedingly weakened. He intended to swiftly eliminate the beast, but was unexpectedly ambushed and killed by a malicious individual, thus perishing in the realm of the dead. This nefarious person then usurped the savior's identity and, under the pretext of sealing, took the opportunity to transplant the colossal tree of the underworld along with the sea of corpses to aid the beast in its recovery, that if that is the case. It does indeed hold some plausibility, and this hypothesis cannot be dismissed. However, this skeletal tree appears quite dissimilar to the underworld tree you have described, not to mention the absence of even a single small leaf. It seems that apart from their height, there are no similarities whatsoever. I am fully aware of that. Yet since ancient times, the only towering ancient tree has been known to grow in the sea of corpses within the underworld. I have not heard of any second colossal tree. Moreover, when I visited the underworld a decade ago to see an old friend, I was informed that the giant tree in the center of the sea of corpses had vanished over a decade prior. While a seal centered around a giant tree suddenly appeared in the realm of the dead hundreds of years ago. Although there is a discrepancy in the timelines, could this truly be a mere coincidence? I ask you, throughout history, has there ever been a seal so conspicuous that one could see it at a glance, and endowed with such a bizarre ability as replication? These words enlighten Wang Yu. Is it possible that this tree replicated itself, and what we see is merely a copy? To avoid arousing suspicion that this is the ancient tree of the underworld, the instigator altered its appearance. Prior to this, the ancient tree of the underworld that had not yet vanished was also a copy, thus deceiving you for centuries. Furthermore, considering that replication has limitations in range, the true form must exist in a different dimension within the same plane as us. What? This involves dimensions. Suddenly, before Wang Yu could finish his sentence, he was pierced through by his own aberrant entity. Qingyi gasped in shock. Wang Yu, coughing blood. Pooh, after so long, you finally came? Don't worry, no matter how I am ravaged. I will not die. You all must flee. Wang Yu urgently shouted at this moment. He understood that if he did not find a way to hold off this copy, all lives within the range of the skeletal tree would perish. What manner of monster is this? Countless pale, malevolent bones encircled those present, and a massive head hung in the air, its chilling gaze fixated on the crowd as if they were mere toys. Wang Yu bellowed, "This is my copy. The spider genes within it have fully awakened. You are no match for it. Hurry and leave." With a sudden jerk, the bone spikes that pierced Wang Yu tore outward, scattering flesh and organs across the faces of the Fox clan, with his head landing directly at Qingyi's feet. Having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, Qingyi couldn't help but retch. This monster is a copy of Wang Yu. How could that be? Even with Wang Yu's affirmation, facing the grotesque and terrifying visage, the Fox clan could hardly believe it, just as the Fox clan members were still in shock. The cunning copy launched another surprise attack, its bone spikes shooting toward Qingyi at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Not good, sister, be careful. 9 Nether Mystic Order. Boom! Just as Qingyi's brother attempted to step forward to sacrifice himself, a massive protective shield suddenly appeared around the Fox clan. Fortunately, I brought the ancestral treasure of our clan, the 9 Nether Mystic Order. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A male figure behind Qingyi trembled. Qingyi exclaimed in delight, "Uncle, you actually brought out the clan's treasure." "Indeed, I intended to reserve it for the restoration of the seal, but since this is not a seal, there is no need to hold back." Sound of the shield shattering. Ping pong pong. What? Even the 9 Nether Mystic Order cannot withstand its attack. This is a treasure that even the powerful beings of the heavenly realm find difficult to shatter. Damn it, everyone. Stop holding back. Since the sealing of the beast is a ruse, there is no need to repair it. Let's bring forth all treasures and artifacts, Qingyi's brother urged anxiously, before setting out. All families had taken their ancestral treasures to prevent any mishaps with the seal, and most treasures and artifacts were one-time use, so they would not be brought out unless absolutely necessary, even if it meant sacrificing lives. After all, the ancient ferocious beasts are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Wasting a key artifact for maintaining the seal to save one person would be unthinkable. 10 transformations, celestial spirit talismans, 9 nether soul banners, golden dragon sacred armor, Coldeen's sword, 9 transformations, ice silk. Fortunately, someone saw through this ruse, and the Fox clan no longer concealed their abilities. I refuse to believe that our Earth's foremost clan, with so many masters and artifacts, cannot defeat a mere monster. Sound of shattering bang. The 9 nether mystic order shattered into countless fragments scattered on the ground. The elder of the Fox clan felt a pang of heartache. Alas, I spent a fortune to obtain this treasure from the underworld, and it is lost just like that. Roar! A chilling roar echoed, and the copy altered its attack strategy. A few bones hovered above the crowd while the majority plunged into the ground, erupting from beneath the feet of the onlookers with the speed of a fierce gale. What? It even understands strategy. The Fox clan members reacted swiftly, dodging and unleashing all their artifacts against the surrounding bones. Bang, bang, bang. What time is it? Still fretting over your petty money? The peak state of the ancient ferocious beast is about to emerge. We must be prepared to die. The Fox clan unleashed all their heavenly treasures, creating such a commotion that even the White Feather clan, stationed far away to set up a barrier, was taken aback. The White Bird Demon exclaimed, "Uncle, such a tremendous noise. Could it be that the families inside are using their clan artifacts? It seems they have indeed been pushed to their limits. All clans, heed my command, accelerate the barrier's progress, and triple the wood elemental energy." Yes. A moment later, the once-spirited Fox clan found themselves devoid of the will to continue fighting. It can not only make the bones grow endlessly, but can also foresee the future. Roar! Another terrifying roar resounded as sharper bone formations surged toward the Fox clan. Fox fire technique. Under the relentless assault of Wang Yu's copy, all the treasures and artifacts brought by the Fox clan were utterly destroyed. Slash! Ugh, father! In an instant, blood splattered, and 2 severed arms clutching long knives lingered in the sky. Roar! The copy roared once more. But this time, the sound was laced with delight, and no matter how the Fox clan attacked, it could always anticipate their assault routes, and regardless of how they dodged, it would accurately strike where they were destined to land. The copy's inherent strength was not greater than the collective might of the Fox clan, yet they could inflict no harm upon it, no matter how they altered their strategies. Hearing the commotion, other families rushed to assist, and the outcome was predictable. Across the battlefield, only Ching-yi sat on the ground, unscathed, while the other members were either missing limbs or severely injured. Under the crushing weight of this precognitive power, they could only await their doom and despair. Yet the copy, of course, would not grant them their wish. It would incessantly torment them until it grew bored before benevolently granting them death. A dazzling green light emanated from the center of the skeletal tree. Boom! Feng Mian shouted to the crowd of demons, "The barrier is complete. All families, quickly bring forth your artifacts to maintain the seal, lest the dread beast escapes." Chapter 37. The Corpse Mountain of the Realm of the Dead. 9. At that critical moment, the wood elemental barrier was finally established, and Wang Yu's terrifying copy vanished along with it. However, what everyone did not expect was that at the moment the barrier was completed, it was not only the copies of the clan members that disappeared, but the skeletal tree also vanished, leaving behind only the grievously injured families and a bewildered assembly of demons atop the empty mountaintop. Has this seal been undone, or has it self-repaired? No. If it were truly undone, why have we not seen the ancient ferocious beast? Could it be that this is a false seal, truly hidden in some corner? Feng Mian declared, "Silence, stop the commotion. Do you not see so many of our brethren lying on the ground, bleeding profusely? Hurry and provide aid." Under the medical skills and elixirs from various families, fortunately, the injured group was no longer in life-threatening danger. Upon seeing that the Fox clan suffered the most severe losses, Elder Feng Mian's expression was beyond astonishment, and he could not fathom why the injured families, knowing the terror of the copies, still rushed into battle. You all know how troublesome this replication left by the seal is. Why did you charge in? Even the foremost Fox clan of the earth has suffered such a disgraceful defeat. Thus, the elder of the Fox clan recounted the entire sequence of events. What? I cannot believe we were all deceived. Damn it, time is running out. Do we really have to wait helplessly for the ferocious beast to break free from the seal? As various families found themselves in a state of utter turmoil due to the matters concerning the bone tree, Guaiku appeared to be more preoccupied with other concerns rather than the sealing incident. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting a target within 100 meters, he joyfully rushed over. Wang Yu. Guaiku chuckled. How could it possibly be of any use? This was treated with the help of the 10-turn spirit healing pill from another family, and I owe them a significant favor. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu resolved to express his gratitude to the family that had generously used the 10-turn elixir to heal Guaiku, especially since the injury had been inflicted by her own actions. Yet she possessed no means to remedy it. This added another layer of regret to Wang Yu's heart. Although he had perused the ancient text, Shanhai Jing, written thousands of years ago on Earth, he remained largely ignorant of the current world. Nevertheless, he surmised that the treasures and elixirs in this realm were classified by levels ranging from 1 turn to 10 turn, and from inferior to heavenly quality. Given that a family was willing to employ a 10-turn elixir to treat a stranger whom they had only met a few times, the weight of this kindness was undeniably profound. Brother, which family helped you? I must go and express my thanks properly. Guaiku pointed towards a nearby family, saying that one I hear they are descendants of the ancient dragon from the earthly realm and seem to have some connection to the lord of the heavenly dragon city, known as the D-Long clan. You need not feel overly guilty. I do not hold it against you. Wonderful. Lin Chong is safe. The news of Lin Chong's survival brought great joy to Guaiku. For in times of peril, nothing is more exhilarating than reuniting with old companions. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the sky, followed by the emergence of a swirling vortex radiating boundless energy, within which 3 living figures appeared. The families on guard were alarmed. The bone tree had only just vanished, and now these individuals emerged, likely the culprits behind the sealing deception. Caution was paramount among the 3. The foremost was a maiden of ethereal beauty, her long white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an unparalleled grace. Beside her stood a figure cloaked in sinister energy, his hawkish gaze suggesting an innate malevolence that could be felt from hundreds of meters away. The third was a robust individual, his eyes sharp as arrows, seemingly capable of effortlessly accomplishing any task that as soon as they appeared. Wang Yu and the others recognized them and hurried to explain to the gathered families. Everyone, do not be alarmed. Those 3 in the sky are our companions, hailing from different worlds just like us. However, Feng Mian remained on high alert. Oh, how can you be certain they are not the masterminds behind the deception, disguising themselves as allies to mislead you? This question left the 3 momentarily speechless, as such a possibility indeed existed. The Z added, if that were the case, why did they not launch a surprise attack while you were establishing the barrier? That would have been the most advantageous course of action for them. Yet they did not appear at that time. Instead, they come forth now. Indeed, I too believe in their innocence, declared the elder of the Fox clan. Feng Mian pondered carefully before responding. All right, you make a valid point. Even the once mighty Fox clan chooses to trust you. Turning to shout, all clans, lower your guard. They are our allies. No sooner had she spoken than the sky returned to its original state, and the 3 figures gracefully descended before the crowd. Wang Yu rushed over. How are you? Are you all right? All is well. Fortunately, we are alive, replied Gung Li. What a relief, exclaimed Xie. Finally escaped from that illusion array. I nearly fell victim to it. That damn place was truly bizarre, capable of replicating us identically. Wang Yu was taken aback. What? You encountered duplicates too? At that moment, Elder Feng Mian approached and introduced herself to Yin Lingxue, then began explaining the events surrounding the sealing incident. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Some family members had been absorbed into the bone tree and had since vanished without a trace. This was a troublesome situation, yet Yin Lingxue seemed to possess a strategy that I see. Many such incidents have occurred in my homeland. I have a clear understanding of the mystery behind the sealing's disappearance. In truth, it remains here with us, unmoving. It is merely that you cannot perceive its existence. Her words astonished all present, and Dr. Z suddenly grasped the concept. Could it be a 4-dimensional space? What does 4-dimensional mean? Wang Yu explained. What Yin Lingxue means is that there exists a 4-dimensional space around us that is imperceptible. Only by her creating a unique four-dimensional space that overlaps with it can we rescue those consumed by the bone tree. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Dr. Z shook his head in denial. Incorrect. The four-dimensional space is not an independent realm relative to our existing three-dimensional space, but rather an extension of an additional dimension upon the current three-dimensional framework, transforming the original three-dimensionality into four dimensions. Wang Yu paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I apologize. This is quite confusing to me. Could you simplify it?" Dr. Z continued, "For instance, although the surface of a playing card is a two-dimensional plane, the card itself is a tangible three-dimensional object. This means that entities existing in two dimensions also have their essence manifested in three dimensions. And similarly, entities in three-dimensional space also exist in four-dimensional space. Furthermore, the space we inhabit is indeed four-dimensional, yet we possess only three-dimensional cognitive abilities." What? I seem to understand, yet also do not. However, so many people here appear to be contemplating it that if they were to know that I struggled to comprehend the doctor's explanation, I would surely lose face. Forget it. I shall pretend to understand, Wang Yu thought to himself. What? I have lived for centuries, yet do not grasp the significance of his words that if others were to find out, how embarrassing that would be. Elder Feng Mian mused. Oh, I see. What is he talking about? If others knew I did not understand, it would surely be embarrassing. Sieze contemplated that. Yes, that's right, what nonsense. I shall pretend to comprehend. If the other families discover my ignorance, I would surely be ridiculed, which would be quite embarrassing. Qingyi thought to herself that that not quite embarrassing. Not very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. No face. Face? Z. I trust that my explanation is clear to everyone. The crowd replied in unison. Of course, pretending to ponder. I see. Lin Chong remarked. Thus, everyone came to a perfect understanding of Dr. Z's perspective. Yet at that moment, Wang Yu found himself with a new question. We cannot use known science to conclude an unknown phenomenon. Just as on our Earth, it is believed that the interior of a black hole can obliterate all matter, and any life entering it stands no chance of survival. Yet, what is the outcome? Are we not alive and well? Have we not encountered higher dimensional life forms, engaging in conflicts or forming alliances with beings from the multiverse? Not to mention the countless unknown entities humanity cannot explore. The very fact that Yin Lingxue can create an independent four-dimensional space, undetected and unrecognized by any entity, is but one aspect of what we fail to comprehend that at this moment. Wang Yu experienced an epiphany. Seemingly drawing connections to the dubious history of the gods and demons he had learned about in the cave under the guidance of Nordel from the Divine Clan. Among the discussions was the enigmatic concept of the seven unified forces. Could it be related to the seven unified forces? What on earth could that be? Wang Yu fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 38, The Mountain of Corpses in the Ghost Realm, Part 10, Yin Lingxue stated. Dr. Z is correct, and I too do not understand the principles behind creating independent space that IT is akin to breathing. No special preparation or practice is required. Over time, when the need arises, I can utilize it. Much like how animals naturally chew once they possess teeth. All right, enough explanations. We understand, but how do we save the people? The crow's spirit expressed growing impatience. Yin Lingxue slowly approached the central area of the mountain's peak. It is simple. I will use my ability to create a completely independent four-dimensional space to shift the existing three-dimensional connection line to the four-dimensional realm, which is essentially the timeline. Once this timeline is severed, the four-dimensional will cease to exist, and as the four-dimensional collapses, entities residing within it will descend into the three-dimensional realm, a phenomenon we refer to as dimensional reduction strikes on our eye star. What? So time can be manipulated? Dr. Z exclaimed in astonishment. Though he was aware that some biological entities retain divine genes, he had never imagined that such flawed factors could touch upon the elusive concept of time. Just how powerful must the divine be? Soon, Yin Lingxue arrived at the center of the mountaintop. This endeavor would demand an immense toll on my mental fortitude, and I hope a few individuals can assist me when the time comes. The crowd could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of the air currents around her, as countless fierce and malevolent pressures bore down upon them. Yet her body began to insulate itself from these winds. The air swirled chaotically around Yin Lingxue, colliding with itself, and with each clash of pressure, a powerful air explosion erupted at her core. Boom, 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 bang. A wind pressure, akin to the wails of a vengeful spirit. suddenly assailed the assembly, prompting the various families to produce their defensive treasures to withstand it. Coughing blood, cough, cough, cough. Who exactly is she? How can she emanate such a potent pressure that compels all families to hastily deploy their treasures in defense? One of the lesser demons from the clans remarked. Just as everyone was straining to fend off the explosive force unleashed by Yin Lingxue, she had already vanished from sight. Suddenly, the sky morphed into a deep crimson, revealing several massive cracks in the area at the mountaintop center. Sound of shattering, bang, a bone tree, in an indescribable hue, materialized before everyone. Yin Lingxue appeared, seemingly from nowhere, battered and collapsed upon the ground. Observing this, the crow demon disregarded the harm inflicted by the explosion and charged straight towards the bone tree region. That a calamity is imminent. We cannot be solely preoccupied with our own selves. Witnessing her son reach Yin Lingxue's side, Feng Mian felt an overwhelming sense of concern and instructed her son's childhood friend to intervene. Wang Yu and Guai Ku, though wishing to assist Yin Lingxue, were ultimately bound by the fragility of their mortal forms, unable to endure the explosive force. Other demons from the families, fearing the damage wrought by the intense explosion, shrank back within their defensive treasures. In contrast, the white bird demon swiftly approached the crow demoness side. The two demons bore the brunt of the explosive damage, their bodies marred with wounds, torrents of blood carried away by the wind, droplets incessantly striking their faces, rendering them battered and bruised. Upon seeing her younger brother rush to her aid without regard for his safety, the crow demon was moved to tears. Bai Yu, sure. I knew you would come. You are indeed my good brother. The crow demon continued. What? He sent you here to meet your demise while he, as the esteemed elder of the clan, remains behind to spectate? Why does he not come himself? The crow demon scoffed, remarking that the group behind, who ostensibly sought to preserve the seal under the guise of heroic intent, were merely there to enhance their reputations or to slay the beast for their precious jade. Once they discover the fallacy of the seal, they will only look out for themselves, being nothing but self-serving scoundrels. Upon hearing this, the white bird demon was deeply moved by her brother's resolve and decided to join him in the rescue. I am fortunate to have encountered such a radiant presence as Bai Guang in this tainted world. Crow brother, I shall accompany you. Excellent. You truly are my brother Feng Ju. However, dear brother, do not disgrace our Bai Yu clan. You need not worry. Even if I perish here, I shall never tarnish the name of Bai Yu. Suddenly, the explosive force intensified further. Boom, boom. Be cautious, dear brother. Quickly fortify your spirit energy to resist. When Yin Lingxue saw that only two demons had come to aid her, her heart was overwhelmed with shock. The crow demon furiously exclaimed, How can the pain of bloodshed compare to that of a dying person? Tell me how I can assist you. Father, let us go save sister as well. Qingyi pleaded. The elder of the Fox clan shook his head, sighing, Alas, we have a fierce battle with the ancient beasts ahead, and we are the strongest among the families. If we are severely injured in the attempt to save one, we will have little chance against the beast that a calamity is approaching. We cannot be driven by selfish desires. We must consider the welfare of all beings in this realm. As for the others, they likely share my sentiments. Ji Li. Speaking of which, Xieze, shall we not assist her? Her four-dimensional space has saved us from numerous dangers. Xieze, why should I care? The lives of others have nothing to do with me. That if you wish to go, then go yourself. Fta. The crow demon bore the backlash of Yin Lingxue's powers alone. The white bird demon poured all his spirit energy into Yin Lingxue, aiding her in successfully entering the interior of the bone tree. According to Yin Lingxue, breaking the bone tree would take merely half a minute. Yet the two demons had waited for 5 minutes, and the white bird demon, now devoid of spirit energy, was on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom, boom. How? How wonderful! I am still alive. My heavens, I have not perished. What? Have they truly succeeded? How absurd it is to transfer time, yet she has managed to do so. Who exactly is Yin Lingxue? Had I known, I would have joined in to gain the world's acclaim. Feng Mian thought, utterly astonished that moment. Yin Lingxue had conveyed the entirety of the situation to the rescued demons. Roar? From an unknown location, an incomprehensible sound echoed, as Yu Li remarked. I see. Thank you for saving us three. But when I emerged, I also glimpsed a small space with 4 vibrant lives within. What? In pain? Yin Lingxue had no time to rest. She once more utilized her powers to unfold the four-dimensional space, vanishing before the eyes of the assembled demons. At that moment, the crow demon was suddenly seized by a severe headache, as if something had emerged within him. He positioned his hands up and down in front of his chest, palms facing each other with fingers curled. "Crow brother, what are you doing? To help her save lives?" In an instant, the crow demon seemed to have opened a four-dimensional space of his own, suddenly disappearing. Bah! A crisp sound resonated, and the remaining small space began to fracture. Four-dimensional. Broken. At last, the four trapped within the space were able to see the light of day again, yet an immensely colossal creature materialized alongside them. And the familiar visage caused Yen Lingxue to tremble slightly. "Yen Jun, ancient dragon? And how did you end up here?" The ancient dragon exclaimed joyfully. "Yen Lingxue, it was you who saved us." The crow demon, "And I too." Roar! Just as they were reminiscing, the creature emitted an unintelligible sound, its meaning unclear, whether it was anger or sorrow. Observing this, Su Li swiftly declared, "There is no time for nostalgia. The seal has been broken." "Brother, what kind of monster is that?" "Corpse Kuin." A gigantic fish-like creature soared through the sky, and upon closer inspection, one could see it was encrusted with countless bloodied corpses. The blood from the bodies continuously dripped from above, and its size towered over most people's heads. That it is said that the Kuin is so vast that its size is unfathomable. Yet despite this, it did not appear as grand as described in texts. In Dr. Z's estimation, its length was only around 500 meters. Upon witnessing such a scene, Yanjun felt caught between joy and sorrow. He was glad to have survived and to reunite with companions. Yet he was unsure how to confront this terrifying creature. Yen Lingxue quickly recounted the events to Luo Yong and the others. The legendary ancient beast, Corpse Kuin. So it was this terrifying existence that caused the Great War hundreds of years ago. Bang! A deafening sound erupted around the Corpse Kuin, followed by countless bloodied corpses plummeting to the ground, crawling on all fours as they frantically pursued the demon clans. Feng Mian gasped in shock. "It is a corpse ghost. And a large one at that. Quickly, counterattack!" Despite everyone reacting swiftly, drawing upon their lifelong skills to combat it, within a mere half-minute, countless corpse ghosts had already exterminated an entire family, showcasing their cruelty and speed. "No! I must flee this cursed place. Great beast, please spare me. I meant no offense. I shall take my leave." How could we possibly triumph against such a being? If we do not flee, we shall surely perish here. Witnessing the annihilation of an entire family, the demons grew fearful and began to scatter. Seeing this, Su Li immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, do not panic. Maintain your formation. Do not forget why we are here. If we abandon our post, who will protect the lives of the beings in this realm? I curse this, such a massive beast. Let those who wish to guard do so. I certainly shan't. Indeed, if we are to protect the lives of the beings in this realm, who will safeguard us? Besides, we are demons, not immortals. The task of protecting the lives of the beings should fall to the deities of the heavenly realm." Su Li, "Yet this corpse Kuin will only bring harm to our realm. The fate of our realm should not be dictated by the heavenly realm, for if we seek their assistance, they will surely take advantage of our plight to seize our treasures." Crack, crack. Sister, I come to aid you." Unexpectedly, before Su Li could finish her sentence, over a dozen corpse ghosts surrounded and attacked her at an astonishing speed, and Qingyi, well aware that her sister could not contend with them alone, hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 39. The Mountains of Corpses in the Ghost Realm, Part 11. Relying on its insatiable hunger for the corpse energy within the ghostly domain, the corpse Kuin continuously spawned a staggering number of corpse spirits, which had now surpassed 5,000 at Minghua Tong Xian. Yu Huolian X Bang Bang. The two sisters, Qingyi, unleashed their spiritual powers, swiftly dispatching more than a dozen corpse spirits in their vicinity. Yet more would come rushing at them. As each group they vanquished was swiftly replaced by another. Thus, the sisters fought wave after wave. Although the individual combat prowess of the corpse spirits was lacking, the relentless and frenzied onslaught proved taxing even for the strongest of Fox clans. Wang Yu lamented, "Damn it, these monsters seem endless." Z remarked, "It appears we must first halt the corpse Kuin. Otherwise, if it continues to spawn freely, every clan present will be consumed by these corpse spirits." Help! I don't want to die. Not yet. The anguished cries of numerous clans echoed through the AAI. At this moment, the elder of the Fox clan found the two elders of the Bayou clan. Feng Mian. Feng Yin, we can no longer delay. Let the other clans fend off these corpse spirits for now. You and I shall join forces to eradicate the corpse Kuan. Remember, we must not allow any corpse spirits to descend the mountain. And take care of my stubborn grandson. Rest assured, father. With me here, there is nothing to worry about. I will ensure that Ju Air remains unharmed. With that, Feng Yin led her kin to follow the Fox clan. Bayou warriors, it is our time to vanquish evil and save the world. After today's battle, our name shall be inscribed in the annals of history for generations to come. Follow me into battle. Yes. Soon, the formidable beasts of the two great families gathered around the corpse Kuan. Yet this colossal creature seemed unimpressed, merely exhaling a puff of corpse energy that sent them scattering. Boom! Ugh! At that moment, the sky was filled with the sensation of their insides nearly shattering, their hands trembling uncontrollably. This beast merely exhales and possesses such formidable power. I never anticipated that an ancient ferocious beast could be so terrifying. Feng Yin exclaimed in fear. The elder of the Fox clan scoffed, merely a vile creature. We nine-tailed foxes are beings of the utmost caliber, yet it dares to disregard my clan. What is it? Really? As the elder's veins bulged, the previously anxious demeanor transformed into uncontrollable fury, enveloped in an invisible spiritual force that revealed their true nine-tailed form. The lost arms reappeared through spiritual energy, and their left arm ignited with fierce, ghostly fire. Suddenly delivering a powerful punch to the corpse Kuan, bang roar! In an instant, an overwhelming pain surged through the corpse Kuan, forcing it to cease absorbing corpse energy, and finally, the corpse spirits ceased to emerge. The Fox clan elder's punch astonished all the beasts present. Then, the sky darkened abruptly, thunder roared, and fierce winds howled, as an astonishing aura emanated from the Fox clan elder with the might of a demon god. It is merely a fish dwelling in the sea. Confronting you is far easier than facing my own replica, Yuming Gue Tian. Although the combined strength of the two clans was considerably diminished compared to their previous battle, this time, the ancient ferocious beast before them took the situation seriously. Seeing this, Feng Yin no longer concealed her abilities. Warriors swiftly formed the Sumi Tian formation. Yes, the energy reserves of each cultivator were intrinsically linked to their capacity to endure. Exceeding their limits could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Sumi Tian formation could bestow boundless spiritual energy within its effective range, an intangible force that could be harnessed. Should a cultivator absorb too much of this ethereal energy, it would manifest as an endless wormhole within their being, thus earning its name. Most of the Bayou clan's top-tier spiritual techniques required substantial energy to activate, meaning the greater the energy expended, the more powerful the technique became. Consequently, with the spiritual replenishment provided by the Sumi Tian formation, the Bayou clan could synergize effectively. Before long, the formation was complete, and Feng Yin, amidst the boundless energy of Sumi Tian, transformed her form. Once her true self was revealed, the assembled beasts beheld a colossal bird adorned with blue feathers and red spots. Blue feathers? I have never witnessed Feng Yin in such a transformation. An elder of the Fox clan exclaimed in astonishment that it was said that the feathers of the Bayou clan were categorized into black, white, and blue variations, with each transformation exponentially enhancing their spiritual power. Since the founding of the Blue Feather clan, not a single blue feather had manifested, leading to their rebranding as the Bayou clan. Who would have thought that Feng Yin would become the first blue feather in the history of the Bayou clan, earning my respect? While the Fox clan deliberated, Feng Yin charged ahead, her abdomen glowing crimson as she opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of searing divine flames at the corpse Kuan. Boom! Boom boom! Roar! The divine flames relentlessly corroded the surface of the corpse Kuan, causing it to emit a bewildering wail of anguish. Our opportunity has arrived. Everyone charge. Under the elder's leadership, the Fox demons surged forward. Fox fire technique, ghostly bone fire, curse of dissolution, exploding lotus. Various spells from the Fox clan struck the corpse Kuan with tremendous force. All right, I cannot lag behind. I shall strike while it is weakened. You of Feng Zai. As soon as the words left her lips, Feng Yin flapped her wings vigorously, releasing flames akin to a blazing sun, sending forth a series of piercing gales that combined with the Fox clan's spells, devastating and eroding the corpse Kuin's form. Meanwhile, the elder of the Fox clan summoned tumultuous storm clouds and crackling lightning. I exchange my heart and soul for the power of the Fox god, thunder punishment. Upon completing the incantation, bolts of lightning, each over 100 meters in diameter, descended upon the corpse Kuin, a true manifestation of thunderous wrath. The creature wailed yet again in a perplexing lament, for even though its skin was as tough as iron, it could not withstand the combined onslaught of the two great clans. Before long, the corpse Kuin's skin began to crack, blood pouring forth incessantly. Did I in the blink of an eye, its form was drenched in dark red blood. Finally, after nearly half an hour of confrontation, fatigue settled upon both clans. While the corpse Kuin bore numerous wounds of varying sizes, bleeding profusely, its appearance utterly unrecognizable, that I ask this truly the extent of an ancient ferocious beast. It seems the legends are but tales, their credibility waning. It appears merely fearsome in appearance that on the ground, under Feng Mian's leadership, the clans had nearly eradicated the corpse spirits. Yin Jun gasped, "Phew, these repulsive corpse spirits are finally dealt with." At this moment, Qingyi suddenly leaped out from behind the crowd. "Of course. The reason the Fox clan ranks first among the families of the realm is thanks to my father. As long as my father leads the Fox clan, not just one corpse Kuin, but even a horde of them cannot prevail." "Where did you come from?" the crowd exclaimed in unison, startled by the sudden appearance of the girl. In contrast to the elated crowd, Dr. Z wore a worried expression. "Do you not find the situation somewhat suspicious? This seems far too smooth. While the odds of victory for the two clans are indeed high, based on the corpse Kuin's current performance, it does not align with the image of a powerful, ancient, ferocious beast. It is astonishingly weak." Suli retorted, "Humph, it is not that it is weak, but rather that our Fox clan is too strong. Accept reality. The corpse Kuin is merely a beast of large stature, and its rumored power is but a fabrication." "From where did you emerge again?" Z interjected. "While that may be true, the corpse Kuin has only passively endured the attacks from both clans. It has not retaliated at all." As others debated the peculiarities of the situation, Wang Yu had been vigilantly observing his surroundings. Upon hearing this, Luo Yong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot the purpose of our journey. However, I seem to be a past participant who was eliminated. The trial has concluded for quite some time, that I wonder where I shall go after entering the otherworldly gate." Gueka pondered, "Is it possible that the otherworldly gate will only appear once the corpse Kuin is slain?" Z replied, "Indeed, given the current circumstances, that seems to be the only possibility left." Suddenly, a sound echoed as something crashed to the ground. Thud, thud. "Huh. Did you hear that sound?" At that moment, members of other clans rushed over. "This is bad. They have been defeated. Run. No one can stop that monster." Body turned into a desiccated corpse. "Ugh." Feng Mian shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. We are the hope of the entire realm. Steady yourselves." Qingyi suddenly screamed. Then, familiar corpses began to plummet from the sky, among which Feng Yin and the elder of the Fox clan had been reduced to countless fragmented remains, their entire forms unrecognizable. "Father, brother, no, this cannot be. The Fox clan is the mightiest of all beings. How can a mere corpse Kuin?" After enduring the devastating loss of her entire clan, Qingyi's mind shattered completely. As the multitude raised their gazes towards the heavens, they beheld the corpse Kuin ravenously siphoning the life essence from the myriad of demons. Chapter 40. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Realm, Part 12. Witnessing his father being drained of vitality by the corpse Kuin. Although Feng Mian outwardly sought to bolster the morale of the troops, a desire to flee had already taken root in his heart. If even the father of Lan Yu Hua cannot prevail, it seems he has merely assumed the form of Bai Feng without possessing its formidable strength. Now that the main forces of the realm have fallen, I must take Ju Air and seek an alternative escape. To this moment, the crowd remained incredulous at the scene before them, observing as the grievous wounds inflicted by the two great clans upon the corpse Kuin slowly healed, the energy it used for self-repair being the very life of the demons. Despite the surrounding clamor, the tumult could not penetrate Su Li's ears. Her dazed gaze lingered upon her mother, as if reminiscing the maternal love of her youth. Given the urgency of the situation, Su Li had not yet had a chance to reunite with her mother since being rescued by Yan Ling Shui. And now, merely a quarter of an hour later, the two demons found themselves bereft of the opportunity to meet again. This was true for Su Li, and likewise for Qingyi. Wang Yu had intended to console the two demons, but was halted by the side of the peculiar coup. The entire clan has been annihilated. Let them be in silence. Since the portal to the other realm will only appear upon the death of the corpse Kuan, we now have a reason to save our realm, do we not? Upon hearing this, Xieze could not remain composed. Save what? Even the mighty demon fox has fallen. I still wish to live a few more years, Wang Yu, with a face full of helplessness, replied. There is no other option left. While the corpse Kuan's injuries have yet to fully heal, we still have a chance. Do you wish to be trapped in this world for eternity? If I were in your position, I would rather risk everything than succumb to decay. Xieze retorted angrily. Nonsense. You are an undead. No matter what, you cannot die, but I am different. My life is singular. Lin Chong. Xieze's counter left Wang Yu speechless. No matter how brave one pretends to be, the fear of death dwells within every heart, causing a flicker of doubt among the others. Perhaps staying in this world it so bad. Even though they understood that as long as the corpse Kuan lived, there would be no tomorrow for the beings of their realm. They could not resist their innate fear of death. Observing his friends hesitating, Wang Yu declared, If that is the case, I shall go alone. Regardless, Wang Yu was determined to uncover the truth behind the angelic trial. He could not afford to pause here. At that moment, Ke swallowed hard. Although I lack confidence in this matter, how could I allow my brother to face danger alone? I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was moved to tears. Ke. Lin Chong and Yin Jun soon approached as well. I have never died in my life. What is a mere corpse Kuan? I shall go too. Yin Jun laughed. Wang Yu wiped his tears and said, Thank you all. But we cannot fly. How shall we ascend? Do not forget, this is our world. It is not up to you outsiders to meddle. However, if you wish to intervene, that can be arranged. I will take you up. Feng Zhu had appeared behind the group unbeknownst to them. It is the crow of the Bai Yu clan. Wang Yu and the others exclaimed in astonishment, Oh dear, crow brother. Take it easy. My wounds have yet to heal. Bai Yu sure scampered overexcitedly. The Bai Yu clan is renowned for its loyalty. My grandfather and brother faced that beast without a thought of retreat, so how could I falter? Feng Zhu brought his palms together, causing the surrounding space to warp. Four-dimensional space. How can you also do this? The crowd gasped in shock. There's no time to explain. Get in the vehicle. The group swiftly entered the spatial range and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from their original location. Bai Yu sure hurriedly shouted, Damn it. I'm not in yet. Before long, with the help of Crow Brother, they arrived above the corpse Kuan. I can't believe I made it too. Not only Xieze, but also Luo Yong, Gu Long, Yin Jun, and others were transported up. Crow Brother scratched his head and said, I just learned this skill and am not yet proficient. My apologies, everyone. Xieze fumed. I see you did this on purpose. Quan Li patted Xieze on the shoulder. I'll let it go. Since we are all here now, let us give it our all. Indeed, if we allow it to go unchecked, our realm will be destroyed by it. At that time, we too shall not survive until dawn. Oh no, our odds have dwindled significantly. Everyone, let us join forces and interrupt its healing. In an instant, Quan Li's muscles swelled, and seizing the moment, he leaped, driving both feet down onto the wound on the corpse Kuan's back. Bang! This strike caused the wound to widen significantly, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Yet it did not cease its consumption of the life essence from the demons atop the mountain to end the universe where Quan Li resided. Venus was renowned for its strength. With a meager population of merely over 10 million, that it was said that the locals could lift buildings weighing up to 5 trillion tons, and Quan Li was among the elite of them. Alter Fate Point. 2 points, Thunderstorm. Seizing the opportunity, Ke launched an attack on the massive gaping wound. Stop sucking, halt this at once. Rumble. Ke, engulfed in purple lightning, incessantly struck the wound created by Quan Li. Yet his attacks were nowhere near as potent. The corpse Kuan felt no pain from the electric strikes. Frustrated, Ke lamented, Damn it, my lightning couldn't even scorch its skin. Everyone, step back and let us give it a try. The Yin brothers had long been preparing a colossal fireball. and in unison, they thrust their hands backward and hurled the fireball towards the corpse Kuin's wound. Flaming sun. Incinerate the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The flames penetrated the corpse Kuin's interior, the searing heat mercilessly scorching its internal organs. Even the great beings of the upper realm from centuries past could not achieve such penetration. The fire spread within the corpse Kuin, quickly engulfing more than half of its organs. While this flame was not enough to entirely incinerate its formidable defenses, the extensive burning nonetheless elicited its anguished howls. Although the group successfully curtailed the corpse Kuin from causing further casualties, it was evident that it had grown furious. Its exterior turned dark, and its demeanor became increasingly frenzied. Bang! Bang 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 take up kun wuli to that it colossal body. Sending shockwaves rippling outward, and Ku and the others were swiftly hurled thousands of meters away, crashing into the mountain, while the Yin brothers fell into the corpse forest, their fates uncertain. As Ku and the others were cast aside. Only the immensely powerful Quan Li clung tenaciously to the scales of the corpse Kuin, narrowly avoiding disaster. Phew, finally, it is done. Now we merely need someone to act as bait to lure that beast in. At this moment, Wang Yu had woven a massive net in the air, the lower half affixed to the mountaintop, while the upper half was supported by Wang Yu's 6 colossal hands, awaiting the corpse Kuin's approach to incapacitate it. Very well, I shall take on the role of bait, Gu Long and Luo Yong declared in unison. The two swiftly exited the four-dimensional space and charged towards the corpse Kuin on the mountaintop. The demons had long since scattered. Now, surveying the entire summit, not a single demon could be found. Feng Mian panted as he fled. Ju heir, please do not blame your father, as the saying goes. Where there is life, there is hope. The Baiyu clan still requires a leader. I cannot perish here. But rest assured, once I escape this ghostly realm, I shall certainly seek the celestial beings of the heavenly realm to avenge you. Sound of falling, crack. Ku's body collapsed before the demons of the Earth Dragon clan. Oh no! You startled me. This is the person who previously consumed our elixir. Is he dead? No, I'm not certain. I think we should keep our distance for now. Our priority should be finding help from the heavenly realm. An imposing elder approached. Alas, we must see this through. Our Earth Dragon clan is not one to abandon others in peril. Moreover, I observe that his capabilities are quite extraordinary. Perhaps he could save our entire clan in the future. But elder, we may not even survive ourselves. Bringing along a burden would only... Enough, my mind is made up. Do not speak further. Thus, the unconscious Ku was taken by the demons of the Earth Dragon clan as they fled the ghostly realm. All clans had previously approached with fervor to repair the seal. Yet now they fled in a panic, unaware that from the moment the corpse Kuin appeared, the edges of the ghostly realm were suffused with countless corpse spirits that a barrier, invisible to the naked eye, also manifested in the sky. Bang, 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 coughing blood. Ugh, this beast's hide is truly resilient. My snake-patterned spear cannot inflict even a scratch. Luo Yong exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it seems utterly at ease. It appears we are doomed to perish in this battle. Gu Long lamented as he gazed at his wounded body. Ugh! Carrying the weight of 2 individuals. Feng Ju found it impossible to outpace the corpse Kuin and was soon pursued relentlessly. Damn it. There is no time left. Just as the 3 of them closed their eyes in despair, a sudden burst of golden light appeared before them. Feng Ju was taken aback and exclaimed, Neng Li, how did you get here? Are you planning to offer a meal to the corpse Kuin? Without hesitation, Neng Li assumed a combat stance, ready to confront the foe. The corpse Kuin, perceiving the challenge posed by this unexpected arrival, became even more ferocious than in a fit of rage. The corpse Kuin unleashed its full strength, charging directly at Neng Li. Neng Li transformed into a golden figure, his muscles swelling as if he were an indomitable force, confronting the terrifying pressure of the corpse Kuin head-on. Come on. I shall make my name known across the universe and prove the might of the Golden Star people to all. Chapter 41. The ghostly domain of Corpse Mountain. 13. Booming thunder echoed. Perhaps due to the impending battle, a tempest arose, accompanied by torrential rain. Under this deluge, Neng Li grew increasingly exhilarated. Bang! Finally, Neng Li collided with the formidable corpse Kuin, that he laughed maniacally, believing victory was within his grasp. Visions of triumph flooding his mind. Luo Yong and Gu Long were astonished. What? I never imagined he was this formidable. It seems he has concealed his true strength well. For some reason, I have a feeling he can win. In the next moment, Nung Li's expression shifted from a triumphant smile to one of terror as the golden light around him began to fade, and he struggled against the onslaught of the corpse Kuan. Observing this, Lin Chong rushed forward instinctively to assist, only to be halted by Feng Ju. Brother, with your strength, you would only be adding to its feast. Lin Chong. Help me? Ugh. After nearly half a minute of stalemate, Nung Li's strength waned, and he could no longer withstand the assault, falling victim to the corpse Kuan's massive jaws. The onlookers gasped in horror, their hearts heavy with dread. Luo Yong remarked, "It seems there is no hope left." With a roar, the corpse Kuan charged directly at the trio. Run, run! Feng Ju urged, hastily leading the two into the dimensional space. 4 dimensions. Close. Feng Ju cried, and instantly, the hidden figures within the space vanished from sight. Puffing heavily, "This is too dangerous. No matter how we fight, we will lose. I refuse to die here. Let us hide. It should not be able to detect this space." Jose lamented in despair. Lin Chong. Wang Yu, continuing like this is certainly not a solution. That be why the way. He turned to Feng Ju. Your world seems to possess advanced technology. Have you developed nuclear weapons? The space trembles. Boom, boom, boom. What is that noise? Could that beast possibly break through this dimensional space? Impossible. The corpse Kuan's perception has been reduced to 3 dimensions by Yan Lingxue. It cannot see or touch us. Sounds of shattering bang. Just as he spoke, a section of the space was breached, and the corpse Kuan burst that moment. The myriad demons were nearing the edge of the ghostly domain, when a small demon from a certain clan seemed to sense something amiss. Something is wrong. It has been too quiet on this journey that we frequently encountered deer beasts on our way to the mountain peak, yet now not a single one is in sight. Moreover, has the red mist around here faded somewhat? Indeed, and we just passed through bloodstained forest, where the ancient deer beasts that once attacked us are also absent. Perhaps they were frightened away by the emergence of the corpse Kuan. Then it seems the deer beasts possess little courage. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Luo Yong's words rang true. The corpse Kuan could recognize and breach the 4-dimensional space where Wang Yu and the others resided. Faced with the emergence of this colossal creature, everyone felt their legs weaken, the oppressive atmosphere within the space rendering them immobile. Wang Yu, in despair, uttered, "It's over. It's all over." The corpse Kuan wasted no time, opening its gaping maw to devour them all. Ugh! There is no time to hide now, Grandpa. Your grandson will join you. Feng Ju slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Heavenly original vitality, polar force fist. Just as the corpse Kuan's massive jaws were about to descend, Gu Long unleashed the last remnants of his solar energy, propelling the others out of the 4-dimensional space, leaving himself to face death alone. Forgive me, my son. Let me be selfish just this once. I can no longer meet you again. Gu Yuenjing Gu Long. The others cried out in shock. Bang, bang, bang. The 4-dimensional space erupted, and yet another combatant was lost in this battle. The corpse Kuan, undeterred, continued its frenzied assault, swallowing Gu Long whole and angrily charging at Wang Yu and the others. Tears streaming, damn it, as the young master of the Baiyu clan, when did I ever need your help? Turning to Wang Yu, brother, you must take them and flee the ghostly domain. Then ascend to the celestial realm to seek aid. I will hold it back, Feng Ju declared. But Wang Yu intended to say more but was suddenly thrust away by Feng Ju. Take care. He then turned to Luo Yong and Jose. Come, I will send you out at that moment. The usually timid Jose refused. I declined. Feng Ju was taken aback. What, do you wish to die here as well? Jose chuckled. You all see yourselves as heroes, daring to make me owe you a monumental debt of gratitude. You are quite bold, as the chilling aura emitted by the corpse Kuan intensified. It signified its approach this moment. There was no time left to escape. Damn it, there is no time. 10,000 feather stabs. Feng Ju intoned the incantation, unleashing thousands of sharp feathers that shot towards the corpse Kuan at an imperceptible speed, attempting to slow its advance. However, to the corpse Kuan, Feng Ju's attack felt like mere tickling, failing to hinder its momentum. Suddenly, the corpse Kuan's vision darkened. Its body writhed and twisted in panic, resembling a kitten startled by a hunting dog. Surrounded by endless shadows, as if it were plummeting into an abyss devoid of light. Disperse the darkness with malevolent energy, greet the dawn with shadows. The sky suddenly darkened ominously, as Jose floated above. The dark elements within him boiling, his gaze filled with intense malice. Though I am inherently wicked, I am not devoid of compassion. This beast has taken too many lives, Jose declared angrily. Luo Yong inquired. What just happened? Why isn't he the corpse Kuan coming toward us? It seems rather dim-witted. Jose explained, my shadow illusion can force any creature to confront its innermost fears that if someone falls victim to my illusion, their perceptions will be no less vivid than reality. Upon hearing this, Luo Yong was taken aback. After spending so much time with Jose, he had not realized the depth of his illusionary powers. It seemed that every participant in the angel trials was formidable in their own right, but did even the immensely powerful corpse Kuan have its fears? Luo Yong pondered silently. The corpse Kuan howled in anguish, then abruptly closed its eyes, ceasing its thrashing, opening its gaping maw to begin siphoning the energies of heaven and earth that in an instant, dark fluid visible to the naked, I surged into the corpse Kuan's body. At this moment, the corpse Kuan was devoid of fear. Feng Ju, aghast, shouted, not good, it's about to grow even stronger. Everyone, we must stop it. With that, the three of them unleashed their unique abilities against the corpse Kuan. Yet the dark fluid swirling around it formed an impenetrable barrier. 10,000 feather stabs. 1,000 feathers returned to one. Grievous wave. Serpent pattern strike. Nightmarish dream. The trio exhausted every ounce of strength, yet even their combined efforts could not penetrate the barrier. Having gathered sufficient energy from heaven and earth, the corpse Kuan's terrifying aura intensified. Upon seeing the three of them, now utterly fatigued, it unhesitatingly opened its maw to bite down. But just then, an anomaly occurred. Kik, fear not, my faithful followers, your priest has arrived. A blood-red vortex suddenly materialized in the sky. As cross-shaped fiery clouds surged forth, an invisible aura contaminating the air within a 100-mile radius, and an endless red mist swiftly enveloped the entire realm. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the world was painted a terrifying crimson. The beings below looked up, witnessing an endless expanse of blood-red crosses. With dawn breaking, dusk has departed. All creatures listen. The crimson law descends. The blood-red light shone before the pale-faced beings, and countless luminous beasts descended from the heavens. The barrier surrounding the corpse Kuan shattered instantly, and the frenzied beasts pounced upon it like rabid hounds. Roar! The leader of the beasts, floating in the center, let out a furious roar, spurring its minions into a frenzy. A native, Feng Ju immediately recognized one of the beasts. That is, the ancient deer beast. Jose stood in shock. How can there be so many deer beasts? And are they aiding us against the corpse Kuan? This is incorrect. The focus is not on that. Why on earth would the deer beast heed the priest? I had thought that creature had perished long ago. With a resounding thud, the shockwave produced by the corpse Kuan swiftly obliterated a multitude of deer beasts. Nevertheless, they relentlessly continued their assault. Faced with this unceasing onslaught, the corpse Kuan displayed evident impatience as it began to consume the deathly aura within the ghost domain. In an instant, a horde of undead spirits re-emerged, engaging in fierce combat with the deer beasts. The priest chuckled. Humph, the ancient ferocious beast is indeed formidable, yet the battleground of others has passed. Now it is my domain. By the decree of the Red Law, I command you to annihilate my enemies. At the priest's command, the 10,000-year-old deer beast charged towards the corpse Kuan. The corpse Kuan intended to counterattack, but suddenly felt an excruciating pain, inadvertently allowing the potent venom of the deer beast to seep in, followed by a powerful blow from its antlers that sent it flying several meters away. It was at this moment that the corpse Kuan recalled that its internal organs had previously been scorched by the fiery orbs of the Yearn army brothers, and the burning had yet to cease. Demon flame explosion lotus, dark fire lotus heart. From an unknown location, two formidable spells suddenly appeared alongside the 10,000-year-old deer beast, launching an assault on the corpse Kuan. Qingyi and Sili, you have also arrived? On another front? Damn it. Why are there so many undead spirits? The Earth Dragon clan, in flight, found themselves cornered by the undead spirits at the brink of annihilation. With over half of their members already fallen, leaving only 2 elders to protect the remaining clan members as they struggled to hold on, that we can only proceed this way. Having said that, the 2 elders led the remaining clan members up the mountains. The anguished cries of the little demons roused Wang Yu, who awoke on the back of an elder, blinking his eyes. Where am I? Oh, you are awake. Chapter 42. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Domain. 14. Upon awakening, Wang Yu felt a splitting headache. Unable to recall anything, it was only after the inquiries from the Earth Dragon clan that he learned this could be attributed to the severe impact of the Corpse Kuin's attack, resulting in temporary amnesia. Thus, the clan members began recounting their experiences along the way to aid him in recovering his memory more swiftly. On another front, bang bang. Bang bang. Indeed, a creature that has lived for over 10,000 years. The ferocity of the deer beast is no less than that of the Corpse Kuin. Seeing this, Sieze rejoiced. Phew, splendid, with so many deer beasts aiding, it seems I still have a chance to escape this world alive. Luo Yong remarked. At this rate, the priest must have summoned every deer beast in the ghost domain. How absurd. How did he manage that? Ugh! The agony from the burning organs caused the Corpse Kuin to wail once more. Who could have anticipated that the previously innocuous flames could rise infinitely in temperature? Now, the heat had reached a point capable of entirely incinerating its organs. Soon, the Corpse Kuin could no longer withstand the threefold assault and was compelled to abandon its offensive, begrudgingly resorting to defense. Yet, despite being able to fend off the assaults of the 2 Fox clan prodigies and the 10,000-year-old deer beast, it could not escape the relentless inferno raging within. Sensing their side gaining the upper hand, the priest swiftly joined the fray. Keek, I am eager to see what other abilities you possess. With that, the holy book in the priest's hand floated above the Corpse Kuin. Namona Tulu Zilido. The priest continuously recited the incantations from the book, and a formidable power began to manifest around the Corpse Kuin. That a red hexagram appeared beneath the Corpse Kuin, while a blood-red cross loomed above it. An endless blood mist enveloped the creature. The perceptive Salii sensed an ominous presence and pulled her sister back. Chingy questioned, What is it, sister? That vampire-like individual seems to be an ally, right? His formation appears unable to harm us. Salii slowly shook her head. That's not what I meant. Do you not recall the ancient demon tales? Namona Tulu Zilida. Enveloped within the hexagram and blood-red cross, the Corpse Kuin gradually lost consciousness, accompanied by the priest's voice. Chingy inquired, Are you referring to the demon legends that have circulated in the underworld for thousands of years? Salii affirmed, Indeed, it is said that 30,000 years ago in the underworld, many villages and tribes encountered demons. Each midnight, local residents would hear the cries of infants or the screams of women, prompting them to grab torches and seek the source of the sound. Strangely, when they arrived at the source, they found no living beings, only bloody ground and the red hexagram. However, shortly after turning away, the chilling sounds would resonate once more, occasionally accompanied by the maniacal laughter of an unknown creature. Though the Corpse Kuin had succumbed to slumber, the onslaught of undead spirits intensified. In mere minutes, the herd of deer beasts was nearly annihilated. Observing this, Wang Yu hastened to engage in battle with the undead spirits. Chingy exclaimed, I understand your point. But this is simply outrageous. The ominous sign of the hexagram is merely a legend. Salii countered, Is it truly so? It is said that local residents hear eerie footsteps behind them every night while walking in the dark, and the sounds grow increasingly closer. Upon hearing this, Chingy, already perplexed, became even more bewildered. But what does that have to do with the hexagram? Salii continued, It is said that 2 young individuals sought to uncover the truth and ventured to the village where the hexagram frequently appeared. At midnight, one walked ahead while the other followed, back to back in a narrow alley filled with cries, aiming to see if the person behind could hear the sounds coming from the one in front. The next day, when locals discovered them, their eyes were continuously bleeding, their tongues and fingers severed. Both had lost their sanity, unable to comprehend anything spoken by the residents, their souls entirely extinguished, leaving only the intact blood-red hexagram upon their chests. From that day on, the hexagram became a harbinger of dread across the 3 realms. Boom, boom, boom. As the priest concluded the incantation, the Corpse Kuin had completely lost consciousness. The blood-red formation continuously injected a crimson fluid into its body. Feng Ju and the others, witnessing this, gathered around the priest. What on earth are you doing? Keek, I am, of course, brainwashing it. What, are you telling me you can control this ancient ferocious beast during the calamity hundreds of years ago? Countless ferocious beasts emerged, and to prevent them from wreaking havoc across the three realms, nearly 90% of the great immortals perished. Keek, with the corpse Kuin's assistance, the trials of the angels will be a trivial matter. Though it may be somewhat perilous, it is worth the risk for great rewards. How can we know without trying? You truly are a madman. Bang! Just as they conversed, the blood-red formation set by the priests suddenly erupted. The once vigorous 10,000-year-old deer beast now lay battered on the ground. Fortunately, the two sisters of the Fox clan had retreated from the hexagram's radius early on, thus avoiding the explosion. The crimson mist in the air gradually dissipated, revealing an even larger figure than before the crowd. What? The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. All the energy from the formation had been absorbed entirely by the corpse Kuin. The priest's face instantly fell into despair. This. Was I truly so naive? After absorbing the energy from the Holy Red Book, the corpse Kuin's body turned blood red, its size further magnified, rendering the four individuals standing together no larger than a fraction of its eye. Akin to four ants gazing up at a hyena. Minuscule. Far too minuscule. We stand no chance whatsoever. Its current form truly embodies the phrase beyond comprehension of its vastness. We are mere ants before it, Wang Yu stated hollowly. Witnessing the corpse Kuin's enormous transformation, despair gripped the hearts of all. It seemed the corpse Kuin had yet to acclimate to the newly absorbed energy from the Holy Red Book. It hovered in the air, eyes closed, channeling the deathly aura within, attempting to extinguish the flames ravaging its organs. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a scene, were left paralyzed with fear. The corpse Kuin, exuding an overwhelming presence, merely floated in the air, rendering everyone breathless with its pressure. Qingyi, who had narrowly escaped a calamity, still felt a lingering dread. That was truly close. It seems my sister was right. The hexagram is indeed an ominous symbol. Sali replied, Few, judging by its size, the corpse Kuin's strength has likely surpassed that of hundreds of years ago. Just then, the deer beast horde had been entirely decimated, with only Wang Yu still struggling to hold on. As the corpse Kuin's deathly aura surged, the undead spirits grew even larger, in a desperate bid to awaken from the terror. Luo Yong grasped his snake-patterned spear and viciously stabbed himself, hoping to stimulate his brain and shake off the stupor. In pain, I cannot remain dazed any longer. I must take action. No matter what, I cannot simply perish like this. Luo Yong laboriously raised his long spear, breaking free from Feng Ju's control and charging towards the horde of undead spirits. You are insane. Where do you think you are going? In light of the situation, we have no options left, Feng Ju shouted, watching Luo Yong's departing figure. The snake-patterned spear plunged down with a resounding thud. Luo Yong swiftly descended beside Wang Yu and, in the process, dispatched an undead spirit. Sisters? Oh no, brothers. I am here to assist you. Luo Yong scratched his head, uncertain of how to address the transformed Wang Yu. Witnessing a companion, who had only one life, bravely come to his aid, Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you. Thank you. The two stood back to back, seamlessly coordinating amidst the horde of corpses, continuously defending and retaliating. Xieze remarked, By the way, why has the corpse Kuin suddenly become so formidable? Lin Chong replied, Could it be that your book contains the energy that the corpse Kuin requires, which it has seized upon this opportunity to absorb? After pondering carefully, the priest responded, Indeed. I almost forgot. The essence of the energy in the Red Law Holy Book is corpse chi. After the earth was destroyed, it absorbed the corpse chi of an entire nation to gain its astonishing power. Upon hearing this, Xieze erupted in fury. Damn it. So it was you. Once I ascend to heaven, I shall curse you every day. Feng Ju chuckled. No. A person like you will never reach heaven. It seems my home turf has also passed. Wait. At this moment, the priest suddenly realized that there was still one member of their team absent. The Cthulhu Corpse King. Where had that old man gone? While they fought desperately, he was simply hiding away. Was he? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Feng Ju and the priest swiftly took flight to scour the various corners of the ghost realm. hoping to locate the figure of Dr. Z. Damn it. We must find that savior before the corpse coin adjusts to its newfound energy. Time ticked away, and the memories of Guai could gradually return. He expressed his gratitude toward the Earth Dragon clan, fully aware that without their help, he would not know what calamities might befall him in this perilous ghost realm. Guai thought, yes, my companions still need me. Indeed, the elder had spoken wisely. The best course of action was to survive. Life is incredibly precious. There must be other ways to escape this world. Guai declared, if that is the case, then I shall seek my own demise. Life is precious precisely because it harbors a heart that pursues ideals. Rather than let me live in cowardice, I would rather die in the pursuit of my beliefs. Foolish, you sigh. You are too stubborn. Guai replied, I'm sorry, my brothers truly need me. Let me forever walk the path filled with ideals. Although it may be shrouded in darkness, it will never be cold. The elder of the Earth Dragon clan intended to persuade further, but a demon beside him interrupted. Let it be, old spirit. A person who dies for their beliefs is precisely the most captivating aspect of life, is it not? Finally, the priest located Dr. Z amidst a forest of corpses. Z, I finally found you. You annihilated even the Cthulhu god I summoned back on Earth. Do you truly fear a mere corpse coin? Do you realize how many lives your selfishness has cost? Listening to the priest's reproaches, Dr. Z calmly retrieved a small vial filled with an unknown liquid from his pocket. The priest instinctively took a few steps back, clearly fearful of the vial. Dr. Z gently shook his head and smiled. Oh, don't be alarmed. This isn't meant for you, after all. It can hardly contain you. Chapter 43. The Corpse Mountain of the Ghost Realm, 15. So, what exactly is this? The priest stammered. Dr. Z explained, I have been collecting the blood of all the deceased demons along the way. And I finally completed my collection just now, storing it in this small vial. The priest inquired, what are you collecting this for? Do you have some peculiar obsession? Dr. Z replied with a chuckle. Well, you could say it's a kind of obsession, aimed at developing a new breed of artificial cells that at this moment. The fierce fire within the corpse coin was entirely dispelled, and it began to soar into the distance. Not good. It's attempting to leave the ghost realm. Feng Ju exclaimed that Dr. Z, having grasped the situation, took flight alongside the priest towards the mountaintop. As the corpse coin prepared to depart, the horde of corpses abandoned their targets and followed it. In pain, ugh. It seems we are of no consequence. Meanwhile, Guai had just reached the mountainside when he spotted the corpse coin, now even larger than before, along with the hasty retreat of the horde of corpses. The fake clown cackled. With such momentum, I say we should flee quickly. We stand no chance of winning. Guai protested. Is no one attempting to stop it? Or have they all perished? Then I certainly cannot run. The fake clown retorted, no, are you foolish? Who could possibly restrain such a beast? Shall we go serve it a meal? Your friends are likely lounging at the mountaintop. Change fate points before the fake clown could finish. Guai forcibly interrupted him with his ability. I truly have no way to deal with you. Yes, the fake clown writhed madly. A number slowly settled on his chest. For points, divine punishment. On the other side, Yen Lingxue remained safe under Bai Yusher's care. Even as she fell into a deep slumber, the colossal commotion stirred by the corpse coin was enough to awaken her. What happened? Is everyone all right? Yen Lingxue murmured hazily. You're awake. A tremendous disaster just occurred. A fearsome beast from centuries past has resurfaced, and now my elder brother is currently confronting it in the skies. As for the other demons, Bai Yusher recounted the earlier events to Yen Lingxue. After absorbing the information with a look of disbelief, Yen Lingxue's expression darkened. So that's how it is. I never expected your elder brother would awaken the same abilities as I did by mere coincidence. But with so many lives lost, do we still have a chance to win? Bai Yusher was also uncertain. I am not entirely sure, but it seems the hope is slim that it appears I may never escape this world. As she spoke, Yen Lingxue could no longer hold back her tears. Faced with the suddenly weeping girl, Bai Yusher found herself at a loss. Boom! In the distance where the corpse coin was, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the blast sent a gust of wind sweeping to the mountaintop. Brushing against the faces of Bai Yusher and Feng Ju. By the way, Feng Ju, have you found that Corpse King? No. Although the priest mentioned that the Corpse King possesses the ability to eliminate the corpse coin. I find that utterly laughable. The corpse Kuin's power now surpasses that of other fearsome beasts from centuries ago. It is simply an invincible existence. Boom, boom, boom. The battle in the distance intensified, leaving everyone puzzled. Who could possibly contend with the corpse Kuin to such an extent? Driven by curiosity, they flew towards the battlefield, eager to witness firsthand who possessed such extraordinary power. The fake clown exclaimed, "This beast is indeed powerful. Even our full force strike merely drew a trickle of its blood." Guaica replied, "It's not too bad. At least we've cleared the corpses, since the corpse Kuin can bleed. It indicates that it is not invincible." Ugh! The corpse Kuin was filled with rage, never expecting to be injured by such a minuscule creature. Be careful. That beast is charging again. At the warning from the fake clown, Guaica quickly prepared to defend. The Sinai slammed against the corpse Kuin's massive form, colliding with a gigantic fist, the dark hand of the deity conjured by Guaica. The corpse Kuin assumed that Guaica would either perish or be gravely injured from the impact, only to find itself inexplicably frostbitten, its lower head encased in piercing, in contrast. Guaica remained unscathed, and a tremendous surge of otherworldly energy erupted from him. Boom, boom, boom. Following the previous darkness, waves of radiant and searing holy light emerged around Guaica. Fiery sun. Another fist struck the corpse Kuin's head, this time the scorching left hand of the deity. Ugh! The conflation of searing heat and agony compelled the corpse Kuin to wail in anguish. Guaica roared, "I have fought against the divine race. How could I fear a mere beast? This is the momentum. Let us take it down. Don't grant it a moment's respite." In an instant, two opposing pressures of extreme cold and extreme heat surged behind Guaica, with two colossal hands hovering at his sides that I wield the left and right hands of the divine. The left is named Fiery Sun, and the right is named Sin. As soon as he finished speaking, Guaica's divine fist charged upward, and the corpse Kuin followed suit, only to be met with a simultaneous onslaught of fists descending with lightning speed upon its head. Left and right in unison, the divine punishment from above. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive blast generated by the extremes of cold and heat resonated through the air, transforming the world into two stark extremes of cold and heat as the frenzied corpse Kuin barreled towards Guaica. Both sides endured the blows, battling from the heights of the ghost realm straight into the atmosphere, locked in a fierce struggle without discernible resolution. The fake clown laughed. It seems this beast has reached the end of its rope. The corpse of the great beast, the Shirkong, was now thoroughly enraged, and it could hardly fathom that the very entity it had previously assaulted with relentless lightning, seemingly without feeling any pain, had now transformed into such a formidable adversary. Boom! Ha ha ha! Its abdomen, the most vulnerable part of its being, was ripe for assault. With that declaration, Guaica bent low and soared beneath the Shirkong, his fists poised for a devastating strike. However, to his shock, the creature's belly suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw reeking of blood, from which countless tentacles, each stretching 1,000 meters long, erupted. Oh no! Guaica clearly had not anticipated this grotesque transformation, and in an instant, he found himself ensnared by multiple tentacles, rendering him utterly immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Shirkong engulfed Guaica into its cavernous belly. Inside the creature's digestive tract, Guaica utilized his icy right hand to fend off the Shirkong's digestive acids. Yet he still endured agonizing torment. "This is all your fault. You insisted on attacking its belly, and now we've both been swallowed whole." Fate's jester retorted, "What does that have to do with me? You were the one who was too slow to evade its grasp." 30 minutes later, clang clang, the walls of the intestines reverberated with incessant impacts, rousing the comatose Guaica from his stupor, his divine power utterly depleted. "Ugh, it's so hot. Am I not digested yet?" Fate's jester cackled. "Ha, certainly not. But have you heard that sound? Boom, boom, boom." A louder crash resounded. The noise, could it be that the Shirkong was engaged in battle with another? Ha! Indeed, someone has come to rescue us. Outside the intestinal walls stood a colossal zombie giant upon the Shirkong's back, undeterred by the immense atmospheric pressure at 10,000 meters above ground, mercilessly tormenting the Shirkong's form. And no matter your efforts, they are all in vain. Dr. Z clung tightly to the Shirkong's scales, transforming his arm into a blade as he constantly repositioned himself to slice into its flesh. Resembling a valiant dragon slayer from the skies. Spike of the undead. Crack, crack, crack. Countless colossal spikes pierced through the Shirkong's body in an instant, unleashing a torrent of blood, which cascaded to the ground below, drenching the earth beneath in a crimson deluge. The Shirkong, for the first time, felt a profound fear from such brutal and direct attacks, unlike the bloodthirsty might of the celestial beings from centuries past. To continue my trial, I implore you to suffer just a little. With that, the Shirkong's form began to swell, as if preparing for a grand move. Crack, the sound of bones shattering. Suddenly, half of Dr. Z's right leg was severed, green blood gushing forth uncontrollably. What? How did it attack me? Ugh! As Dr. Z regained his composure, he discovered the Shirkong's body was now adorned with numerous ravenous mouths, its eyes bulging ominously as if on the verge of exploding. Boom! Boom! With a sudden blast, the Shirkong's eyes shattered, and from within emerged two colossal hands, accompanied by a multitude of tentacles extending hundreds of meters long. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Z found himself firmly ensnared. You beast, this mutation is utterly revolting. The hands on the Shirkong's visage elongated as if something was about to burst forth. Ha 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 ha. From within the Shirkong, an unexpected laughter echoed, leaving Dr. Z bewildered. What? There are still living beings inside it. As the voice faded, a massive humanoid figure crawled out from the Shirkong's face, its gaze locking on a Dr. Z at the moment he laid eyes on this creature. DRD's instinct screamed that it was a new enemy. Without hesitation, he unleashed his invisible blade with great speed towards it. What kind of garbage are you? The mysterious being raised its hands. And in an instant, a terrifying and overwhelming gravitational force bore down upon Dr. Z. Ultra-heavy gravity. Crush him. Boom! The tremendous pressure shattered the atmosphere within 1,000,000 meters, causing tremors throughout the heavens and the underworld. Then, another gigantic humanoid emerged from the Shirkong's interior. Struck by the powerful blow, Dr. Z plummeted through the air. Despite possessing the ability to fly, he could only watch as the two enigmatic beings approached. Fully aware that he stood no chance of victory, the Shirkong had long since fallen silent, now descending alongside Dr. Z. Chapter 44. The Ghostly Realm of Corpse Mountain, 16. Hehehehe. Su Wu. We've waited for so long. The opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. Let us go, Fake Qing. It is time to pay our respects to the master. With that, the two mysterious beings vanished without a trace within the atmosphere. Boom! The immense form of the Shirkong crashed to the ground, creating an enormous crater, utterly devoid of life. Meanwhile, somewhere in the six-dimensional space, an unknown voice resonated. Yakadino, Master, the seal you maintained in the old world seems to have perished. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Pucci, internal organs being torn out. Ben Hong, should I take care of them? Lucifer, no need. This is not so easily destroyed. However, I truly wonder who possessed the ability to slay that seal. I distinctly recall having eliminated most of the immortals there long ago. Or is it possible that those two managed to unseal themselves? Yakadino, impossible. The seals of the master never release themselves. Would you like me to investigate this matter? Lucifer, that would be prudent, but remember, we are at a crucial juncture in our plans. We must not expose ourselves before the angels. Guaica struggled to crawl out from the Shirkong's belly. Although he had sheltered himself within its carcass, the fall from the atmosphere had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Phew, I'm still alive. Thank goodness. Fate's jester remarked, what a revelation. Had it not been for the last remnants of your divine power shielding you, you would have surely been reduced to a puddle of blood. Ultimately, we owe our survival to the Corpse King. Had he not slain the Shirkong, we might not have escaped the belly of that beast. I certainly do not wish to smell that foul, bloody stench again before they could revel in their survival. A powerful vortex of energy suddenly appeared within the crater, voraciously consuming the Shirkong's remains. What on earth is that? Guaiku exclaimed in shock, instinctively fleeing upwards from the pit. Damn it, just as one crisis settles, another arises. Wounded and unable to run swiftly, Guaiku was drawn into the vortex's formidable pull. Whoosh! A swift figure rescued Guaiku from peril. It's you, Crow Spirit! Simultaneously, The priest and Su Li, along with others, arrived at the scene, bringing with them the formerly unconscious Yin Jun brothers as Dr. Z gently descended from above. Before long, the vortex had consumed the Shirkong's carcass entirely, and numerous ghostly lights illuminated the pit, revealing two serpentine entities that resembled dragons. Soaring into the sky, that a multitude of ghostly flames emerged, filling the surrounding area, as a massive door radiating an aura of death and warmth appeared before them, resembling a gateway to an endless abyss. One could only wonder where those who had been eliminated from the trials would end up. Bayusha eagerly approached Feng Ju. "Phew, Brother Crow, I'm so relieved you're unharmed." "Yes, as long as my dear brother is safe, that is all that matters." Sieze paused, asking, "Hey, aren't the elite members of your clan and your parents dead? Aren't you coming with us?" Upon hearing this, the Qing-Yi sisters burst into tears, while Wang Yu slapped Sieze on the forehead. "You idiot! If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet." Though our Fox clan suffered heavy losses in this calamity, there are still some ordinary members left. Moreover, the clan leader awaits our news, my sister, and I must remain to revive the Fox clan. So we cannot accompany you further. Feng Ju added, "Although my father is a cowardly and lecherous man, he still cares for the Baiyu clan, that I must go back to assist him with clan affairs. So I wish you all safe travels." As the group bid farewell to one another, despite not having forged deep bonds, they had fought side by side, sharing life and death, and thus felt a twinge of reluctance. Dr. Z let out a long sigh of relief, stating, "Finally, this journey comes to an end. Let us depart." At that moment, Guaica suddenly produced a sphere seemingly enveloped in endless blood energy, exclaiming, "Wait, what's wrong? Is there something you wish to say?" The group turned their attention to the sphere in Guaica's hands, each feeling a sense of awe. "What on earth is that?" I feel a bit dizzy." Without any warning, Guaica suddenly felt lightheaded, speaking in a daze. "It seems something is draining away from my body." The crimson sphere appeared to be siphoning Guaica's spiritual energy. Feng Ju, upon witnessing the situation, pondered for a moment before articulating, "Could it be that the recent vortex has had an influence? It seems my timely intervention was insufficient." Yuli fixated her gaze on the sphere in Guaica's hand, and as if a realization struck her, she exclaimed, "Quick, discard it. It is siphoning your blood." "What?" Guaica responded in terror, immediately hurling the sphere to the ground. "What in the world is that thing?" Suli replied, "I have encountered it in literature. The Kuanpeng, upon its demise, absorbs the essence of heaven and earth until its last breath, that if, at the moment of its death, a substantial amount of this celestial energy remains within, it will force out the inner core from its being. Should a practitioner fortuitously acquire the inner core of the Kuanpeng, their life will undergo a monumental transformation. If one were to absorb the inner core, the practitioner's spiritual power would experience a qualitative leap." A chorus of astonishment arose. "What?" Guaiku, upon hearing this, swiftly retrieved the inner core. Bayusha interjected, "However, this must be the inner core of a corpse Kuan. Is there any information about it in the texts?" Su Li responded, "None. It appears no one in this world has ever encountered the inner core of a corpse Kuan. After all, it is a rare aberration of the Kuanping. It seems this is the only one of its kind in existence, and no one knows if it would be beneficial to a practitioner." Qingyi, perceiving Feng Ju's intentions, addressed Guaiku, "Given that this is an exceedingly rare inner core from an ancient ferocious beast, its value must be considerable. Although its effects remain uncertain, it is assuredly imbued with abundant spiritual energy. I advise you to deliberate carefully." "Damn, have I provoked you? Why must you expose my thoughts?" Feng Ju thought. Slightly displeased, that Yuli continued, "Indeed, but you are merely immortal. Even if the inner core holds benefits, it would only be advantageous to practitioners. Keeping it on your person will only lead to the depletion of your vitality, putting you in grave danger. Of course, the trials of the angels are fraught with uncertainties. You may choose to keep it as a precaution." Thus, all eyes turned to Guaiku, eager to see his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he handed the inner core to Qing-Yi, saying, "The Earth Dragon clan has saved my life twice. I am a person who values gratitude. Please convey this inner core to them and express my thanks." Qing-Yi nodded. "I will do so. Wishing you safe travels." After concluding the matter, the group proceeded towards the dimensional gate, while Yin Lingxue and the other eliminated participants felt a surge of anxiety. uncertain of what world awaited them beyond the gate. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Wang Yu and the others found themselves within the confines of the dimensional gate. Around them lay a myriad of scenes, deserts, forests besieged by zombies. The depths of the ocean, centipede caves, graveyards, and many other incomprehensible images. Yin Lingxue and Yin Jun vanished without a trace upon entering the dimensional gate. No one knew where they had gone or if they still lived. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic scenes, Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words. His mouth agape, struggling to articulate a single syllable to Z remarked, "Is this truly the interior of the dimensional gate? It is indeed beyond my expectations." The infinite, ever-changing vistas instilled a sense of dread among the group, as if they all understood that this realm encompassed worlds of every dimension, infinitely vast and ever-generating, capable of revealing the happenings of all worlds. The priest swallowed hard, trembling. Are we to search through each of these scenes one by one? Oh heavens, I feel as though we may never escape. Z responded, "I believe there must be a custodian here. Otherwise, if countless worlds possessed dimensional gates, they could surely be exploited by those with ill intentions." Yin Jun countered, "That may be true, but as of now, we have yet to encounter anyone else. Luo Yong and the others are also lost to us. Where could this so-called custodian be?" Just then, an elderly man with pale hair and clad in a brown cloak suddenly appeared before them. Who would have thought that after all these years, beings could still find their way here, and all of them human? "It seems you are not an ordinary lot," the old man remarked. The crowd gasped, momentarily taken aback. As they scrutinized the old man's visage, they noticed one eye was devoid of a pupil, leaving only a hollow socket, while the other was a pitch-black or blacking mascara. His appearance was otherwise indistinguishable from that of an ordinary elder. Or perhaps he was indeed human. The old man, as if possessing the ability to read minds, discerned their thoughts and said, "I am certainly not human, and I bear no malice towards you. It is merely that I have not encountered humans since 5,000 years ago, and I am pleased to see you now. What? Does that mean humans have entered this place 5,000 years ago?" Wang Yu's heart swelled with astonishment. That moment, Yin Jun placed his right hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. "Greetings, elder. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I have no name, but over these countless years, many beings have entered here, and they all refer to me as the Ghost Granny." Chapter 45, The Ghost Domain of Corpse Mountains and Ghost Granny. The group found this peculiar title rather puzzling, yet they did not dwell on it, as their primary concern was understanding what manner of being she was. "This is merely an unremarkable space connecting all old worlds. As for me, I am just an ordinary, eternal being, nothing extraordinary. Though humans are indeed rare," the Ghost Granny said with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Z queried, What do you mean by that? Please clarify that in the cosmos, myriad deities exist, each with their own thoughts and powers. Among the most renowned are the angels. Angels are categorized into two types: the supporters of the divine, known as holy angels, and the fallen angels who oppose the divine, collectively referred to as the two types of angels. There are 9 ranks of angels, ascending from the lowest: angel, archangel, virtue, dominion, power, principalities, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Each seraphim possesses the ability to create worlds autonomously. All the realms you witnessed within the dimensional gate, including the gate itself, were crafted by Lucifer, the king of fallen angels, as part of the old worlds. The dimensional gate is a tool he created to connect these old worlds, and I, too, was fashioned by Lucifer to oversee its operation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Z seemed to grasp a revelation. "Are you implying that the world we just occupied was also created by Lucifer?" The group was taken aback, while the Ghost Granny continued, "You are only partially correct. The world you just inhabited was created collaboratively by both types of angels." "What?" Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. "Aren't they sworn enemies? Why would they create a world together?" The Ghost Granny chuckled and elaborated. "Indeed, they are adversaries, but they also share a common FOEAS. For who that mutual enemy is, I am unaware, for I have never strayed a step from the dimensional gate since my inception." Upon hearing this, Dr. Z contemplated for a moment before asking, what prompted the two types of angels to create the dimensional world together? Was it due to an overwhelmingly strong foe, or was it to suppress a certain force? The ghost granny quickly shook her head. Apologies, but Lucifer has instructed me not to disclose that information. Wang Yu interjected. Well then, are you not going to kill us? We stand with the holy angels. And it seems you would consider us your enemies. The ghost granny replied, as I mentioned earlier, the world you just departed was created by both types of angels, so if you were to perish, the holy angels would undoubtedly sense it that if those heavenly beings were to discover that I had slain you, I would not survive until dawn. Yen questioned, but aren't you and the dimensional gate both creations of Lucifer? Do the holy angels know of your existence? The ghost granny explained. Initially, they were unaware. They have another method to reach the old world you just inhabited. However, they mark each challenger with an invisible holy light. Should a challenger die within the dimensional gate, that holy light will be traced back here, revealing this location. The priest queried, so, will you allow us to depart? Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yu felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the ghost granny, as if they had met countless times before. Despite it being their first encounter. Farewell, everyone. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, and I truly hope to see you again. As the ghost granny's voice faded, the space around them began to collapse and fragment. Gradually, darkness enveloped their vision, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged within. The group suddenly felt dizzy, as though their bodies were plummeting into an endless abyss that in the depths of darkness. The passage of time was lost to the multitude. A throbbing pain consumed Wang Yu's head as the shadows before him dissipated, awakening him from his abyssal slumber. To his dismay, he discovered his companions lying motionless on the ground, their eyes wide open, surrounded by a seemingly endless expanse of gray. What has happened to everyone? Wake up! Wang Yu shouted desperately, shaking his comrades that, where are we? Weren't we inside the dimensional gate? With a sigh of relief, he finally regained mobility. But what of that old hag? Wang Yu, is it you who has roused me? Thank you, my vision has returned. One by one, under Wang Yu's calls, the group began to awaken, just as they all regained consciousness. The ominous haze before them parted, revealing an infinite bridge at the center, with countless ghostly flames igniting along its length. Whoa! The sudden shift in scenery left the group, exchanging bewildered glances, as if silently asking, what is happening? Could this be the work of that old hag? Didn't she claim she would set us free? The priest speculated, perhaps that I never anticipated that the situation within the dimensional gate would be far more intricate than I had imagined. Oh, by the way, there is something I nearly forgot to mention to you all. The Dr. Z proceeded to recount the encounter with the two mysterious creatures during their battle with the corpse Kuan. This is utterly incomprehensible. It seems we are to face trials beyond just that of angels, Wang Yu exclaimed. Let us set aside the identity of those two enigmatic beings for now. Our foremost concern is how to navigate this predicament, declared the priest. With that, the group began to scrutinize their surroundings. That it appears we have no choice but to traverse this path before us, remarked Yen Jun. The group gasped in shock. Those are the souls of the deceased. The priest exclaimed. What souls? How do you know this? Inquired Guai Ku. When the creatures of earth were mercilessly slaughtered by demons, I stumbled upon the demon gate by chance and found myself in hell. The souls of the deceased on earth suffer eternal torment within. Their features are forever etched in my memory. But this is not hell. Why are there so many restless spirits here? The group was baffled. Yet they had no alternative but to press onward across the bridge of ghostly flames. Time slipped away as they traversed the bridge, and at last they glimpsed its end. Wonderful. It seems we are nearing the exit, Guai Ku exclaimed, prompting everyone to hasten forward. Tension gripped them as the eerie atmosphere and the bizarre scene before them quickened their heartbeats. Before they could utter a word, an elderly woman appeared, cradling a bowl filled with a green liquid, saying, Come, drink this, and you shall awaken from your slumber. Slumber? So this is but an illusion. Wang Yu reflected in shock. Not just him, but the entire group found it hard to accept this stark reality. Gazing around the exit, which was dominated solely by the eerie old woman and a wall behind her. Who are you? Yen Jun stammered, but the woman remained silent, holding her bowl motionless. Pray tell, what is this place? What is your connection to that old hag? Wang Yu pressed. The others seemed to grasp something, yet they hesitated to act. 5 minutes passed, and after confirming their safety, they cautiously approached the old woman's lifeless form. Observing her closely, did you think this green liquid might be poisoned? Yen Jun questioned, fearing it was a trap to obliterate them all. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances for a long moment. Until Wang Yu broke the stillness. So what do we do now? Should we drink this or not? Dr. Z retrieved a spoon, stirred the liquid in the large cauldron, and filled a bowl before downing its contents with his eyes closed. The group's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Gradually, Dr. Z's form began to fade before them. Goodness, he seems to have truly vanished. Could this liquid really be safe to consume? Guaika gasped, skeptical yet compelled. The others filled their bowls and drank hesitantly. The gloom lifted. The sun soared high in the sky, steadfast in its essence amidst the ethereal void. After enduring harrowing trials, they finally concluded this perilous journey. Dear benefactors, you have awakened at last. Do you know I have been here for a full 76 hours? Exclaimed the vampire Silson, brimming with excitement. Have we truly been asleep for that long? Dr. Z murmured, clutching his head. Lin Chong surveyed his companions, rubbed his eyes, and began to count, tears streaming down his face as he vigorously patted Wang Yu. That hurts. What are you doing, brother? It's wonderful that you are still alive. Not only Lei Hung, but Xiao Li and the others were also unharmed. Silson was taken aback. What do you mean dead? Who died? You all attempted to enter the stone tablet, but were expelled shortly thereafter and fell into a deep slumber. I later discovered that living beings cannot enter this stone tablet. It may simply serve as a storage chamber. That a momentary silence enveloped the group. Tears welled in Lei Heng's eyes as he choked out to Wang Yu. Boss, I had a terrible nightmare. Chapter 46. Return. Lei Heng did not perish. The guilt that had burdened Wang Yu dissipated upon seeing Lei Heng, and after experiencing the dreamscape, he began to pay greater heed to the spider cells within himself. Wah, boss. I thought I would never see you all again. Lei Heng cried, unable to contain his emotions. The priest sighed in relief. So it was all just a dream. You nearly frightened me to death. Xiao Li exclaimed, Mr. Z, this is truly wonderful. Go away, go away. What good can come from that desolate place? Lei Heng retorted, glancing at Silson standing nearby. Silson, alarmed, interjected, while that may be true, I have a butler. In this world, no one can surpass him in culinary skills. Indeed, Wang Yu is correct. Amidst the bickering, Dr. Z pondered for a moment. We are indeed running low on supplies, and considering this is merely the second trial, food will likely become increasingly scarce in the days to come. After hearing Dr. Z's words, the group contemplated carefully, and before long, they agreed. Wonderful. Upon receiving everyone's consent, Silson joyfully led the group towards the castle. Soon enough, a long rectangular dining table was filled with guests, with Silson and his wife and daughter seated at either end. Well then, my lord, your meal is ready. Please enjoy. Yes, please leave. Do not disturb my meal with my benefactors. Before long, the table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, an array of enticing dishes that exceeded their expectations. Goodness, how can you have so much food? Lei Heng gasped in astonishment. Well, after living for several centuries, one learns where the most abundant game is located, and we frequently venture out to hunt, Silson replied, raising a cup filled with chicken blood and sipping it elegantly to as Wang Yu watched. Tears began to trace down his face, envious of Silson's carefree existence. It has been ages since we had guests. The last time so many gathered for a meal was during the primordial era, 500 years ago. Silson's wife chuckled softly. By the way, Silson, have you ever seen an angel in full form? Dr. Z inquired. It appears that you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them. We were once merely ordinary individuals, but after the war's conclusion, this place became ensnared by the residual powers of two distinct types of angels. Those influenced by the divine power of the angels were bestowed with the gift of immortality, while those affected by the malevolent forces of the fallen angels transformed into bloodthirsty monsters. Wang Yu, I see now, you have succumbed to the corrupting influence of the fallen angels' evil powers, which has turned you into bloodthirsty vampires. Correct, Silson? Precisely so. This locale was once a thriving human society. Initially, when humanity first acquired their immortal forms, they felt exhilarated. However, after 3 centuries had passed, people gradually lost interest in all things, uncertain of the purpose of their existence. They all understood that they would never die, which extinguished their dreams, ambition, sense of urgency, and drive. Subsequently, Individuals cease to compete with one another, no longer striving for success. Furthermore, due to their immortality, the global population surged dramatically. In a mere 300 years, the world's population skyrocketed from 10 billion to 25 billion, leading to a complete collapse of the societal structure, plunging humanity into utter madness. Gradually, without exception, people succumbed to depression, yearning for death, and attempting countless methods of suicide. Yet, no matter the means employed, they could not die. Thus, this world, once relatively tranquil, descended into darkness. Finally, after several more decades, the population exceeded the limits that the planet could sustain, resulting in a catastrophic explosion at the Earth's core, scattering the world into countless fragments adrift in space. We, the immortals, endure an interminable chill and constant self-detonation and reassembly, all as a consequence of the angels' actions. Subsequently, they transformed this place into their testing ground, where innumerable beings come seeking what they call the Holy Tower. Crystals and source spirits, brazenly threatening the native inhabitants. Should the residents fail to provide the desired information, they would be mercilessly tormented until life becomes a fate worse than death, a torment surpassing even immortality. Upon finishing his tale, Surson discreetly wiped away the tears from his face. "Oh, how tragic your plight is! I once envied your seemingly carefree existence." After hearing Surson's words, Wang Yu suddenly found himself disenchanted with such a life of freedom. "Wait, it seems I too cannot die. Can I?" Wang Yu suddenly had an epiphany. It appears that the inability to die is the greatest suffering of all. After the group had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they bid a final farewell to Surson, preparing to embark on their journey to seek the Holy Tower. Hold on a moment, Mr. Surson. Having spent so much time here, do you possess a map of the nearby terrain? Indeed, I do, benefactor. I should have presented it sooner. I have charted all the regions of this land on this piece of paper. Now I shall gift it to you. Surson handed the map to Dr. Z, then bid them farewell with a heavy heart. May you find the Holy Tower with ease. Chapter 47. The blade's intent. Stop, slow down. Allow me a moment to rest. Little Lee pleaded, half bent at the waist. As a mere mortal, Little Lee could not keep pace with Wang Yu and the others. Thus they slowed their pace considerably to accommodate the few ordinary individuals without extraordinary abilities, significantly delaying their quest for the Holy Tower. 8 or 9 hours had elapsed since their departure from the ancient castle. Though they had encountered 2 holy towers along the way, both were already at full capacity, leaving them to hope for other regions. Damn it, the angels have set us on this aimless quest. When will it end? Wang Yu lamented. It seems this trial relies heavily on luck. However, based on the terrain depicted on the map, I boldly speculate that there must be a holy tower in a place called the Graveyard of Buried Corpses. Dr.Z suggested. Graveyard of Buried Corpses? The group was puzzled by the name. That wasn't it said that the people of this world had all become immortals following the angelic war. Moreover, the name itself suggested an abundance of peril. Guaika glanced at the map marking the Graveyard of Buried Corpses, then pointed to a few lines of small text beside it. Mr. Z, what does this mean? To the right of the Graveyard of Buried Corpses were several lines resembling a description of the region. Seemingly penned by Surson. When the curse of immortality descends, all things shall lose their vitality. Wandering within the shells of the long dead, struggling amidst the agony of eternal life, this is the sacred ground for buried souls. The group pondered the words inscribed on the map, realizing that Surson was not only an artist but also a calligrapher, as Lei Hong remarked with interest. Indeed, his script is truly captivating, the others concurred. Wang Yu shouted, "You've all completely missed the point." Dr. Z closed the map. "Very well, let us venture to the Graveyard of Buried Corpses. Meanwhile, do you think there will be a holy tower here?" Based on previous experiences, angels typically conceal the holy towers in perilous locations, and this place is sufficiently dangerous, so I believe there is one, that the invisible slashes fell relentlessly upon the myriad of surrounding ghosts. The two engaged in conversation amidst the wails of the spirits. Beneath the gravestones nearby, countless skeletal remains had emerged from the earth, swiftly surrounding the only 2 humans present. Have we attracted the attention of forces from other universes? It seems that we are not alone in this Graveyard of Buried Corpses. Unbeknownst to them, the ground beneath their feet was once the largest nuclear power plant in the world, home to the most potent radioactive elements. Due to their immortality, The deranged populace had crazily detonated this nuclear facility in their desperate quest for death. The catastrophic explosion had transformed the area into a wasteland, and the nearby residents had ultimately met their demise as they wished. Reduced to ashes. Yet, even in the absence of their physical bodies, they remained bound by the curse of eternal life. The power of the two types of angels had extracted their consciousness from their corporeal forms, merging it with the heavily irradiated air, giving birth to new entities that manifested as wisps of ghosts. Naturally, some survivors endured at the periphery of the nuclear explosion, but their bodies had all been irreparably damaged by radioactive energy. After centuries, their flesh had decayed, and their consciousness resided within their remaining bones. Swish, swish, swish. The blind warrior fought on, unaware of how long he had been slashing, yet the numbers of the living dead and ghosts showed no signs of diminishing. "Ah, sure, help me." The leader's body was being gnawed upon by several living corpses. Zwatushur intended to rescue him, but alas, he could barely protect himself, exhaustion from the prolonged battle rendering him hoarse. "Please kill me. I beg you. End my suffering." As the ghost pleaded, a profound sadness welled up within him, and tears began to flow unbidden. "For I aspire to grow stronger. I wish to stand atop the pinnacle of the sword path, to slay my enemies without exception, to sever without leaving a trace." But why do you wish to grow stronger? In this era filled with firearms, even if you master the pinnacle of swordsmanship, what does it matter? Even if you become the greatest swordsman atop the peak, what can you truly protect? For me, the birth of the sword path is not solely for protection and slaughter, but also to infuse my life with purpose, to walk the path of the sword, to draw my blade at will. Even if I cannot protect anything, I shall not feel inferior, for I have done my utmost. For my beliefs, I draw my sword. For justice, I sheathe it. Without remorse in my heart regarding the sword path I have chosen. Sure, awaken. If you fall, our empire shall be doomed. The leader's voice roused Zwatushur. As the wails of the surrounding spirits grew ever more intense, that moment, the leader had lost an arm to the living dead, and Zwatushur's body was stained red. It seemed that if they could not eradicate these spirits yearning for death, they would be eradicated themselves. The atmosphere turned tense. What does the blade's intent mean to you? The master's voice suddenly echoed in Zwatushur's mind that in an instant. Zwatushur awakened from his stupor. Ignoring the enemy's gnawing as he slowly sheathed his blade, the pain in his body dissipating, his senses began to grasp something profound. Transforming the heart into the blade, all things become intent. In a sudden flash, Zwatushur drew his sword, obliterating countless living corpses and ghosts in the blink of an to their astonishment. The targets he struck would not heal. Swift as lightning, the blade's intent cleaved through. As if time had frozen and the air solidified, Zwatushur's strike had transcended the speed of light. The surrounding ghosts vanished at an imperceptible rate. In that moment, they understood. This was the power of the angels. The immortality bestowed by the divine powers of the angels could only be undone by the same celestial might. Zwatushur had grasped a certain ability granted by the angels. Swish, swish, swish. At long last, the death I have longed for has finally come to fruition. Thank you. I have finally found my liberation. Chapter 48. The Burial Valley. The spirits expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the blind warrior. As if their impending death was the most joyous moment of their lives, with their hollow eye sockets, they gazed appreciatively at him until they faded into nothingness. The leader bellowed at the blind warrior, seemingly indifferent to the fact that the warrior himself was also grievously wounded, that I had thought they were doomed. Yet not only did they survive, but they also vanquished those indomitable spirits. It seems that Universe 8 has already become a threat to you. Perhaps you should eliminate them. What do you think, Sidon? It appears that the divine factor within that blind man is far more potent than my own. However, with 3 teams, including us, we need not expend our energy unnecessarily. Sazam. Really? I sense a stronger team approaching from not far off. Given that the main forces of Universe 8 are still severely injured, it would be wise to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate them. Do not forget, you are my most prized creation, and you must not be eliminated here, Sidon. Not far from the hill, a familiar team was quickly making their way toward the burial valley. And one member felt an increasingly intense sense of unease, a sound akin to tinnitus echoing in his mind. Brother, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Leiheng noticed Wang Yu's pained expression and was the first to sense something amiss. Upon hearing this, Dr. Z carefully scrutinized Wang Yu. Could it be that your spider sense has detected danger? No, the sense would only trigger a few seconds or minutes before encountering danger, and it wouldn't cause a headache. We have traveled this far without incident. This is definitely not a result of my innate sensing ability. His words only deepened Dr. Z's confusion that if the headache was not due to the spider cells, then what could be causing it? The doctor began to feel uneasy. Could it be a consequence of the experiences in his dreams? Wang Yu had undergone a mutation in his dreams and experienced a transformation. Those vividly realistic yet complex situations rendered his mind unable to discern truth from illusion, resulting in immense mental strain and thus the headache, Dr. Z explained. Well, there is no need to concern yourself with me. It is merely a headache. Let us proceed quickly, for my sixth sense tells me that there is certainly a holy tower hidden around the burial valley, Wang Yu said, his gaze resolute as he looked at Dr. Z. Very well then, with me here, dealing with dangers posed by non-divine beings should not be too problematic. With that, Dr. Z led the group swiftly toward the burial valley. Among the team, apart from Dr. Z, there was another member burdened with heavy thoughts, Guai Ke. This orphan, abandoned by his parents even before he had a name, immediately recognized the cause of Wang Yu's headache. Before he had acquired the ability of the Fate Joker, he too had suffered from headaches and tinnitus for 3 days. Could this be a precursor to some form of transformation? Guai Ke mused silently, though at that moment, he dared not jump to conclusions, attributing it merely to coincidence. On another side, bang, bang, bang screeched the sound of mechanical repairs. Sir, are you all right? Oh, it's all thanks to the compressed backpack invented by Director Hashimoto that I could bring along the most advanced medical equipment for your treatment. Otherwise, given the severity of your injuries, only a deity could restore you to your former self in such a short time. Dr. Zhang is far too modest. While powerful technology is one aspect, superb medical skills are another. Without exceptional medical expertise, even the most advanced equipment would be of no use. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of such skills that you have achieved great success. You flatter me. The two exchanged pleasantries as they exited the tent, only to find that warriors had gathered around, and upon seeing the head warrior unharmed, their anxieties were finally alleviated. At that moment, a burly warrior stepped forward. It is truly wonderful to see you safe. However, what manner of creature lurks within the valley? How could it nearly claim your life? The head warrior recounted the events to the warriors, and upon finishing, they broke in a cold sweat. They had never witnessed such ghastly scenes as skeletons and undead spirits. If even our mightiest leader struggled so, what fate awaits us when our turn comes? The head warrior seemed oblivious to their trepidation, continuing. I sense that there are still many such spirits and skeletons within the valley. I fear I have only scratched the surface. What? The warriors exclaimed, for this meant that in the hours to come, they too might have to confront such formidable foes. Minutes later, as fear of the burial valley settled in, the warriors suddenly parted to the sides in unison, creating a pathway that in an instant. The atmosphere turned icy, with only the sound of a gentle breeze remaining. The leader, having replaced his new arm, stepped forth from among the warriors. Commander! As the leader stood imperiously before them, all eyes were fixed upon him, as if silently affirming, we await your orders at any moment, that we have all entered with the resolve to succeed. For the resurrection of the Empire, for everlasting peace. We must emerge victorious from this trial to attain supreme evolution from the angels. Only then can we stand on equal footing with the divine. In the past, our Earth's technology advanced at lightning speed, making humanity the rulers of the cosmos, extending our lifespans exponentially through technology. In just another 1,000 years, humanity will fully master the four-dimensional universe. This should have been a glorious occasion, yet time-space rifts, starships, and the divine's dimensional assaults have wrought devastation upon humanity. Who could have imagined that they would reduce our home to ashes in just 3 days? Only a few of us from the Red Sun Empire survive. Henceforth, I vowed to avenge this grievance. Humanity and the divine cannot coexist. Your progress has been astonishingly rapid, even swifter than the dinosaurs. And now you can even touch the four-dimensional realm of the divine, that if given a little more time, you might even grasp the five-dimensional space. Reflecting on the past, tears shimmered in the eyes of the warriors. Yet the leader's speech was not yet concluded. The divine seeks to trample us beneath their feet while shamelessly currying favor with the deities. Why? Because our human genes are formidable, strong enough to instill fear in the gods. They dare not grant us the opportunity to develop, fearing the day we might replace them, fearing they might suddenly vanish without a trace, forgotten by all, by the deities. They only know how to bully the weak. They are the true ants, the truly cowardly and inept. And now, do you intend to halt our pursuit of victory because of the ghosts and skeletons within this burial valley? We are the last hope of humanity. No one can obstruct our path to triumph, not even the divine. The leader's words resonated. We cannot fall in the burial valley. The warriors had long cast aside their fears. The past will eventually be forgotten. Only the effort of rebirth can shatter the shackles of darkness, and we shall surely see this through. Under my leadership. Chapter 49. Universe 5, that who could have anticipated that a group of mortals could emanate such a powerful aura? The warriors of Universe 8, invigorated by their leader's speech, felt an unprecedented surge of morale. It was as though some unseen force was aiding them, and from that moment onward, they no longer feared any existence. Their indomitable will transforming them into fearless warriors. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows was a terrifying desire. What? Their main force has already recovered so quickly. I never imagined their healing technology could reach such a terrifying level. I had warned you, Sidon. Their main force was at its weakest before, and that was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them. Now it's no longer feasible. A group of reckless madmen is quite troublesome, even if they are human. Moreover, a blind warrior whose chi has far surpassed your chaotic power has joined them. If you confront them now, you stand no chance of victory. Quiet down, Sazam. Do not forget that we are merely collaborators. It is not your place to instruct us on how to proceed. Furthermore, Sidon is still our leader. Mind your words. The hidden figures fell silent for a few moments. Did I say what you mean is? Ha ha ha. If my actions displeased you, then you have no reason to continue living. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous roar from nearby startled all the warriors. The head warrior gripped the hilt of his sword and gazed toward the source of the sound. What is that disturbance? It is so close to us. The warriors instantly assumed a defensive stance, and the leader commanded, "No matter what that creature is, we shall not retreat until we locate the holy tower. Let us show them our resolve, warriors." Thus, the entire camp advanced toward the source of the sound with a formidable spirit, led by their commander, this moment, the third team, the fifth universe, situated within the Valley of Buried Corpses. Encountered a most vexing predicament that a few gargantuan, fearsome two-legged monsters stood before a gate limited to a height of 3 meters, lamenting. Could that wretched group of angels not enlarge the door for the trials a bit? Have they given any thought to the sentiments of our Tyrannosaurus family? Do not be disheartened, dear. Perhaps even the angels never anticipated that our race would possess so many survivors. Thus, they were unable to accommodate our convenience. In the boundless multiverse, different parallel worlds invariably undergo varied transformations. Among them, there exists a particular Earth that escaped the cataclysm of an asteroid, and it is precisely due to this anomaly that the second generation of humans, known as dinosaurs, created by the Divine Emperor, managed to survive. The Divine Emperor's powers ought to be omnipotent. Upon realizing that this batch of dinosaurs represented a failed evolution, it unhesitatingly wielded its divine authority, unleashing calamities upon all planets inhabited by dinosaurs. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The dinosaurs, destined for extinction across all universes, inexplicably found that the asteroid, similarly propelled by the Divine Emperor's power, veered off course and narrowly missed its target. Oblivious to the survival of the dinosaurs, the confident Divine Emperor allowed that surviving race to unknowingly embark on their evolutionary journey. Countless years passed before they finally evolved civilizations, languages, and wisdom, even discovering the existence of deities and divine races. One could say their journey from inception to participation in the trials was exceedingly protracted, that is it possible that even the deity is not all-knowing and all-powerful. They even speak of fair competition. It is precisely because they failed to construct a door commensurate with our size that we missed out on 5 sacred towers. 5 of them. How, by the heavens, can we enter such minuscule towers? Indeed, brother, the entrance to the sacred tower is so diminutive, and with the protective barrier above, we cannot force our way in. According to these rules, our elimination is merely a matter of time. Somehow, they learned of a particularly unique sacred tower hidden within the Valley of Buried Corpses, concealed within a four-dimensional space created by the seraph Uriel. The condition for entering this space was simply to locate the colossal magic circle within the valley. Standing at its center would transport one directly into the sacred tower. Alas, although the dinosaurs had discovered the magic circle long ago, the angels had established numerous barriers before it to prevent ghostly interference. The only means of traversing these barriers was through a purification gate that reached an astounding 18,000 C, which opened once every 68 hours and closed a minute later. Setting aside whether these dinosaurs possessed the strength to pass through this sun-like gate in 1 minute, the mere 3-meter height limitation rendered it an elusive hope for such colossal beings. No, I refuse to concede defeat here. Our kind has been forsaken by the gods for trillions of years. Trillions! The leading dinosaur continued to lash its tail against the mountainside, and soon the surroundings were left in ruins. Yet this was insufficient to quell its fury, as it inhaled deeply and roared skyward. To exist is not a crime. You cannot abandon us because of your failures from the moment our ancestors were born. You have not only provided us no assistance in our evolution, but have sought our destruction. Why? Why? Why can your own creation, the Aeoclan race, ascend to godhood, while you regard third-rate civilizations as treasures? And we are merely your discarded failures? This is unjust. I refuse to accept it. The enraged roars of the Tyrannosaurus soon echoed throughout the Valley of Buried Corpses, drawing all the spirits and skeletons within. However, the physical capabilities of the dinosaurs were extraordinarily formidable. While they could not inflict substantive harm upon the spirits, the latter's bites, akin to those of ants, could not penetrate the dinosaur's skin in the slightest. Forget it, dear. They cannot hear us. Perhaps this is the unchangeable fate of our dinosaur race, that no, our technological inferiority has cost us over 50 million compatriots in our quest to participate in this trial. Do you understand what that signifies? There must be other means to enter this sacred tower. We cannot give up. Each of us tyrannosaurs has come here with a singular purpose: to prove to the divine envoy that dinosaurs are also a civilization of high standing. One day, the gods shall surely bestow their favor upon us. Under our sacrifices, boom. On another front, the confrontation between Sazam and Sidon stirred a fierce tempest of opposition, and in an instant the earth shattered, sending rocks and soil flying. The two merely gazed at each other, yet the terrifying pressure caused those nearby to tremble uncontrollably. Observing Sidon steadfastly protecting his subordinates, Sazam resolved to hold nothing back. His oppressive aura intensified, and a wave of fear swiftly enveloped the eyes of all present. The warriors, just arriving at the scene, recognized that familiar sensation: divine power. A mere 3 seconds elapsed before Sidon could no longer withstand it. Kneeling on the ground, while his subordinates began to bleed from their orifices, heartbeat sounds thump, thump. Forgive me, my lord, for my rudeness, that I end the silence. Sidon's heartbeat resonated with clarity, as though he had completely succumbed to Sazam's overwhelming might. For your sake, I shall spare him this time. Mind the filthy mouths of your subordinates. Gazing at the head warrior. You have much to do. To test your strength, you must compete against that blind swordsman. The commander glanced at the 5 dark-skinned individuals before him, feeling an immediate chill, for they were unable to perceive Sazam. From their perspective, it appeared that Sidon and his companions were conversing with thin air. Chapter 50, Enemy Attack. Sidon and his 4 companions rose once more, and even from hundreds of meters away, the warriors could sense their colorless fury. It is coming. Those 5 peculiar individuals conversing with thin air are no ordinary foes. The warriors braced themselves with utmost vigilance. The commander bellowed. All warriors fixated intently on Sidon and his companions, fearful of a sudden assault. In contrast, the 5, perhaps still simmering with rage from their prior torment by Sazam, intended to confront and tear apart the mortals of the 8th universe. Sava Edra, you are tasked with holding back that reckless rabble. Ramp, pawns, you shall distract that one-armed leader. Cracking his neck, I will have an encounter with that blind swordsman. The 4 replied in unison. Understood. 4 streams of dark, chaotic energy began to rise slowly. Remember, there is no need to exert your full strength. Otherwise, when the purification gate opens, we shall be unable to pass through. Our primary goal is to exhaust their power until they can no longer approach the purification gate. Onward. No sooner had he spoken than the five charged directly at the warriors with astonishing speed. Weaving through the crowd in the blink of an yearn so swift. The commander barely had time to react when Ramp and Pawns appeared behind him, their chaotic energies surging dramatically as they synchronously launched a punch at the leader. Bang! A forceful explosion sent dust swirling. The warriors, realizing the situation, gasped, "Commander! What immense power!" Ramp and Pawns hovered in the air, watching the dust below with a sense of amusement, while the warriors caught a glimpse of their commander sprawled on the ground. The warriors, filled with rage, drew their swords, eager to rush in and rescue their leader, but the other two dark-skinned individuals moved with blinding speed. Within 10 seconds, every warrior's blade shattered. Shocked, they gazed at the broken weapons in their hands, bewildered as to how this had happened. At this moment, the warriors had entirely forgotten the commander's impassioned words, only fear encircling their hearts. Without their swords, the warriors resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless as they were mercilessly dispatched by Sava and Edra. "Ah! No, this cannot be. The Red Sun Empire cannot fall here. It must not." The cries of the slaughtered warriors echoed incessantly, and even Sidon had not anticipated that events would unfold so smoothly. It seems Lord Sazam was overly concerned. Desperate mortals are ultimately just mortals, ants that can be crushed with ease. Light chuckle. The eighth universe is nothing but this. With that, Sidon leisurely approached the final threat of the eighth universe. While the head warrior, upon hearing the cries of his comrades, swiftly drew his sword to strike at Sava. The perceptive Sava instantly sensed the danger and executed a backflip, deftly evading the head warrior's slash. Though his silent strike appeared simple, it possessed tremendous power. A slender crack appeared in the earth beneath the head warrior's blade, extending for thousands of meters without end. Witnessing this, Sava involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Phew. Thank the heavens he is blind. Had he seen me leap, he would undoubtedly have pursued with a swallow return to intercept a formidable entity. Edra recognized the head warrior's prowess and, aiming to avoid unnecessary slaughter, rushed over to assist Sava. Did he miss? What a pity, the head warrior remarked with a mournful expression, then repositioned himself, turning his back to Sava and Edra. Upon seeing this, Edra could not help but complain. "You blind old fool. I'm right behind you." Sava and Edra found it utterly perplexing how this old, blind, and hunchbacked individual could possess such strength, especially considering he was merely a mortal. "Alas, my esteemed gentleman. Turning around, my old eyes are failing me," the swordsman said with deep regret, as he adjusted his stance and pointed his blade at Sava. "Come forth, my lords. Allow this old man to be your adversary." Just as the swordsman's focus sharpened on Sava and his companion, Sidon seized the opportunity to stealthily maneuver behind him, drawing forth a dagger imbued with chaotic energy to strike. "Watch out, old man." A warrior's warning granted the swordsman a fleeting chance to draw his weapon. Clash, the sound of blades colliding. The swordsman reacted with lightning speed, parrying the potentially lethal blow. "Damn you, you treacherous cur." Sidon, frustrated by his miss, lunged at the warrior who had just spoken. The swordsman intended to intercept, but unexpectedly, Edra delivered a fierce punch, crashing into him. Blood-spattering thud, the shockwave forced the swordsman to stagger back. And Sava, appearing from nowhere, swept his leg towards the swordsman's head. Crack. Their coordination was flawless. Even a fighter as formidable as the swordsman narrowly escaped death, managing to shield his head with his left arm. Though his left arm was shattered by Sava's kick, it allowed him to create distance, temporarily evading the clutches of death. Internal organs hitting the ground, thud. "Ah!" The warriors gasped in horror, collapsing in disarray. The very warrior who had warned the swordsman was brutally dismembered by Sidon, his entrails flung to the ground. Sidon's hands were drenched in blood, and in his fury, the amusement he once felt had vanished. Damn it, it was merely a matter of dispatching a group of nearly defenseless mortals, yet I have squandered so much time. Ramp, Pawns, cease your play. Let us rend that old blind man to shreds. Let us be swift, glancing at the warriors. As for these insignificant fish, we shall deal with them once their leader is slain. The swordsman, upon hearing this, immediately grew vigilant, and the scent of blood from Sidon wafted into his nostrils. "My compatriot, have you willingly endured torment at the hands of that demon to save me?" Contemplating this, tears of rage welled in his eyes. A gentle breeze rustles, swish, swish, swish. 5 dark-skinned men quickly encircled the swordsman. And in an instant, 5 streams of sinister power surged towards him. "Sava, you may be strong, but alas, you are blind, pawns. Indeed, if our chaotic power is fully unleashed, we can manipulate an individual's emotions and thoughts. More importantly, it will erode the target's 5 senses, rendering them utterly oblivious to our movements. In that case, no matter how acute your senses may be, you shall simply await your demise." What? The swordsman, deprived of sight, could only rely on his other senses to fight, and Pons's scornful voice undoubtedly plunged him into despair. If this technique were employed against him, it would mean the loss of all 6 senses. The swordsman's expression of despair was precisely what Pons sought. Maniacal laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Did you see that look on his face? Truly despairing and helpless." The other seemed to be infected by Pons's laughter. Joining in the mockery. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst their laughter, 5 streams of dark power swiftly invaded the swordsman's body. And at that moment, as Pons had said, he lost his 5 senses, becoming akin to the previous dismembered warrior, a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Die, blind man!" Bang, 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 bang. Sidon targeted the swordsman's injured left arm and unleashed a punch. Bang. Ugh! The swordsman, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to retaliate, yet his strike met only empty air. All he could hope for was that his blind swings might fortuitously land a hit. Chapter 51. Unwilling memories. The swordsman endured the relentless onslaught from Sidon and his comrades while desperately wielding his katana, striving to break free from his shackles. Despite his movements being sluggish and his body battered, he had never uttered the word surrender. The pressure from the 5 intensified. Swish, swish, swish. The encroaching dark power grew more ferocious, and the laughter of Pons and his comrades became increasingly unhinged, for they had yet to unleash even half of their strength. Ramp, continuing to strike. Speaking of which, this blind man's chi is remarkably dense. He has withstood our blows and still swings his sword as if unscathed. Sidon. What does density matter? He possesses not the slightest comprehension. He cannot wield it. Heh. Unbeknownst to the 5, the swordsman had long since lost consciousness. He was now merely swinging his sword driven by sheer will. Though an aged man, the value he placed on his memories granted him a relentless spirit that refused to retreat even in the face of death. The biting cold wind dispersed the darkness ahead, revealing a wooden cabin blanketed in snow. Fierce gales swirled, conjuring cold mists, and the cabin shrouded in fog appeared all the more enigmatic. The blind man, leaning on his cane, emerged from the shadows. Although he had long forgotten the purpose of his journey to this wintry land, he sensed an exceptionally warm light ahead. "Father, father, come see the snowman I just built." "Oh, Daddy, my brother bullied me again today." "I did not." "Sister is lying." "Husband, you must be weary from work." "Dinner is ready." You've been drinking again." "Honestly, I told you to cut back." Xiaowan Taro Winshu. The frail blind man returned to the dojo of old. "Sure, have you been well lately?" "Old, master." "Indeed, it seems you have successfully grasped the essence of sword intent." That in an instant, a flood of memories surged into the swordsman's mind, causing him intense anguish. "Ugh! Oh, it seems you have much on your mind these days. Come, let me treat you to a fine meal, then Wait, this old man was clearly undergoing the angel's trial. Why have I suddenly arrived here? Is it possible that I have perished? Angel, surely you are not suffering from such overwhelming stress that you are hallucinating. Such beings could not possibly exist. And besides, you are only 28 years old. Yet you dare call yourself old?" Upon hearing this revelation, the swordsman rushed to the stream in the courtyard, gazing intently into the water. And to his astonishment, he truly beheld a youthful visage. At that moment, his master emerged from behind. "Well, are you stunned? I told you this was merely an illusion." No sooner had he finished speaking than the swordsman inexplicably drew a blade, gripping the hilt with both hands and pressing the blade against his master's throat. "You think such a lowly illusion could deceive me? Though I know not who you are, I implore you to let me go." With that, the master's face suddenly began to contort, gradually morphing into a grotesque visage. "Truly fascinating. You have discerned the truth so swiftly. How did you come to know?" "Sure, I blinded myself at the age of 27. And you claim I am now 28? What exactly are you? I. I am you, the version of you who lost everything at a young age. You began training in swordsmanship at the age of 13. And now, 55 years have passed. What have you achieved after all this time? When your loved ones perished, you could only watch helplessly, and even now, as your kin are slaughtered, you remain powerless to intervene. Oh no, you do not even possess the right to see. The words of the inner demon struck the swordsman like a thunderbolt. Despite showcasing an innate talent for swordsmanship from a young age, he had been unable to save a single loved one, and even with his current skills, he found himself unable to overcome Sidon's challenge. Sava, it seems he has already perished. Let us go and eliminate the remaining warriors. Pawns, we won so easily. To be honest, they are the weakest group I have encountered thus far. Wait. The blind man struggled to raise his sword, awakening amidst the pool of blood. He fought to rise, his unsteady form slowly advancing toward Sidon. What a stubborn old fool. Let me finish him off. You four deal with those insignificant foes. Sidon unleashed his dark power. Bang! First restoring the blind man's senses to create a deliberate noise, then swiftly concealing himself and leaping behind the blind man to deliver a punch. Seeing the swordsman draw his blade towards the source of the sound, Sidon could hardly contain his glee. Inwardly exclaiming, "Gotcha, Rumble!" The explosive force unleashed by Sidon created a deep pit hundreds of meters wide beneath him, and Pawns and the others leaped to evade the blast. Goodness, did we not agree to hold back? Seeing the power of our leader, he must be using at least 90 of his strength. Just as everyone assumed the swordsman was doomed, he cleverly harnessed the unknown power within him to block the blow and then counterattacked with his blade. This time, the swordsman did not swing empty. His katana struck true against Sidon. Blood gushing forth. Hiss! Sidon stared in shock at his wound. How utterly unexpected. You have managed to grasp even a sliver of chi power. But you are running on fumes that I can afford to make many mistakes. Yet you need only swing empty once for me to seize the opportunity to tear you apart. Will you be so fortunate again? With those words, Sidon began to leap around the swordsman in rapid succession, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Good fortune. Do you believe that the blow I just delivered was merely a stroke of luck? I confess, I am bewildered by your mention of the Qian Yuan Li. It is a newfound perception I attained while on the brink of death. The swordsman sheathed his blade and remarked, "Heh heh. This time, I shall employ my speed to launch an all-encompassing assault on you. I am eager to see whether you will strike my afterimage or my true form." With that, Sidon propelled his speed to its utmost limits, channeling all the dark power within him. 12 seconds later, when all his strength had reached its zenith, he initiated a comprehensive offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of afterimages surrounded the swordsman, converging upon him. Yet in the blink of an eye, the swordsman had already unsheathed his blade. Absolute blade, swift, intense slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each agonized scream, blood sprayed into the air, staining the ground within the massive pit crimson. And oh, how could this be? Every slash from the swordsman accurately struck Sidon, never missing once. This is impossible. I distinctly sealed your 5 senses. You should be bereft of perception. Sidon exclaimed in disbelief. How could you hit me every single time? Are you not blind? Chapter 52. Sidon, now ensnared in a flurry of blade light and shadows, had lost the arrogance he once exhibited. The 4 observers in the air displayed expressions of shock, while Sassam, who watched from the shadows, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Just as I thought, you will ultimately succumb to your own hubris. Had Sidon and his companions exerted their full strength from the outset, even his Qian Yuan divine power would not have ensured his survival. Yet now, it is too late for any action. You are not blind. Sidon shouted from the blood-soaked ground, clearly unable to accept the reality of his defeat. This is how powerful I have become. The swordsman mused. He had grown in that fleeting moment. If he were not eliminated now, he would surely become a future threat. Let us all attack together. His body can no longer withstand a single blow. If we land even one strike, he will be unable to continue fighting. With that, the other 4 charged at the swordsman in a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of afterimages and disturbances, this time holding nothing back. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 unleashed an unprecedented surge of chaotic power, launching their fists at the swordsman almost simultaneously. Under their overwhelming pressure, the swordsman could not even take a single step. Pons laughed heartily. Let us see if you survive this time. Your speed is truly astonishing, dear sirs. Even I nearly lost my grip on my sword. I presume you have dedicated significant time to honing this skill, the swordsman remarked, moments later, as the four's ferocious assault concluded. A severed hand fell from the sky, yet the swordsman still stood, alive and unyielding. He is still alive. Adra cried out. Pons, taken aback, exclaimed, Who among you struck him? I nearly did, but he severed my right hand. Upon hearing this, the other three shook their heads in disbelief. What? With our concentrated attacks, we failed to land even a single hit on him. Pons, unwilling to accept defeat, once more charged at the blind swordsman with all his might, employing the same afterimages and disturbances as before. Yet no matter how swift his speed, he could never graze even the hem of the swordsman's garment. Fear began to seep into the hearts of the four. The seemingly frail elder harbored an immense reservoir of energy, and now it seemed impossible for Pons and his companions to land a single blow on the swordsman. Suddenly, a streak of white light flashed, and an invisible slash swept across the land within a 100-meter radius. Absolute blade, swift, intense slash, splat, a deluge of blood erupted. Even from a distance, Pons and his companions were struck by the swordsman's sword energy. Collapsing one by one. No, we cannot lose. Shakily rising. How could we be bested by a mere mortal who does not even know how to wield Qian Yuanli? Ramp declared defiantly. Enough, Sidon, battered and bloodied. Approached, he placed a hand on Ramp's shoulder. If we continue this fight, you four will surely perish. We must find a way through that purification gate. But at this point, even if we wish to cease fighting, he will not spare us. We have slain so many of his kin. Adra protested. Sidon also placed a hand on Adra's shoulder, smiling as he said, Do not worry. Leave this to me. You must seek Sassam, for he will surely have a means to heal your wounds. Having given his instructions, Pons and the others could only depart in shame. Boom! Suddenly, for immense sword energies hurtled toward the retreating quartet. Fortunately, Sidon, with remarkable speed, barely managed to intercept the attack. Dear sirs, are you attempting to flee the battlefield? Have you no words for the warriors who perished at your hands? The swordsman roared in fury. Sidon gestured for the four to retreat. I will engage you. Let them go. These words. The swordsman's eyes widened in anger, revealing bloodshot scara. Are you implying that your worthless life is worth more than the warriors who met their tragic ends upon this land? Drawing a deep breath, the swordsman replied, I understand now. The blind swordsman bent slightly, gripping the sheath with his left hand while gently resting his right on the hilt. The tension in his face relaxed, and an aura of icy wrath enveloped him. Dark flames materialized around Sidon, climbing from his legs to his face, and an enormous, grotesque figure resembling a demonic lord suddenly loomed behind him. The dark flames consumed Sidon's visage. Yet he remained unfazed, continuing, Before we commence, I have a query to pose. Please, go ahead. You know what the most potent energy within the human body is, within a person. I believe it is faith. Incorrectite is this. Oh. The chaotic power emanating from Sidon intensified, causing the demonic figure behind him to become more distinct. The daylight sky dimmed beneath Sidon's oppressive force. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning rained down upon the demonic figure, as if the more potent the fury of the storm, the more tangible the figure became, stirring a sense that it might truly emerge. The desire to claim victory, the desire for overnight fame, the desire for immense wealth, the desire to surpass others, the desire to indulge in carnal pleasures. Desire can unleash extraordinary power in humanity as they pursue it. At this moment, the dark flames had completely engulfed Sidon. The demonic figure appeared almost alive, its eyes fixated intently upon the swordsman. Sassam, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress his excitement. Well said, Sidon. Desire is indeed the ruler of all beings. No one can resist desire. The swordsman, seemingly unfazed by Sidon's formidable aura, maintained steady breaths and a calm demeanor. Desire, you say. Yet since the day I began my sword training, I have never allowed desire to triumph over reason. Boom! Enveloped in dark flames, Sidon suddenly launched a ferocious assault. the right hand of the demonic figure absorbing the power of the lightning, converting it into a forceful punch aimed at the swordsman. Not be absurd. Every living being harbors desire. Just as I yearn to slay you, you long for vengeance for your fallen comrades. Absolute blade, swift, intense slash. Whoosh, 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 the left hand of the demonic figure fell. Swordsman, you are mistaken that if one can intervene before desire erupts, it will dissipate into nothingness. Otherwise, I would not have allowed your 4 companions to escape. Sidon. Desire is so splendid. Why should we suppress it? The terrain around them was pockmarked by the relentless thunder. Swordsman. Because the pursuit of desire demands a tremendous price, that if I am correct, your newfound strength comes at a sacrifice. Sidon. And what of it? I must admit, I am rather curious. Since you are so powerful, who is responsible for blinding your eyes? Swordsman. Do you truly care? They merely declare me a blind man, yet no one has ever asked. It was justice that blinded my eyes. The dark flames swiftly spread around the swordsman. Justice? Spare me the jest. If I were stronger than you, then I would be the embodiment of justice. Several bolts of lightning suddenly merged, and the demonic figure multiplied from 1 to 3, as the 3 figures advanced toward the blind swordsman with renewed ferocity. With the oppressive force weighing upon him, the swordsman unsheathed his blade, its brilliance shining forth, as a colossal sword of sunlight formed, measuring dozens of meters in length. Chapter 53. The swordsman harmonized his thoughts, channeling his sunlit energy into his warrior's blade, manifesting a massive sword in an instant. The chaotic power from the 3 demonic figures summoned 300 bolts of lightning, each crashing down upon the swordsman's colossal blade. This time, I have borrowed over 12 times the power from desire. You are but a mere human. This time, regardless of how powerful your Yuanli may be, you cannot hope to defeat me. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder roared. The headless warrior raised his sword above his head, an endless surge of sunlight converging upon the blade. It appears this is our final strike against one another. A formidable force of Yuan enveloped him, exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed to sweep all before it, significantly diminishing the penetrating power of the 300 thunders emanating from the statue of the Ghost Lord. The blind man swung his great sword, striking towards the malevolent Ghost Lord statue shrouded in chaos ahead. That moment, Sidon, seizing the opportunity, shouted, "Reckless thunder, obey the ghost!" In the heart of the grave of buried corpses, dark clouds hung thickly overhead, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down incessantly, causing Wang Yu and the others to tremble in awe. The Flame Army, observing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "What an overwhelming aura!" It seems the 2 teams clashing ahead are anything but ordinary. Even the eternal daylight is affected. Lei Hong remarked, "It appears there must be a holy tower within." At that moment, Shaoli glanced around and then at the map. "We are not far from the grave of buried corpses. We shall arrive in about 5 minutes." Such astonishing energy. Dr. Z furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Just now, I heard a few sounds reminiscent of a dinosaur's roar, and now 2 immensely powerful teams are engaged in battle. It seems the holy tower within the valley is far more difficult to access than I had anticipated. Suddenly, Dr. Z's 7th sense urged him to look up at the sky. The sky, after a minute of gazing upwards. He saw nothing. Do you all not feel that since we departed from that so-called dreamland of the mountain and sea, something has been silently observing us? The group fell silent, their eyes exchanging glances. Clearly, each person felt the same unease. They all turned their gaze skyward, yet apart from a few white clouds and a small sun crafted by angels, there was nothing else. My lord, my whereabouts may have been exposed. Should we continue the investigation? You were discovered by Uriel? Or was it another seraph? Neither. It seems a group of humans spotted me, and among them, there must be someone who is your follower, for only your followers would be drawn to one another. Enough, Actino. Mere humans pose little threat to our plans. Besides, they will inevitably learn the truth. Continue to observe. Yes, my esteemed lord. Near the gate of purification, the ground was littered with skeletal remains. Countless spirits lay weeping on the ground, despondent and devoid of hope, seemingly defeated by the massive footprints scattered across the earth. That a few Tyrannosaurus rexes gazed at the dark clouds not far away, intrigued by the conflict unfolding before them. Darling, it seems a battle has erupted over there. And no kidding. I can see it without you pointing it out. One purple Tyrannosaurus, finding the defeated on the ground rather dull, turned its attention to the presence beneath the dark clouds ahead. The leader, noticing its hungry gaze, could hardly contain itself. We, the Tyrannosaurus clan, are inherently thirsting for battle. Since a fierce conflict is taking place ahead, how can we possibly miss out? With that, the leader led 7 Tyrannosaurus Rexes towards Sidon and the headless warrior. Boom! A fierce clash of pressures erupted. Reckless thunder, obey the ghost. As time passed, the intense pressure released by Sidon gradually overshadowed that of the headless warrior. What exactly are you holding on for? In Universe 8, you are the sole fighter. Although you and your kin are mere mortals, the disparity is far too great. While you struggle valiantly, where are your comrades? Where is your leader? The trials ahead will only grow more arduous. If you persist alone, defeat is inevitable. Though I initially looked down upon you, I must admit you have earned my respect. I admire your ideology and strength. Join us, and I shall reveal to you the true nature of Qianyuan power and teach you how to wield it. Should you master that power, you will become even mightier. As time wore on, the great sword conjured by the headless warrior began to fade into transparency, clearly indicating that his Qianyuan power was critically depleted. Nevertheless, he continued to uphold the gradually disintegrating sword, his frail body now devoid of any flesh tone. Regardless of the sounds around him, he could hear nothing. Even Sidon's words reached him as nothing more than a cacophony akin to a ringing in his ears. Ah, am I nearing death? It seems this second trial is my limit. The blind man mused, and his condition was indeed a sign of impending demise. Xiao Guang, Tai Lang, Wensu Lina, my sword ultimately could not sever the frigid grip of death. Crash! The great sword shattered completely. The headless warrior, in despair, raised the sword hilt and shouted with all his might. The spirit of a warrior knows no retreat, even in death. Commander, the next challenge is in your hands. In that moment, he prepared himself for death. Yet unexpectedly, calamity struck. Sidon plummeted from the sky, landing directly beside the headless warrior. Coughing blood, cough, cough. The backlash from forcibly using the power of desire and chaos. Its effects are even more intense than I had anticipated. Upon realizing he was still alive, the headless warrior stared in bewilderment. Are you not going to kill me? It turns out the human body has its limits. It can endure no more than 100 of its capacity. If one forcibly breaks through and utilizes over 101 of their power, their body may very well succumb to the strain, resulting in ruptured blood vessels. Coughing blood, cough, cough, I would like to kill you. But apart from managing to speak, I have no strength left. Fortunately, Sidon was not an ordinary human. He had undergone special modifications in Sasm, allowing him to survive. Now, Sidon, like the headless warrior, lay on the ground, nearly powerless, feeling the sharp pain from his wounds. Cough, damn it, we were so close. And at the crucial moment, I faltered. By the way, are you not immortal? The Qianyuan divine power is astonishing. Me? I am called the Headless Warrior. Merely a wandering vagabond, as ordinary as one can be. Chapter 54. For Team Sidon? A vagabond? Huh, how intriguing. If only we were not on opposing sides, I believe we could have become comrades. The warrior replied. Comrades are out of the question. Our principles and methods are fundamentally different. You can kill without remorse, but I cannot, for my conscience forbids it. Swish, Sasm transformed into a gust of wind, coming to Sidon's aid in the blink of an eye. The vast pit was left with only the immobile headless warrior. What is your name, if I may ask? He inquired. Did I see? So he has a powerful ally backing him. But why did it not eliminate me as well? Faced with the sudden assault from Sidon and his team from Universe 17, the warriors of Universe 8, unaware of their opponent's capabilities and motives, were caught off guard, fleeing in disarray. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the headless warrior stood forth, battling Sidon and his 5 companions single-handedly, ultimately sacrificing his longtime companion, the treasured sword, to turn the tide. The 5 from Sidon's group, under Sasm's unique divine power, saw their wounds vanish in an instant. Fully restored to M.Y. Lord, when you came to retrieve me just now, why did you not take the opportunity to eliminate that blind swordsman? Sidon asked. Sasm replied, displeased. Now you wish to take advantage of his weakness to eradicate future threats. When I instructed you to eliminate him while he was preoccupied with the ghosts, what did you say to me? Sidon, filled with regret, cast a silent gaze at Sazam. Sazam chuckled softly before explaining. The reason I could assist you during the angelic trial is that I expended considerable effort and time concealing my presence. Unless the opponent possesses a similar aura, no one else can perceive my existence. If I were to unleash my chaos power against anyone other than you, my presence would be immediately revealed. At that point, the Seraph Uriel would take notice, thereby jeopardizing our plans. Sidon responded. Then why not simply refrain from using chaos power against him? In that state, even a 5-year-old could easily defeat him. Sazam sighed. Alas, while I remain hidden, others cannot approach me. Nor can I approach them to break this hidden state. I must use chaos power, in other words, at present, I can only use chaos power on you without exposing my presence. Just then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex from Universe 5 arrived at the location where Sidon had just fought. It seems we have arrived a moment too late. The purple Tyrannosaurus gazed at the uneven ground, its blood unwittingly beginning to race, but upon surveying the stillness of the surroundings, its fervor cooled. Sigh, it has been far too long since we experienced a thrilling battle. As the dinosaurs conversed, a wisp of black smoke emerging nearby captured their attention. Darling, look! Smoke is rising over there. The place where smoke rises is evidently the stronghold of Universe Number 8, indicating that they are preparing a meal. The warriors, having just endured a fierce battle, would never have imagined that another faction existed within this valley of buried corpses. The leader surveyed the dilapidated battlefield around him, then glanced at the wisps of smoke not far off. As if he had come to an understanding, he exclaimed with delight, "Our enemies are exceedingly foolish, exposing their vulnerabilities in such an unguarded manner. Brothers, the moment they indulge in their feast shall be our opportunity to strike." With that, the dinosaur set forth with the intent to eliminate a significant rival. Striding confidently towards the stronghold of Universe No. 8, this moment, the team from Universe Number 106 also stepped into the entrance of the Valley of Buried Corpses. As they emerged from the woods, they were met with the endless wails of countless restless spirits, confronting a chilling road lined with tombstones, flanked by an infinite array of skeletal remnants. Even the bright light of day could not mask the oppressive atmosphere of despair that enveloped the surroundings. Everywhere they looked, they beheld a purgatory of sacred light. "Kill me, please kill me. I long for death. I long for death. I have lived for over 1,000 years. Who desires immortality? Do you wish for eternal life? Let us exchange our mortal bodies. Why can you all die happily while we must endure this curse of immortality?" Suddenly, Leihung let out a terrified scream, collapsing in fear, while the others stood dumbfounded before the spirits that lamented before them, momentarily rendered speechless. Even the priest, who had witnessed a nation strewn with corpses, felt his heart ache upon seeing the faces twisted with countless grievances of the thousands of spirits. Guaika remarked, "I never expected there to be no bodies within the valley. It appears that what lies buried here are not the dead, but the living who cannot die." Z responded, "Indeed, according to Sersan's account, these could be humans cursed by 2 types of angels over a millennium ago. Yet, regardless of the myriad emotions swirling within them, they had no choice but to tread further down this eerie path. For the trials must continue to this moment. There remained approximately 3 hours until the purification gate would open, and the Holy Tower had a capacity limit of only 3 teams, meaning that one of the 4 teams in this valley must be eliminated." Wang Yu and Dr. Z stepped forward simultaneously, clearly determined to press on. Observing this, Leihung swallowed hard, suggesting, "Boss, perhaps we should seek another location. There are other holy towers besides this one," Wang Yu replied. "Do you have any idea how much time we spent merely locating this holy tower? Moreover, how can you be certain that other places are not fraught with danger?" Z added, "Indeed, we cannot ascertain where another vacant holy tower might be. Perhaps this is the last one remaining." With that, the rest of the group nodded in agreement, and after much contemplation, Leihung suppressed his fear and set forth down the irreversible path. Along the way, the relentless wails of the spirits nearly shattered their minds. One could never imagine the sensation of being shadowed by a throng of phantoms. As the group consumed their provisions, the spirits would wail beside them. When they paused, the lamentations would persist. The lurking skeletons would watch them intently from the shadows. In short, regardless of what Wang Yu and the others did, the spirits would continually cry out, "Kill me, kill me." Every moment, Innumerable eyes of the undead remained fixated upon them, observing without a moment's respite. Chapter 55. The Assault of the Valley of Buried Corpses. It seemed that no one noticed how far they had strayed from the entrance. The haunting cries surrounded them, extinguishing any desire for rational thought. The skeletal remnants along the path silently began to piece themselves together, and the air was thick with the presence of the accursed, though it appeared eerily silent in this realm of shadows. None noticed or cared, for they only wished to escape the resentment of the undead. After millennia of time, the hearts of the spirits and skeletons had twisted into monstrous yearnings for death. Gradually, the group began to quicken their pace, attempting to shake off the specters and skeletons that surrounded them, that in their flight. The spirit's resentment intensified, causing Wang Yu to feel an unsettling apprehension. Why do I always feel as if they are waiting for an opportunity? I fear they will soon charge at us. Z interjected. Yes, I suspect that they refrained from attacking us upon our entry, because we were still close to the entrance, able to escape at any moment. Once we venture deeper, they will swarm us. Enough. Cease your incessant wailing. I am not the one who transformed you into this. If you so desire death, then I shall grant it to you. With a swift motion, the blood axe mercilessly cleaved through the earth within a 10-meter radius. The priest swung his arms in fury, yet the spirits remained unharmed. How can this be? My attack is ineffective, the priest exclaimed in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, the spirits closed in around them, but Lin Chong, quick to react, drew his spear and lunged forward. Ghost Dragon Spear. His unpredictable spear technique weaved through the bodies of the spirits, but even with Lin Chong's rapid strikes, he could not harm them in the slightest. What? Even the leopard spear cannot touch them. Lei Hung exclaimed. As the two struggled against the spirits, they found themselves besieged, unable to fend off the onslaught. Ah! The priest screamed in agony, while Xiao Li and the others fired their laser guns, only to find their beams passing harmlessly through the spirits. That it's over. Our attacks have no effect on them. As he is bitten by a spirit. A doctor, what should we do? Faced with such untouchable foes, our only option is to flee. We cannot allow them to drain us here for nothing. With that, Drz pulled Xiao Li up and began to run. That's impossible. We can't escape. They're clinging to us too tightly. As the notion of retreat took root among the group, the skeletal remnants along the path began to coalesce into self-aware skeletons, akin to the living dead. The skeletons surged forward alongside the spirits in a relentless assault that a glance back revealed a mass of skeletons and spirits closing in behind them. Damn it. We are all so human. It is your misfortune to be affected by the angelic war that has rendered you undying. Why do you attack us? Wang Yu shouted. Dzi replied. They no longer regard humans as brethren, for they have long lost the thoughts that define humanity. Face reality. If we do not run faster, we will be trapped. No sooner had he spoken than the spirits and skeletons lunged at Guai Ku, their mouths wide open, tearing at him with all their might. Brother, how did you get caught? Guai Ku's capture momentarily distracted Wang Yu, who was then overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by the swarm of skeletons. Lin Chong and Lei Hung soon fell victim as well. Boss, in pain, Lei Hung cried out. Bastards, I will fight back. Guai Ku activated the ability of the Fate Jester. Your luck is abysmally poor. 1 point, Rock Mountain. The ground split apart under Guai Ku's telekinetic influence, sending countless stones flying towards the spirits and skeletons. Boom, boom, boom. Guai Ku had expected to fall in the second trial, but to his surprise, his attack had an effect that it hurts. It hurts. How long has it been since I felt pain? He observed as the spirits he struck began to dissipate. The spirits and skeletons, which had been gnawing at the group, immediately abandoned their targets, converging upon Guai Ku. Even Wang Yu and the others were astonished. Why does your attack work on them? Guai Ku stammered. I don't know. Just run. I will cover you from behind. The spirits surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of energy. Kill me. Kill me. Guai Ku had managed to rescue the group. Yet now faced with such a multitude of formidable foes, he exclaimed, Goodness, there are far too many. How can I possibly fight them all off? As the spirits closed in on Guai Ku, Yin Jun suddenly turned. Placing his hands upon the ground and channeling all his fire energy into in an instant, a violent eruption of flames erupted from the earth, forming a barrier of fire that spanned dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters tall. Flame disaster firewall? Boom! The spirits that attempted to pass through the fiery barrier were engulfed in flames, the wind fanning the flames and causing their bodies to sway erratically, unable to keep pace with Wang Yu and the others. The inferno created by Yearn successfully thwarted the spirits' advance. Yet this brief moment of intense heat could not deter the skeletons, who continued their relentless pursuit with their eager legs. Yearn remarked, glancing at Guaiku. Indeed, only your attacks can slay them. Z praised, well done, Yearn. I never expected your flames could be wielded in such a manner. Yearn replied, unfortunately, my firewall can only last for 30 seconds. It cannot hold them off for long, and it seems ineffective against those skeletal foes that the skeletons relentlessly pursued them. Lei Hung lamented, these creatures are so stubborn. We haven't even wronged them. Lin Chong. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yu ceased his frantic dash, and 8 arms swiftly shot forth strands of silk, connecting to the rocky walls on either side, that he then leapt into the air, weaving a web that, in the blink of an eye, formed a colossal spider's net that obstructed the entire path, that I cannot touch those phantoms that are as elusive as air. Am I to believe I cannot touch you either? As expected, the maddened skeletons collided with the immense web, ensnared by its potent stickiness, rendering them utterly immobile. Lei Hong exclaimed, Boss is truly impressive. Just look at how they can no longer pursue us. Seeing their enemies hindered, the group dared not linger for even a moment and hastily fled deeper into the shadows. Cough, cough, spitting blood. It hurt so much. Those who had recently been bitten by the ghosts began to experience excruciating pain. Lei Hong cautioned, Boss, slow down. I can barely hold on, Z. It seems our vigorous running has caused our wounds to split open, but if you do not distance yourselves from those creatures behind us, you may never feel pain again. Chapter 56. The Threat of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Part 1. The intense exertion caused the wounds of the group to rupture, compelling Dr. Z to enlarge himself and carry the injured forward. After a brief distance, as they rounded a corner, a fork in the path appeared before them without warning, exuding an aura of peril. Gazing at the 6 divergent routes, even Dr. Z found himself at a loss. Which way should we go? Meanwhile, Xiao Li's injuries became increasingly severe. The wounds inflicted by the ghosts bled profusely, and his mind grew numb, the chaotic figures before him lulling him into drowsiness. Doctor, I feel a bit sleepy. Let me rest for a moment. Xiao Li murmured, slowly closing his eyes, his brain seemingly on the verge of forgetting the sharp pain within his body. You must not sleep. Do not succumb to slumber at such a time. Xiao Li, hold on. I will find a way to save you. Dr. Z shouted, unwilling to lose the last member of his research team. The success of their past endeavors in creating artificial cells could not have been achieved without their collective efforts. As he recalled the joy they had shared upon discovering the God factor together, the doctor could no longer contain his sorrow, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Why, after all the members of the research team, am I to be left all alone? Dr. Z cried out. For reasons unknown, he could vaguely sense that among the 6 paths before them, 2 led to other teams, pointing to 2 locations, namely here and here. Let us split into 2 groups. Upon hearing this, although Dr. Z was unaware of how Wang Yu had discerned the specific locations of the other teams, he agreed. Very well, those among us with greater strength should pair up to protect the weaker members. Thus, without objection, they quickly formed 2 teams. Team A consisting of Xiao Li, Dr. Z, and 2 others, while Team B comprised Wang Yu, Guaiku, Yearn, Lei Hong, Lin Chong, and the father, due to the overwhelming power of the Corpse King cells within him. Dr. Z alone bore the weight of 3 severely injured individuals. Lei Hong had also sustained considerable injury during the previous assault, but given the differences in species, as long as his heart and brain remained unharmed. The wounds elsewhere were of little consequence. Team members A and B were elite beings chosen from other universes, possessing physical capabilities far superior to those of ordinary Earthlings, especially as they were selected by the regional lords for their prowess. In contrast, Xiao Li, an exceedingly ordinary researcher, felt immense shame as he observed his companions with their unique abilities. Everyone is so formidable. Only my body is the weakest. Only I require care. Surely, I will perish first in the trials to come. I have become a burden to Dr. Z. Z, do not speak such foolishness. Others have fallen to the gods. I do not wish for you to join them. Perhaps death could be a form of happiness. the kind long yearned for by the cursed undead, alongside the mirages we faced upon our entry, and the companions we mistakenly harmed. Will I and Xiao Mom meet again in that world? Dinosaurs. Actual dinosaurs. Why are there dinosaurs in the trials? I never expected them to truly exist in other universes. Faced with the sudden assault of 8 Tyrannosaurus rex, the warriors were thrown into disarray. Thankfully, the high-voltage electric tower set up by Dean Hashimoto held firm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Roar! The purple Tyrannosaurus rex bellowed as it charged towards the electric tower, attempting to demolish the structure through sheer brute force. Zzz, the sound of electricity crackling. The 8th degree extreme. The technology from other universes surpasses our wildest imaginations. Do not engage head-on. The leader warned loudly, but it was too late. The 8th degree extreme was gradually losing consciousness under the high-voltage shock. And in just 2 seconds, it seemed to glimpse the divine that a pink Tyrannosaurus rex reacted swiftly, seeking a means of rescue, just as the 8th degree extreme collided. It struck down a massive rock from the cliff and swiftly swung its tail, hurling the boulder towards the 8th degree extreme. Bang! Well done, dear. Your quick reflexes saved that fool, the 8th degree extreme. The leader observed the encircled humans, pondering silently for a moment before finally sneering. Humph. They are foolish enough to trap themselves. If I possessed such formidable technology, I would certainly leave myself an escape route. At that moment, the orange Tyrannosaurus rex interjected, perplexed, leader. While they have surrounded themselves, we are still at a loss against them. You fool! From my observations, their 6 electric towers rely on a single switch to operate. Once turned off, they cannot be individually deactivated, and by doing this, they have squandered their only chance to flee. Now that we have realized this, we need only to encircle them and wait for their energy to deplete. They will face certain doom. As predicted, the commander within the electric towers had evidently recognized the issue. He immediately rushed to Dean Hashimoto's laboratory. Dean Hashimoto, how much longer can the remaining energy last? Dean Hashimoto replied, I never imagined that 4.8 million amps of current would fail to penetrate the skin of that dinosaur. It seems we need to extend the duration of the electric shocks. According to my calculations, the current energy is only sufficient to power the towers for 1 hour. Commander. What? Without the current's protection, we are utterly defenseless before the dinosaurs. Unless the warrior swords can be completed swiftly, we will have but a slim chance of survival. At that moment, the injured Zhutuashur, lying in the adjacent room, overheard this alarming news. 1 hour. It appears I can no longer afford to rest. He staggered to his feet, though the injuries he sustained were far worse than those from the previous ghostly attacks. After just a few steps, he found himself on the verge of collapse. It seems even walking has become a challenge for me, Zhutuashur lamented. Nearby, Dr. Zhang rushed forward to support him. Sure, you must rest now. Do not worry, with our self-healing factor, you will be fully recovered in less than 3 hours. Sure, 3 hours? That is far too little time. How much longer until everyone's swords are ready? Zhang, we have already modified 9 swords, but it appears we still have a long way to go. However, rest assured, we have plenty of artillery and firearms in our compressed backpacks. Sure, relying on firearms is futile. Those creatures possess remarkably tough skin, and their brains are filled with intelligence. Moreover, we are warriors. Only swords can truly showcase our combat prowess. Chapter 57. The Threat of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Part 2. Time slipped away, second by second, and the rate at which the electric towers consumed energy exceeded everyone's expectations. Although the dinosaurs deliberately kept their breathing subdued, watching the rapid depletion of the tower's energy induced a palpable sense of dread among the warriors that it's over. Once the energy is expended, this stronghold is doomed. A heavy punch. Stay calm. Did we not all come here with the resolve to face death? Now is the time to demonstrate our will. What is there to fear? By this point, some warriors had begun to waver in their resolve. Even though their comrades appeared undaunted, attempting to inspire courage, such actions could not deceive the body's inherent fear of death. The commander sensed the stronghold, like prey, listening to the silence before its demise. And the void slowly shattered the hopes in every warrior's eyes. Dean Hashimoto, what defensive equipment do we still have available? Bring it all forth. This may be the final battle for our Universe 8. The commander bellowed. Although Dean Hashimoto knew that whatever they did might prove futile, he recognized that they had no other options. That he and several researchers produced a dozen compressed backpacks, which they then tossed to the warriors. In no time, the perimeter of the stronghold was littered with numerous laser turrets and supersonic artillery tanks for defense. Boom, boom, boom. The array of firearms commenced a relentless bombardment upon the 8 Tyrannosaurus Rex. The assault continuing for 5 minutes. However, once the smoke cleared, the dinosaurs remained completely unscathed. Until now, the crowd had momentarily escaped the clutches of panic, their gazes fixated upon the 8 formidable dinosaurs, 3-4 dozen meters. How could this be possible? At that moment, Director Hashimoto's glasses slipped from his face, yet he remained oblivious, for it was only now that he realized the dinosaurs before him were not the same as those he had known from millions of years ago. Leader, just now, fear clouded my mind, and I failed to notice this crucial detail. He patted a nearby samurai. I said, was the Tyrannosaurus Rex truly this massive? The 8-degree extreme, previously stunned by the electric shock, was awakened by the bombardment. What is happening? Leader, do we no longer need to pretend? No, we can't remain hunched over indefinitely. It is too exhausting. The 8 Tyrannosaurus Rexes emerged from the smoke, and as they stood upright like humans. Even when the warriors looked up, they could hardly see their heads. This battalion of Tyrannosaurus Rexes hailed from the Holy Dragon Star of Universe Number 5, that whether on Earth, where Wang Yu resided, or where Yin Jun lived. The Tyrannosaurus Rexes on their respective planets were classified by archaeologists as measuring between 4 to 6 meters in height and 11 to 15 meters in length. However, the dinosaurs still surviving on the Holy Dragon Star were entirely different. They boasted heights exceeding 37 meters and lengths surpassing 46 meters, weighing an astonishing 195 to 386 tons. Even their eyes were as hard as diamonds, rendering them devoid of any weaknesses to defeat these 8 godlike Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Only divine power could suffice. In terror, we cannot fight. We cannot. These weapons are futile. Our only hope lies with those 6 power towers. Yet in just 28 minutes, the energy of the towers will be depleted. It is no wonder that Director Hashimoto's millions of volts could not kill that purple dinosaur. They are, after all, not of the same species as the dinosaurs we knew millions of years ago. The terrifying pressure released by the dinosaurs left the warriors frozen in place, their mouths spewing forth negative remarks. Though the head samurai could not see such a formidable opponent, he could still clearly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the dinosaurs as he listened to his comrades' grievances. He understood that the morale of his fellow warriors was low, and they desperately needed someone to deliver an inspiring speech, someone like the leader. However, unbeknownst to the head samurai, the leader had already succumbed to despair and fainted, leaving him unable to rally the troops. Thus, upon locating the leader, the head samurai realized he must step forward himself. Let us reclaim the glory we have yet to lose, cast aside all unnecessary fears, and draw our swords for the sake of our homeland and loved ones. This battle is worth dying for. The head samurai believed his words would invigorate the troops, but instead, he was met with their ire. What nonsensical drivel is this? How can mere humans compare to such gigantic dinosaurs? Indeed, have you not seen how all our modern weaponry has proven ineffective against them? You expect us to wield swords? Are we jesting? A Tyrannosaurus Rex nearly 40 meters tall and almost 50 meters long. And you ask us to attack with swords? That would be tantamount to asking us to commit suicide. The crowd erupted in discontent at the head samurai's remarks. The head samurai seemed to be quite accustomed to the scorn surrounding him. He casually walked towards Director Hashimoto's laboratory and retrieved a fully modified staff sword. After performing a few flourishes with the blade, he silently exited the laboratory. Is it truly possible that such colossal Tyrannosaurus Rexes exist in some world? I have learned so much about dinosaurs on Earth. I once thought it was exaggerated to call a mere 6-meter-high dinosaur a tyrant. Yet I have always trusted in science. It is only today that I realize. Indeed, only such powerful behemoths deserve the title of tyrant. The energy in the power towers is nearly depleted, and considering the hidden energy, it can last at most another 8 minutes. The 8 Tyrannosaurus Rexes seem to have taken note of this. Preparing to unleash a massacre, the head samurai staggered through the crowd. Upon witnessing him prepare to attack the dinosaur's hide with his sword, the warriors could not help but mock him. He has gone mad. He has truly lost his senses. Faced with the despairing ridicule of his comrades, the head samurai remained unfazed, as so this is how it is. You truly have no means to confront such a powerful adversary. Do you fear not? Allow this old man to carve out a path for your retreat. The Tyrannosaurus Rex leader, waiting outside the power tower, could not help but laugh. Pitiful humans, have you begun to fracture from within? How amusing. What will you do next in the face of our terrifying kind? The head samurai groped with his staff, slowly making his way toward one of the dinosaurs, soon standing beside it. The orange Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly sensed something nearby. Turning its head, it spotted the head samurai standing atop a small hillock. How long has it been since this old man wielded a staff sword? It has been 20 years since I last used the reverse grip technique. Chapter 58. Slaying the dragon. The head samurai pressed the sheath with his left hand while gripping the hilt with his right. Adopting a posture ready to draw his sword, that a swordsman, standing at only 1.67 meters, dares to provoke a 37-meter-tall monster. Director Hashimoto of the troops remarked. The dinosaurs, witnessing this scene, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. This fellow must be a fool. Right, leader? Ba Qingtian, it seems that creature resembling a cockroach has set its sights on you. You should be cautious. Ha! What are you saying, leader? It might not even be bigger than a cockroach. Truly ignorant of the heavens and the earth. A mere human thinks he can obstruct us. Such reckless bravery is nothing but folly. Even as the Tyrannosaurus Rexes mocked the head samurai, he remained composed. His heart as tranquil as still water. For the dinosaurs had been forgotten by the gods for countless years, their language unrecognized by divine beings, rendering creatures from other universes incapable of understanding them. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rexes had rambled on, to the head samurai, they were merely babbling incoherently. After their laughter subsided, the powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex began to disperse, shifting their focus back to the stronghold, confidently believing that dealing with the head samurai would require nothing more than a single toe from Ba Qingtian. At this moment, Ba Qingtian gazed at the head samurai with a curious expression, uttering few words as it leaped high, swinging its right forepaw in an attempt to rend him asunder, dead on our planet. Even a cockroach is larger than you. You are but a small and pitiful ant. I cannot fathom what the Almighty sees in you. So go to hell. Ba Qingtian mused, as countless grievances and jealousy ignited its potential, amplifying the ferocity of its claw strike. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted past Ba Qingtian, the blinding brilliance causing it to momentarily lose its sight, that in the blink of an eye, Ba Qingtian's first sight was its right forepaw. Severed, blood spraying into the air. As the blood coursed past its vision, it beheld a blind man performing the sheathing motion with a reverse grip. No. Ba Qingtian cried out in disbelief, never having imagined that it could be harmed by such a diminutive creature. The other 7 Tyrannosaurus Rexes, hearing Ba Qingtian's unwilling cry, swiftly turned their gaze in its direction. Hey, Ba Qingtian, how are you faring? You were actually injured. The leader too wore an expression of disbelief. My dear. Should we go help it? I have an unsettling feeling. Indeed, a mere mortal managed to sever Ba Qingtian's forepaw. It is known that even our skin is incredibly tough. Could it be that his strike has surpassed that of modern weaponry? The dinosaurs turned their attention to Ba Qingtian, discussing their hopes for a response. Suddenly, Ba Qingtian's other forepaw lashed out with even greater ferocity towards the head samurai. This time it widened its eyes, attempting to discern the man's sword-drawing motion. So fast. Is this blind man truly human? Another flash of the blade, the forepaw, drenched in blood, soared into the air. 20 years ago, the head samurai's most adept weapon was not the great sword, nor the commonly used katana or tachi, but the short staff sword that he discovered that if a blind man wielded a sword just like a normal person and executed the same techniques, then this flawed blind man would never triumph over a normal individual, and he would forever lack the opportunity to realize his ideals. Thus, the genius head samurai devised a short staff sword technique specifically for the blind, whereas a normal person would grip the sword with the blade facing upwards. Holding the hilt firmly with both hands, he wielded the short staff sword with the blade facing downwards, gripping the hilt with one hand. Hence it was also referred to as the reverse grip technique. This technique emphasized that while drawing the sword, the body must advance simultaneously. Due to the lightness of the short sword, it could be drawn much quicker than a long sword. One must ensure not to allow the opponent to create distance. Merging attack and body into one, achieving the true essence of man and sword as one. This reverse grip technique is swift in drawing, fast in sheathing, and even quicker in striking. The combination of swordplay and footwork is both unpredictable and elusive. And being a blind man, his opponents often underestimated him in their pride during combat. As soon as the opponent drew his blade, the swordsman swiftly closed the distance and struck him down. His reverse grip was quick, steady, and merciless. He had remained undefeated for 2 decades, and subsequently, his swordsmanship became known as "I know. This is impossible. I admit that I cannot discern your movements, but even if your speed were unparalleled, you could never sever my bones. Do you have any idea how hard my bones are? With such robust skeletal structure, how could a mere insect like you inflict harm upon me?" In that moment, Backing Tian was already enraged, his fury manifesting as he violently swung his tail, shattering the mountainside beneath the swordsman. This tremendous force quickly obliterated a third of the hill, and as the swordsman was caught off guard and began to plummet, he desperately drove his blade into the rock face, significantly slowing his descent. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Backing Tian unleashed a powerful tail strike, rendering the swordsman defenseless as he was flung hundreds of meters away. "Ha ha ha! I finally understand how to deal with you, you pitiful insect. All I need to do is strike at your weakest moment, when you cannot wield your sword, and I shall deliver a fatal blow." With that, Backing Tian relentlessly battered the mountainside, causing countless rocks of various sizes to cascade down, all directed towards the swordsman. Coughing blood, cough cough, as the wound inflicted by Shiduan reopened. What terrible luck! Had it not been for this old injury flaring up, that orange Tyrannosaurus Rex would not have survived until now. Speaking of which, that nearly 40-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed formidable, and possesses a high level of intelligence. Countless stones descended from the sky like meteors. Although the swordsman could not see, his body instinctively radiated a survival response. Boom, boom, boom. The swordsman, straining against his own limitations, relied solely on instinct to evade the onslaught. Remarkably, he managed to dodge all the densely packed attacks. Backing Tian, confident that the swordsman could not possibly withstand such widespread assault, believed that in his current state, he would either be dead or gravely injured. Thus, he charged confidently towards the swordsman's location. "Old man, are you still alive? Wait a moment. How did I evade such a concentrated attack?" Suddenly, a gigantic foot descended from the sky, belonging to none other than Backing Tian. "Ha ha ha! I never imagined you would still be alive. This battle has been exhilarating. It's been ages since I encountered such a formidable opponent. So, thank you and perish." Boom! The colossal foot of the Tyrannosaurus Rex landed squarely upon the swordsman, creating a tremendous crater in the ground. The horrifying weight of 300 tons bore down upon the swordsman, a mere mortal, seeming to seal his fate. "Excellent. It appears Backing Tian has triumphed," the leader exclaimed. "I told you, a mere ant is no match for him," Badu Ji added. Though Backing Tian had lost both claws, he had secured victory. With this thought, he began to revel in his triumph. "Humph. You little insect, you nearly frightened me to death. I almost thought the glory of our Tyrannosaurus Rex clan would be lost through me. What, you still feel that way? That indeed sounds perilous, although we are reluctant to believe it. We must acknowledge that your premonition is quite accurate." Yelling, "Hey Ba!" The leader was about to call Backing Tian back to the team when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, Backing Tian's toes were severed, and the foot that had been crushing the swordsman was pierced through with a gaping hole. Witnessing this, Backing Tian could not utter a single word. How could an insect like you possibly master the 7 unified forces? He pondered as his head fell. The swordsman, dragging his bloodied body, slowly advanced. "It seems I am gradually grasping the Qi Yuan power that Shiduan spoke of, but I am so tired." Chapter 59. Fate Alteration Points. For is it possible? He truly slayed that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Haha, it is indeed the swordsman. If it were him, we might actually win. The swordsman's victory ignited a flicker of hope among the warriors, but it was merely a flicker. He was now utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength to wield his blade. Backing Tian's demise caught the dinosaurs entirely off guard. They could never have imagined that a mere human could possess such formidable power. "Brother, may you rest in peace. We shall avenge you," The leader wept as they witnessed their comrade's death. The fury of the tyrannosaurs was thoroughly ignited. They converged upon the bloodied swordsman, surrounding him as though to declare his impending doom. Faced with the onslaught of 7 tyrannosaurs, the swordsman could only gasp for breath, fully aware that he could no longer endure. Coughing blood, death. I have long been prepared for this. Come at me. Xiao Li's injuries were worsening. He could only hold on for a maximum of 10 more minutes. Dr. Z arrived at the ravaged battlefield, gazing in shock at the pockmarked ground, where dozens of warrior corpses lay strewn about. So many have perished. It seems 2 teams have clashed here recently, Dr. Z lamented, but he then noticed enormous footprints stretching for miles. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, emanating from the very end of the footprints. It appears they have begun to battle once more. Now is the time to go see. Perhaps they have a way to save Xiao Li. Dr. Z cradled Xiao Li and the others in his arms, sprouting a pair of massive wings from his back, and took flight along the trail of footprints. Meanwhile, Team B found themselves in dire straits, having collided with Universe 17 and completely falling into a disadvantageous position. The Corpse King didn't follow you here. You are doomed. Edra taunted. Boom! Shiduan and his companions unleashed chaotic energy, freely traversing among the 6 that can you discern our movements. As Shiduan spoke, his left leg shot forward at blazing speed, aimed at Yanjun, only to find himself suddenly immobilized. Surrounding the 6 was a web of fine, yet resilient strands, which Shiduan and his companions had failed to notice in their moment of overconfidence, and no matter how hard Pang struggled, he could not break free from Wang Yu's venomous web. Interesting. When did you set this trap? Shiduan inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. Charging at us without a second thought is your retribution. Wang Yu replied that in an instant. Yanjun erupted in searing flames, his hands charged with fiery energy as the others hastily evaded. Xintun Li Yin. Swish, swish, swish. The intense flames enveloped the 5, the fiery columns soaring into the heavens, scorching a radius of 100 meters, transforming the area into a sweltering hell. Wow, boss, those 5 must surely be done for, Lei Hung exclaimed. Indeed, Yanjun seems to have grown stronger after passing through the dream of the mountain and sea world. His flames have become even more intense, Wang Yu replied. Soon, the flames dissipated, revealing Yanjun being hoisted by Shiduan by the neck. Humph, you clearly cannot wield the 7 unified forces, yet possess such formidable power. How intriguing. Are you truly human? Shiduan mused. Yanjun. The others gasped in shock, witnessing Yanjun's eyes roll back in agony as he writhed in pain, while the recently scorched Shiduan and his companions remained unscathed. Realizing the necessity of exerting their utmost effort in this battle, Lei Hang's veins bulged as he began to channel his energy. Tiger Rage, Mount Shan, boom! In an instant, Lei Hung's aura surged to an overwhelming intensity, sending debris flying in all directions. His physical capabilities had increased by nearly 100-fold. All attention from Shiduan and his companions was now focused on Lei Hung, precisely as he had intended. Lin Chong and the priest had somehow maneuvered behind them. Ghost Dragon Spear, Blood Axe, swish, swish, swish. Although the plan was flawless, employing Lei Hung to create a feigned assault to divert attention while sending 2 individuals to flank from behind. The unfortunate reality was that Team 17's members were renowned for their speed, a trait inherent to their race. Lan Pu and Sava moved with extraordinary swiftness, swiftly taking down Lin Chong and the priest in the blink of an eye. The priest collapsed, and before he could rise, Sava stepped on him, rendering him incapable of counterattacking. Damn you, you black devils. How can your speed be so incredible? I should have sent Wang Yu to ambush instead. The priest cursed. Haha, it wouldn't have made a difference. You are all simply too weak, Shiduan taunted. Wang Yu and Guai Ku refused to remain idle, charging directly at Shiduan with the intention of capturing the king first. Fate alteration points. The fake clown declared. Hee hee ha, good luck to you. 4 points, divine punishment. In an instant, a terrifying pressure emanated from Guai Ku, as 2 colossal hands appeared at his sides, one representing endless cold and darkness, the other revealing boundless divinity and light. Wang Yu in shock. My goodness, this oppressive aura. Though not as potent as the 5-point Inferno demon, it feels incredibly formidable nonetheless. The dreadful atmosphere caused Shiduan to release his grip on Yanjun. his expression shifting to one of gravity, as the other for also began to take this opponent seriously. Hiding in the shadows, Sasum sensed something. 7 Unified Contract Force? The peculiar black demon also possesses abilities. Yet why does its aura fluctuate so erratically? One might wonder. Is it truly human? Its entire form is shrouded in an abyssal darkness, rendering its features invisible, with a visage that resembles a swirling black vortex. The 5 members of Sidon exchange glances, and together they charge towards the anomaly that I wield the divine hands of God. My right hand is named Ice of Sin, and my left hand, Son of Flame. In the name of the divine Lord, I decree your punishment from the heavens. Boom! The confrontation astonished all present, for they witnessed the anomaly single-handedly countering the 5 that with a synchronized formation, the celestial retribution descended. A tremendous pressure surged through the venue, seemingly favoring the anomaly. Yet in truth, the combined might of Sidon and his companions barely reached 2/10 of their potential. Sidon. Haha. So you can wield the 7-fold strength. I had thought you were all mere novices, save for the Corpse King, but it appears one among you possesses true prowess. Yet, you still pale in comparison to the Headless Warrior. Chapter 60. Battle. The anomaly and Sidon-esque quintet were locked in a fierce struggle. Yet as time passed, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Relentlessly attacking. Haha. What seems to be the matter? Your condition appears to be deteriorating. Could it be that you are on the verge of collapse? The assault from Sidon-esque group intensified. Poof! How formidable! The divine right hand was utterly shattered, leaving the anomaly with only the divine left hand, which now bore long fissures on its surface. Adela. Ha. It seems your divine left hand is also on the brink of destruction. Just moments ago, you appeared quite formidable, yet now you crumble so easily. Sidon. Indeed, only the Corpse King and the Headless Warrior pose a challenge. You are all remarkably weak. Having spoken, the anomaly had no time to catch its breath before facing another wave of fierce attacks. Boom! Sidon-esque quintet launched a combined assault on the left-hand bang. Sidon-esque fingers converged towards the heart of the anomaly. It is over. Web of hell. In the blink of an eye, countless resilient threads ensnared Sidon-esque group. Lamp. Damn, we can't move again. Wang Yu. Did you think I would merely stand by and watch? Seizing the opportunity, the anomaly evaded to the side, thanking its brethren. It temporarily escaped the clutches of death. Lei Hung began to unleash his power. Throwing a punch straight at Sidon, boom! With his physical abilities enhanced nearly 100-fold, Lei Hung's strike nearly shattered Sidon's internal organs. Following this, he directed his fists towards the remaining 4. The sheer force of his punches sent shivers down the spine of even the priest, who was hiding behind. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 were sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the mountainside. As Lei Hung triumphantly declared, "How about that, boss? Am I impressive?" Wang Yu, don't celebrate too soon. My danger sense isn't dissipated, which means they are still alive. Lei Hung. What? After taking so many heavy hits. They were still not dead. Suddenly, the mountainside nearby began to crumble, and Sidon's quintet emerged unscathed from the dust. After exchanging a few words, Sidon slowly approached Wang Yu and the others, 3 ghostly statues flickering behind him. The 3 ghostly statues were the Thunder Commanding Ghost, the Wind Disaster Ghost, and the Rainbringer Ghost. Rumbling, the sky darkened abruptly, fierce winds began to howl, and a fine drizzle fell, with sporadic flashes of lightning cutting through the gloom. Enough games. It is time to eradicate you. The oppressive aura emanating from Sidon instilled a primal fear in Wang Yu and the others, making them acutely aware that they could never triumph over such a formidable foe. Priest. So the phenomenon that altered the eternal daylight outside the grave of corpses was caused by you. The 6 instantly grew tense, plotting their escape, for against such an adversary, victory was impossible. Sidon's overwhelming presence enveloped Wang Yu and the others, and even if they wished to flee immediately, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Do you know what the most potent energy within the human body is? Meanwhile, the Headless Warrior stood resolute before the Tyrannosaurs, bracing himself for death. The energy sustaining the power tower had been entirely depleted, yet the dinosaurs remained fixated on the Headless Warrior, allowing their companions to flee. Hurry, run! We must escape before those monsters notice us. What are you joking about? How could we possibly defeat such grotesque creatures? If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead. Clearly, Dr. Zhang was also a coward. Unable to quell his fear, he fled alongside the other warriors. The leading Tyrannosaurus lifted its leg, preparing to stomp down, eager to end the headless warrior's life swiftly. Boom! The headless warrior desperately rolled aside, narrowly surviving. 1, 2, 3, 20 of his ribs were shattered, his left arm rendered useless, his brain seemed to be bleeding internally, and his right leg was fractured with all the toes broken. His insides were crushed beneath the weight of the orange dinosaur, seemingly obliterated. Yet the old man could not fall. He must buy them more time to escape. Oh heavens, grant me just a few more minutes to live. Roar! Seeing the headless warrior evade the leader's attack, the pack of tyrannosaurs lunged, jaws gaping, denying him any chance to evade. The headless warrior, utilizing the last of his chi, conjured a massive sword dozens of meters long, continually fending off the onslaught of 7 dinosaurs. Before long, the headless warrior suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed into a pool of blood. That leader. It seems he can no longer hold on and has perished. Well, since we've avenged botching Tion, let us pursue those fleeing scum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Tyrannosaurs prepared to annihilate Universe 8, a colossal life form suddenly appeared in the sky. Oh, who are you? What brings you here? The leader exclaimed in terror, sensing the overwhelming power of the entity above, causing him to tremble. All remain vigilant. We must not be careless. This individual is a formidable adversary. Observing the leader's anxious demeanor, the other dinosaurs grew tense as well, their eyes fixed on the figure soaring above, fearing an ambush. The entity in the sky was none other than Z-Doctor in his Corpse King state. I've never seen such a large Tyrannosaurus before. Ever since participating in the trials, I've encountered all sorts of fascinating creatures. The world beyond Earth is truly splendid. The 7 Tyrannosaurs were scheming, yet Z-Doctor could not comprehend their language. The 8-degree Tyrannosaurus took the lead, leaping high with its gaping maw ready to crush Z-Doctor. The other 6 surrounded Z-Doctor from all sides, preparing to launch a coordinated attack. Boom! Z-Doctor delivered a powerful kick that sent the 8-degree Tyrannosaurus sprawling. Then witnessed the organized assault of the 6 dinosaurs. That's how it is. I never expected your brains to have evolved intelligence. Just as the dinosaurs were about to sink their teeth into Z-Doctor, his body underwent a transformation. Spike of the undead. Countless spikes sprouted from Z-Doctor's body, instantly piercing through the surrounding 6 dinosaurs, rendering them immobile. Leader, this is impossible. Are we truly to perish like this? Whoosh whoosh, the spikes that impaled the dinosaurs morphed into blades under Z-Doctor's will, severing the heads of the 6, who then fell lifelessly, leaving only the bewildered 8-degree Tyrannosaurus. Oh, feeble. Looking at the 8-degree Tyrannosaurus. Almost forgot about you. The 8-degree Tyrannosaurus, noticing Z-Doctor's gaze, fled frantically, racing along the path it had come, desperate to escape the clutches of this fiend. Z-Doctor, however, did not rush to annihilate it. He still had 3 severely injured individuals in need of urgent care. Chapter 61. Alliance. The sounds of Z-Doctor's battle roused the half-conscious Xiao Li. Cough, cough. What is happening, Doctor? Z. Nothing much, just slaying a few dinosaurs. We must hurry. Noticing the headless warrior lying in a pool of blood, Z-Doctor gently descended beside the headless warrior. Has someone come to rescue me? The headless warrior uttered in an incredibly weak voice. Z. It seems you are still alive. How surprising. Can you tell me where your companions are? Warrior. My companions are just a short distance ahead. I implore you, take me there. They will know how to save me. If that is the case, then Xiao Li should also be salvageable. With this thought, Z-Doctor wasted no time in lifting the headless warrior and soaring forward. Soon, he descended into the midst of Universe 8's main force. Look, it's the headless warrior. He is still alive. Wow, it's true. Our hopes for victory in the upcoming trials have been rekindled. But who is that giant resembling a zombie? He is carrying 3 wounded individuals. Could he be the one who saved the headless warrior? The warriors buzzed with chatter, while Z-Doctor hastily set down the 4. Stop talking, quickly save them. We're running out of time. The commander glanced at the nearby Director Hashimoto and Dr. Zhang, signaling them to commence treatment. The 2 promptly opened their compressed backpacks, extracting items from the laboratory and the ward to set around them. They then instructed their subordinates to carry the 4 injured individuals into the ward. Dr. Z, perceiving the commander's intentions, remarked, "It is odd if there is something you wish to discuss. Please be direct and dispense with the pleasantries." The commander replied, "Do not be so cold. Those three injured are your companions. Are they not? After all, we are their saviors." That Z responded, "Indeed. Rest assured, I will not owe anyone a favor. What do you wish to obtain from me?" The commander proposed, "I have an idea. You possess formidable strength, while we have exceptional medical skills. Why not form an alliance? In the next trial, we can assist one another." Z agreed. "That is indeed a splendid idea. However, do you know where the sacred tower in this valley is located?" The commander shook his head, as they had only recently arrived. Thus, Dr. Z represented Universe 106 in forming an alliance with Universe 8. Do you know what the most potent energy within the human body is? Beneath the ominous clouds, the thunder intensified, and the pressure emanating from Sidon nearly suffocated Wang Yu and his companions. The it is desire. As the thunder roared, the statue of the ghost sovereign became clearer, with countless lightning strikes cascading around Wang Yu and his companions. Aware that he needed to act decisively, Geik charged forward first. Alter fate points, 2 points, thunder wind. Geik directed the lightning to strike the statue of the ghost sovereign behind Sidon. However, in the next moment, all of his thunderous power was absorbed by the statue. "What?" Geik exclaimed in shock. The statue retaliated with the same lightning, doubling its impact upon Geik. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Geik was rendered unconscious and fell to defeat. Wang Yu sprouted 6 dark, giant arms from his back and lunged toward the 3 ghost sovereigns above, furiously attempting to smash them. The remaining 4 followed suit, unleashing their most powerful techniques to confront the enemy: Tiger's Fury and Mount Ming, Disgusting Ghost Extreme Dragon Spear, Shintian Blazing Flame, and Crimson Law 6-point Blood Collapse. The ground shook as their combined efforts clashed against Sidon, who regarded them with disdain. "A bunch of insects. After my battle with the Headless Warrior, I have grown even stronger. Mad thunder moves the ghosts." The ground trembled as Sidon's immense desire-infused divine power mingled with countless lightning elements, instantly dismantling Wang Yu and his companions' assault. Screaming, "Ah! How is this possible? The energy from my Crimson Law holy book cannot defeat him. Brother, let our enmity continue into the next life." With that, Wang Yu and his companions collapsed, completely devoid of strength. Yet their attacks were not entirely without effect. Sidon's chest erupted with a torrent of blood, and cracks appeared on the statue of the ghost sovereign. However, even with their utmost efforts, they had only achieved this much. Sidon stared incredulously at his wounds. "I am injured? No, it cannot be. It is impossible." Pangs and his 3 companions approached, offering comfort to Sidon that in a fit of rage, Sidon advanced towards the fallen 6, selecting Wang Yu as his first target for sacrifice. Slash, slash, slash. Wang Yu appeared to endure 5 minutes of torment at Sidon's hands, experiencing every imaginable horrific death, yet he merely regarded Sidon with an expression of indifference to that moment. Sidon began to doubt his own hands. "What? I can slay even those undead spirits. Why can I not kill you? Because I am not among those cursed by the 2 types of angels, and your unique divine power likely only dispels angelic strength. Therefore, the undying, unaffected by angelic power, cannot be slain by you." Wang Yu's tone remained remarkably calm, yet to Sidon, it resonated louder than thunder. "Well, what?" Sidon staggered back several steps, astonished. "I never imagined there could be mortals who achieve immortality. It seems only the power of annihilation can bring you down." Sidon, regaining his composure, proposed to Wang Yu and his companions. "In that case, I shall not waste my strength. Although your abilities are vastly inferior to ours, compared to other mortals, you are still formidable. Would you consider forming an alliance with us?" "An alliance?" Wang Yu questioned, perplexed that such a powerful entity as Sidon would seek to ally with others. Hearing this, Lei Hung, who lay nearby, quickly chimed in. "Boss, his suggestion holds merit. With such a strong team aiding us, we are sure to succeed in the next trial." After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu agreed. "Very well. Once we rendezvous with the Corpse King, I will relay this information." Geik, struggling to approach, added, "Since we are now allies, will you not disclose the location of the sacred tower?" In response, Sidon recounted the details of the sacred tower and the purification gate within the valley. "The purification gate? Hotter than the sun's surface?" Sidon affirmed. Indeed, there are still 30 minutes until the purification gate opens. Let us proceed to prepare. Team A forge an alliance with Universe 8, while Team B allied with Universe 17. At that moment, the last Tyrannosaurus, Baduji, stood before the purification gate, seemingly lost in thought, indicating that they would all converge at the entrance of the sacred tower. Chapter 62. The Purification Gate. Team B, having transformed former adversaries into allies, now followed Sidon's lead, gradually approaching the sacred tower. At this juncture, Geik, struggling to cope with the oppressive heat, inquired, "Must we pass through the purification gate to enter the sacred tower?" Sava confirmed, "Indeed, there is no other way." "What? Must we truly force our way through?" This realization sent cold sweat cascading down Wang Yu and his companions, for they were mere mortals and could scarcely withstand the searing temperature of 18,000 degrees Celsius. Sidon immediately discerned their apprehension. "Do not worry. Although the temperature of that gate is extremely high, it is quite thin that if one passes through quickly enough, within 0.1 seconds, there will be no burns." Yan Jun interjected, "But we do not possess the same speed as you. Moreover, if we come into contact with such intense heat, our running speed may falter. If we remain in the purification gate for over half a second, we will instantly vaporize." After listening, Pangs burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So that is what you fear. We can carry you through." Sidon replied, "However, we have conditions. Since we aided you in this trial, you must obey our commands in the next trial." Now it became clear what their true intentions were. The group finally understood, realizing why such powerful beings would seek an alliance with them. It was a means of securing scapegoats for the next unknown trial. Wang Yu felt a jolt of shock at this revelation. Nods in agreement. All right. While everyone appeared to nod in acceptance of Sidon's conditions, inwardly, they were already plotting their escape and considering alternative means to pass through the purification gate. At that moment, on the other side, Team A, led by Dr. Z, and the team from Universe 8 were also making their way toward the sacred tower. "Commander, how long have you been in this grave of buried corpses?" 2 days. "And you?" "Only 2 days. It seems you did not arrive much earlier than us. We have been here for nearly 3 hours. That do not be deceived by our 2 days. We have explored most of the areas here. Currently, the only path left uncharted is the one we are on, and deep ahead lies the sacred tower." Seeing the commander's unwavering confidence, Dr. Z scoffed and inquired, "How can you be so certain that the grave of buried corpses contains a sacred tower? You have searched so many areas without finding it. Could it be that there is no such tower at all?" The commander retorted, "That is impossible, because a few days ago, when we passed through here, we witnessed a beam of golden light rising high from this place. Approximately 1 minute later, the beam vanished, and the aura was identical to the 2 sacred towers we encountered earlier." Upon hearing this, Dr. Z became convinced of the existence of the sacred tower within. "Once we confirm the tower's location, I must hasten to join Wang Yu and inform him of this situation." As time ticked away, with only 15 minutes remaining until the purification gate opened, Baduji sat alone before the gate, weeping profusely, unable to cease. Tears streaming. Leader Chen Gangming. The deaths of his companions relentlessly struck at Baduji's heart, overwhelming him with a tempest of emotions that in that moment, anger, helplessness, pain, sorrow, despair, and fear surged within him. Baduji could never forget the corpse king who had slain his comrades. Just moments ago, they had fought together. Why had they now abandoned him? If only he were stronger, just a little stronger. Was he truly still too weak? I should never have insisted on participating in the trial. Perhaps I would have felt a bit better had I not. The lingering resentment of the 8th degree has yet to cease, as 2 formidable teams materialize on either side of it. Whoosh! The 17th universe and the 8th universe exchange glances, both teams astonished by each other's presence. Doctor? Lei Hong gazed at the multitude of ghosts and skeletons strewn across the ground, then glanced up at the towering 8th degree, approximately 37 meters in height, exclaiming in shock, "Did it do all of this?" Sidon. "So, it is true that only it survived among the 8 dinosaurs." The warriors looked towards the 5 members of Sidon, their earlier fears reawakened. "What do we do now? The Kaido's injuries have yet to heal." "Commander, it's those attackers who came after us. How could they have also arrived?" Z. "So it was them. But why is Wang Yu standing with them?" Upon seeing the corpse king, the 8th degree lost its sanity. lunging at him in a frenzy, igniting the chaos. Witnessing this, Z-Doctor immediately turned to search for Li and the others. Does that dinosaur seek vengeance against me? Perfect. Let it wreak havoc here. Those 5 black figures appear quite powerful. Li and the others should be able to act freely, right? I must prioritize their safety. Boss, should we take action? Yes, just enough to show sign. Spiderweb hell. Whoosh whoosh. The warriors found themselves ensnared by the spiderweb. And in desperation, they retrieved artillery and various firearms from their compressed backpacks to break free, while the others, upon witnessing the 8th degree's charge, scattered in every direction to know. That dinosaur again, run. Damn it. There's a dinosaur here and 6 formidable foes over there. Z-Doctor, what should we do? The commander inquired. However, at that moment, Z-Doctor had already vanished. Z-Doctor soon located Li and the others, who had just exited the infirmary, and Wang Yu and his group successfully joined them. Bang! Suddenly, the 8th degree's foot landed where the 10 stood, but fortunately, Z-Doctor's body transformed, sprouting 9 long bones, lifting everyone into the air. No. You wait. I will kill you. The 8th degree roared, and Sidon and the others soon arrived. Corpse King. We have long wished to confront you. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 unleashed their full chaotic power, overwhelming even Z-Doctor, who could not withstand the assault, and all were heavily struck to the ground. The commander quickly gathered all the warriors into a tight formation, and Z-Doctor joined their ranks. The commander looked at the Kaido with deep regret, saying, "My apologies, warrior. Your wounds have yet to heal, yet we have brought you in a battle. Kaido, it is of no consequence. My lord, that I end this moment of life and death. We must fight side by side to AT this juncture." Only 1 minute remained until the purification gate would open, and Sasem conveyed the remaining time to Sidon. Pawns, damn, there's no time left. I truly wanted to exchange a few blows with the Corpse King. Seeing that Sidon and the others were too close, the 8th degree swiftly lunged at them. Bang! The outcome was predictable. Sidon and his 5 companions easily inflicted severe damage upon it. Sidon, gazing at the 8th degree, spoke. "Hey, great dinosaur, the purification gate is about to open. Since your comrades are all dead, why not join us in the 17th universe? This is your only chance for survival. 8th degree, do you have a way to let me in?" Meanwhile, in the 8th universe, Wang Yu shared the method of entering the Holy Tower with everyone. What? 18000C. How could we possibly get in? The Kaido exclaimed. Z-Doctor then produced a device the size of a bottle. Of course you can in gratitude for your rescue of my comrades. I shall repay the favor. Turning to Dean Hashimoto. If I recall correctly, you have a machine that can enlarge objects, right? Chapter 63. Entering the Holy Tower, indeed, there is a machine that enlarges objects. But what do you intend to use it for? Dean Hashimoto inquired, puzzled that Z-Doctor tossed a bottle-sized device to Dean Hashimoto. Enlarge this item. It is a ghost particle device, capable of allowing us to traverse through that barrier. What? Z-Doctor's words astonished everyone. Initially, we utilized ghost particles to traverse black holes, which led us to partake in the angel's trial. Thunder rumbled. A golden light soared high, and the purification gate opened accordingly. Sidon and the others hesitated not for a moment, unleashing their chaotic power to propel themselves to their utmost speed. Sasem had already entered the purification gate, chanting some incantation within. Whoosh, 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 5 figures traversing. In the blink of an eye, Sidon and his companions had all passed through the purification gate and entered the interior. Yamoma Tana Timo. Sasem recited the incantation that I end the next instant. Dark light emanated from beneath the 8th degree's feet, and then its body began to slowly disappear from its toes. Moments later, the 8th degree's vanished form reappeared within the barrier. Standing unharmed before Sidon and his companions. Phew, we succeeded. Although this is my first time using transfer magic, I did not expect it to go so well. Sasem sighed in relief, feeling the intense desire emanating from the 8th degree's body. The 8th degree was now excitedly surveying its surroundings. I made it in. I truly made it in. Leaders, did you see that? I can participate in the next trial. At that moment, Sasem whispered something in Sidon's ear. Haha, I understand now, my lord. Sidon suddenly leaped onto the 8th degree's shoulder. So, how about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? We truly let you in. 8th degree. I am immensely grateful to you all. I will surely repay this kindness. Sidon revealed an evil grin. I sense that your body harbors an exceptionally intense desire. Can you tell me what it craves? The eighth degree did not withhold anything, sharing the tale of how its comrades were slain by the corpse king with Sidon. With Sasim's assistance, Sidon comprehended its language, so the thing your body desperately craves is vengeance. Sidon spoke slowly. Crackle. The emergence of Universe 106 and Universe 8 interrupted their conversation, as the time for the purification gate had just reached 1 minute, and everyone had entered. Subsequently, the golden light gradually faded, indicating that the purification gate had closed. Phew, this is fantastic. Z-Doctor, we truly all made it in. The ghost particles from your world are truly remarkable, Dean Hashimoto exclaimed excitedly to Z. Consider this a repayment of your kindness. So what a bunch of insects. Before Z-Doctor could finish, Pons' voice interrupted. Pons, you merely passed through a trivial door. I cannot comprehend why you are so pleased. Insects will always be insects. Pons' remarks ignited the ire of both teams, who glared fiercely at this insolent foe. Seeing this, Sava kindly reminded them. Do you wish to fight? But do not forget that we have already passed the trial. Fighting now may displease the angel examiners that I spit. I care not whether they are pleased or not. With that, Lei Hong propelled himself forward, fists aimed directly at Pons. Lin Chong. Tiger Fury Ming Shan. Lei Hong's muscles bulged. Crackle, crackle. Seeing that Lei Hong was genuinely ready to fight, Wang Yu and the others panicked. Everyone rushed forward in an attempt to stop Lei Hong, but his physical capabilities had increased dozens of times, and his flying speed surged as well. They could not match Lei Hong's wings. What on earth? Are you seeking death? This is not the time for bravado. Stay calm, Bang. Fortunately, Z-Doctor appeared just in time to block Lei Hong's punch, preventing a tragedy. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, Lei Hong, Doctor. Why did you stop me? I want to crush him. After hearing Z-Doctor's words, Lei Hong suddenly realized. Right, he would definitely kill me. Just then, the array beneath their feet suddenly illuminated, blinding them momentarily. Seconds later, their vision gradually returned, surrounded by a sacred light, as two celestial angels floated above them, having reached the interior of the holy tower. The group beheld an abundance of food, materials, medical supplies, and gaming consoles scattered around them to pass the time. Sidon and his companions turned to see their starship. Z-Doctor and the others finally laid eyes on the floating ship once more, and they excitedly rushed inside. The 7 cosmic airships and 2 star destroyers brought tears to the commander's eyes. The 2 celestial angels regarded the 17th universe, as if sensing some presence. The 8th degree looked up at the 2 angels surrounded by numerous circular rings, believing they were displeased with its change of teams. Great angels, please allow me to explain. My comrades have all perished, and I had no choice but to switch teams, the 8th degree implored anxiously. The circular halos upon the 2 seated angels began to spin. Their large central eyes fixated unwaveringly on Universe 17, disregarding the words of the Octota. It that moment, Sasim, under their watchful gaze, dared not even to breathe, fearful that his very breath would betray his presence. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and his companions luxuriated within the floating vessel, relishing the comforts of bedding and air conditioning, a sensation they had longed for dearly, Z remarked. The interior of the sanctum truly possesses an abundance of everything. Could it be that those peculiarly formed angels from above brought this about? Shaoli replied, it's uncertain. Given that we have the materials at hand, we should expedite the repairs on the ancient source capital. Our research team now comprises solely the 2 of us, and our progress will inevitably suffer. With that, the 2 immersed themselves in their work within the research chamber. Outside, it seemed Sasim's presence had gone unnoticed by the seated angels, prompting him to hastily retreat into the starship, gasping for breath. Huff. Chapter 64. The conclusion. Although Wang Yu and his companions successfully entered the sanctum, they were required to await the full occupancy of all sanctums before proceeding to the next trial. The limitless resources within the sanctum brought joy to all, save for Wang Yu. Summoning his courage, he approached the seated angels, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a quiet plea. You are well aware that this trial subjects many innocent souls to suffering. Yet why do you turn a blind eye to their anguish? It is you who have bestowed upon them the curse of immortality. The 2 seated angels paid no heed to Wang Yu, continuing to rotate their wheels, their eyes unblinking, as if intently observing the other teams engaged in the trial. Those emerging from the floating vessel, including the likes of Guai Ku, could only chuckle resignedly, knowing that no matter how many questions weighed on their minds, they must remain silent. Observing the angel's indifference, Wang Yu remained unwilling to relent. Did you all pass through every trial to attain your status as angels? Were you not once participants in these trials, just as we are? As his words fell, the spinning halos abruptly halted, and the gaze of the two seated angels shifted to Wang Yu, evidently stirred by his inquiries. Concurrently, under the combined efforts of Dr. Z and Xiao Li, the repairs on the ancient source capital neared completion. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a powerful pressure drew the attention of all present, emanating from the resting area of Universe 17. Wang Yu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, while the warriors around them began to murmur. It was Sassum, who had awakened the god particle within the octode, amplifying its desire for vengeance, thus stirring the chaotic force of insatiable cravings within it. A potent and soothing essence circulated within the octode, imbuing it with an unprecedented strength. This sensation was exquisite. An indescribable energy coursed through its being, granting it supreme vigor. I yearned to tear apart the corpse king's body this very instant, the octode roared. The formidable pressure even instilled a modicum of fear in the two seated angels above, while it glared menacingly at Universe 106, as though barely able to restrain its inner turmoil. Patience, dear octode. Familiarize yourself with your newfound power before the next trial begins. In due time, you shall surpass us all. Sidon proclaimed while standing atop the octode's back, causing Dr. Z, who was currently modifying the ancient source capital, to involuntarily shudder. Thus, all three teams coexisted peacefully until the sanctums were fully occupied, without incident. Universe 8 held one revelry after another, celebrating their successful navigation of the trial. Lei Hong, perceiving Wang Yu's concerns, approached him. Boss, there may not be another opportunity for such leisure. I understand your distress for the people of this world. But for now, our best course is to pass the time with merriment. Wang Yu replied, once the trial concludes, all who reside in this minuscule world shall perish alongside the eliminated. Lei Hong countered. They are but immortal souls, having endured since the war between the two types of angels. Surely, they must be weary of existence by now. Lei Hong's words left Wang Yu speechless, for he had witnessed the suffering of those living here. Evident from the smuggled drugs aimed at combating despair, at last, an indeterminate amount of time passed, and all the sanctums reached capacity, indicating that 14 universes would be eliminated in this trial, their teams destined to vanish along with this ancient relic. It is time to depart, children, the seated angels announced, as their halos commenced spinning, the myriad small eyes upon them closing. They transported the three teams to a diminutive space above the ancient relic. Wang Yu and his companions gazed in astonishment at their surroundings, discovering that all teams that had passed the trial were within this space, with the same 26 seated angels floating above them. Suddenly, all the seated angels directed their gaze toward a single point, and the wheels upon them ceased their rotation. Moments later, the Order Angel Uriel appeared before all, in an instant. A sacred and imposing aura enveloped the space, an invisible pressure invoking a sense of reverence among the onlookers. After a brief glance at the assembly, Uriel spoke softly within their minds. The trial has concluded that a total of 39 universes have succeeded, while the remaining 14 teams that failed to locate a sanctum shall be personally obliterated by me. They will be extinguished alongside this diminutive world. Upon finishing, the ancient relic emitted a blinding red light, the ground fracturing beneath them, as the residents, realizing their impending doom, embraced one another. We have finally awaited this moment. Within the castle, Silson and his wife and daughters embraced, their butler bowing his head as tears streamed down their faces. A millennium has passed. I, Silson, have long grown weary of joy and sorrow. Wang Yu, benefactors, I wish you success in your trials. May you never experience the anguish of the immortals. Boom, 50,000 years. Brother, we shall meet again in another realm. Bang! The ancient relic erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In no time, under the terrifying power of Angel Uriel, the ancient relic was reduced to nothingness, all of which was witnessed clearly by the occupants of the diminutive space. Xiao Li exclaimed, "It's been destroyed." It truly disintegrated in mere seconds. The obliteration of the trial grounds enveloped everyone in a shroud of fear. Some felt exhilarated, while others, paralyzed by the dread of death, remained rooted in place. Just as all were absorbed in the reverberating chaos of the ancient relic's explosion, Wang Yu approached Uriel. What do you all perceive life to be? If you intend to kill them, why force them to endure over a millennium of suffering? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Uriel and the 26 seated angels were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as they regarded him with incredulity. Wang Yu, having grown weary of their scrutiny, demanded, "What do your gazes seek to convey? Do you take such delight in regarding us from your lofty perch?" Uriel replied, "Do not be angry, child. We are merely surprised that a mere mortal can withstand the pressure I wield. Since my tenure as an angelic examiner, this is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon." "What are you implying?" Sighed in Morse Dr. Z, and all the powerful figures he had encountered knelt in submission. Without exception. Could it be? Is his power transcending several of our levels? Wang Yu, even we divine beings must kneel before seraphs. By what right do you act freely? Your strength is clearly feeble. Chapter 65. The third trial. All eyes were upon Wang Yu. Engaged in fervent discussion, they were perplexed as to what allowed him to disregard Uriel's overwhelming force. Consequently, many speculated that Wang Yu possessed formidable strength, placing him on a danger list, save for Dr. Z and a few familiar with him. Uriel, observing Wang Yu's bewilderment, seemed to comprehend that he was not as powerful as many believed. "It appears even you are unaware of why you can withstand the power of the angels. I vaguely recall that when Eloi brought you to the first trial, you were still affected by its pressure. Could it be that you awakened some latent ability during the second trial?" "Eloi, is that the gluttonous angel we first encountered?" Wang Yu's mind was now a tempest of confusion, and as the gazes of the angels bore down upon him, a dull ache began to throb in his heart. After speaking, Uriel conveyed a message to the seated angels, who then began to rotate their halos collectively. In an instant, all teams vanished from the diminutive space. Moments later, they found themselves descending onto the soil of a new world, with Uriel and the 26 seated angels nowhere to be found. Instead, they were greeted by a new angelic examiner. This time, the seraph embodied the essence of life and death, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of Uriel. In the blink of an eye, the teams found themselves unable to withstand the might and once again fell to their knees. "Forgive us, we do not intend to compel you to kneel. This formidable aura is innate to us and autonomously radiates, beyond our complete control," the angel explained, as Uriel suddenly appeared at its side. "The second trial has concluded, has it not? Uriel, what brings you here?" Uriel communicated something to the new angel. "What? Such an extraordinary turn of events. It appears to be related to the power of the holy venerable, truly a fascinating human." After their communication, there was little explanation given to the assembled teams, and they directly introduced the current trial. "The ground beneath your feet is a planet thousands of times larger than your original world, and it is one of the principal realms governed by the followers of angels. This world comprises 8 nations: the Beast Nation, the Mechanized Nation, the Martial Nation, the Benevolent Nation, the Star Mage Cloud Nation, the Foreign Nation, the Celestial Nation, and the Ocean Nation. The details of all 8 nations are as follows. Beast Nation, a realm inhabited by various beasts and demonic beings, possessing formidable physical strength but lacking technological advancement, characterized by simple minds and robust physiques. The tribal areas are severely fragmented, with numerous ambitious lords, leading to significant internal strife and the absence of a singular leader. All are bloodthirsty and warlike. They excel in taming powerful beasts and other creatures, and their military is unparalleled in both offense and defense. Mechanized Nation, a domain filled with physically weak mortals, where intellectual prowess and rapid technological advancement prevail. Nearly 75% of the population consists of robots, while the remaining 20% are also physically impaired, with most having undergone mechanical enhancements. Only 5% of the populace is entirely normal. Internal conflict exists, primarily divided between 2 factions, with each citizen loyal only to their own. They chant the motto "Flesh is weak, technology ascends" as their guiding belief, and their military comprises mostly formidable artificial beings, with a few living individuals piloting towering, robust mechs. Martial Nation, inhabited solely by mortals, yet they possess extraordinary martial prowess and excel in hand-to-hand combat. Infants can shatter concrete with their bare hands. They are adept in various advanced techniques, such as the Angry Buddha Palm, Pure Yang Infinite Skill, and the Ren's Demon-Slaying Blade Technique, among others. Some specialize in assassination, motivated solely by monetary gain, while the strong pride themselves on their invincibility. They set aside personal grievances when on the battlefield, where their martial arts are profound and their cold weapons swift, making them adept at killing unseen. Benevolent nation, allegedly the weakest of the nations. Its inhabitants are ordinary individuals devoid of any exceptional talents. Despite their lack of innate abilities, they exert tremendous effort, unified under the leadership of the benevolent king, embodying a spirit of loyalty and filial piety. Star Mage Cloud Nation, a realm brimming with magic, where those who cherish sorcery will undoubtedly fall in love with its essence. Magic supports every aspect of life, with everyone mastering basic spells like Fireball, Gale Curse, and Swift Step. Class distinctions are stark, with a clear divide between royalty and commoners, who are treated unequally, living according to their perceived worth. Those deemed valueless risk facing execution. Their military, though physically frail, possesses formidable magical capabilities, excelling in long-range combat, able to slay from miles away. Foreign nation. This territory is inhabited by mutants, each possessing a unique array of superpowers, some formidable, while others are feeble. The endurance and mental fortitude required to wield these abilities are interconnected. Their military is complex and varied, with an array of different attributes. Other nations are entirely unaware of the unique superpowers possessed by any given army, as some mutants possess abilities so powerful that one individual can constitute an entire battalion. Celestial Nation, a realm filled with divine beings. It stands as the mightiest nation, albeit the smallest in land area and population. There is no unity to speak of, as collaborations among the divine are driven solely by self-interest. Yet each deity is immensely powerful and exceedingly proud, commanding the awe of other nations. Ocean Nation. This nation exists beneath the sea, where oceans encompass 50 of the world, and this nation occupies 20 of that expanse. Its inhabitants are entirely marine creatures, with no terrestrial beings present. The dragon lineage reigns supreme in this realm, and none can conquer them upon the ocean surface. In addition to the aforementioned 8 nations, this world is home to 5 forbidden zones that ordinary mortals cannot enter. Each zone harbors creatures capable of annihilating any nation. I have established barriers at the edges of each forbidden zone, preventing any creature within from reaching the outside world. Should anyone inadvertently trespass, the only means of escape is to eliminate any being marked by my angelic light. The 5 forbidden zones are as follows. Forbidden Zone 1. The Desert of the Dead, devoid of any source of water, is plagued by countless sandstorms and quicksand. Daytime is infernal with scorching heat, while night brings a frigid chill. Forbidden Zone 2. The Sea of the Undead, a legendary ocean known to summon the souls of the deceased. It is said that countless beings who perished in these waters are protected by the sea god, resurrected to live again, in the darkness, where sunlight cannot penetrate. One can hear the mermaids' haunting melodies, known as the Undying Curse, and the revived souls here inherit eternal life. Forbidden Zone 3. The Sky City, concealed within an unknown miniature world, has an entrance that no one knows, nor is there any information regarding it. Many magical explorers from the Star Mage Cloud Nation devoted their lives to seeking the entrance to the Sky City. Some have searched in vain, wasting their lives in regret, while others have entered inadvertently but never returned. Forbidden Zone 4. The Radiant Trace, which has 2 legends, one being the ancestral remains of the benevolent nation, where not a shadow of darkness can be seen, filled with sanctity and an aura of inviolable dignity. The other suggests it was once inhabited by the deities of the celestial nation, where no evil dares to tread under the brilliance of the gods. Forbidden Zone 5. The City of the Dead. Originally, this world had 9 nations and only 4 forbidden zones, but later the ambitious Ghost Clan, having acquired unknown power, conspired with demons and forged contracts with numerous devils. They slaughtered an entire nation's populace and began their uprising by killing hundreds of celestial beings. Later, under Gabriel's sanction, those rebellious demons were eradicated. Yet a handful of surviving ghost beings evaded Gabriel's wrath, hiding within a certain region. Thus, Gabriel established a barrier at the edge of this area, adding another forbidden zone to the trial and increasing its difficulty. This is the crucial information regarding this world, that I have created 27 harmony crystals, which, when activated, allow entry into a state of ethereal existence, that I have placed them in 20 distinct locations across this world. Only those teams that achieve this ethereal state may proceed with the trial, and there is no time constraint. I will grant you a 24-hour respite. Chapter 66. Awakening after the angel introduced the trial. A barrier was erected around the teams. This barrier could isolate them from all disturbances in this world, rendering them invisible, seemingly capable of lasting only 24 hours. Within the barrier, a white light materialized beneath their feet, encircled by the angelic power. Once the time elapses, the formation beneath your feet will randomly transport you to any location within this realm, proclaimed the angelic examiner. Having completed the arrangements, the angel's figure began to fade, and above the crowd appeared a colossal, illusory clock, as if announcing, "The trial commences at that moment." A massive creature, struggling against the weight of the angel's presence, charged forth, roaring angrily at a pile of flesh before it. Its furious countenance twisted in rage. The unknowing observers presumed it was declaring war against the angelic examiner, yet this was undoubtedly a suicidal act. Are we to engage in battle already? Sazam, your impatience is quite palpable. Other teams believed that the Sidon team was about to execute a breathtaking maneuver. However, the 8 degrees merely sought to reason with the angel, beseeching it to bestow grace upon the surviving dinosaurs, to inform them that the first generation of civilization had not been extinguished. Nothing more. Faced with the impassioned roars of 8 degrees, the angel comprehended not a word, for it had long forgotten the beings of that bygone civilization. Their language or appearance now lost to memory. The angel disregarded 8 degrees' cries, even though its subconscious might have recognized something. They had forgotten the promises made to the first generation of civilization. The indifference of the supreme deity left a profound scar in 8 degrees' heart. The illusory clock began to turn, and the angel vanished without a trace, the oppressive pressure dissipating entirely. The 5 members of Sidon sighed in relief. "Phew, while I understand your distress, your actions were rather impulsive." The water flowed, soaking the ground, marking the tears shed by 8 degrees to AT this moment. Wang Yu's mind remained ensnared in contemplation of the trial, blissfully unaware of the unfamiliar divine power surrounding him, that in the blink of an eye, that divine force drew him before Ulil. Around him, time and space seemed to cease their operation, and Wang Yu found himself in a realm that transcended his understanding. Unlike the 9 primary colors of red, yellow, black, and white on Earth, an unprecedented 10th hue enveloped the entire expanse. The image of Ulil before Wang Yu became ethereal and indistinct, rendering its terrifying visage unrecognizable. Though a sense of familiarity lingered, Wang Yu was acutely aware. This was not the 4-dimensional space. A voice within his subconscious whispered that this must be a realm beyond the 4th dimension. Is it the 6th? Or perhaps the 7th? Cold sweat dripped down Wang Yu's brow, and the instinctual fear rising within him stemmed from the unknown, that Ulil's omnipresent aura stirred a myriad of thoughts within Wang Yu. Why do you wish to meet with me alone? Is there something unspeakable that cannot be disclosed to others? Wang Yu inquired, perplexed as to why such a complex and powerful angel would concern itself with an ordinary human like him. Perhaps, I am uncertain if this can be deemed a matter of shame. Yet I must confide in you that within your being may reside the most potent divine factor in the entire universe. I am unsure whether the Creator encountered adversaries during the crafting of your kind, resulting in the loss of his celestial essence which has been transmitted to you, or if my observations are flawed. However, it is only the Creator and the Jade Emperor who can transcend the laws of heaven, thus I should not be mistaken in my assessments. Yet if my observations hold true, how have you managed to achieve this? The Creator has no reason to intentionally bestow his power upon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's face was awash with confusion and astonishment. What? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. As an individual merely striving to navigate through the tumult of life, Wang Yu could scarcely believe that he might be one of those so-called chosen ones from novels. Nevertheless, he found himself at a loss for a reasonable explanation for his ability to disregard the pressures imposed by the angels. Wang Yu interjected, let us change the subject. Why must the war between you and the fallen angels involve mortals? Entangle. How so? Wang Yu continued, is eternal life a curse or a blessing? I believe that allowing them to struggle in torment is a most heinous curse. Eternal life. Prior to the Creator's initiation of the Second Holy War, we had already warned the beings surrounding the cosmic battlefield to engage in the pursuit of the 7 divine artifacts without disturbing other civilizations. We prepared countless vessels capable of traversing time and space, enabling them to thrive in a world abundant with infinite resources. Yet their greed prevailed. Under the guise of aiding the angels, they willingly participated in this holy war, consenting to be transformed by the divine powers of both factions of angels. They reveled in their newfound existence, celebrating their immortality. Ultimately, we paid a grievous price to secure victory in this holy war. And those who survived attained eternal life. Is this the truth? Despite Uriel's aura exuding sincerity, Wang Yu could not quell the doubts festering within him. The words he had heard from Selsun were utterly divergent. Who, then, is the liar? Aside from this, do you possess any alternative solutions? The conditions for a human to ascend to angelhood necessitate a robust physique and mastery of the 7 divine forces. Otherwise, they would inevitably shatter under the weight of the power we bestow. Wang Yu retorted, but you are angels. Can you not contemplate other methods? Is it truly right to incite us to turn against one another, akin to demons? The universe is devoid of absolute right or wrong. What you perceive as truth is merely what you wish to accept. What you propose may indeed be correct, yet my assertions are not inherently erroneous. Everyone may hold their own truth. We are simply more powerful. Thus the rules of this game are dictated by us. As humans dominate the earth, so too do we dominate you. Furthermore, our time is limited. We must swiftly increase the ranks of angels. Bang, bang, bang. The fabric of space shattered entirely. It appears that our solitary time has elapsed. I wish you good fortune. As Wang Yu opened his eyes in a haze. The conversation with Uriel felt like a dream. He glanced around, realizing he lay upon a sickbed within the floating vessel, surrounded by concerned companions. Wang Yu, how do you feel? You fell unconscious after the angelic examiner vanished. Yanjun inquired with genuine concern. How long was I unconscious? Wang Yu asked. What? He had not anticipated that such a brief exchange with Uriel could result in such a lengthy duration of unconsciousness. His mind gradually cleared. The dialogue with Uriel seemed as if it had never transpired, or perhaps within that unknown realm, he had been oblivious to the passage of time, or it could be that his consciousness had lost the concept of time altogether. Wang Yu, did you dream of anything while you were unconscious? I noticed that your blood circulation accelerated significantly during my examination, Dr. Z remarked from the side. Thus, Wang Yu recounted his conversation with Uriel to the group. Upon hearing Wang Yu's account, everyone but Dr. Z wore expressions of astonishment. That moment, the team from Universe 8 was approaching the floating vessel. During Wang Yu's 7-hour slumber, Dr. Z and the others had elucidated the concept of the divine factor. And now they understood Wang Yu's extraordinary potential. The group remained momentarily stunned, casting incredulous glances at Wang Yu. The most potent divine factor in the entire universe. Boss, this cannot be true? Lei Heng's booming voice shattered the silence. That is what the angel stated, Wang Yu replied. Tap, 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 footsteps. Dr. Z, as per the agreement from the previous trial, we have come to discuss matters with you. The voice from outside interrupted their conversation. The group, perplexed, stepped outside to find many white-clad warriors standing in formation. The very team from Universe 8 that a few warriors were engaged in quiet discussion. And even the leading commander bore a hint of shock on his face. Though he quickly composed himself, evidently having heard Lei Heng's earlier exclamation. Director Hashimoto was covertly observing Wang Yu. He understood well the implications of the divine factor, and thus alerted the members of Universe 106 to be on guard. You have arrived. It is inadvisable to converse in such a crowded space. Please come inside to speak, Dr. Z addressed the commander. Soon, they were all seated in the conference room of the floating vessel. Commander, Dr. Z, I am pleased that you have not forgotten our alliance to Z. Forcing a smile. Ah, you jest. The second trial has only just concluded. How could I possibly forget, Commander? Let us discuss our plans now. May I inquire about your thoughts after hearing the introduction to this trial? Xiao Li, I apologize, but after the trial, Doctor and I have been occupied with repairing the ancient source capital. He is our companion, and we have yet to formulate any plans, Commander. In that case, allow us to share our thoughts. This world is vast. Relying solely on ourselves, we are unlikely to locate the 7 divine crystals, especially with the presence of 5 exceedingly perilous forbidden zones. Therefore, we must ally with a nation for collaboration. The Celestial Divine Clan is arrogant and proud, and it is unlikely they will engage with us. The Sea Kingdom's environment is excessively harsh, and we are unaccustomed to maritime warfare. While the Star Sorceress Cloud Nation is powerful, their emphasis on nobility makes cooperation with commoners challenging. Thus, we are left with the Beast Kingdom, Mechanical Kingdom, Renming Kingdom, Igua, and Wugua, all of which seem amenable to our collaboration. Although the people of Renming Kingdom are amicable, their strength may not match ours, and thus offer limited assistance. Among the remaining 4 nations, we consider Wugua the optimal choice, as their strength would be beneficial to us, and, being mortals, it would be relatively simple to gain their acceptance, merely requiring the recognition of the strong through force. Wang Yu interjected, but what if we fail to gain their recognition? Did the angels not say that the strong there are all proud and unyielding? Sure, I possess great confidence in my swordsmanship, especially with the assistance of the Corpse King, who can effortlessly slay a Tyrannosaurus Rex nearly 40 meters tall. It should not prove too difficult. The formidable aura radiating from the warrior seated across from Wang Yu. Or perhaps it was an aura of menace, left an unsettling chill in the air. After several hours of discussion, the group finally reached a decision. They would convene in Wugua. Let it be agreed that regardless of where we are transported, our foremost task is to locate the route to Wugua and hasten there. Upon gathering, we shall collectively seek the 7 divine crystals, proclaimed the commander. Indeed, once a word is spoken, it is difficult to retract. Dr. Z added. Having concluded their discussions, Wang Yu, feeling mentally fatigued from the tedious conversation, suggested, since we have approximately 11 hours remaining, let us take this opportunity to rest. Though typically energetic, Lei Hung found himself inexplicably weary when confronted with topics beyond his comprehension. How is this dull? This pertains to whether we can pass our trial. Wang Yu silently protested, in order to be in optimal condition for the trial, aside from Dr. Z and a few immortal beings who required little sleep. The others lay down to rest. That Dr. Z utilized the abilities of the Corpse King cells to create several duplicates of himself and immersed himself in the task of repairing the ancient source capital. Abel, it is your fault for not exterminating those from Universe 106. That Wang Yu will surely become even more formidable. Morse bellowed at Abel, while the others, Wilt, Nodal, and several divine attendants, merely observed in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. Seeing the gods vacillate in their words, Abel continued, rest now. This trial is of utmost importance that I hope you all can bring forth your strongest selves and not jeopardize my plans. The time on the illusionary clock ticked away, and nearly every team prepared for the impending trial. Universe 106, a realm where both true gods and the Corpse King exist, and now a mortal capable of disregarding the angel's pressures has emerged indeed. It is a terrifying prospect that I hope that in the time to come, we shall not cross paths with them. The inhabitants of other universes observed Wang Yu and his companions from the shadows, gazing at the floating vessel with a mix of fear and murderous intent. Father, and the ancient dragon. The first person Gu Yuanjing saw upon opening his eyes was Dr. Z, surrounded by countless iterations of him. You've finally awakened after exhausting us. All the Z doctors spoke in unison, their voices echoing in unison. Duh. Gu Yuanjing was momentarily startled, not expecting such a reaction. Though the Corpse King cells could divide into multiple versions of themselves, their consciousness was controlled by the original, lacking independent thought. Chapter 68. Unfortunate luck. With only an hour remaining before the teleportation array activated, everyone was fully prepared. Upon witnessing Gu Yuanjing's awakening, Wang Yu and the others were filled with immense joy, eagerly discussing the events of the second trial. That's how it is. I appreciate your hard work, and thank you for not giving up on someone as useless as me, Gu Yuanjing said. Overwhelmed with guilt, the kindness of his companions ignited a vow within him. Even if he were to perish 1,000 times, he would ensure his benefactors reach the fourth trial. That it's nothing. Aren't we companions? Your formidable strength is indispensable. Shaoli chimed in. By the way, we encountered a peculiar stone tablet near the castle of Seer Sun, which compelled us all to share the same dream. Boom! Before he could finish, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled, signaling the activation of the teleportation array. Given the intensity of these fluctuations, it's imminent. Everyone, brace yourselves. We have no idea where we might be sent. Dr. Z warned that in an instant, blinding white light engulfed them, their senses fading into oblivion. After approximately 5 seconds, the light dissipated and their senses returned, yet they found themselves suspended in midair. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force tugged at their bodies, causing them to crash against a wall, unable to regain their footing, as if they were plummeting. Has the teleportation ended? I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous, one companion exclaimed. Wang Yu's words jolted Dr. Z into action. Oh no! The teleportation is random. We might actually be in the sky. It has concluded, and we are falling. Indeed, due to Dr. Z's failure to engage the autopilot before the teleportation, the floating ship was descending from an altitude of over 100,000 meters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the ship's descent accelerated, the intense friction with the atmosphere ignited brilliant flames. The companions screamed, desperately clinging to nearby objects, oblivious to their perilous altitude. Xiaoli, the only ordinary person in the group, could no longer withstand the dizziness, and his grip loosened, allowing inertia to send him tumbling backward. Just as his head was about to collide with a sharp object, a web suddenly ensnared him, temporarily saving him from danger. That was close. Continuing like this is not an option, shouting Mr. Z. What should we do now? Wang Yu urged, clutching the web that bound Xiaoli. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Z decided, I will brace the floating ship from the outside. Wang Yu, take this opportunity to activate the autopilot. How do we even engage the autopilot? I'm sorry. I've never piloted a spacecraft before. What? This ship has an autopilot function. Wang Yu and the others exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the complexities of airship mechanics. Dr. Z, slightly distressed, replied, This is troubling that I divided myself far too many times to repair Gu Yuanjing before the teleportation began. And now I lack the energy to replicate myself further. Boom! An explosion echoed as a component of the ship was damaged, and the friction with the airflow intensified, flames roaring brighter than that moment. Gu Yuanjing flung open the exit door and charged out. Doctor, I'll stop the ship's descent. You go to the control room and activate the autopilot. Before Dr. Z could respond, Gu Yuanjing sprouted a pair of massive demonic wings from his back, soaring after the falling ship. However, the ship's descent was alarmingly swift, and in just 2 seconds, he was left far behind. No, I must go faster. Gu Yuanjing roared, forcibly activating his acceleration engine, merging the power of his wings with the engine's thrust to achieve his utmost speed. Ah! Gu Yuanjing shouted as the energy within him ignited, his speed multiplying by at least 5 under the engine's enhancement. Meanwhile, Dr. Z had arrived at the control room. Oh no, the autopilot is malfunctioning. At this critical moment, a vital component of the ship was found to be damaged, rendering the autopilot inoperable. Dr. Z alone could not manually pilot the entire vessel. Was abandoning the ship the only option? No, this ship was the pride of our research team. To prevent emergencies, we had implemented triple protections for the autopilot's core. It should not have broken so easily. There must be another reason. Swoosh, 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 thanks to the sudden increase in speed. Gu Yuanjing caught up to the floating ship within seconds, even leaping ahead of it. Gazing at the towering inferno ahead, a tremor of fear gripped his heart, but recalling the warmth of his companions, he plunged into the flames, bang, bang, bang. The intermittent sounds of the engine heralded Gu Yuanjing's full throttle effort, as he pressed against the front of the ship, maximizing the thrust of his back-mounted jets, enduring the searing fire to slow the vessel's descent. Boom! With the combined might of demonic power and the engine's peak output, Gu Yuanjing succeeded in halting the ship's fall. Hurry, Doctor! I can't hold on much longer. Gu Yuanjing grunted through the agony of the flames. 10 seconds later, he could no longer endure. The immense weight of the floating ship made it hard to breathe, and he had expended nearly half of his energy. Rumble. The floating ship finally rebooted. Autopilot mode activated. Please select a destination. The voice from the ship's system brought relief to everyone. Phew, that was terrifying. It seems the third layer of protection had not been used for so long that it caused a delay in the system. I thought it was something serious, Once stabilized, the ship's protective system activated, employing an asphyxiation method to extinguish the flames at the front. Wonderful. The crisis is averted, Yin Jun exclaimed, blissfully unaware that above the ship lay an impenetrable barrier. And below stretched an endless desert. Chapter 69. Trapped in the Forbidden Zone, is everyone all right? Gu Yuanjing inquired. The group checked their bodies and confirmed they were mostly unscathed. Xiao Li's condition was gradually improving. And fortunately, this incident had not resulted in any loss of combat capability. Thank you for saving the floating ship, Xiao Li expressed gratefully. Ji Yuanjing chuckled and shook his head. You saved me. So I will certainly save you. Aren't we companions? There's no need for thanks. At that moment, Dr. Z emerged from the control room with a grave expression. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Are you out of your mind? Why ponder for so long? It doesn't matter which you choose to share first. Wang Yu thought to himself, mentally rolling his eyes at Lei Heng's ignorance. Boss, shut up. Oh. Before Lei Heng could finish, Wang Yu anticipated his question. Let us hear the bad news first. I prefer to save the good for last, Wang Yu stated. Silence enveloped the room as Dr. Z, with a serious demeanor, addressed the group. Everyone, I don't know if we can survive this ordeal. Just now, I saw a colossal aberrant bird from the window. As it flew forward, it collided with an almost transparent barrier. The moment Dr. Z's words sank in, shock washed over the group, save for Lei Heng. What? You mean we've been teleported to a forbidden zone where entry is permitted but exit is not? Indeed. Observing the worry etched on Dr. Z's face, unease began to swell within the others. Wang Yu feigned calmness, suppressing his own fear, and swallowed hard. So, what is the good news? Upon hearing this, the group lifted their heads. All eyes fixed on Dr. Z, as if hoping to find salvation in his weathered visage. As Dr. Z's lips moved, their anticipation grew stronger, transforming their earlier anxiety into excitement, each silently praying that this news would help them escape the Forbidden Zone. The good news is that after the recent incident of falling, our ship's crucial core components have been damaged and require immediate repair. Otherwise, the damage will worsen. And then, isn't that still bad news? After a moment of silence, Dr. Z slowly uttered a few words. However, compared to the dire news we just received, this piece of information is significantly more favorable. Despair, utter despair, enveloped the group as they leaned dejectedly against the wall. What is the matter with you all? Why does good news bring such sorrow? Lei Heng inquired. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The crowd ignored him, their minds racing to speculate which of the 5 forbidden zones they were facing. Yet, the more they speculated, the more their expressions twisted in fear. Observing their demeanor, Lei Heng, perplexed by their sudden despondency, attempted to assume the role of a motivational speaker. Come on, there's no mountain we cannot overcome in this world. Cheer up, brothers. Giving a thumbs up, bang. A colossal fist sent Lei Heng sprawling. That I'll cheer you up, you fool. The priest retorted angrily. After a while, the fear in everyone's hearts began to dissipate. Guai calmed himself and remarked, given the circumstances, all we can do is accept it that we have no other option, that if we must assign blame, let it be our ill fortune. Upon seeing the mood of the group improve significantly, Guai gestured to Dr. Z, signaling that they could land in the Forbidden Zone. Phew. It seems you are all ready. Dr. Z commanded the airship. Avi, land nearby. I shall assist you with your ailments. Voice recognition successful. Ishur United Nations Research Association Vice President, Zhang Zhizhen, my creator, at your service. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the airship landed steadily on the ground, and as the exit door opened, the group rushed out eager to discover which forbidden zone they had entered. Sand and heat enveloped the wreckage strewn across the ground. Wild birds pecked at the grass amidst a sea of crimson and yellow. The endless solitude seemed to consume the meager landscape. The desert of the dead, just one glance, and the group shared a unanimous realization. Quickly, Dr. Z immersed himself in the task of repairing the airship. The sweltering heat of the desert was unbearable, even with the air conditioning set to its lowest. Wang Yu and the others could not stave off the sweat pouring from their bodies. This desert is nothing like the ones on Earth. I visited a desert on Earth once, and the temperatures there were nowhere near as high as this, perhaps not even a tenth of this heat. Wang Yu informed the others. The merciless crimson sun showed no mercy. Even while sitting in the airship with the air conditioning running, they could not quench their thirst, leaving them speechless. There was no leisure to listen to Wang Yu's words. Drip, drip, drip. At that moment, an incessant bird call echoed from above. Judging by the sound, they seemed to be quite large. Companion A, are there really such vibrant birds in the desert? Speaking while drinking water. That is quite rare. Guaiku. Their calls are becoming increasingly frantic. Could they be preparing to attack us? Lei Hong. What? No. This cursed place is too hot. I really don't want to fight here. Before long, the sounds of battle erupted outside. Viral spikes. Slash. Countless spikes erupted from Dr. Z's body, piercing the throats of several strange birds. Yet soon, more avian creatures surged toward Dr. Z. These bizarre, towering birds, with their strange appearances, were inexplicably attacking the 106th universe. Damn it, I've seen these strange birds before. They're the ones I spotted crashing into the barrier from the window. I never imagined they had so many companions, but we haven't provoked them. Why did they suddenly summon so many of their kin to attack us? Dr. Z exclaimed. Despite the relentless assault from the avian horde, even under the extreme temperatures of the desert, Dr. Z was effortlessly dispatching them one by one. Whoosh, 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 the number of bird corpses continued to rise. Hearing the commotion, Wang Yu and the others, dripping with sweat, rushed out. Although Dr. Z was wreaking havoc among the birds, their numbers seemed to multiply rather than diminish. In just a few minutes, the count of the strange birds had swelled to over 3,000. Chapter 70. Foreseeing danger as the number of birds continued to surge, Dr. Z found himself overwhelmed, gradually falling into a disadvantage. This is untenable. The heat here is stifling my abilities. And why do these strange birds seem to multiply with every strike? Green blood sprayed abundantly. Crackle. Dr. Z's limbs were torn apart by the strange birds, which seemed as if they hadn't eaten in days, ravenously gnawing on his dismembered parts. Instantly, Dr. Z initiated his regeneration, and in the blink of an eye, stronger arms and legs sprouted anew. Witnessing this spectacle sent the avian horde into a frenzy. They had survived in this vast desert for countless years, often going days without food, sometimes resorting to cannibalism to fill their bellies. With a robust reproductive capability, many of their kind often starved, even consuming their newborns out of sheer desperation. For these birds, Dr. Z, a being with infinite regenerative abilities, represented an inexhaustible feast. It was as if they were rallying for endless sustenance. Charge forth, brethren! The avian horde descended into madness. They had forgotten the hellish heat of the desert and the pain of being slaughtered by the corpse king. With one group of their kin falling, another would eagerly replace them, devoid of any fear. Were these birds insane? Why did they fear neither death nor the escalating numbers of their own kind? Dr. Z, of course, was oblivious to the fact that these birds were desperate to escape the cycle of hunger and cannibalism, willing to sacrifice themselves to seize this eternal source of food, striving for their offspring's future, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger. Wang Yu and the others immediately joined the fray. Xin Tian Li Yin. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a torrential blaze engulfed the avian horde. These towering birds, several dozen meters high, were consumed by the searing flames, their feathers fueling the inferno. Drip, 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 drip. The cries of the birds could not deter the onslaught. Wang Yu and his companions unleashed their respective powers upon the avian foes. Disgusting extreme dragon spear, blood axe, tiger fury Mengshan, spiderweb hell, doomsday cannon, 3 points, shadow of the past. Boom, boom, boom. As the commotion grew increasingly intense, dormant creatures beneath the land stirred as if sensing the impending danger. Nearly 7,000 birds fled in a panic, frantically flapping their enormous wings to avoid being left behind. The group, bewildered, exchanged glances, unsure of what had just transpired. A battle that had raged so fiercely had ended abruptly. 5 minutes later, all the strange birds had vanished, and not even other insects, scorpions, or wild birds were in sight, leaving only the members of the 106th universe behind. Lei Hong exclaimed, "We truly are formidable. That flock of strange birds must have been frightened by our might. It turns out they are afraid of death." At that moment, Wang Yu's instincts surged with intensity. This was no longer merely a spider sense, for he glimpsed the future. A vivid image appeared in Wang Yu's mind. A colossal worm devoured Gu Yuanjing, Lin Chong, Companion A, and the priest in half a second, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Dr. Z led the group onto the airship, soaring high to escape the subterranean worm. However, that worm was approximately 600 meters long, even larger than the corpse whale he had encountered in a dream. As the airship ascended, the desert worm erupted from the ground. It bore no face, no eyes, only a mouth filled with countless razor-sharp teeth. The worm opened its gaping maw, attempting to swallow the entire airship. All were doomed, and only the immortal Wang Yu and Dr. Z would endure the endless agony of their flesh being crushed and torn apart within the worm's jagged jaws. Run, run, run! Guaike bewildered bebunk with sudden frenzy. Ask, brother, are you feeling unwell? Or have you succumbed to the heat? Despite the group's confusion, Wang Yu had no time to explain, continually urging them toward the airship. Dr. Z, quickly, start the airship. We're running out of time. Dr. Z seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated Wang Yu's foresight all along. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The airship powered up, rapidly ascending into the sky. Bang! The ground below collapsed, and the desert worm emerged, but fortunately, it lacked eyes, miscalculating its aim, allowing its massive body to sweep past the airship. The group gasped in horror, gazing at the colossal worm that cast a shadow over the sun, rendered speechless. The giant worm radiated a white luminescence, prompting the group to think. Angelic light. Had Wang Yu foreseen this scenario all along? A shared shock coursed through their minds. Had Wang Yu not hurried them onto the airship, they would surely be no more. Doctor, make the airship ascend even faster, Shaoli exclaimed, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by the creature marked by the angelic light, capable of annihilating any nation. Thus, they were bound to meet with defeat. Z. Ivy, engage the fastest flight mode. Understood, Master. Before the words of the airship could fade, the rear was ensnared by a desert worm, leaving the group with no opportunity to escape. Shaoli. Z. This is dire. We may have to concede at the third trial. Soon, half of the airship's body was severed by the worm's razor-like teeth, and the group plummeted from within. The worm opened its gaping maw, lunging directly at the descending individuals as they fell. Gazing into the infernal fangs of the worm, despair enveloped them, their hearts seemingly ceasing to beat in anticipation of their demise at heaven's void. At this critical juncture, the space around them suddenly shattered, and two figures surged forth from the rift. Steward Tao. Understood, young master. In an instant, a powerful chi surged from Steward Tao, forming a circular barrier that enveloped the group. Halting their descent, bang! The desert worm's jaws crashed against the barrier, and as the group braced for inevitable doom, another youthful figure began to wave his hands. Subsequently, the space within the barrier began to fracture, transforming into a void-like wall, beyond which lay a new world. Chapter 71. The Power of the Seven Harmonies. The two figures defending against the desert worm's onslaught left Wang Yu and the others astounded. Who are you? As the words left their lips, the group was thrust into the shattered space that in the blink of an eye, only the 600-meter-long desert worm remained, while the group vanished within the barrier. Crash! The circular barrier shatters. The sudden crisis and the intervention of the two mysterious figures rendered the preceding events ephemeral, as if they had passed like a fleeting shadow. After a tumultuous tsunami, the Yellow Sea returned to its former silence and solitude, yet now bore a fishing vessel, severed and buried alongside the searing winds and sands within the cycles of time and night. We escaped, Shaoli uttered in disbelief. Beneath their feet lay lush grass, verdant trees behind them, and warm sunlight bathed the group, while the playful birds harmonized with the cascading waterfall, creating a melodious symphony. The refreshing environment starkly contrasted with the desolate wasteland they had just left. The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words, while the youth and the elder remained quietly poised, allowing the group to regain their composure. However, Dr. Z exhibited no sign of astonishment, as if his psychological fortitude was notably robust. After a moment, the group's initial shock dissipated, and they began to question the youth. Shaoli, where is this place? Outside of Kundo City in the foreign realm. If you proceed 20 miles further, you will see Kundo City. Lei Hong, a foreign land. Have we truly emerged from the forbidden zone? Indeed, you are no longer in any danger. Priest, who exactly are you? Why did you save us? The group what? We came here to alter history, to prevent the impending cosmic catastrophe, which is intricately tied to you all. The youth addressed each of the group's inquiries. Yet they remained perplexed. A cosmic catastrophe connected to us? That seems implausible. We lack the power for such an endeavor. Upon hearing this, the youth scrutinized the group intently, remarking, "You are correct. You cannot even contend with a mere insect within the forbidden zone. How could you possibly obliterate all life in the universe? Yet I cannot fathom why. During our traversal through the void, we distinctly sense the presence of Lucifer, only to find you here, with not a trace of Lucifer to be found. Moreover, in the final 2 seconds before the sacrifice of the Archangel Gabriel, he called out 2 words to us. Wang Yu, headache, ugh. This situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. I must seek my good brother Wang Yu and follow you in search of clues regarding Lucifer's descent. Oh, by the way, do you know Wang Yu?" Upon this, the group's gazes converged upon Wang Yu, their expressions suggesting, "It's him." Wang Yu, confused, scratched his head, while the youth glanced at him and chuckled. "Oh no. No. Wang Yu does not look like this at all. I have fought alongside him multiple times." "Wang Yu multiple times? What do you mean by that?" "In truth, before arriving here, we traversed through time 3 times. Yet, regrettably, we failed to alter history each time. The first 2 times, we found ourselves in the First and Second Holy Wars. The 3rd time was when I encountered Wang Yu during the 4th trial. But by then, the fallen angels had already infiltrated, and Uriel had perished at the hands of Ben Hong. Wang Yu, I see. You truly come from the future. However, I still have a few questions. 1. Why would such a monumental task of saving the entire universe fall into your hands? 2. What is your true identity? 3. Isn't the angelic barrier designed to allow entry but not exit? How did you manage to achieve this?" As he spoke, the youth locked eyes with Steward Tao, who suddenly slapped his forehead. "How could I have forgotten this? We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Chi Tongyang," gesturing towards Steward Tao, "and this esteemed gentleman is Tao Yuanzheng. Though you may refer to him as Elder, at the dawn of the universe, the forces of yin and yang emerged, alongside the Creator God who governs these powers, known as God. Feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude, he began to create humankind, bringing forth numerous deities and mortals, including our Chi Tong divine clan. The so-called 7 harmonies refer to the forces of yin and yang, which you humans perceive as divine power. The 7 harmonies encompass both yin and yang. As Chi Tong Yang, I naturally possess all the powers of the 7 harmonies that we, the Chi Tong divine clan, are among the earliest beings created, and our divine essence ranks among the highest in the universe. Although the angelic barrier is formidable, once the power of the 7 harmonies is elevated to match theirs, one can escape the barrier. Now, do you understand why I am entrusted with the monumental duty of saving the entire universe?" Chi Tongyang's words left the group in a state of bewilderment. "Apologies, could you elaborate further on the 7 harmonies?" Thus, Chi Tongyang began to expound upon the powers of the angels and the divine clans. The 7 harmonies consist of Taishu, Hundun, Qinyuan, Zhaohui, Chuyi, Tianwu, and Shengzhen. Taishu, the utmost force of yin; Qinyuan, the utmost force of yang; Hundun, the ability to control emotions, when a certain intention or emotion of the opponent wavers. It presents the optimal opportunity to manipulate their thoughts. Beware during moments of mental fragility, for the power of Hundun can ensnare you in an endless cycle of void. Tianwu, capable of distorting and shattering the surrounding environment, altering the surroundings, enabling time travel to the past or future. With sufficient spiritual energy, one can traverse dimensions or even create a higher dimensional space. This requires a certain amount of mental energy, and frequent use accelerates the depletion of mental strength. Zhaohui, the capacity to create anything one can imagine, unable to create Shengzuan power. The potency of the creation depends on the strength of one's own 7 harmonies essence. However, to create life, a small price must be paid. Chuyi, the ability to annihilate everything or to obliterate immortality. Shengzuan, the power to perceive the thoughts of others, to glimpse the future or the past, to spy on all, to foresee fate and to alter destiny. The 5 elements mutually restrain each other, while yin and yang give rise to one another. Those who possess the aura of Shengzuan transcend yin and yang. existing beyond the five elements, impervious to their mutual constraints, and do not engage in the cycle of yin and yang. The strength of one's own seven harmonies' power is contingent upon the strength of their own seven harmonies' essence. Chapter 72. The Awakening Method of Divine Power. Which of these divine powers do you possess? After hearing Qi Tongyang's description, Wang Yu remained somewhat puzzled that Qi Tongyang continued to elucidate. I possess Qian Yuan, Tian Wu, and Zhao Hui, all of which belong to the Yang category. Hence, I wield the capabilities of these three. Steward Tao, by my side, possesses the power of Qian Yuan. Yin Jun, why do you possess three types of divine power, while your steward has only one? Qi Tongyang. In truth, except for the 8 great seraphs selected by God, every deity or mortal can possess only one type of divine power. However, we of the Qi Tong divine clan are an exception. The so-called 7 harmonies of yin and yang are governed by God, originating from him. If God were to perish, the concept of the 7 harmonies would cease to exist in the universe. Our Qi Tong divine clan differs from other divine clans. We are composed of God's essence. In a manner of speaking, the Qi Tong divine clan is a part of God's being. God embodies both yin and yang. And when we were created, we were divided into yin and yang factions. My brother is named Qi Tong Yin, and he, being my opposite, possesses 3 types of yin divine power. The group, I see. This is the essence of divine power. Qi Tong Yang. Ignorance. God's physical structure is unlike that of humans. He is the supreme existence of the 7-dimensional universe, lacking a corporeal form. Lei Hong. I'm utterly baffled. Earlier you said that the Qi Tong divine clan is composed of God's essence. Yet now you claim he has no physical body. What does that even mean? Katanjiang. The body of God is merely a metaphor, intended to convey that we are a part of it, or that its body is something incomprehensible to lower dimensions. In a similar vein, it is God who creates a stone that it cannot lift, and it is also God who lifts the stone. Thus can we not say that it is omnipotent? Of course. Its omniscience and omnipotence are confined to within 7 dimensions, for beyond the 7th dimension exist even more terrifying entities. Wang Yu swallowed hard, and at that moment, he truly realized how insignificant he was. How many dimensions does the universe have? 12. With those beyond the 7 dimensions referred to as the void point 12? Dr. Z thought in shock. He had previously believed that the superstring theory on Earth was correct, asserting that the universe had 11 dimensions. Yet he was mistaken. After speaking for so long, Katanjiang suddenly recalled, You haven't introduced yourselves to me yet. Besides Wang Yu, what are the names of the others? Slapping his forehead. Oh right, I don't have a name. You may call me Guaico. This is Yin Jun. And then we have Dr. Z. After everyone introduced themselves, Katanjiang began to teach them how to awaken and master the God particle. Since the destruction of the universe is connected to you, let us seek out Lucifer together. Looking at Wang Yu, your voice bears a resemblance to his, yet your appearance does not. Though I am uncertain if you are the Wang Yu I know. It matters not. What is paramount is the salvation of all life in the universe. Subsequently, everyone was led by Katanjiang to the river above the waterfall, where they sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, listening to the sound of cascading water. Listen closely. Every living being contains an invisible God particle within, even if it is merely an ant. The condition to awaken the God particle is to face death multiple times. And each of you has accomplished that, so I have nothing further to say. Now, close your eyes and feel the spiritual energy surrounding you. Absorb it, allowing it to flow with your blood and circulate within your body. If during this process you feel an unbearable cold, then the power you possess, the Katangli, is chaos power. If your heartbeat quickens, then your Katangli is the contractual power. If your heartbeat slows to the brink of stopping, then your Katangli is the extermination power. Once Katanjiang finished speaking, everyone began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After all, it is a world governed by angels, and the quality of the spiritual energy is extraordinarily good. As time passed, they continued to absorb the energy. As the colors of the sky shifted, they unknowingly absorbed into the encroaching night, which is when the spiritual energy in this world is at its most abundant. Boom! A resounding roar erupted from Yin Jun's area, and he was enveloped in golden light, his aura undergoing a dramatic transformation, indicating that he had fully awakened the Katangli. Boom, boom, rumble. Soon after, the others also gradually completed their awakenings, their bodies brimming with dense spiritual energy. Ketanjiang exclaimed, "It worked! It seems I will now have a solid backing." Everyone joyfully felt their bodies, a sensation of indescribable power, making them feel as though they possessed boundless strength. How marvelous! I feel as though I am no longer merely flesh and blood. Yanjun felt an immense joy, finally having the opportunity to conquer his brother, whom he had never surpassed before. However, behind the glitz and glamour lay the shadows of desolation. Some smiled while others wept. Observing the successful outcomes of the others, Lei Heng, Xiao Li, Jia, and he felt a tinge of sadness, but they quickly closed their eyes again, striving to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Noticing the condition of the four, Ketanjiang approached to offer comfort. "Do not rush. Everyone is different. Perhaps your awakening is just a bit slower, yet it is undeniable that each of you contains the God particle within. With a little more time, you will surely succeed." After hearing this, the four nodded at Ketanjiang and continued to diligently absorb the spiritual energy. As the sun rose, the sky shifted colors once more. Yet Lei Heng and his companions still had not touched the Qitongli at this moment. Wang Yu and the others had nearly mastered the use of the Qitongli, which naturally elevated their strength to a new level. Ketanjiang observed Lei Heng and his companions, suddenly sensing something amiss. "Wait, if you truly experienced a brush with death, there is no way your awakening could be so slow. Hold on. Do not concern yourselves with the spiritual energy. Relax your bodies, and I will conduct an examination." With that, Ketanjiang also sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and extended his hands, emitting four auras that encircled the bodies of Lei Heng and his companions, as if sensing something. After a while, Ketanjiang suddenly opened his eyes wide, panting heavily. Seeing this, Butler Tao approached and inquired, "Young master, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Ketanjiang looked at the four with disbelief. "Just now, I attempted to check the flow of spiritual energy within your bodies, and unexpectedly discovered that none of you possess souls." Chapter 73. The Lost Souls. Lei Heng and the others looked at Ketanjiang with confusion, while Xiao Li, utterly perplexed, exclaimed. Ketanjiang's emotions were extremely agitated as he replied, "Of course, there is a connection. The method to awaken the Qitongli is to face the brink of death and then escape, enhancing the sensitivity of the God particle within the body, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy. But do you know where the vast amounts of spiritual energy you absorb into your bodies are stored? They are stored deep within the soul. Spiritual energy is intricately linked to the soul. Only by possessing a soul can one absorb spiritual energy that if you lack a soul, then the spiritual energy you absorb has no place to be stored, dissipating the moment it enters your body. Of course, the Qitongli is secondary. The most crucial aspect is your life. Every individual may lack a God particle, but it is imperative to possess a soul. For if one loses their soul, it signifies death. What? Everyone felt an overwhelming shock. Yet Xiao Li countered, "But we are all alive and well." It is clear he could not accept this potentially false reality. "You have long since died. The departure of the soul does not immediately lead to death, for your bodies currently do not require the nourishment of the soul. However, when your bodies do need the soul, you will find it has long since departed." After listening to Ketanjiang's words, everyone realized that the soul indeed exists, and it is no mere fabrication. At this moment, Lei Heng and his companions began to ponder. When exactly did we lose our souls? Yet no matter how hard they thought, they could find no answer. The atmosphere among the group grew somber, and Xiao Li shed tears of reluctance. The other three nodded in agreement. However, they dared not meet Xiao Li's tear-stained eyes. For despite having endured the loss of many companions, they had never felt such profound sorrow as they did today. "That I apologize. I did not intend to dampen your spirits, but I must tell you the truth. And the truth is often cruel." Ketanjiang seemed to realize that he had become overly emotional. "The truth, death, and the like have never frightened us. You do not need to go out of your way to comfort us. Let us continue our daily lives, engage in ordinary conversations, and work together to overcome the trials," Xiao Li asserted, yet his trembling hands betrayed his fabricated facade, revealing a heart filled with fear. All right, let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. We must still find other ways to save you." Winking at Ketanjiang. "Right, savior? Yes, Wang Yu is correct. However, even with Katanjiang's affirmation, Xiao Li and the other spirits did not lift in the slightest. Xiao Li insisted on not needing our consolation. We are fine. Even Lei Heng saw through the trivial lies of Wang Yu and Qi Tongyang. That moment. However, Katanjiang suddenly retorted, "You are mistaken. I am not offering consolation to a descendant of the Qitong divine clan. I have lived for no less than several 100,000 years. In all these years, I have witnessed countless scenes that I have seen many who lost their souls, yet some ultimately survived upon hearing this. The shadows in Xiao Li and the others' hearts were dispelled, and hope was rekindled. Strive to absorb spiritual energy, using your bodies to store it, allowing the energy to coalesce within you to form a new soul." But did you not say that a body without a soul cannot absorb spiritual energy? That is because the body cannot adapt to the spiritual energy if you exert your efforts to make your body adapt. It will work. Although Xiao Li and the others did not fully comprehend, they were eager to try. Subsequently, the four continued their cultivation of awakening the Katongli, while Butler Tao perceived that the young master had not disclosed the entire truth to them. Thereafter, Katanjiang inquired of Wang Yu and the others regarding which types of Katongli they had awakened. Wang Yu, Taishu power; Yinjun, Qinyuan power; Guaiku, contractual power; Dr. Z, Tianwu power; the priest, chaos power; Gu Yuanjing, extermination power; Lin Chong, Taishu power. Katanjiang nodded at everyone, placing special emphasis on Guaiku. "Your Katongli is the most powerful among these seven. You are a true genius. However, there exists a perpetual uncertainty, a lack of consistent prowess, or rather, it seems you have utterly failed to exert control over the creations that emerge from within you." Guaiku has lost a myriad of memories from an experiment conducted a decade ago. He remains oblivious to the origins of the gesture that has long accompanied his fate. Thus, is there any means to ameliorate this flaw? I yearn to fully master my abilities, refusing to let fortune dictate my potential. There is no remedy. Your creative force is muddied beyond recognition. Logically, the seven harmonies are a divine gift exclusive to the heavens. Yet why does your essence harbor the taint of demonry? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. "Very well, I shall accompany you in this trial, and from this day forth, I will seek answers to the myriad issues that plague you. My apologies, but I have another inquiry." Before Qi Tongyang could finish his statement, Wang Yu interjected. "Wang Yu, you were about to say you have further questions to Qi Tongyang. What inquiries do you possess?" "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Wang Yu, that is precisely the question I wish to pose. When I awakened the void power, I experienced a sensation akin to my soul departing from my body, and then I could foresee the future within the next 3 seconds. Qi Tongyang. A soul departure. Foresight of the future. This is the sacred sovereign power." Observing the bewildered expressions among the crowd, Qi Tongyang continued, "The sacred sovereign power is exceedingly rare, even in all the universes governed by the heavens. Fewer than 0.000. Of all deities or other life forms possess it. It is said that those endowed with sacred sovereign power are destined to become the next heirs to the divine throne. Across the entire celestial realm, aside from the divine emperor, the only 2 angels possessing sacred sovereign power are Michael and Lucifer. For mortals to wield such power is virtually unheard of, let alone the Qitong clan. I have traversed countless timelines over hundreds of thousands of years and have yet to encounter a third being with sacred sovereign power." Chapter 74. Entering the city, Qi Tongyang's words had already left the crowd in awe. I see. Then the earlier question regarding our evasion of the desert worm's ambush has been elucidated. Elucidated? It cannot be that simple. Not to mention, Wang Yu's foresight extended beyond 3 seconds. Even if he truly possesses sacred sovereign power, how could a mere mortal also wield the second Qitong power, the void power? Pondering this, Qi Tongyang began to regard Wang Yu with greater seriousness, especially considering that during their third encounter across time, Wang Yu exuded only the essence of void power. Could history have been altered? Very well, let us all familiarize ourselves with our own 7 harmonies. Once accomplished, we shall venture into foreign lands and acquire a map to unite with the forces of the Martial Kingdom and Universe 8. Dr. Z stated, and soon the training in heavenly might commenced. Lingxi City, gazing at the 3 prominent characters above, The 7 cloaked figures strode toward the city gate. Guard. Halt. What is your purpose here? Over 60 guards encircled the 7. As the captain sensed their ill intentions. Guard captain. I am asking you a question. What is your purpose? If you wish to enter the city, you must present identification. Do you know where to find the 7 harmony crystals? This is bad. Captain, they are a team participating in the trial. 8 nations has issued orders. Anyone encountering participants must be executed on sight. The guards unleash their abilities first, surrounding the 7 with torrents of water, sands, and toxic mists, while countless vines sprouted from the ground, attempting to ensnare them. You are too hasty. Allow me to temper your fervor. With a mere flick, the frigid ice extended for miles, encasing all surrounding guards, and even freezing the city wall itself. The borders of Lingxi City had fallen, and hundreds of guards stationed at the gate perished, along with the innocent civilians entering or preparing to enter. Succumbing to the merciless chill, once vibrant lives, now transformed into lifeless ice sculptures exuding an aura of death. Lung Jun, it seems your abilities have once again ascended. The 7 traversed the icy expanse, making their way into the city as the citizens hurriedly made way. Lung Jun stretched out his arms, tilting his head to embrace the sunlight, inhaling deeply. The realm of mutants, the dream I have longed for. Yin Jun, you too shall arrive here, for this place carries the essence of home. 5 days had passed, and the group began their journey to Kundu City that Shi Tongyang turned to the duo, inquiring. Could you repeat your names? Apologies, I cannot recall. Xiao Jia, known as Jian Songjian, hailing from Lizard B-Star, possesses formidable climbing abilities. Xiao Yi, known as Tao Ilan, from Water Origin Star, is a liquid entity capable of transforming into liquid, allowing free passage through any crevice, effectively enabling wall walking. Lei Heng, alas, we still have not activated the God Gene. Otherwise, we would be of great assistance. Wang Yu, fear not, brother. I feel I have transformed immensely. Simply follow in my wake, and I shall ensure not a single hair on your head is harmed. With all preparations complete, under Dr. Z's guidance, the group soon arrived at the entrance of Kundu City that a long queue of civilians awaited entry, with Wang Yu and his companions positioned at the end. Please present your identification. Civilians produced their entry credentials. Very well, next. Please present your identification. Observing the guard's meticulous inspection, Guaika queried. Doctor, it seems we lack any form of identification. Should we force our way in? Z. Absolutely not. We still require their assistance. Should we become adversaries with the entire city's guard force, we would forever forfeit our chance to acquire the map to the Martial Kingdom. Priest, if we cannot force our way in, is there another option? Just as the group became increasingly agitated, a diminutive figure approached, addressing them. Hey, do you gentlemen require entry into the city? I can assist you upon hearing this. Lei Heng immediately perked up. Oh, you intend to help us break in? Silence, you fool. Wang Yu delivered a punch to Lei Heng's head and continued. Do you possess a method? Certainly, however, I have one condition. What condition? Once inside the city, you must serve as my enforcers and participate in a selection competition. The civilians ahead had already entered the city, and with time running out for Wang Yu and his companions, there was no room for contemplation. Z. Very well. We accept your terms. Excellent, gentlemen. It is a deal. Upon hearing their agreement, the small figure unveiled a cunning smile. Moments later, they stood before the guards. Guard, please present your identification. Wang Yu was at a loss, while the short figure who had promised to assist them stepped forward. Oh, isn't this Wei Ge? Wei Ge, I am your nephew. Producing a stack of bills and slipping them into the guard's left pocket. Do you not recognize me? Guard, feeling the money in his left pocket. Oh, so it is you. My apologies for not recognizing you. Short figure. Yes, it is indeed me. How could you be so blind after all these years? Pointing to Wang Yu and the others. These gentlemen are my brothers. Kindly allow them entry. Guard. Hiss, opening his right pocket. This seems rather improper. Wink with a frown, gazing at the empty pocket. If I violate the rules, it will be quite troublesome for your uncle. Short figure. Producing another stack of bills to fill the guard's right pocket. Oh, Wei Ge, why must you be so formal? We are all family. Are we not? The guard glanced around, noticing the captain was absent, and said, All right, gesturing to his companions to make way. You may proceed. Thus, Wang Yu and his companions successfully entered the city to Tongyang. Wow. You are quite something, little one short figure. Do not call me little one. My name is Li Dalong. Do not forget your promise. Z. Of course. However, could you elaborate on the competition we are to participate in? In this world, protected by angels, all nations coexist in peace. Yet there exists a rule. When a team participating in the angelic trials descends, all nations may declare war to unify the realm. However, the prerequisite for unification is possessing formidable strength. Thus, certain nations conduct screenings for powerful individuals throughout their territories to avoid missing out on potential talents. The method of selection is quite straightforward. For instance, the foreign nation establishes martial tournaments in every city, allowing the top 100 to join the military forces, reaping exceptional salaries and benefits. The foreign nation comprises 12 states, with the top 10 from each state wielding significant power, while the top 10 nationally could command as much strength as an entire army, subsequently earning the respect of the foreign leadership and potentially gaining control over the entire nation. Chapter 75. The selection tournament of the strong. After listening to Li Dalong's introduction, the crowd gained a deeper understanding of this world. Z. So, you intend for us to participate in the selection tournament within the city on your behalf, allowing you to effortlessly enjoy the privileges of high office. Am I correct, Li Dalong? Not entirely. The prerequisite for enjoying such privileges is to possess sufficient strength, which I clearly lack. Jian Songzhuan. Then why do you wish to exploit us? Surely, your motivations must entail significant benefits for you? In truth, Li Dalong is a notorious con man in the 5 states, with deeply entrenched connections to foreign gangs that he often deceives unsuspecting outsiders unfamiliar with foreign customs, selling them in underground fighting rings for substantial rewards. To date, his schemes have ruined nearly 10,000 lives, with many victims either condemned to a lifetime of exploitation or meeting a grim fate in the brutal underground arenas. Although the governors of the 5 states are aware of Li Dalong's misdeeds, local police forces have largely accepted bribes from the gangs, and since most victims are not citizens of the foreign land, they turn a blind eye to his actions. Even with the protection of angels, it is difficult to guard against the greedy and malevolent hearts of men. The 5 states harbor many individuals like Li Dalong, yet he certainly would not divulge the truth to Wang Yu and his companions. Li Dalong. Aha! What you may not know is that the foreign kingdom, in a bid to efficiently bolster its formidable army, has commanded that generous rewards be offered to the top 100 recommenders in the city. This is precisely my line of work. Currently, more than half of the participants in the Dong City Selection Tournament are those I have recommended, among the top 100 strong individuals in the city. At least half are my referrals. Gu Yuanjing. No wonder you have so much money to bribe the guards at the entrance. Li Dalong. That's just standard practice that I haven't had the pleasure of knowing you all yet. Could you kindly share your names with me? Thus, the group began to introduce themselves, unwittingly following the con man before them. Hey look, that crook is out again preying on outsiders. Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears you, it could cost you your head. Along the way, the townsfolk whispered among themselves, avoiding the group, casting pitying glances as they regarded them as mere slaves. Alas, 13 lives were lost without their knowledge. May the angels protect you. Before long, under Li Dalong's guidance, the group arrived at a narrow alley. Daoilan. Isn't the foreign kingdom placing great importance on the selection tournament? Why would it be held in such a shabby place? Boom, boom, boom. It seemed Li Dalong had triggered a mechanism. The wall slowly opened, revealing an entrance. Let us go inside, Li Dalong said, stepping through the threshold. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Lei Hung. It's just a tournament. Is it really necessary to be so secretive about it? Xiao Li. Indeed, the foreign practices are utterly unscrupulous. As they walked, the group voiced their complaints to Li Dalong. This place is not easily found by the average person, which only serves to highlight the importance of the recommenders. The group's expectations for the selection tournament diminished significantly. They now believed that the place they were heading to would undoubtedly lack any excitement. However, not long after, they reached their destination, and what lay before them was in stark contrast to their prior assumptions. The Iron Fist, the magic fist Iron Man, held firm under the fierce onslaught of the Wind and Thunder Sorcerer. He withstood for a full 5 minutes. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Wind and Thunder Sorcerer fell to the ground. He has appeared, the victor of the Battle King Arena. The Magic Fist Iron Man from the Beast Nation has achieved 58 consecutive wins. Immediately, the audience erupted in cheers. The magic fist Iron Man is invincible. Before them stretched a sea of people, with a massive floating arena at the center, surrounded by several structures that appeared to be the royal viewing area. Brilliant lights intertwined with the roars of the crowd, creating a fantastical spectacle that dazzled the senses, leaving the onlookers entranced and completely oblivious to the passage of time. Yen Jun. This is truly astonishing. Qi Tongyang. Wait, what sorcery is this? We have already left the foreign land. At this moment, Qi Tongyang sensed something amiss, as the lingering aura of the foreign land was no longer detectable, in reality. They were still within the foreign territory, having been transported through a portal created by the Star Sorcerer Cloud Nation, which was scattered across the 12 states by the foreign gangs. Anyone who trespassed would be teleported to a designated location. The current location was the foreign gang's largest gambling arena, and to prevent this stronghold from being compromised, they had enlisted the royal mages of the Star Sorcerer Cloud Nation to cast numerous concealment arrays around the perimeter to hide Qi Tongli's presence. Seeing that Li Dalong had vanished without a trace, Wang Yu looked helplessly at Dr. Z, his eyes seemingly asking, "What should we do now, Z?" "Indeed, we have been deceived. Let us take some time to explore the surroundings and familiarize ourselves with the environment." Gu Yuanjing. So it is true? Did you already see through his lies? If so, why not stop him? Z. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Let us not forget our goal is to unite with the warriors of Wu Nation and the Zhaotu clan, not to enlist in the foreign army. Moreover, I find his deception rather intriguing and wish to see how he intends to ensnare us. Wang Yu. But this could. The next battle pits the steel mechanic Gu Yuanjing against the Wind Whisperer, who has achieved 14 consecutive victories. The crowd. Gu Yuanjing. That scoundrel has already inscribed our names onto the participant list so swiftly. Qi Tongyang. In that case, you ought to step up and fight. You have only recently grasped the Qi Tongli, so it would be a good opportunity to practice that on the other side. Li Dalong stealthily approached the betting area. What are the odds for Gu Yuanjing? 1/90. Goodness, could it be that high? This profit isn't even enough to fill my pockets. After all, that Wind Whisperer from the foreign land just won his 14th consecutive victory yesterday. Who would bet on that robot you brought? He is not a machine. Never mind, that is not the point. The dozen or so individuals I gathered are either old or weak, and they stand no chance of winning. Can you ensure that when the announcer broadcasts the results, they downplay the consecutive wins? That way, we might win a little more. Chapter 76. The Traply Dalong was embroiled in a heated argument with the administrator at the betting area. Blissfully unaware that several high-ranking gang leaders stood behind him, did I say, "You, after all these years of camaraderie, you can't even provide me with information on all the participants in a single tournament." Apologies, but the higher-ups have issued strict regulations. Gesturing with his eyes towards Li Dalong, we cannot casually disclose the participants' information or the schedule, not even to our own gang members. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The footsteps of the leaders approached. I am giving you one last chance. If you do not hand over the information, it will be the end for both of us. Piao Yuzong. What? Piao Yuzong is here too. The administrator's exclamation left Li Dalong utterly shocked. For Piao Yuzong was one of the 3 deputy leaders of the gang. Li Dalong. Taking participants' information without permission could cost you a hand, Piao Yuzong declared. Upon hearing the voice, Li Dalong immediately changed his demeanor, tailing behind Piao Yuzong and grinning. Piao Zong, you've arrived. I was just so obsessed with money that I lost my mind. Thank you for the reminder. It won't happen again. I assure you. Piao Yuzong. Considering your past contributions to the gang, I shall pretend I didn't hear what you just said. But remember, if you dare pull this stunt again, it won't just be a matter of losing a hand. All right, thank you, Piao Zong. You get back to your business. I shall take my leave. With that, Li Dalong slinked away, still muttering curses under his breath. What a big shot. Once I grow powerful, the first thing I will do is bury you. After Li Dalong departed, Piao Yuzong glanced at the odds before signaling to the administrator. The administrator immediately understood Piao Yuzong's intent, as he always came to siphon off illicit funds, enticing everyone to place bets and then pocketing all the money, regardless of whether they won or lost. This is the underground fighting scene. This is gambling. Often, when you believe victory is assured, that is precisely when you begin to lose. The administrator took up a loudspeaker and announced, "Currently, the odds for Gu Yuanjing are 10-1. Currently, the odds for Gu Yuanjing are 10-1, with 5 minutes remaining before the match begins. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet?" "What? 10-1? What the hell? Just a moment ago, no one was willing to bet on that robot. What is that robot's background?" "I am uncertain. The host mentioned that it was his first time here. Is this not akin to giving away money to everyone? Quickly, place your bets. Feng Yuxiao is bound to win." The crowd remains oblivious, having already fallen into the trap set by Ticket Yusong to be by his own means. He has reduced the odds from 190 to 10-1, a testament to his immense financial power. One by one, individuals produce large sums of money, wagering on Gu Yuanjing's opponent, some even risking their entire fortunes in hopes of soaring to great heights. Before long, Feng Yuxiao's odds plummet to 5-1. With the number of bettors increasing, and the figures on the large screen gradually tilting in one direction as time passes. However, 5 minutes later, the situation is not as straightforward as the crowd had anticipated. The names of both competitors on the large screen have switched. The money that was bet on Feng Yuxiao has now transferred to Gu Yuanjing, while the wagers on Gu Yuanjing have moved to Feng Yuxiao. "You look, did we place our bets incorrectly? Wait, something amiss. I distinctly remember the name Feng Yuxiao being displayed here. It's over. We've fallen for their trick. This casino intends to swallow all our money. Scoundrels, this is utterly unscrupulous. I have traversed numerous casinos, yet have never encountered such shamelessness." As expected, Ticket Yusong's actions incited the wrath of the masses. Everyone except him had placed their bets on Gu Yuanjing, wagering on a competitor deemed unlikely to win. Despite being surrounded by a furious crowd, Ticket Yusong remained unperturbed, for he had already devised a countermeasure to combat violence with violence. At this moment, some could no longer contain themselves. Several martial artists from Wu charged towards the administrator. "Damn it, using such despicable methods to swindle money. You truly deserve to die." Faced with the overwhelming pressure, the administrator collapsed in shock, utterly at a loss. "Boss, help me." "Bah!" With a resounding crash, those who had rushed forward in a fit of rage now lay sprawled on the ground. "I am indeed unscrupulous. Do you have any objections?" The crowd gazed at Ticket Yusong, who had transformed from a frail figure into a towering giant of several meters in height. He is the deputy leader of the unified gang. Ticket Yusong? What? The very one who single-handedly defeated one of the top 10 masters from a foreign land, Wan Mulian, and even killed him. At this moment, some in the crowd recognized Ticket Yusong, who presented himself with an air of intimidation that suggested he would not hesitate to kill should there be any disturbance. The crowd, upon witnessing this, could only seethe in silent fury. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the throng, kneeling before Ticket Yusong, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "My lord, that is all my money. I beg you, return it to me." "Return it to you? Aha!" Ticket Yusong merely chuckled at the old man's plea and replied, "You placed your bets willingly, if you choose to gamble. You must be prepared to lose. Alas, you all promise fairness and justice, and I need money to support my grandson. Please, just return it to me." Ticket Yusong, support your grandson? Ridiculous that if you truly had such intentions. Why would you place all your money in a place where the odds are heavily stacked against you? You were clearly in it for yourself. You desired more wealth. Alas, money is a thing one cannot take with them in death. Having lived a significant portion of my life, I have seen through it all, and thus I no longer harbor such great desires. They value money more than I do. My grandson even looks down on me for the state of my home, claiming there's no Wi-Fi or signal. Since birth, he has only spoken a single word to me, and he doesn't even allow me to touch him. Hence, I scurry from place to place, willing to work any job, but those people disdain my age and refuse to hire me. What else can I do? Eventually, I heard of something called gambling, which could provide me with substantial wealth. Some told me that the money earned here could sustain my family for a lifetime, and then they would always be by my side. Chapter 77. The Arena Battle. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Ticket Yusong and several leaders of the unified gang burst into laughter. "Old fool, do you not realize you have long been abandoned? Regardless of whether you possess money or not, your family will not come to see you, for they, like us, value only wealth. Even if you were to become wealthy overnight through gambling, those so-called family members would merely come to your side to seize your money and then discard you once more. Nothing more than that. Everything you have done thus far is nothing but Navi delusion. Ticket Yusong's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within the old man's heart. No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Thud. The elder, tears streaming down his face, collapsed to the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor, muttering that it cannot be. Despite blood pooling beneath him, the impacts did not cease, drawing the sorrowful gaze of the onlookers. In truth, the elder had long known the reality. He was aware that his children had abandoned him. Although they always used the excuse of making money to refuse him, such lies could not deceive him. Yet still, the elder chose to believe that they were merely struggling due to poverty, which is a sentiment shared by many, is it not? Willing to live in deception rather than severing the bonds of blood. It cannot be. Rest assured, Ticket Yusong cannot deceive me. Once I win money, we can remain together forever. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his head striking the ground continued, and the betting arena fell into silence with the truth revealed. The elder felt utterly despondent, no longer possessing the will to carry on. He slowly closed his eyes, as if beseeching a boon from Ticket Yusong. Lighting a cigarette, Ticket Yusong inhaled deeply, turning to gaze at the wagers displayed on the large screen. And then spoke slowly. Very well, if that robot named Gu Yuanjing wins, I will return every single coin you have spent here thus far. What did he just say? The crowd was stunned. Even the kneeling elder ceased his self-inflicted torment. Ticket Yusong, have you finally had a change of heart? But what use is your money to me? I merely wish to reunite with my family. A desire that has become impossible. You may as well kill me. In response to the elder's pleas, Ticket Yusong remained silent, offering no reply. Initially, Ticket Yusong had intended to forcibly seize the money regardless of the outcome. Yet it seemed surreal to simply give away tens of millions of alien currency as if they were trifles. Hearing this, the leaders beside Ticket Yusong grew anxious. Old Ticket, do you even realize what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? That is 80 million alien currency. You've been swallowing dirty money for so long, and suddenly you want to show compassion now? This is pure hypocrisy. Once, there was a couple who, unable to contain their impulsive desires, abandoned their child in a landfill. Staff ignited the entire dump, oblivious to the fact that a living infant remained amidst the flames. No one knew how he survived, nor who his parents were. Decades later, the baby, now grown, gained fame for defeating Wang Yu in a singular battle, becoming a renowned powerhouse across foreign lands. After such a lengthy passage of time, I too almost forgot. Many years ago, there was another who was abandoned in this very city. Gu Yuanjing stepped onto the floating arena, locking eyes with Feng Yuxiao. Hi, you must be Gu Yuanjing, right? The host mentioned that this is your first time in such an arena. Do not be nervous. Losing to me is not shameful. After all, I just achieved a 14-game winning streak yesterday. Any normal person would feel fear. Smirking, Feng Yuxiao initiated the provocation, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yuanjing as if victory was already assured. Feng Yuxiao, go. Smash him to pieces. Use your abilities to incapacitate him. The audience erupted in cheers, with nearly half supporting Feng Yuxiao, while only a few who had wagered on Gu Yuanjing offered their support. The match held no rules. Defeating or annihilating the opponent would secure victory, and the battle commenced. As the host's words faded, Feng Yuxiao launched a surprise attack. Chi Xian. Feng Yuxiao waved his hands, and in an instant, airflow swirled around Gu Yuanjing, soon forming a whirlwind that lifted him into the air. Transformation mode, agile, boom. A deafening sound emanated from Gu Yuanjing, who then fixed his gaze on the descending Feng Yuxiao. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuanjing evaded the whirlwind and charged directly at Feng Yuxiao. Foolish dreams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden gale swept through the arena, powerful pressure hindering Gu Yuanjing's advance. He crossed his arms and braced himself. Yet the next moment, his chest erupted in an explosion. Explode for me. Bang! The violent shockwave even impacted the spectators, yet instead of fear, it only heightened their excitement. Well done. Feng Yuxiao. Defeat him just like that. Harness your abilities to manipulate the currents of air and take flight. Do not allow him to approach. Feng Yuxiao chuckled. Victory belongs to me. Gu Yuanjing struggled to rise, seizing the moment of distraction from his opponent, and dashed forth with astonishing speed. Futile. No matter how swift you are, You shall never lay a finger on me. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bursts of air pressure converged upon Gu Yuanjing, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Ugh! Gu Yuanjing collapsed, realizing that speed alone would not secure his victory, and swiftly transformed his form. Primitive body burning mode. In an instant, a swathe of intense heat enveloped the entire arena. Steam billowing from Gu Yuanjing's body, as extreme thermal energy surged towards Feng Yuxiao. Chapter 78. The end of the winning streak. Feng Yuxiao, taken aback, was unaware of Gu Yuanjing's myriad forms, believing him merely a remarkably fast cyborg. Focus the flames. Before Feng Yuxiao could ponder further, a torrent of fierce flames engulfed the arena, surging directly towards him. Not a chance. You won't succeed so easily. Just as the flames threatened to scorch his skin, Feng Yuxiao adeptly manipulated the surrounding air currents, dispersing the flames one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Under the force of the wind, the flames were cleaved in two, sweeping past Feng Yuxiao's sides. Useless, even if you alter your mode of attack. You still cannot touch me. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible pressure enveloped Feng Yuxiao, instilling an instinctual fear within him. Yes, that's so. A voice echoed from an unknown source, prompting Feng Yuxiao to immediately summon his qi. A massive surge of energy enveloping his body to guard against the impending harm. As the fierce flames subsided, a figure suddenly materialized before Feng Yuxiao. Mechanized fist blitz. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Yuanjing's sudden assault caught Feng Yuxiao off guard, landing nearly 100 punches in mere seconds. How could this be? When did he close the distance? I was not paying attention. Could it be that the cyborg had been concealing his true strength all along? This is perplexing. Just minutes ago, he was being restrained by Feng Yuxiao's air currents. The onlookers were astounded, none comprehending how it had transpired. It's over. It appears Gu Yuanjing truly has a chance to end Feng Yuxiao's winning streak. Will that 80 million yuan coins be lost? Old Piao, I didn't notice earlier. Did you see his movements? The leaders of the Unity Gang were abuzz with speculation, while Piao Yuchong discerned Gu Yuanjing's battle-hardened experience. I see it now. The flame served merely to obscure vision and distract, and as the fire waned, he changed his form to catch his opponent off guard. Indeed, Gu Yuanjing's strategy proved remarkably effective. Feng Yuxiao could not have anticipated that. Within such a brief span, his opponent would devise a countermeasure. What? It seems he possesses considerable experience in this arena. He is certainly no novice. Piao Yuchong fell silent, quietly admiring Gu Yuanjing, a budding thought of wanting to recruit him taking root in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Yuanjing's fist flew with increasing velocity, now delivering 20 punches per second. Humph. Even if you manage to land a blow, what of it? Such feeble attacks are utterly ineffectual. As he endured the onslaught, Feng Yuxiao continued to mock internally. Did I end the next moment? It felt as though Gu Yuanjing's body was brimming with some latent power, his punches growing ever more destructive. Bang, bang, boom, boom, boom. The previously arrogant expression on Feng Yuxiao's face twisted into one of agony. As the relentless strikes ravaged his insides, his body could scarcely withstand the unceasing onslaught. Ribs shattered. Ugh! Expression contorted. The pressure was overwhelming. At this juncture, Feng Yuxiao could scarcely articulate his thoughts, and amidst Gu Yuanjing's relentless barrage, the two found themselves perilously close to the edge of the arena. Wind flow aura. Feng Yuxiao seized the opportunity, summoning a tempestuous gale that lifted their bodies skyward. Swish, swish, swish. Yes, just like that. Create some distance. The air currents enveloped Feng Yuxiao, swiftly carrying him beyond Gu Yuanjing's striking range. Did I end that fleeting moment of escape? Feng Yuxiao feigned a leftward flight, then rapidly veered to the right. Explode for me. Bang, bang, bang. As Feng Yuxiao darted to the right, Gu Yuanjing's chest erupted in a series of explosive bursts. Ha! Victory is mine! Feng Yuxiao regained his arrogant demeanor. Look, Feng Yuxiao has yet to lose. Indeed. He has finally taken to the skies. The crowd, once despondent over Feng Yuxiao's impending defeat, erupted in renewed cheers. However, a familiar silhouette emerged behind Feng Yuxiao. Wait, after the explosion, why didn't I see Gu Yuanjing fall? Where is he? In an instant, a terrifying force of annihilation enveloped Feng Yuxiao. Not good, he realized too late. Gu Yuanjing's furious punch struck him squarely in the back. Boom! Feng Yuxiao was sent crashing onto the arena floor, the destructive force creating a massive crater around him. It seemed Gu Yuanjing had anticipated Feng Yuxiao's escape route, a testament to the wealth of practical experience he had amassed during his own 99-win streak as the underground champion. Unbelievable. You too can utilize Kitongli. With that, Feng Yuxiao succumbed to unconsciousness. The spectators were left aghast, followed by a wave of cheers. The host excitedly seized the microphone, announcing to the crowd, the newcomer Gu Yuanjing has ended the 14-win streak of the champion Feng Yuxiao. Undoubtedly, Gu Yuanjing shall emerge as today's greatest dark horse. Within the floating arena's edifice, several nobles were captivated by this newcomer. He could make for an excellent servant. I intend to purchase him. Surely, none shall contest me for this. This newcomer merely lucked into victory. He is not as formidable as you imagine, that I beg to differ. From my extensive combat experience, it is clear that the mechanized warrior did not exert his full strength in that bout. He won quite effortlessly. Nonsense. Any contender with 10 or more consecutive victories is no ordinary fighter. That newcomer is fortunate to even be able to move. Winning effortlessly? Ridiculous. Disbelieve it if you wish. Shall we wager on it? Let's demand a replacement, allowing him to face another match. I bet he will win again. While you wager he will lose. Sound good? Are you mad? If he is swapped into the next match, he will face the short-term champion, the Bug King, who boasts a 38-win streak. Plus, given his recent battle with Feng Yuxiao, he may have sustained severe internal injuries. How could he possibly win again? Stop your prattling. My question is, do you dare to wager? What is there to fear? But do not lament your loss. What shall we wager on then? As we are both rulers of our respective territories, we shall wager our domains. 10 cities. Chapter 79. The Grand Gamble 10 Cities. Lian Yi, have you lost your mind? What? Were you not just brimming with confidence that Gu Yuanjing could not defeat the Bug King? Now, upon hearing the stakes, you are afraid? Or do you not trust your own judgment? Why the haste to refute me? Apologize, you madman. Fine, if you wish to play high stakes, I shall indulge you. I fear you not. After Gu Yuanjing's victory, Piao Yuchong returned the full amount wagered by the gamblers to date, right down to the last coin. Since every bet was recorded by the administrator, this was a fitting consequence for their actions that the elderly man received his winnings. He trembled as he exited, his spirit shattered. What use were the coins now? Look, that old man carries a black gold card. Wow, how hard did he work for that money? The black gold card, its contents surely exceeded 1 million. The underground casino, dark yet all too real, revealed the elderly man laden with riches, a feeble and powerless figure. Let us seize it and divide the spoils, shall we? In no time, the group of greedy gamblers reached a consensus, slowly approaching the old man. What do you want? The old man stuffed the black gold card into his pocket, feigning readiness to resist, that we still have dreams, many things left to accomplish, while you possess nothing. You harbor no desire to live. What use is that money to you? Bestow it upon us instead. My son's life hangs in the balance. I require 100,000 for his surgery. Since you have no need for the money, why not give it to me? However, it was not long before the elder fell unconscious, battered and bruised, leaving the crowd without even the means to purchase a coffin for him. The gamblers who had seized the black gold cards commenced their so-called rational distribution of the money. Xiao Yuchong observed this unfolding spectacle with wide eyes, as one of his superiors beside him inquired with confusion. Old Xiao, if I am not mistaken, your sudden surge of conscience is due to that old man, right? If that is the case, why don't you go and save him? Save him? How could I? Xiao Yuchong replied. I can escort him safely out of the casino, but what happens after that? The news of an old man carrying a fortune would spread like wildfire. Outside, in their greed, they may even resort to dismembering him for the money. Here, at least under my watchful eye, they would hesitate to resort to murder. Alas, your futile act of kindness has squandered 80 million foreign coins. I shudder to think of the retribution we may face from the boss. Xiao Yuchong retorted, if you were a gambler and given a second chance, would you still choose to wager all your money? I would not. Xiao Yuchong pressed on. How can you guarantee that? Or rather, how would you define human nature? Just a small incentive, and they will willingly march toward the abyss of destruction. Once they taste victory, they will be convinced that they will win again, even if their inner voice warns them against repeating the same mistake. They will ultimately be driven by desire to step into the same trap. Such is human nature. Excuse me, what does this have to do with your squandering of 80 million foreign coins? Xiao Yuchong chuckled. Oh, just wait and see how eagerly they leap into the same trap. With that, he made his way towards Wang Yu and the others to AT that moment. Gu Yuanjing, who had just finished a match, found himself surrounded by several individuals. Katanjiang. Gu Yuanjing, I witnessed your battle from the spectator's seat, that I am astonished that you have only recently awakened the Qitong power, yet are capable of such destructive force. It truly exceeded my expectations. Gu Yuanjing. I have fully mastered this divine power. Thank you, Katanjiang Guaiku. I heard that the next arena match will feature me. I am eager to see what kind of opponent awaits me. As the crowd engaged in lively conversation, Steward Tao, sensing something amiss, leaned down to whisper into Katanjiang's ear before rushing into the throng that I can't shake this ominous feeling. Katanjiang gazed after the departing steward. Sensing an impending doom that a figure concealed within the crowd appeared to realize they had been exposed and swiftly fled towards a teleportation portal. Before long, Xiao Yuchong emerged from the betting area. Greeting them, hello, I am Xiao Yuchong, the vice leader of the Tongyi gang and the overseer of this establishment. What? The overseer? The crowd gasped in shock, hurling furious glares in his direction. The big fish has taken the bait. Dr. Z smirked sinisterly. Stepping forward from the crowd, let us cut to the chase. What is the Tongyi gang? What do you want from us? Why did your subordinates deceive us into coming here? Xiao Yuchong replied. Oh, do not be so angry, my friends. You will come to love this place. Only, you must trade your entire lives for it. Damn it, you beast. Lei Hung, unable to contain himself, swung a fist at Xiao Yuchong. Bang, Dr. Z intervened, blocking the blow with a hand, glaring fiercely at Lei Hung. Tiger Head, hold your horses and let him finish. Xiao Yuchong chuckled. I presume you are their leader? Z. That is of no concern to you. Just tell us what we want to know. Xiao Yuchong. The Tongyi gang controls the 5 states of the foreign lands, the largest syndicate in these territories. The governors of all 5 states collaborate with us. We deceive outsiders into entering for the matches to reap substantial profits. The audience revels in the bloodshed, and they gamble away their money, which we subsequently consume. Those who are physically incapable of competing, pointing at the floating structures, will be delivered to nobles as slaves. Upon hearing this, the crowd gritted their teeth, and had it not been for Dr. Z's intervention, they would have lunged at him. Yanjun, it seems this nation is more sinister than I had imagined. Xiao Yuchong. Sinister? The foreign lands and the other 7 nations have always been adversaries. We do not impose upon our own. We impose upon our enemies. For us, this is a display of patriotism. Ding, ding, ding. The host's voice rang out. Attention everyone, there's been a sudden change in the matches. The next bout will feature Gu Yuanjing instead of Scotty. To reiterate, the next match. Why is it my turn again? I just finished a match not long ago. Gu Yuanjing exclaimed in astonishment as the crowd turned to Xiao Yuchong for an explanation. Xiao Yuchong stated, it is nothing to be alarmed about that, as I mentioned, the governors of the 5 states collaborate with us. They frequently come to witness the battles, and their nobles seek fighters and slaves here almost daily. Occasionally, they might spot a contender they fancy and wager something immensely precious, igniting a frenzy of gambling. They can alter the arena participants at will, even forcing someone to fight until they drop. Gu Yuanjing, it is clear you have caught the eye of those nobles above. If fortune does not favor you, you may be compelled to fight until they tire of the game, that if luck is on your side, you may escape the fate of slavery and be invited to become their fighter. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanjing was left in utter shock, slowly uttering, do I have to comply if they demand I enter the arena? What happens if I refuse? Xiao Yuchong, you will be beaten to death by their entourage. Wang Yu, I have a question I have long pondered. With so many deceived contestants here, have they never united to resist you? Xiao Yuchong, of course they have. Such incidents occur frequently. But so what? We have thousands of guards patrolling this place. Even the weakest among them can rank among the top 100 in the stronghold selection. Against such a formidable guard force, what use is your resistance? Upon hearing the last statement, Wang Yu could no longer contain his fury, manifesting 6 arms from his back and charging at Xiao Yuchong. Boss, we are here to assist you. Seeing Wang Yu take the lead, Lei Hung and Lin Chong excitedly followed suit, eager to pummel the fraud before them. Huge mountain ghost dragon spear. Ha! Do not harbor any illusions. Accept your fate. In an instant, Xiao Yucheng transformed into a colossal figure of immense strength as he faced the trio. Swish, swish, swish. In mere seconds, Lei Heng and Lin Chong collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. While Wang Yu, wielding the same power, found himself firmly grasped by Xiao Yucheng's right hand. Damn, I still cannot wield the same power proficiently, Wang Yu thought as Xiao Yucheng tightened his grip. Let me use you to serve as a warning. With a crunch, Wang Yu's body was crushed into fragments beneath Xiao Yucheng's palm, his organs laid bare. Xiao Yucheng is killed again. Everyone, stay away from him. The surrounding crowd, terrified, hurriedly fled, while Guai Ku and others displayed fear upon witnessing the display. Xiao Yucheng, noting the effectiveness of his intimidation, intended to declare his purpose, to recruit the crowd for his own gain. Yet in the next moment, the fragments of Wang Yu reformed, and he stood before Xiao Yucheng. Unscathed, shock was written on the faces of both the crowd and Xiao Yucheng, as they clearly had never encountered such a scene before. Xiao Yucheng, face pale with terror, an immortal body. It is said that only the malevolent spirits of the Forbidden Realm, the Sea of the Dead, possess such abilities. Who exactly are you? The priest. Is one immortal body enough to frighten you? Apologies, but our team consists of 3 immortals. What? 3? Xiao Yucheng was left in disbelief, unable to fathom the nature of the beings before him. Though the immortal body is not entirely impervious to harm, sufficiently powerful annihilation force can obliterate it. Ordinary individuals possessing such a condition is unheard of in the world. Dr.Z let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery as he said, "Do not be alarmed, sir. We have many more questions to ask, and we hope you will provide us with thorough answers." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yucheng, his legs trembled involuntarily, his body sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Dr. Z. His battle-hardened instincts warned him that the elder before him was unfathomably formidable. Xiao Yucheng, swallowing hard, "What questions do you have?" Z. What do you mean by the 5 states? Xiao Yucheng, the foreign lands comprise a total of 12 states, and the 5 states I mentioned are merely 5 of them. Guai Ku, In other words, within those floating edifices in the sky, one can find the rulers of entire regions or their esteemed relatives. They are all individuals of immense power, Piao Yuzong remarked. Not necessarily. There are also the royal mages from the Xingwu Yunhua, who occasionally visit this place for leisure. The several teleportation portals at the periphery were constructed at the behest of the gang leader to facilitate their visits. Tao Ilan interjected. So they even collaborate with other nations. Are those portals leading to different locations? Piao Yuzong affirmed. Indeed, now you comprehend just how formidable our unified gang truly is, in terms of backing and influence. No foreign gang can rival us. No gang can surpass yours. A wicked thought flickered through Dr. Z's mind. Z. Grinning. How powerful is your gang leader? Piao Yuzong replied. I do not know. During my more than 20 years in the gang, I have never witnessed him personally take a life, nor do I even know the extent of his extraordinary abilities or the 7 forces he possesses. Z. Where is your gang leader at this moment? Upon hearing this, Piao Yuzong discerned Dr. Z's intentions. If your inquiry is aimed at challenging the gang leader, I would advise against it, as I have heard from the other 2 vice leaders that his strength is so great that he can freely traverse the forbidden zones. Z. Enough of your rambling. Tell me where he is now. Piao Yuzong. No one knows his precise whereabouts, but I have heard that recently many factions of our unified gang have emerged in the Kejia Kingdom. He may have gone there to expand his influence. The Kejia Kingdom? It seems I must first make a trip there before heading to the Wuwa, Dr. Z thought, subsequently sharing his plan with the others. They all expressed their agreement with his idea, as capturing the world's foremost gang would greatly aid their endeavors. Soon, they arranged for Wang Yu and his companions to head to Wuwa to rendezvous with the team from Universe 8, while Dr. Z, accompanied by Gu Yuanjing, would journey to the Kejia Kingdom to locate and eliminate the leader of the unified gang. The reason for bringing Gu Yuanjing along was that should any mishap occur, and his body become irreparably damaged, only Dr. Z would possess the capability to repair him. Wang Yu and the others would be at a loss. Everyone, I have a suggestion. The outcome of the battle between the Iron Mech and the Insect King has been announced. The victor is the Iron Mech. Piao Yuzong intended to say more, but the host's voice interrupted him. Chapter 81. Devouring Angel Ha? I have one. I kindly ask the Lord of the Sky region to sign the Treaty of Transfer for this territory. Cease your complaints, old Kong. Bets are bets. Sign it. Voices of joy and anger erupted from the nobles above the arena, as a momentary impulse to wager had cost 10 cities' worth of territory. The Lord of the Sky region was filled with immense regret. But since this concerned his reputation, he had no choice but to sign. Once the pen hit the paper, the Lord of the Sky region cast a baleful glance at Gu Yuanjing. You, kid, are finished. How dare you cause my defeat to be so humiliating? The Lord of the Sky region's heart brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not show it. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. If I cannot defeat Lien Yi, does that mean I cannot handle you? He signaled for his attendants to approach and whispered a few words in their ears, after which those by his side vanished without a trace. Dr. Z observed the match roster in his hand and spoke slowly. Guai Ku, it is your turn next. After Gu Yuanjing stepped down, Guai Ku proceeded toward the arena, upon seeing the names of Xiao Li and the others listed at the end. Wang Yu furiously shouted at Piao Yuzong. You are not even sparing a few ordinary individuals without any superpowers or 7 forces, Piao Yuzong. What could they possibly be from the Renming Kingdom? Renming Kingdom? Just as Wang Yu was about to retort, he was halted by Dr. Z beside him. Z. Indeed, pointing at Tao Alan and the others. All 4 of our companions hail from the weakest Renming Kingdom. With a malicious grin. Since that is the case, you cannot compete in the arena. Go and become slaves instead. Oh no. Piao Yuzong only just realized his blunder, but it was too late to retract his words. Dr. Z had already exhausted his patience. Upon hearing Piao Yuzong's disrespectful remark about his companions, his physique expanded to an impressive size. Transformation. You and I belong to the same type of mutant. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. seized Piao Yuzong by the throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Ugh! Dr. Z tightened his grip slightly, causing Piao Yuzong to scream in agony, his punches proving utterly ineffective against the Vice Leader's formidable grasp. Vice Leader! Piao Yuzong's piercing scream alerted all the guards in the vicinity. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, thousands of guards surrounded them, and Dr. Z's colossal form drew the attention of the entire arena. Z. I willingly allowed myself to be deceived into this situation to hone my recently acquired 7 forces. My lack of resistance was to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you think a mere few thousand of you can confine me, you are sorely mistaken, boom. The immense power of the heavenly void emanated from Dr. Z, an unfathomable abyss seemingly engulfing the hearts of the thousands of guards. Just then, a familiar yet indescribable sensation erupted in the mind of Qi Tongyang. As if something had detonated. It was the aura of Lucifer. How could this be? Where is it emanating from? Though it was but a fleeting moment, Qi Tongyang astutely captured that fleeting clue. Attack. Rescue the Vice Leader. Thousands of guards surged toward the bio-giant before them. Though Dr. Z had only one hand available for counterattack, he still cleaved through a multitude of guards with ease, then transformed his left foot into a gigantic sword, slicing towards another group of guards. My legs are broken. What manner of monster is this? As a head fell. Dr. Z single-handedly battled thousands of foreign strongmen, showing no signs of faltering, and even exerting a slight, overwhelming force. The priest remarked, The Corpse King remains as formidable as ever. Splendid. I need not dirty my hands. Yet even amidst the fierce combat on Dr. Z's side, Qi Tongyang remained oblivious, his gaze continually scanning the surroundings. Lucifer is right here. Where is he? Where is he? I must succeed in altering the future this time and eliminate Miami. On another front, boom, boom, boom. Old man, I will no longer flee. You have chased me enough. Haven't you? It's quite impressive that you managed to follow me here. Filial disgrace. You shall all pay the price for the slaughter of the descendants of the 7 gods. Infinite palm. Bang, Butler Tao struck the enemy. Yet his strength fell short, failing to deliver a fatal blow. To chase me all the way from the underground boxing ring to this 5-dimensional space, you truly harbor a deep hatred for me. Spare me the chatter. Reveal your true form now. Do you intend to fight me in your human guise? Very well. As you wish. The man before Butler Tao shed his disguise, revealing a mass of nearly 180 meters of black, grotesque flesh, with an appearance akin to an angel. 12 wings bore countless eyes, but unlike an angel, the central layer of flesh was adorned with a multitude of writhing tentacles. Tao Yuanjing. It truly is you. Agdino, one of the dark fallen angels who rebelled alongside the proud angel Lucifer, is also one of Lucifer's most devoted followers. That it is said that his void power is so dark that it can devour everything around him. And his seven-spirit energy has reached the level of a seraph. Some say his talent even surpassed that of Uriel when he was still a virtuous angel. His void power is referred to as the true ultimate dark force. Although he has not been granted a divine title, the gods of the four domains later bestowed upon him the moniker, Devouring Angel. Rumbling. As Agdino unleashed his void power, the entire five-dimensional space trembled. Tao Yuanzheng, we have known each other for quite some time. There is no need to resort to violence upon our first meeting. The master specifically instructed me to observe in secret and not to engage in killing. Butler Tao paid him no heed, instead executing grandiose movements with both hands and feet. The ultimate or the extreme. There is a beginning and an end. Heaven and earth give rise to yin and yang. Endlessness leads to infinity. With each step, each strike, Butler Tao was enveloped in boundless Qianyuan energy, converting even Agdino's void energy into yang energy. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy. Chaos gives rise to forms. All resentments are empty realizations, and the vast energy quelled the four corners. Infinite fist. Butler Tao unleashed a punch, instantly flooding the space with his golden Qianyuan power. Agdino, witnessing this, was utterly astonished and promptly summoned all his void energy to defend. Boom. The Qianyuan energy released by Butler Tao shattered the entire space, and both combatants plummeted from the sky. Almost instantaneously, the angels hidden beyond the world sensed these two powerful seven forces. Chapter 82. Butler Tao, Part 1, Commander Gabriel. We have detected two opposing seven forces, one emanating from the Seven God clan and the other from a fallen angel. Really? Where are they? In the midst of the third trial, however, the two auras swiftly dissipated, and we can no longer perceive their presence. Why are the seven celestial gods also here? Have the fallen angels infiltrated? Should we pause the trial? No need, the trial shall continue. Should we summon the angels patrolling the surrounding universe to aid in the search for the hidden fallen angels within the trial? No, I will seek out the whereabouts of the fallen angels myself. You all should attend to your own matters. But we do not know how many fallen angels have infiltrated. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Perhaps Lucifer is also concealed within. Should we accompany you? Enough. When I say I will go alone, I shall go alone. As the examiner of the third trial, any matters concerning it are solely within my purview. At your command, Commander Gabriel. Somewhere in the universe, an unknown voice echoed, while the butler, Tao, emerging from the five-dimensional space, swiftly concealed his aura upon landing. Agdino, too, completed his disguise using a human guise. Agdino, Tao Yuanzheng, I hide my aura to avoid detection. And as a retainer of the seven celestial gods, you should be afforded respect by the angels. Should you not? Why conceal your aura? Tao Yuanzheng, wretched being, do not pretend to be oblivious. Is this not all thanks to Miami? With that, Butler Tao, filled with rage, raised his fist once more to strike at Agdino. The celestial energy of the Yang 100 styles. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable energy of the Qianyuan enveloped Butler Tao, and each blow he landed on Agdino was immensely heavy. Under the golden radiance emitted by the Qianyuan energy, Tao's assaults grew increasingly lethal, with every one of his 100 strikes aimed to kill. Utilizing such potent Qianyuan energy, are you not concerned about your aura being exposed again? After a brief moment of contemplation, I realized that since my aura has already been revealed, it is merely a matter of time before Gabriel finds me, that it would be wiser to abandon concealment and launch an all-out attack to eliminate you before he arrives. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Qianyuan energy surrounding Butler Tao surged even more vigorously, the sounds of his strikes against Agdino growing ever louder. The surrounding structures began to crumble and collapse under this overwhelming pressure, causing the populace to panic and flee in all directions. The commotion attracted the city guards, and soon hundreds of them surrounded the two. In the face of Butler Tao's frenzied onslaught, Agdino did not offer even the slightest resistance. Allowing his opponent to pound him mercilessly. 3 minutes had passed, and the area around them had been reduced to ruins. Butler Tao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, for no matter how fiercely he unleashed his Qianyuan energy, He could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Yak Dino. Shocked, he halted his attacks and quickly retreated, a flicker of unease crossing his mind, his face devoid of anger. Have you finally come to your senses? But I must commend you. After all these years, your strength has indeed ascended to a new level, able to even damage the five-dimensional space I created. Although Yak Dino had concealed his aura as a fallen angel and had not employed the void power. For some inexplicable reason, Butler Tao sensed an intangible force emanating from Yak Dino. Yak Dino, grinning, "This is a new technique I have developed, which I have named Rebound." Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosions erupted from Butler Tao's body. A familiar yet alien force pounding upon him. "These are the damages I dealt earlier. Why is this happening? That wretched being returned it all to me." Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of blood sprayed into the air. And mere seconds later, the ground surrounding Butler Tao was completely soaked in blood, his flesh no longer visible, even his hair stained crimson. Coughing blood, cough, cough. "Young master." Butler Tao uttered his last words with the final vestiges of his strength before collapsing into the pool of blood. The surrounding guards were paralyzed by fear, some even collapsing to the ground. Yak Dino stepped forward towards the underground black boxing arena, and the guards made no attempt to stop him, instead parting to clear a path. "Tao Yuanjing, you are indeed formidable. Should you face the past version of me in a duel, you might still have a chance of victory. Regrettably, the current me is no longer what I used to be." The devouring angel, Yak Dino, one of the 7 sinful fallen angels that as long as the void power is sufficiently potent, it can devour anything weaker than itself, even the 7 celestial powers of another. To provide greater aid to my master, I sought ways to enhance my own strength. After hundreds of years, I successfully improved my abilities to rebound everything I devour back onto others. However, this rebound can only be applied to living beings and must be executed by the entity that initiated the attack. Z-Doctor was meant to be engaged in battle with thousands of guards. Yet he apologized for his presumptuous words and crossed out the names of several ordinary individuals from the competition list. Thus, he ceased his actions. Having suffered a setback, he departed in a dejected manner, fully aware that with Z-Doctor's immense power present, winning over Goiwanjing was an impossible feat. "Priest, Doctor, since you are so powerful, why not simply eliminate them all?" "Z, there is no need to stir up trouble." Wang Yu and the others continued to immerse themselves in the arena battles to master the 7 celestial powers. During this time, Chiang felt an unusual discomfort, an indescribable sensation, as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Yanjun noticed Chiang's unease and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit worried about Butler Tao." "And my right eyelid has been twitching that I vaguely sensed the aura of a fallen angel earlier, but it quickly dissipated." Chiang expressed his concerns incessantly, leaving Yanjun puzzled. "Since you were so worried about him, why not go check on him?" "Chiang, the old man is quite strong. Although he may not be able to defeat the fallen angels, he will certainly not be slain by them. Moreover, our primary purpose in crossing over is to locate Lucifer and thwart his plan to annihilate the entire